Archaladon that not doing too much. Body press will go into the Tornadus again, still only good for just over half health.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to find the damage into the Archaladon. Now +6 defense. Like Tornadus is chunking a little bit with Icy Wind, but the Grassy Train is helping keep it around. Those body presses are going to land at Tornadus. You've done enough work with Icy Wind that when Ursaluna hits the field, it's going to move before the Archaladon, but how much damage is it going to actually do?
Well, Tornadus is going to do no damage. Ice Beam for the Porygon 2 is also really not that much damage, so we might be in for the long haul, everyone, as Body Press into Tornadus will put it at a 1v2. I mean, once the Ursaluna hits the field, the Body Presses will definitely look a lot more damaging, but again, I'm still staring down that Porygon 2. At least there's going to be no more recovery on the field with the Grassy Train into the Archaladon.
Yeah, Archaladon's health bar now will just inevitably go down. Porygon 2 will chip away with Ice Beam, and this Ursaluna is a problem just because you may end up having to spend 2 turns attacking into it, because it can just protect this turn, so do you bother with the Body Press into it this turn, and then you're still going to have to spend 1 the next turn after it attacks.
I just feel like Porygon 2, if it really wants to close this out, can just go for a nice freeze and make sure that you don't even have to worry about this Archaladon. Won't get it. Body Press into Porygon, calling the Protect, but again, damage just not there in this Archaladon. Looks like, yeah, another Ice Beam and maybe the Headlong Rush from the Versa should do it.
Yeah, it should be enough. The Ice Beams are just plenty of damage. It's going to take way too many turns.
It's gonna, Ursaluna will graciously hand this KO over to the Porygon 2 that's just done so much work. Archaladon on a Sliver, Ice Beam finally picks up the KO. Adam is gonna tie up the set and take us into a game 3 with a very different look from his team.
Well, so far, my read of this match is that it's all about that Amoonguss switch in. In game 1, the Amoonguss didn't switch into Surging Strikes, and Urshifu was off to the races, just kept cleaning up KOs afterwards. In game 2, Urshifu Surging Strikes on the Amoonguss switch in, and then just gets knocked out in the process, and Daniel really struggles to find the damage afterwards. Even with all the defense boosts into the Archaladon, just does not have the defense to follow it through, and meanwhile is taking so much damage in the meantime.
I mean, we even got to talk about why the Rocky Helmet recoil was enough to KO in the first place, and that is going back to turn 1, 2 more supportive Pokemon that just went all out offensive, right? The Bleakwind Storm did so much damage to where Urshifu was in range of, you make one strong misstep and it's gone.
I think it's a really clever thing from Adam to look through the pieces on his team and recognize that like a pure Trick Room mode with Incineroar isn't going to be enough, and a pure Tailwind mode isn't going to be enough either, but using the Tornadus just for damage, I mean, you know that's going to be a big part of its role because it's holding the Sharp Peak there, right? It's there for offense, but then also using the Icy Wind to get some more persistent speed drop so that it, you know, eventually was more value than a Tailwind into the Archaladon. I think, yeah, it's really key to just find, none of these other pieces are working. I don't really want to bring Incineroar. I don't really need value from my own Urshifu, but Tornadus can be the extra damage piece and can kind of spread damage evenly. You know, across the course of that game, the Bleak Wind into the Tornadus on the other side that finished the KO, the Bleak Wind into the Urshifu that meant Surging Strikes was a KO, did all of the damage into the Rillaboom to get that KO, and then just steadily chip down the Archaladon. It was the major source of damage in that game too.
So it's time to see, going into a game 3, if Daniel can find a way to adjust. Again, these players are both sitting at 7-0, secured for phase 2, but who is going to go into it undefeated? Big switcher from Daniel on the lead. Archaladon to start it off with the Tornadus, and 2 very supportive Pokemon from Adam, really slowing things down with the Amoonguss and the Porygon 2.
Yeah, so Daniel maybe not wanting to play the Surging Strikes lottery in game 3, and Adam kind of opting out of it also by having Amoonguss on the field already. So we're going to get a different decisive moment in this game 3. Meanwhile, Tornadus next to Archaladon immediately opens up the options for Electroshock, but no good Electroshock targets. You're not going to probably force a Flying Terastallization in this position, so Archaladon doesn't really have great damage. There's no Bullet Seed here either to open up the Body Press. So Amoonguss and Porygon look fairly comfortable on the field in front of Archaladon, but have to worry about the offense from the Tornadus on the other side, but for now, just taunts.
I mean, both games, and now the third game, we've seen Taunt out on the field, but redirected from this Porygon 2. Amoonguss just avoids the Draco Meteor, so no damage done, and Adam gets a clean Trick Room set up now.
Yeah, uses the Rage Powder, just plays this like it's a hard Trick Room team. What are the 2 pieces together that I can lead that force Trick Room up? And that's the redirection plus the Porygon 2. Would have spent a lot of Amoonguss's health bar for it with the Draco Meteor, but because of the miss, Amoonguss is still perfectly relatively healthy on the field. So a pretty strong turn one in getting the Trick Room, but now what do you do with it? There's no easy pivot to the Ursaluna. You have to worry about damage from the other side. Amoonguss is taunted, so you don't threaten scores on this turn. And this defensive Terastallization from Tornadus means you're not really threatening much with Ice Beam. So it's hard to capitalize on Trick Room. So it's going to be the keys here for Adam is going to be how do you pivot to a way that you are capitalizing on the ending last few turns of this Trick Room.
I vote put everything to sleep and then try and pivot out. It's going to be a priority from that from the Tornadus, but Terastallization means no damage from the Amoonguss, instead opting for an attack and an Ice Beam that's resisted as well. Archaludon now, we get a free attack off, Electro Shot, +1 special attack with the setup. And in the rain, we finally get see the Archaludon be able to go right away with a one-turn attack, but still not really that much damage.
Yeah, the taunt from turn one is what stops the Spores, put everything to sleep game plan. So that's what makes it so difficult to capitalize on this. You saw just how little damage came out and no pivot yet. So we've got 2 of the 5 turns gone. And meanwhile, Archaludon, Daniel recognizes that it's not under any threat right now. It has all the time in the world on the field, so take that time to start building up the special attack stat. Maybe to make that Draco Meteor miss from turn 1 and swing it into your advantage, because that means that the Archaludon is now at +1 special attack and not very threatened here. You do have to watch out for the Ursaluna switch. This is probably what it all hinges on. If Adam can get an Ursaluna in safely into something like an Electro Shot, then you start to take advantage of this Trick Room. But if you can find it on the switch, well, then things look a lot worse.
So Ursaluna, this is going to be the swap in now for what previously was the Amoonguss. Porygon 2 recovering off all of that damage that was done. But Body Press does catch Ursaluna on the swap in, but with no defense boost is not really that much damage. Follow-up does bring Ursaluna down real low. So this is going to be interesting because now Ursaluna has that Flame Orb activation, but it is going to be a timer on the field.
Yeah, it's getting pretty low, has no way to recover. Some interesting dynamics here as well. Like in this position with 2 steel types, you'd love to go Flying, Terastallization, and Earthquake, but you've got to worry about a Rillaboom coming out in the back and mitigating that damage. Meanwhile, kind of an interesting play from Daniel. Like, must have seen the Ursaluna coming, right? You threw a Body Press at the Amoonguss. Draco Meteor probably would have been enough to pick up this KO, but now pays a cost for trying to keep a special attack boost, and that Ursaluna is still on the field threatening damage. But then what do you think it's going to do? If you guess wrong and Rillaboom comes in while it just goes on for the single target grounded damage into the other slot, then now the Trick Room is really paying off for Adam. But if you can mitigate the damage for a turn, whether it's a Protect or a switch to block Earthquake and get one more big attack off, well, then you've really taken the decisive advantage.
And we anticipated a swap coming on out, but it won't actually be the Rillaboom. Instead, Landorus, so Flying type, if it is going to be... Oh, if that was into the other slot, I was holding my breath there for a second. Ice Beam not going to be into the Landorus swap in, and instead the ground type move. So the Flying type Pokemon is not going to take any damage, and Ursaluna just gets taken out with absolutely no impact within the match.
Yeah, we set that up that it might be one of the decisive turns. If Adam had found a way to start capitalizing damage in that Trick Room, he could have gone out. If it had been Ice Beam into the Landorus, a Headlong Rush into the Tornadus, then that's exactly what would have happened. 2 KOs on that turn and a huge lead. But instead, it's the opposite. Headlong Rush fails into Landorus. Ice Beam does almost nothing to Tornadus, and the Bleak Wind Storm damage in the rain comes through, finishes up that KO, and makes things difficult. But now, one Trick Room sweeper down, well, let's look to Urshifu as the alternative. It probably is moving in Trick Room before either of these Pokemon on the other side. Don't have to worry about Protect. No defensive Terastallization is already spent, so Surging Strikes is a huge threat here. You have just Ice Beam into Landorus and Surging Strikes into Tornadus, so it's not over yet just because the Ursaluna went down. There's still a big damage threat, but it's definitely an uphill battle, not only because there are 4 Pokemon left on Daniel's side, but because there are only a couple turns of Trick Room left.
And recognizing that, hey, there is this Porygon 2 that would love to hit an Ice Beam into me. Just going to swap out, bring the Archaludon back out onto the field. Taunt into the Porygon 2 is going to limit, any more of those recovers or the potential of a Trick Room once the current Trick Room is done. Ice Beam, Archaludon, that's going to be one for the stamina boost within the match. But Surging Strikes is notably going to be into this Tornadus instead. And of course, with it already being decently low health and this Urshifu within the rain, it will be the first KO taken from Adam in the match.
Manages to get the KO. I think a smart little play from Daniel there, recognizing that the opposing play is very telegraphed. Going to be Ice Beam and going to be Surging Strikes. What can you still get out of that turn? Manages to get Archaludon into the Ice Beam and gets a taunt off the Porygon 2 so that you don't have to worry about reset Trick Room on this turn, knowing that you were going to lose your Tornadus anyway, and so that the Trick Room won't be coming back.
And then now Trick Room is done. Porygon 2 is taunted. Landorus re-hits the field.
Landorus re-hits the field as a big threat into the Urshifu on the other side. I think a lot of this right now depends on how that Urshifu is trained. If it was bulky enough to take an Earth Power, that shifts things around. Its speed relationship with Archaludon, and how committed to the slowness for the Trick Room are you, might change up this position as well. Meanwhile, Porygon 2, you do still have to worry about it from Daniel's side because it's going to throw an Ice Beam at Landorus. It doesn't have anything else to really do on this turn, right? It's taunted, and it has a 4 super effective slot on the other side. So are you willing to focus on Urshifu and let that Ice Beam go through, or do you protect or focus damage into the Porygon?
For the training, it's going to be Landorus first. A lot of damage with Sandstorm Storm done into both, but in return, a Surging Strikes that almost is just a clean 1 hit into Landorus. It'll take 2, but still, it's more than enough to take the KO, and a second Pokemon from Daniel goes down. Archaludon, though, sticks around. This Urshifu has been taken down to a decently low health, and Electroshock, again, within this rain, is probably just going to be a little bit of overkill on this turn to get that last little bit of damage into this Urshifu. Or a boosted special attack into this Porygon 2 instead. That's also just so low.
Right, able to finish the KO into the Porygon 2 there, was maybe hoping that it'd be like close combat and then you block the Ice Beam into the Landorus and you get to have a little bit of all of it, but I think it may be damaging that the Urshifu is left on the field. And meanwhile, we learned an important speed relationship. Urshifu for Adam's side moving before the Archaludon and Daniel's side, so not committed into like maximum slowness for Trick Room. Probably what we expected to see, but may be impactful into this game, because Amoonguss looks pretty comfortable on the field here. It's going to love to Rage Powder away these next few turns, but then the Life Orb is a big problem. We can see the numbers so that we know that Urshifu is going to get 2 more turns to attack, but if you can't close this game up in 2 turns, then Amoonguss is going to have a very difficult time dealing with these Pokemon. I mean, an impossible time dealing with the Archaludon. It has no way to damage the Archaludon on the other side, so if you don't manage to have Urshifu deal with it kind of right now, then you're going to run out of time.
At least with the Terastallization not being spent on Adam, like right here, right now, there is the potential. If you look at the Terastallizations, the Fairy type on the Amoonguss, if we are trying to eye up a big Draco Meteor from that Archaludon, we do see the Terastallization, which we do into the Fairy type. Maybe the Amoonguss gets to stick around a smidge too long on the field. So we get to see the Terastallization and, of course, a Rage Powder on the horizon to try and make sure everything stays away from this Urshifu. As you called out, you only get 2 hits with this Urshifu before it gets taken down. Close combat into the Amoonguss. It's going to be, you know, defense and special defense drop on the Urshifu on the opposing end, and really just not that much damage done. Rocky Helmet will go away to close combat into the Archaludon. Not enough, though. Holding on with just a little bit of health. You would have loved to pick up that KO
if you're Adam. Is this Draco, though? This is like the decisive moment.
Yeah.
What is this Archaludon going to get done on this turn?
It's going to be it. Sure enough, it is the Draco Meteor. So Terastallization, Amoonguss does not get affected. So now you can just Rage Powder again.
Yeah, so now Amoonguss will be able to Rage Powder again, and then Urshifu can go for the KO into Archaludon, but Urshifu is going to KO itself in the process. And what you spent with that Terastallization is now you are neutral to water, but you have to worry about the Rocky Helmet on the other side. This is going to be Amoonguss versus Urshifu by themselves in just a moment. It's going to be really close, which has the advantage. Amoonguss, if it ever swings on the offense, will KO after the special defense drop, too.
Aqua Jet, of course, you're just not looking to take too much of that recoil right here. Close combat is enough to take down the Archaludon, of course, but Life Orb, that recoil, Urshifu, it's a 1v1 trade. Now it comes down to these 2 Pokemon, the Urshifu going up against this Amoonguss. Again, Amoonguss, it is the slower Pokemon. You now are neutral to those water types, but again, that Rocky Helmet recoil.
So the Aqua Jet was really confusing to me for a second, because why don't you just swing out? But Daniel was hoping to catch Adam sleeping. I expect that Aqua Jet was into the Urshifu, so that if Rage Powder hadn't come out, you would have gotten damage.
The Surging Strikes here, again, the recoil from the Rocky Helmet is going to be adding up. If you can take it down now, it would be nice, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough damage into this Amoonguss, holding on quite well into the red. And Urshifu, that is 3 ticks of that Rocky Helmet recoil. Looking over, it's just his Spore, so now it won't be able to do anything, and Amoonguss take its sweet time to get that final KO with Urshifu just a bit of help.
Yeah, so Adam will get the Sludge Bomb now in KO, and I really think it was actually a 50-50 on the last turn. If Amoonguss had Sludge Bomb on the last turn, then the Aqua Jet wins the game. But because the Amoonguss Rage Powdered, Adam wins the game. But if, if Daniel had Surging Strikes on the last turn, then he would have won the game.
And for it to come down to that, Amoonguss, the final KO, and it's going to be Adam Coulson to be undefeated to end off phase 1 of the competition. 8-0. What a accomplish.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokémon World Champions!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 Seattle VGC Regional Championships. Over 800 players yesterday vied for the title of Regional Champion in Phase 1. Guess what? Now we are down to Phase 2. Welcome to Day 2 of the broadcast. Dewey here in the lounge with Yuki, Rosemary, and Scott. What an exciting Phase 1 we had yesterday. It was so full of action and also full of surprises.
Absolutely. We had a lot of players traveling in from all around the world. Something that's fresh for us from, back in the days, not a common occurrence. And we saw also a lot of new faces that are making day 2, so really excited to follow along.
We also saw Ndidi make it into the top 12 of our usage graphics for the first time in Phase 1 of a tournament. So
And Phase 2.
Well, spoilers.
Sorry.
Spoilers.
Spoilers.
Well, I mean, I don't want to spoil anything yet for today, but I think going back to yesterday, I think we were spoiled by getting a few more fun teams than maybe we were expecting, where we're very deep into this regulation. There's a lot of very powerful, kind of more general balanced teams, I guess is really what I'm poking fun at here. But we saw some other stuff too. There's a lot of fun teams over the course of the day. So nice to see trainers continuing to be creative.
Let's go over some of those creative picks so far that we were able to see move through Phase 1 through Phase 2. Are there any of those sort of like very special picks that really piqued your interest going over the teams?
I mean, we got to give it to the community on this one, right? Because round 3 was a community choice poll, and you all picked to show K-Sun Thompson versus Anthony Zeltzer. One, because there was a cool Cresselia on Anthony's team, but I think we got to give it to K-Sun's Bronzong here. Able to show off the iron defense and the body press, and just really showing us why this Bronzong gives us a bell yeah.
Hell yeah.
No, it really was really cool. Like, it was just a cool team. I mean, like, look at that thing go. He's on a roll.
Yeah, this Bronzong kind of just 1v3'd the opponent, right? I mean, it was the last Pokemon standing for Kaysen, and all of a sudden it just like starts doing so much damage.
Oh, these two Pokemon. I mean, I think Kaysen and Anthony kind of couldn't help but just laugh at that because they were doing little damage and flat. Okie dokie. Also showing us that it has come to play in this game. I mean, the fact that it was able to tank such a big Ice Beam as well from that Cresselia, and then this Drain Punch to get all of the HP back. I loved how K-Sun built his team. You could really tell that he had thought about what are the biggest threats in the meta, how can he support those with a lot of the follow me and the redirection that was on the team. And so seeing Bronzong and Okidogi pop off like that was really exciting.
Yeah, I really enjoyed casting that match. It was just kind of, it's a combination of Pokemon we're probably never going to see together again. So kind of, you're rare, I feel like, in this line of work, we kind of get such a unique situation. But some really unconventional Pokemon just looked absolutely incredible in that match.
You usually see those two redirection users protect the king, so to speak, kind of placed out in the restricted formats. But this is a format that's not only like that, but also the king happens to be Bronzong. So yeah, anybody can take the throne apparently.
Yeah, and of course, we also had a very exciting round 5 matchup featuring Sneasler, just kind of sticking around here. Yuki, why don't you take us through this one?
Yeah, well, there's another play. Yeah, a lot of gunshots happening this weekend, but yeah, really punishing that Terrifier, like saying, yeah, I don't care if you're not a grass type anymore, do a lot of damage. Bam, here comes the Wood Hammer, still being survived by Apollo's Overpawn, popping off, and then KOing itself in the process. Going down to a game 2v1 and then taking that game 3. So yeah, really, really exciting seeing a more newer player like Apollo beating a player that's very established like James. So a lot of different kinds of matches this weekend.
Yeah, you couldn't hear it, but you know, you could hear the audience go off, you know, throughout that entire sequence. You had a lot of screaming, you had a lot of cheering, a lot of people yelling out, "Let's go, Apollo." It was very loud. You could hear it from backstage. You could hear it through the broadcast too. So,
wow.
Yeah, that was such an exciting battle to get to watch, you know, just coming down to the wire like that.
Absolutely.
Scott, let's talk about the match that you wanted to showcase here.
I wonder what it could be. Yeah, so we had a lot of fun
Your
yesterday.
favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, the community made a great choice with the match that they showed in the replay, and we tried to make a great choice also with another match featuring some very unconventional Pokemon. With Wordier here, a Pokemon that most of us remember mostly from riding around on in Pokemon Legends Arceus, not from using in battle. Super fun here to watch it. It wound up being a little tough matchup here with both of these players actually making it to day 2. But the Tingaloo and the Dondozo did a great job of stalling it out. But we found this one clip here where Wordier finally got its revenge. At least was able to knock out one of them. It was a lot of fun to watch this matchup and a lot of fun to see Waleed's team as well, where you know, that Dondozo Tingaloo combination is something we saw more earlier in, I guess not really this season, but previous seasons. Kind of fun to see it get brought back. You know, we've seen a very cyclical meta with this format returning, and it was good to see this again. As much as it feels weird to like be happy to be watching sort of a defensive stall team returning, sort of a fun matchup of a rogue defensive team versus a rogue offensive team.
Yep, and of course, that was just the exciting action that occurred in Phase 1 here. Let's take a quick look at the Swiss rankings in Phase 2 currently right now. This is just the top 16 players, but of course, there are many more players out in the field still vying for this title and trying to make it to the top cut.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see a lot of these names. One name we haven't talked about too much yet is Colin Hire, a player who's been playing for a very long time, been a regional champion, but has made a lot of successful finishes recently, but hasn't gotten like that title in a bit. So really excited to see if he can pull that off this weekend.
But a lot of our players that are at the 8-1 record are looking for a big top cut. That would be one of their best results this season. And so if they can get that and maybe even more than that at the end of today, I think that's going to be a really great success, I think, for everybody on this page.
Yeah, it should be really fun. I'm kind of excited to see how these rogue teams do as well, kind of who do the best. You know, we focus on this tournament, you know, with who wins a lot, but you know, there's a lot of fun stories even if they don't wind up on top, and just kind of seeing how well they can do. You know, some of these crazy teams, even if they get in the top 32, I think that's such a cool finish for that sort of team. So, you know, the top, the middle, the bottom of the field, so I'm gonna be excited to see how everyone does.
You know, excitingly, as much as I love being here in the lounge with you all, pairings are already up for our first round of Swiss to broadcast today. So guess what? We're gonna be cutting this one here. We're gonna go ahead and shortly throw it to our upcoming Swiss round. But of course, there's a lot of action going on here at the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships. Follow along, visit Pokemon.com/broadcast in order to follow along with TCG, with Pokemon GO, and of course VGC action. Follow channels twitch.tv/Pokemon and YouTube.com/Pokemon. But for now, that's it for us here in the lounge. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at how this tournament played out throughout this weekend.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
It is time to get started with day 2 of the Seattle Regional Championships as we're going along within phase 2 of our competition and closer to our top cut bracket. I'm Sierra, joined here by Len once again. We got to see some great matches yesterday, and I feel like that's just a taste of what's to come today.
They just get better and better. You move on in the tournament, these players have already had to win so many rounds to get to this point, and they still have more work to do to earn their spot into the top cut, so the tension mounts. Every round becomes more important than the last.
And we're getting so close to players securing their spot within that top cut. But as you said, that pressure, it mounts. The matches get more and more difficult. And just a couple of notables out on the floor. But for our next broadcasted match, we're going to be focusing on Peter Chen going up against Carson St. Dennis. Carson, someone who has been competing for a long time, who was starting out in the juniors division way back in, like, what, 2012, 2013?
Yeah, a long time figure in the game. Was writing articles about Pokemon, 10 years ago. So has been playing Pokemon for quite a bit.
Which is crazy. So much experience there. And on the opposing end, Peter Chen has been competing for a couple of years and always love to see, he always has a bit of a different take on these teams going into events, and love to be able to see that continuation, most notably too, coming off of a top 64 at EUIC. So ready to try and reprove himself here going on to our competition today. But we've gotten to see so many different variety of teams going into this weekend, and taking a look at the stage and the players, I feel like that's kind of the biggest question, because Regulation F, we've gotten to see, a lot of balance. We've gotten to see what's used to counter the balance. Going into this, I love the Glamora, but also kind of how this matches up on paper.
Right, so we've seen lots of balance. We've seen lots of Tailwind mixed with Trick Room. These are just two pure Tailwind teams. They both have a Covert Cloak Prankster Tailwind setter, Tornadus versus Whimsicott. They both have a Rock Attacker, Glamora versus Ogerpon. They both have a Water Attacker, Ogerpon versus Urshifu. They both even have a Ghost Attacker, Fluttermane versus Golden Go, but of course both of those Pokemon more known for their other types. So this is going to be a fast and furious battle between two teams that want to dish out a lot of offense at a high speed, which can make it a really delicate game because you're used to just consistently being faster than your opponent if you get your Tailwind set up when you're playing this type of team, but you don't know, if you match Tailwinds, depending on the Pokemon that you choose to bring, you may not always have the speed advantage. Your opponent may just have naturally faster Pokemon. Which of the two Ogerpons is faster? Is the fact that the Fluttermane and Tailwind is likely faster than anything on Carson's side going to be a big problem? So this can get going very quickly. You also have to kind of make that gambit of, do you always match Tailwind, or do you try to just capitalize damage in the early game? And then does either player kind of try to slow it down? They both have an Incineroar that could be used to change the pace a little bit and not play pure offense here.
Well, I'm looking at, too, when we talk about these two Tailwind teams, Peter having a couple of other ways to kind of optimize that Tailwind when you're looking at the Icy win on both the Fluttermane and this Tornadus, right? And when you're talking about these high offense teams, games can really just turn on a dime, and looking at really big attacks coming out from the Fluttermane with this Choice Specs, or even Roaring Moon, something like the Acrobatics when you have that Terrestrialization can deal out so much damage, and there is still a little bit of that damage mitigation with the Breaking Swipe.
Yeah, it can go out for Breaking Swipe, which can be valuable damage. Like into Regidrago, that will do quite a bit and definitely do enough to weaken a Dragon Energy and you'd be moving first. Roaring Moon could be a really nice piece to be able to do either, to get either the second Tailwind when you need it, or to make the decision of whether you want to match Tailwind or go for damage, because it can do both. Like you mentioned the Icy Winds, because that's the way to get that extra level of speed advantage. If you both have Tailwinds, but you're also pressing Icy Wind, then you're going to end up with a speed advantage against your opponent. And when the other team is pretty fragile, that can be such an important piece.
I love that we get to see this Whimsicott, Golden Go, Regidrago team, though, because we've seen more and more Regidragos pop up, but as of late, it's more so been coupled up on these Icebound teams. But I feel like this is kind of something a smidge older, but a fresh take on it going into Regulation F.
Yeah, we often see Golden Go and Regidrago together, because if you use fairy Terastallizations or just have your fairy types to get away from Regidrago, then Golden Go punishes you for it. So this is a team that really wants to get Tailwind up and do a bunch of damage between Make It Rain and Dragon Energy. But of course, Golden Go has an option to set up with Nasty Plot. Probably in this matchup, that's not the most critical thing, not a bunch of bulky Pokemon on the other side, and you're not going to be given a lot of time by the other side to set something up like the Nasty Plot. The Urshifu could be a pretty valuable piece. Pokemon like Flutter Mane may be vulnerable to just a single Surging Strike, so if you can ever get the speed advantage fully in your favor, Urshifu may be the best option to capitalize on it. Then Ogerpon's Follow Me could be useful in these kinds of fast and furious games. Just being able to buy one turn with redirection at the right moment could really open things up. But there is a lot of spread damage from Peter's side. You know, if you're worried about Dazzling Gleam from Flutter Mane or Bleak Wind Storm from the Tornadus, then the Follow Me is not going to help you, but you know, one Sludge Bomb or one Meteor Beam being right directed could be game changing.
There's some disruption over on Carson's end too, and we have Light Screen to try and mess with those damage calculations a little bit, and Encore to lock Pokemon into a move that maybe is not going to be advantageous going into forward. But one thing's for sure, two high offense teams, we should expect a powerhouse of a match ahead of us, and going right into us, only one person starting off with Tailwind.
Yeah, a big mindset difference here, right? One player leads both Tailwind setters, the other player leads 0, right? So opting for damage with a little bit of control option with Follow Me next to the Golden Go, so you can get quick Make It Rains out and try to punish early passivity from Roaring Wind and Tornadus.
I mean, looking at the fact that already we can see a Tailwind coming out from the Tornadus, you can go ahead and set that up. But if you're not necessarily feeling like you need the speed in this case, that could be a thing. As well, Carson, we don't know what Pokemon he has in the back. And there is sometimes with these Tailwind high offense teams where you want to kind of stagger, get some damage out on the board if you're not feeling too threatened by these Pokemon. Get your opponent to set up the Tailwind and then later on sweep with your own.
Right, you want to, you know, maybe have the second Tailwind and then have it you can match early on and then have some lagging Tailwind ace like offset so that you have the advantage by yourself in the 3rd or 4th turn.
Well, Peter, no Tailwind, instead preservation of that Tornadus. And I think when you're staring down this Rock Ogerpon on the opposing end, makes a lot of sense. First off, though, Breaking Swipe. A good amount of damage as well. A crucial attack drop over on the opposing end. Ivy Cudgel not intended for the Tornadus. Instead, good damage into the Roaring Moon, bringing it just down to below half.
Yeah, pretty good damage into both sides right here. A damage trade, no Tailwind immediately. So with no Tailwind led from Carson, Peter recognizes doesn't want to risk Tornadus early on and just have a Tailwind that doesn't have the same impact that Carson's at the end of the game might have, and so opts to get Tornadus out into the back, keep it safe, and meanwhile just try to trade damage with the other side. But Breaking Swipe just isn't that high base power, right? So you can see that even with the mitigation onto Ogerpon, you're not getting quite the same damage back.
The Golden Go had protected on the last turn. It wouldn't be too threatened by a Breaking Sweep, but still gonna go ahead and bring out a Whimsicott, which isn't threatened at all as well. This is Carson's own Tailwind on the team. Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon, not wanting to take any sort of damage from the opposing end. But Knockoff will find a target into the Whimsicott. Of course, not too much damage. Covert Cloak is gone. The follow-up, though, Ivy Cudgel, again, not necessarily the most damage, so Whimsicott gets in quite freely.
Loses half its health, though. That's not nothing. Carson recognizes the risk the Golden Go is under, protects it on the first turn, and then switches it out on the second turn. On the first turn, Peter didn't go after it with Knockoff, get a pretty valuable Breaking Swipe into Ogerpon, but this time it had already protected, so swings into it, gets damage into Whimsicott that could be valuable, and doesn't hit into the Spiky Shield from Ogerpon, so keeps a little bit of health around on the Roaring.
Ogerpon at this point, not gonna go on the offense anymore. A Follow Me to redirect any sort of hit. Whimsicott, though, Carson finally gonna go for the speedy modes that we had talked about with these teams, and the follow-up with the Ivy Cudgel, targeting down into the Ogerpon. A forced hit, of course. Acrobatics, super effective hit into the Whimsicott. No matter how much hit happened last turn, this Acrobatics is gonna be enough to pick it off. But now Carson, again, he gets to switch into something that can be capitalizing off of this Tailwind.
Right. Sometimes this is exactly what you want. For Whimsicott to use Tailwind and then immediately get knocked out means that you have the full turns of that. On the other hand, Peter now has a dwindling number of Tailwind turns on Carson's side and his own Tailwind setter in the back. That means if he can get past these Tailwinds, either by matching early on or just by lasting through them, he can have unanswered Tailwind from Tornadus later on.
Looking down at this, though, Urshifu hitting the field, how does this change things? Because, again, this Ogerpon still has that redirection.
Yeah, Ogerpon hasn't terrestrialized, has water absorbed, could just redirect to Surging Strikes, makes it really risky to go for. On the other hand, Close Combat has 2 good targets on the other side. Likely 2 KOs. You also have the speed advantage. There's no Tailwind yet. So Urshifu's going to be swinging out with a giant Close Combat. You know, you'd love to imagine just bringing Tornadus safely into that without finding Ivy Cudgel at the same time and being able to match Tailwind, but it's a big risk to do that because if you lose Tornadus on the switch, it could be devastating.
We will see a switch though, but recognizing that a Tornado switching could be devastating, Fluttermane instead, which of course would be immune to any sort of close combat. Terrestrialization from the opposing end though, coming on out, it will be with this Urshifu. So this one will be into the Steel Terrestrialization type, going to be dropping any weakness to something like an Acrobatics going on forward, and should fare quite well against a Fluttermane down the line. First hit though, Ivy Cudgel into the Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon doesn't even have the opportunity for an attack. Follow up, Fluttermane hits the field. If it is a close combat, it does absolutely nothing. So sure, 1 free switch, but you do lose a Pokemon on the turn.
Right, Roaring Moon, despite the booster, is slower than the Tailwind on the other side. We'd already seen the -1 Ivy Cudgel do 50% of the Roaring Moon, and Roaring Moon has no defensive Terrestrialization to help with that because it's a flying Terrestrialization would have just made it super effective. Like you mentioned, the Steel Terrestrialization could have been useful on just that turn to prevent Grass offense or Flying offense, but it's also going to be helpful against Fairy offense. So just a really stable defensive Terrestrialization in this matchup. That means the threat of Tailwind plus Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast and Fluttermane is not nearly as devastating. This is again one of those situations where Follow Me could be really helpful. If you're worried about damage into Urshifu on this turn, something like Specs Shadow Ball trying to get that KO, if you can redirect it for a turn and get a Surging Strikes into Fluttermane, well then you're really starting to break down all of the offense that Peter has available.
But we saw Terrestrialization from Carson on the last turn. Now it's time to get Terrestrialization going for Peter with the Tornadus. Also going to be the Steel Terrestrialization. So again, looking when you're staring down this Ivy Cudgel from Carson, not trying to take a super effective hit there. Ogerpon though, just more so on the defensive, not necessarily wanting any smoke this turn around. Peter, without having that speed advantage, does kind of have to go for the Tailwind to put himself on even footing going on forward. And the Shadow Ball Fluttermane is going to be the faster of the targets, but not enough even with that Choice Specs to get this KO. Now we get to see the offensive going out, and Terrestrialization may be good up against the Ivy Cudgels. Surging Strikes doesn't look good, but will survive through the turn.
Crucial for Peter that Tornadus hangs on there, doesn't knock him down to just 2 Pokemon. The defensive Terrestrialization from Tornadus is meant for Ogerpon and that Ivy Cudgel, but Ogerpon just protects itself through this turn. But Peter doesn't also fall for the target, doesn't throw a Shadow Ball into that slot, and so he gets really good damage into Urshifu, and will now have Fluttermane moving first on the next turn. But again, this is where the Follow Me can be useful. You kind of get your choice of which of these Pokemon should attack, because I don't think Tornadus is likely to be able to pick up either KO.
Yeah, especially too with that Terrestrialization, and Tornadus, sometimes it can hit decently well, but
it's close to being able to pick up the KOs. We're gonna have to see. For now, Ogerpon though, just going out into the back, wants to be preserved, maybe useful for closing out against the Ogerpon on the other side at the end of the game. Because Golden Go's gonna have a much harder time doing that.
I mean, depending on where the Shadow Ball target is, though, that's going to be the thing. And if it wasn't targeted for the Urshifu, the Golden Go get in free, but Golden Go switches in on a Choice Spec Shadow Ball, and just going to be the 1-hit KO. Follow-up single target. If it was close before, it definitely isn't now. Urshifu's going to drop a double KO for Peter on the turn. That's how quickly these matches can just completely turn on its head.
Yeah, once the speed advantage gets in one side, we talked about it before the game, that the Fluttermane could be a problem because when the Tailwinds are matched, it is the fastest thing. It's faster than Golden Go, faster than Ogerpon, faster than Urshifu, and that's the advantage that Peter leaned on to win this game, right? This is over now. Shadow Ball from Fluttermane should just be able to pick up the KO on Ogerpon here. So yeah, using that advantage of the Fluttermane and really pushing offense with Shadow Ball.
Yep. Taunt Ogerpon, regardless, is going to have to eat this Shadow Ball on this turn. Choice Specs, Ogerpon goes down. Peter Chen to take the first game in the set. And really well done. I mean, starting out, you're staring down these Pokemon could deal so much damage, but kind of just play it safe, preserve your Tailwind, bring it in later, and that Fluttermane, again, used to such great effect.
I think one crucial turn in there is where the Surging Strikes target went into the Steel-type Tornadus. It missed that KO, which was impactful, but also that could have been into Flutter Mane. Even if the Flutter Mane is bulky enough to withstand that, you're at least threatening an Aqua Jet. This suppresses Shadow Balls on future turns. Whereas because the Flutter Mane stayed at full health, there was nothing to stop this rampage of Shadow Balls afterwards. You know, Carson may have been worried that an Ogerpon switch could have happened into the Flutter Mane slot, and that would have been devastating as well if you just wasted Surging Strikes on the turn. But I think that's a really pivotal moment there. With two teams that are so high octane, kind of one turn of targeting that doesn't get you the value that you need can be really impactful.
Well, it's even one turn of targeting, you don't get what you need, but that's also where we saw Carson spiky shield with the Ogerpon to make sure it wasn't taking that Shadow Ball, right? And even if we got to see the defensive Terastallization from the Tornadus, 3 HP Ivy Cudgel, that's going to be fine, right? So getting that one turn wrong, thinking that it's going to be the target, and instead Peter going for the other Pokemon, Tornadus was always going to Tailwind there, and you just get the 50-50 with the Flutter Mane wrong. So little kind of things along the way that make the biggest impact.
Exactly, and I'm not even sure that if Surging Strikes had KO'd Tornadus, that's necessarily ideal for Carson either. That just puts Ogerpon on the field where it can redirect for itself and can also threaten fast damage with Ivy Cudgel, probably faster than Urshifu or Golden Go. And so, you know, at that point, Flutter Mane was the big problem, and you have to make the decision of whether you think you have the opportunity at the moment to swing into it, and one big missed opportunity there.
And going into game number 2, last time we saw Peter with the only one leading with a Tailwind option, but now we've kind of flipped it around. Carson's going to be leading the Whimsicott, so right away offering a Tailwind pressure with a powerful Ivy Cudgel, and Peter instead Roaring Moon and his own Ogerpon.
Yeah, no Tailwind on this Roaring Moon, so one-sided Tailwind from Carson's side with Whimsicott, but a Whimsicott that's under threat. If you don't want to use a Terastallization, then you're risking trading a Tailwind for an Acrobatics that just KOs Whimsicott. Ogerpon can't take a KO on probably either of these Pokemon, even with a crit Ivy Cudgel, it might be close. And so that might not be a damage trade that's worthwhile, because if that happens, you know, you trade Whimsicott for a Tailwind, but then Tornadus just comes out in the future and matches Tailwind, then it isn't necessarily a worthwhile trade. You'd much rather have Whimsicott around for possibly 2 Tailwinds, or to threaten Encore and Moonblast, these kinds of other supportive options.
It's going to stick around and no Terastallization. I mean, even if it did, it would just be so susceptible to being hit from this Ogerpon. But a Protect from the Roaring Moon, a Spiky Shield from Carson's Ogerpon, and a Whimsicott that goes for a Tailwind. So not being targeted down by the Roaring Moon, we'll be able to get that up for free. And Hornleech targeting into this Ogerpon instead hits into the Spiky Shield, and it's just going to be that little bit of recoil damage. So no damage done onto Carson's end of the board, and he gets that Tailwind up without having to trade his Whimsicott.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty interesting turn. Roaring Moon protects itself. Must have been worried about Acrobatics, or that the Whimsicott just goes out on the offense with Moonblast, so protects itself through that turn. Right now, it doesn't have to worry about Encore into that Protect, because as a Dark type, it's immune to Prankster, but if it were to risk a Terastallization, that could be a problem as well. And then meanwhile, Ogerpon must have thought it was going to be hit by an Ivy Cudgel, because Hornleech is less damage than Ivy Cudgel and walks you into the recoil, but you're maybe hoping to get a little bit of recovery back. Instead, just takes some recoil from the Spiky Shield.
Going out on the offense now, Carson has the speed, and Roaring Moon takes so much damage. The follow-up Acrobatics Whimsicott is able to hang on through that and can follow up with the Moonblast of its own. The double up in the Roaring Moon is enough for the KO. Now, Peter, just with the Ogerpon on the field, does get its choice of targets to fire off an attack into, and again, the Hornleech into the Ogerpon. We'll be able to bring it up to full and deal a significant amount of damage into that Pokemon.
Peter really prioritizing damage into Ogerpon, wants to get Hornleech there. That could have maybe been an Ivy Cudgel that followed up and picked up the KO onto Whimsicott. Meanwhile, it was good speed relationship for Peter's side that the Whimsicott in Tailwind didn't end up faster than the booster speed Roaring Moon, or else Roaring Moon wouldn't have even gotten an attack off on that turn, so we learn one speed relationship there, but also without being willing to commit the flying Terastallization, Acrobatics isn't enough damage to pick up the KO on Whimsicott. That can mean now with 2 turns of Whimsicott's Tailwind gone, maybe you think about getting Whimsicott out into the back so that you can have a second Tailwind in the future that prevents, you know, a one-sided, offset Tailwind from this Tornadus from being devastating in the end of the game. But if you do that, then you're kind of wasting the last couple turns of this Tailwind. So a really important decision here of what you do with Whimsicott at this point. But yeah, no switches. Whimsicott gonna just stay on the field.
It sticks around. Both Pokemon on Carson's end of the field don't have the most amount of health. Terastallization from Peter, again, the defensive onto the Tornadus. When you're staring down a rock type, this is just gonna work so well, and even is gonna help up against this Moonblast. Ogerpon, that's going to be the Spiky Shield. We get to see this Tornadus, it can try and go for a setup, or it could go out on offense. Offense with that light screen means this Bleak Wind Storm is going to do less. Ogerpon does try and target down into the Spiky Shielded Mon, so not going to do any damage, and now only Peter gets to attack. Light Screen, not enough to save the Whimsicott, but is good to make sure this Ogerpon sticks around for another turn.
Light Screen helps mitigate that Bleak Windstorm, but maybe more importantly, if you expect the last Pokemon from Peter as the Flutter Mane, the Light Screen is going to do a lot to mitigate the damage from the Flutter Mane, but it's going to be a big problem regardless if Regidrago is what you're leaning on for offense. Going to have a hard time doing big damage to Flutter Mane, is going to be extremely vulnerable to it, even in Light Screen. Meanwhile, the defensive Terastallization from Tornadus is so strong there that it gives Tornadus time to not immediately have to go for a Tailwind, can go out on the offense with Bleak Windstorm and can just go for the Tailwind in the future, knowing that you weren't really risking Tornadus at all on that last turn. And still, you know, the Earth Power from Regidrago is the only major risk there, but you can threaten a redirection away with Follow Me, and that's just not that much total damage coming out if that's what Carson opts into.
And last turn, we saw that Bleak Windstorm. Finally, we'll get to see the Tailwind, which is going to be sticking around for much longer than any speed control on Carson's end. Now, Ivy Cudgel for Ivy Cudgel, the last hit from Peter to take a second KO within this match, bring Carson down to only 2 Pokemon. Regidrago has been left alone on this turn. Full HP, Dragon Energy. Ogerpon gets dropped. But again, Terastallization, big for this Tornadus, puts it to around half. Both trainers at 2 Pokemon apiece.
Both trainers down to 2 Pokemon after that damage trade, and 2 things really helped that damage trade for Peter. The first is the defensive Terastallization. That means you don't give up Tornadus to the Dragon Energy that you let out. The second is the speed relationship between Ogerpon and Regidrago. If Regidrago had moved first and matched Tailwinds and had just KO'd Ogerpon, then you don't get that Ivy Cudgel KO. But because Ogerpon's faster, swings out, and you just get an exchanged set of KOs. Meanwhile, Flutter Mane looks very good here. With matched Tailwinds, it can swing out against both of these Pokemon, but no Terastallization used from Carson's side yet means that defensive Terastallization, the Steel on Urshifu is available and can buy time for big Surging Strikes, and you don't have to worry about Ogerpon anymore. You get rid of it on the last turn, so you're free and clear. But for now, just detecting, wants to keep it safe and see what Regidrago can do.
Well, especially too when it is a choice-locked Flutter Mane on the opposing end, you get to see what move of choice it's going to be. Shadow Ball and Urshifu with the Protect. That's a wasted turn from the Flutter Mane. Follow-up from this Tornadus, Bleak Windstorm is good to start dropping down the HP on this Regidrago. No more Dragon Energy though. Instead, super effective hit into the Steel-type Tornadus. It's going to be Flutter Mane in a 1v2, and the amount of damage that can come out, and it's locked into Shadow Ball.
It's locked into Shadow Ball, and there's Light Screen up on the other side. This should be a clean win for Carson at this point, and you can see the threat of that defensive Terastallization. Flutter Mane unwilling to lock into a Fairy move because it knows it might have to fight against the Steel Urshifu. Instead, has to lock into Shadow Ball, which just means single target damage, not much damage into either of these Pokemon, and it's just going to be, I think, too little too late. We should see Surging Strikes and Earth Power coming into Flutter Mane on this turn and picking up a KO.
A last little Terastallization on the match, but yeah, this 2v1, as you said, just the combination of attacks should be good. Aqua Jet instead drops Flutter Mane to about half. Terastallization, Shadow Ball into it. Not going to be nearly enough into this Urshifu, but the follow-up, the Earth Power. All right, still not quite there. So we'll run it back for one more, but the Aqua Jet will be able to get it.
Yeah, the Aqua Jet kind of safe there because you don't worry about a critical hit. Shadow Ball, like, you've at least gotten some damage on that turn, and then if you don't get critical hit, you can just Aqua Jet the next turn and pick up the KO. So just a way to mitigate some of the risk in that end of the game and pick up game 2 for Carson and move us into the final game.
That end game, when it's the 2v2, normally when it's a Flutter Mane staring down this Urshifu and this Regidrago, it's one of those just on paper, it looks so good. It looks so locked. Peter has the speed advantage. He has a Pokemon that has a super effective button into both of those. But Carson, I mean, Terastallization till the end, a Smart Detect, like, was able to close it out. Like, that was so nice at the end.
Right, having the Terastallization preserved meant that it kind of turned the tables on that normal matchup. And the reason that happened is that the damage trades kind of resolved too quickly. It got down to just to that 2v2, whereas in game 1, Flutter Mane hit the field a little bit sooner, and with an advantage already from Peter's side, that meant it had time to Shadow Ball several times instead of being kind of up against the wall and very quickly down to being the last Pokemon. I think in game 3 might be a reasonable adjustment for Peter to try to get Flutter Mane out on the field much earlier. There's not a ton that can punish it early. Like, you can fight against the Whimsicott, you can fight against the Urshifu if you still have Ogerpon to support as well. And so if you can get Flutter Mane out and threatening damage earlier, then you maybe don't risk leaving on an island like in that game 2.
So then, what are some other adjustments we can see going into this game 3? Because we got to see a Pokemon switch up coming out from Carson that worked out so well. But what about on Peter's end, other than just Fluttermane coming out sooner? Will we see a Pokemon switch or just a gameplay switch?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It doesn't feel like the other Pokemon, Incineroar and Glimmora, have a great matchup here, so I'd expect it to be the same four, maybe just in a different order. We're back to the pairing from Game 1 that won Game 1 for Peter, but remember, of course, on that Game 1, Tornadus just immediately switched down, so it wasn't that these two Pokemon fought right away.
I mean, that game 1, too, we saw Carson without any sort of Tailwind in the lead. Now, both trainers in this Tailwind matchup have their Tailwinder out to start.
Yeah, this is the first time that on turn 1 we've seen both Prankster Tailwind Pokemon on the field, but we still also have a lot of damage threatened here. The Ivy Cudgel is a threat into the Tornadus, the Moonblast is threatened to Roaring Moon, and Acrobatics could get you away from Moonblast while also letting you swing out with a ton of damage. And so this is that situation where you have to kind of decide, are we just matching Tailwinds here? Am I letting my opponent have Tailwinds so that I can swing out on the offensive? How worried am I about my opponent swinging out on the offensive? I think either player, if they manage to kind of preserve their Tailwind setter while taking a KO this turn and then having offset Tailwind, that's probably a big advantage. So I think both players have to be a little bit worried about it.
I think, too, going into this, we saw how pivotal Terrestrialization, especially for Carson, was in that game number 2. So if it's going to be spent here, that is going to be Pokemon maybe weak to Fluttermane down the line. But on this turn, Tornadus knows that this worked out fairly well within the series, and you cannot go drop. So yeah, Terrestrialization, only one end. Whimsicott sets up a Tailwind, and none to match. So these are going to be staggered. So much damage into the Roaring Moon, but the Acrobatics firing back will bring this Whimsicott down low. Icy Wind, that's going to be the follow-up. So offense to make sure the Tailwind setter on Carson's end goes down. And Ogerpon also gets speed dropped. So now when you set up your Tailwind, that Ogerpon's still going to be reduced.
Speed is dropped, Sturdy is broken. This is exactly the kind of one-sided KO that I was talking about, because nothing stops, matching the Tailwind on the next turn. So you don't ever really get any turns with Tailwind advantage, and meanwhile you've lost a Pokemon. No real surprise to see Tornadus go for the Terrestrialization. For both players, those Steel Terrestrializations seem like the most stable defensive one. I would be not surprised to see Urshifu immediately go for it if it doesn't protect on this turn. You've got to worry about Acrobatics and Bleak Windstorm from the other side. Meanwhile, Ogerpon has to do a lot of the work for offense here, cleaning up the KO on this Roaring Moon, but this is where that defensive Terrestrialization for Tornadus comes in. If you don't throw a Surging Strikes there, then you're not going to be getting that KO anytime soon.
And with the Tornadus, it was Icy Wind last turn, but staring out the threat of these Pokemon, sure, you have the Terrestrialization, but a double up still could be disastrous. So kind of one of those, if you don't do it now, you might not get that chance.
Right, you don't want to wish that you'd gone for the Tailwind after you just lose a Pokemon, so probably expect Peter to get the Tailwind while you can have it now if you're not going to do something else to protect the Tornadus.
And you had highlighted how strong the Steel Terrestrialization was type-wise in this match. So to see the Urshifu go for it now on this turn makes a lot of sense. Acrobatics threatens you. If it was going to be a Bleak Wind, that's going to be super threatening. So Terrestrialization for one and Spiky Shield for the other. But Tornadus, get the Tailwind while you can. Now the Tailwinds are going to be staggered by one turn, so when we get down the line, Peter should have a little bit of an advantage. Breaking Swipe does nothing into this Ogerpon, a little bit of recoil into the Roaring Moon, and to the Urshifu, not much damage at all. Of course, this means with the attack drop, it'll only be noticeable for the close combats, but going into the Tornadus, still a super effective hit. Feels like it has its full attack. Tornadus goes down.
Yeah, Peter may be hoping that a Breaking Swipe was enough to keep Tornadus around, but a super effective close combat is a ton of damage. Just cleanly picks that up into Tornadus. So you got the Tailwind up though, and again, this is sometimes the exact situation you want for your Prankster Tailwind Pokemon to click Tailwind, get KO'd, and get replaced by something that's a bigger threat, or in this case, more of a defensive backbone. Ogerpon doesn't mind fighting against this Urshifu when he can redirect water moves into Water Absorb, and also with -1 attack, maybe -2 attack. By the time that the Urshifu actually gets to move, you're much less worried about close combat. Meanwhile, Ogerpon Roaring Moon Regular is quite low. The -1 attack probably helps you take an Aqua Jet here, but you maybe have to be a little bit worried. You're going to be thinking about what if that's the play my opponent makes? Like, am I still happy? You don't want to lose Roaring Moon expecting that it would have attacked this turn. And I think we saw in the back, it's still Fluttermane, so you still have to also be, from Carson's side, worried about how you eventually deal with that Pokemon, knowing that you won't ever have a Tailwind advantage against it.
Especially, too, with the 4th Pokemon on Carson's team being something that wouldn't appreciate the Fluttermane at all. You got to be so aware. Urshifu not looking to get dropped, but the Regidrago, since it is a Breaking Swipe on the opposing end, instantly is going to be taking down to half of its damage. Of course, the attack drop doesn't matter, but that's going to be a double up into the slot. Regidrago, it sticks around, but on so little health. And the only moves it'll be able to go for are like the Draco Meteor or the Earth Power.
It won't be able to go for anything, right? Breaking Swipe is going to inevitably come out. It's going to be the first thing to move. So unless that Aqua Jet is enough damage, it's going to clean that up. And you can see the Regidrago is just so non-valuable that it's mostly being disposed of. Oh, it is enough.
It is! Oh, right. Not very effective. -1 attack. But Aqua Jet is enough to take down the KO. So that is going to be a big knockout.
Ivy Cudgel doesn't go into Draco.
No, instead targets down the Urshifu. So Regidrago sticks around. Ivy Cudgel's not enough. Critical hit from the Draco Meteor knocks down this Ogerpon. And all of a sudden, it's only one Pokemon left for Peter.
Okay, but is it one Pokemon that's going to just do plenty? What stops Dazzling Gleam from just sweeping this game? Urshifu's not going to stop it. Urshifu, that Steel Terrestrialization was really useful, but Urshifu's health is way too low for that to be relevant now. Regidrago wouldn't be able to take a Dazzling Gleam even if it was probably at full health. Meanwhile, the Ogerpon in the back, that's your hope. It's going to have to take Dazzling Gleam and get an Ivy Cudgel back.
Okay, well, we got the Detect on this turn. Of course, the speed interaction to the Fluttermane is so fast. And Moonblast instead, no lock into the Dazzling Gleam. It's only going to be these single targets, which opens up this opportunity for Regidrago to attack. Not too much into the Fluttermane, but again, it's going to be the fact it's locked into just a single target move. And Carson still has 2 Pokemon now that the Life Orb is taken care of 1.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this probably wraps it up, right? Because you don't even have to risk that Ivy Cudgel is enough damage here, because you can just follow me on this turn, take the Moonblast into Ogerpon, Surging Strikes for the Fluttermane, and pick up the win that way. Carson should have it now.
Yeah, and as you said, that follow me. Now Fluttermane is forced to target down into this Pokemon. Ogerpon gets dropped, but the Urshifu sticks around. And when you have something like this Surging Strikes to be dealing out this damage, you get 3 hits of the critical damage. Fluttermane was already taking some damage. 2 hits is enough. And Carson St. Dennis to take the set 2-1 here in Seattle.
Well, it's not often that it feels like the unlikely thing that the player up 3-1 manages to close out the game without losing it, but it felt on the brink there. Like Fluttermane might be able to pull that back from the edge, but instead Carson's able to close it out, finds the window with the follow me to get the Surging Strikes along with the extra bit of Earth Power chip from the prior turn, gets the KO under Fluttermane, wins the match, moves himself 1 win away from the top cut.
I mean, it was highlighted at the very beginning, but with these high offense teams, it could be 1 turn, 1 protect, 1 detect to really be able to turn the tides of the match. And for Peter, when you have Pokemon that have these choice items like this Fluttermane, once you're locked into that move, it's done, right? And we got to see in match 2 and 3 how that kind of was the downfall of this Fluttermane. In game 2, it was Terrestrialization saved by Carson that, yeah, was able to save these Pokemon. Now this single target attack and just wasn't enough to deal with the remaining Pokemon.
I think this was the devastating turn, though. I think Peter just did not respect enough the risk of the Draco Meteor coming out from Regidrago. There were multiple ways to make sure that was impossible, right? If you follow me to prevent Aqua Jet, then Breaking Swipe suppresses a Draco Meteor. If you throw an Ivy Cudgel into Regidrago, then that suppresses the Draco Meteor and makes sure it doesn't happen. But he didn't take any of these options to completely suppress it, let a little bit of that risk through, and was punished heavily, losing Ogerpon in 1 turn to that giant Life Orb boosted Draco Meteor from Regidrago.
I mean, I would love to know how close to not being a KO that Aqua Jet was, because that was a -1 attack. Urshifu, I know Urshifu has a lot of damage potential, but also that's something that Roaring Moon maybe could take, so I'm kind of curious if it was a roll, if it was always going to be KO, like...
I mean, it was a pretty low health Roaring Moon.
I know,
like it might have been close, but I think also there, you just don't want to lean on the damage roll. Maybe he just thought it was bulky enough, but yeah, there's other ways to make sure that that damage can't come through. You also remember that part of how the Roaring Moon got so low was hitting into the spiky shield a couple of times, so taking some extra recoil that way as well.
I mean, everything really adds up in a game that has the slimmest of margins, but I think for Carson, that was really well played. I love that we got to see, even though we were running back all the same Pokemon for Peter, Carson switching it up a little bit, that we saw very different leads in each one of these games, kind of different game plans for them leaning towards when they both kind of go for the same concept.
Yeah, it's interesting, that decision of whether to immediately lead your Tailwind. You can see both players going back and forth, changing it up between games. Game 3 was the first time that we got both Tailwind leads, but we didn't get both Tailwinds on turn 1 still, even at that point, because you've got to be thinking about that damage, because if you can get up in the damage trade, that can mean more than being up in the speed race sometimes.
I mean, for both of these trainers to make it at X1 throughout this tournament is so great. But Carson, I mean, at that point, we're so late in our Swiss, so like we're eyeing up top cut.
Yeah, just needs one more win in these next 2 rounds, but that's tough asking. You get difficult opponents in those last 2 wins to try to move into top cut. Meanwhile, it's not over for Peter either. He can try to win both of those rounds and get his own way into top cut.
I mean, if you've won 8 rounds of Pokemon up to this point, what's 2 more?
What's 1 more? Yeah.
Yeah, right? It's still one best of 3.
Yeah.
We've all won a set of Pokemon before, right? So it should be good, but no, I've been really excited to see the teams that we've seen throughout this. I mean, when we highlighted that Regulation F, we've seen a lot of the same old, to be able to see like these 2 high offense teams, but again, 2 teams with similar concepts but very different ideas is like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I mean, both are fast offensive tailwind teams. A lot of the same bits of offense, but just distributed a little bit differently. Different Pokemon that you lean on probably leads to pretty different matchup spreads against some of the other things in the format, but both getting to the same point of being X and 1 and then playing such a close match against each other.
Yeah, and I love like the common theme between these teams too, because you had highlighted again, like yesterday, like Rock type's just so good into this format. We get to see like Carson having the Rock Overbron, even if it didn't quite always get to do the most, like it was always like that threat, right? Because then the Tornadoes always had to go for the Terastallization. Like it kind of like telegraphed what Peter had to do.
There's quite a diversity of Rock attackers out there in day 2 today. I think Rose highlighted a couple of Iron Boulders that are in the format.
Which is crazy.
There's a few Hisuian Arcanines. We saw we didn't see the Gilmore, but it was in this match.
Here.
Had the possibility of it. Cornerstone Ogrepon, so quite a range of them. You know, it's quite good offense into the format when you have so much Incineroar, but no decisively ahead Rock attacker. Lots of different opinions on which ones to use.
I love that it was like kind of a handshake with a lot of people. Hey, let's bring their most interesting teams to Seattle and make sure we can have the best time possible. So I love that. But it's time to hear from the victor from our last match. It's going to be Carson standing by with an interview with Rose.
Thank you so much, Lynn and Sierra. I am here with Carson, the winner of our last match on stream. Carson, congratulations. How was that match for you?
Oh, I think it was really difficult. I think I had the matchup, but my opponent, I think, was just such a great player, and he really got the calls needed in the first game to keep me anxious, and yeah.
But I feel like in games 2 and 3, you did such a great job of leveraging that steel type Terra Urshifu, and you were able to get success to close out those games that way. So what was part of the adjustment that you made in between that first and second game that led you to that victory?
So I think that because I pushed Goldango the first game, he wasn't going to bring Glamora, so I was able to, I guess, rely more on Ursh there. And I think that I was able to create these little pockets of win cons. I thought that he was going to have to bring Flutter, for example, because to deal with my Regidrago. So I think that I was able to kind of seal off those games and also preserve my Ogrepon to kind of protect against that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the follow me at the very end after you saw the Fluttermane had locked into that single target attack as well. So perfect to give that Urshifu the breathing room that it needed to close it out. But I want to ask you a little bit more about the team composition, because in Toronto, I noticed you got top 128, which is fantastic, but you did use a bit of a different team with that Chanpao and the Raging Bolt. So can you talk to me a little bit about your thought process in terms of switching out your Pokemon and team for this event?
Yeah, so I mean, I can't say that I did this entirely. I don't want to butcher the person's name, but I think there was a player, he's Dutch. I'm just, okay, I think his name's Cohen, but if I'm butchering his name, I'm so sorry. But he actually had the adaptation of Regidrago and Ogrepon over those other 2 slots. And I think there was a bit of a difference there, but I mean, I kind of adapted those onto my team in my own style. But I think I've tried it and it's gone very swimmingly, I think. And I think Ogrepon especially has a really great spot into the meta.
Well, I would say you're 9-1, so I feel like you did get the meta call correctly. And speaking about that, Ogrepon, Rock-type offense has been such a key piece for a lot of players this weekend, but everyone's had their own take. We saw Glamora from Peter, but we've also seen a couple of Iron Boulder running around, and I'm a big fan of Cornerstone Ogrepon myself, so talk to us a little bit about that. Where do you feel like Cornerstone has been the most successful for you?
I think just having the versatility of Follow Me, and especially like as I showed you, not showed you, but I showed in the set, being able to, you know, close out those end games and kind of just get in those advantageous positions. How do I say it? Like, get into those positions where you can just seal off a win, or for example, if it's like a POW night. You can just follow me, Dragon Energy, right? And there's a lot of situations with it where you can just seal off things, but as well as you can attack things like Thunderous and I hate that thing, but like you can attack things like Thunderous and Urshifu, and it really deals with Tornter's very well.
Yeah, I love Cornerstone. I've been trying to look at how more people can kind of put it onto their team, but I feel like it does take a very special team to really make that Cornerstone work. So thank you so much for showing that off for us. Carson, our matchups have already been selected for the next round, so we want to make sure that you have a couple of minutes to just relax after that very stressful best of 3. So would you like to make any shout outs before we let you go?
Yeah, a few. So first to my girlfriend Leah for supporting me, the Connors for housing me. And then during the tournament, I want to thank Narret, Carrie Diortana, Marco Silva, Victor Medina, and I know, Taryn, of course. I'm sorry, Taryn. But anyway, yeah. But thank you to everyone who supported me. I really appreciate it.
I love that you have this international cohort behind you. Carson, thank you so much for taking the time, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see you a bit later. For now, we're going to head back over to Yuki to give us the keys to the game.
Welcome back to Yuki's Keys to the Games. I was going to jangle some keys, but I realized I don't have them on me, so I guess that's on my to-do list. Yeah, thanks so much, Rose and Carson, for your time to go through the matchup and, talk through some important things about the team. Very exciting matchup. I think yesterday we had a lot more slow-paced games, I would say. Like, we had a lot of Team Ludozo, Crest Bear, Porygon 2, a lot more slow-paced teams, but this was like, kicking off the day with some hyper offense, so I had to get some of my coffee to really keep up with the momentum of these teams. It's very interesting because also they rely on 2 different Tailwind centers. One is Tornadus, known for having access to the very strong moves in Bleak Wind Storm and having Icy Wind as a secondary way of getting speed control, so a much more offensive Tailwind setter. Whereas over on Carson's end, we have Whimsicott, which, by its name, a little bit whimsy, has more support options in the form of Encore, in the form of Light Screen. So even though they're both very hyper-offensive teams, they tilt very differently, even just from the Tailwind setters, but also based on how the teams are composed. In general, there's a lot more fast Pokemon over on Peter's end. We have the Roaring Moon, which we saw was a speed booster. We see Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Pokemon with very high speeds. Whereas on Carson's end, it's a bit more on type synergy. The Pokemon are a little bit slower, like Goldengo and Regidrago, not tend to be known as the fastest Pokemon, but really packing a punch and really be able to abuse their type matchups. So Regidrago, very strong Pokemon with the Dragon Energy spread move, able to basically hit everything for super effect, or for at least neutral damage or super effective on Peter's end, except for this one Fluttermane. However, Goldengo is the one that's able to cover for that with its very strong Steel type move, getting it for very super effective damage. So again, both very hyper offensive teams, but very different styles. Let's go ahead and look a little bit deeper into the teams here. On Peter's end, we have the Roaring Moon, which was a speed booster, which is very interesting to me, especially since it doesn't have Tailwind. It's not like it wants to be super fast to get Tailwind up as like a pseudo prankster Tailwind, but it must be very important for it to be able to outspeed a lot of Pokemon in Tailwind, such as, for example, the Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Choice Scarf in Tailwind, if they happen to be matching. Tornadus is also interesting to me because even with Covert Cloak, we've seen a lot of Tornadus with the protect move to be able to use it a little bit more delicately, be able to preserve it for key moments and setting up a second Tailwind, for example. But this one is rocking both the Icy Wind and the Taunt for more options for Peter. Over on Carson's end, we see a team that is, like something that we've seen a little bit more often. For example, Justin Tang, we've seen success using both Goldengo and Regidrago paired with the Whimsicott, and also rounded out with Ogerpon having access to the Follow Me, while also being really trustworthy with that sturdy ability. So let's go straight into the matchup here. Into the leads, we see Roaring Moon Tornadus versus Goldengo and Ogerpon. This is very interesting to me because you can see the mindset of both players. Peter's saying, okay, I want to get some immediate offense out from turn 1 with the Tailwind. I want to get that speed advantage ASAP. Whereas Carson's saying, okay, I want to get that spread damage going with the Goldengo, protect my Goldengo with the Follow Me option with Ogerpon to get a big Make It Rain off. There's also some big yeah, like immediate offensive pressure coming out from both ends. Roaring Moon threatens a knockout with the knockoff onto the Golden Go here, whereas the Ogerpon can go for a knockout onto the Tornadus with the Ivy Cudgel. And these are both pretty important Pokemon for both players. The Golden Go is one of the strongest answers that Carson has to the Flutter Mane on Peter's end, which is going to be able to do a ton of damage thanks to its access to, yes, choice specs. And whereas for Peter, the Tornadus is very important as a way of speed control, able to, yeah, go for maybe Terra Steel to take the damage better from the Ogerpon, but maybe he wants more options later to, yeah, terrestrialize a different Pokemon. So let's see how this turn plays out. We see Tornadus switch out, wanting to preserve Tailwind for later, not needing the speed advantage immediately, since, yeah, the Roaring Moon is already faster than both of Carson's Pokemon. And we see the Golden Go protect. So both players are preserving their Pokemon that was under pressure that turn. And it seems like both players are sort of reading into that, saying, okay, I know you're going to protect your Golden Go or switch it out, so I'm going to go for the Breaking Swipe to get the Sturdy off of the Ogerpon while reducing its damage output, making it a little bit less threatening on this turn. And also, Ogerpon on Carson's end attacking the Roaring Moon, saying, yeah, I know you're going to either Terra Steel your Tornadus or switch it out. So very interesting to see how both players really recognize and respect each other to say, yeah, I know you're not going to just let me get a free KO. Moving on more to the end game here, we see that, yeah, both players have used their terrestrialization. The advantage seems to be a little bit more on Peter's end, having three very fast Pokemon, whereas Carson's end doesn't have access to the Tailwind anymore since the Whimsicott is gone, and this Flutter Mane is looking really, really well positioned. A lot of Pokemon on Carson's end that are chipped down, able to get a Shadow Ball off. From Carson's perspective, he wants to get his Golden Go in next to the Ogerpon, since the Ogerpon is able to protect it from the Shadow Balls that are super effective to the Golden Go and is able to resist Dazzling Gleams, even though it's a spread move. But he's a bit of a pickle here, saying, okay, I don't know where the Shadow Ball is going to go. I need to be able to predict that this turn. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get that position going where where I can get my Ogerpon right next to the Golden Go. So let's see how this turn plays out here. We see the Ogerpon switching out, saying, okay, I'm hoping that you KO my Urshifu this turn so that I can get that position next turn rather than protecting the Ogerpon. However, Flutter Mane goes straight for the Shadow Ball into the Golden Go. You see Carson not looking very happy about that turn. And yeah, especially with the Tornadus being able to outspeed the Urshifu this turn and connecting a Tailwind, Bleakwind Storm is able to get a big turn off here. This second game, pretty interesting because the two different modes are present, but yeah, they're switched. So over on Carson's end, we see the Whimsicott come out first with the access to Tailwind, whereas Peter is saying, okay, I'm going to protect my Roaring Moon with my Ogerpon. There's an interesting team. There's an interesting turn here where, yeah, Whimsicott is able to set up a light screen, and that is able to carry Carson through the matchup with Flutter Mane, mostly dealing with special attacking moves. Unfortunately, we have the players sitting down, so I'm gonna have to cut the analysis short, but it was a really interesting matchup to see two players with really strong experience with the Tailwind hyper offense strategy and seeing them go up against each other. So don't go anywhere. We're going right into the next round with the casters.
Always love to hear the analysis from Yuki, but if there's a match about to be played, sometimes we gotta cut it short. We'll hear from him later.
Yeah, I think we're inspired by all the tailwinds in the last round. We're gonna go quick as well. Get into that next match.
I love it. Speedy quick, more VGC for us all. Of course, with us getting near the end of phase 2, we're trying to keep an eye on who is gonna be in top cut, and Terran Birdie undefeated. Locked spot.
Yeah, with only 2 rounds left, he's the only player who's already guaranteed that spot into the top cut. So impressive to come over from the UK, managed to go 10-0 in Seattle this weekend. Just really impressive stuff.
And of course, anyone sitting at a 9-1 record, you just need to win one more to make sure you're also going to be competing within top cut of the competition. Though this is particularly sad. Like, I mean, we just got to see Carson play crazy. At Colin, we've been able to see what he's done in the past. Ethan had a tremendous day 1. King Campbell as well. Joseph Ugarte, who's gotten some regional titles. Like, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough field. Lots of impressive players. You can see the matchups here. Lots of opponents that you wouldn't expect to see. I mean, for Terran, already into the top cut, but coming up against Colin, that's like a difficult such an impressive player over the years. And for on the other side, like, you just want to get into the top cut. Now you're having to face a 10-0 player.
Well, next match we're going to be featuring on our main broadcast is going to be Rachel Dakar going up against Joseph Ugarte. And again, win this and you are in to top cut. Both trainers have gotten top cuts throughout the season so far, but looking to make sure they can add another one to their list.
Yeah, Rushiel won top 8 already in this season, so trying to build on those championship points, build on that success, and maybe look for even more this weekend.
Yeah, Joe as well. We've gotten to see plenty of top cuts in the past this season off of Las Vegas. So different formats, different teams, and it's time to go into this. Smiles apiece for both of our competitors. Love to see that, especially because like a lot of people get serious at this point of the competition, but we're smiling. We're about to play some Pokemon. I love that.
Well, the 6 Pokemon on the left from Rushiel shouldn't be unfamiliar. If you watched EUIC a few weeks ago, those are the same 6 that took home the cup there. Meanwhile, I feel like Joe likes King Gambit. We've seen it once or twice from him.
Joe just can't run the most standard team out there. We always have to have a deviation, but feeling very confident with this core going into the event. Gaijin Fire is something we've seen on not too many teams as well, but this combination, I love that we get to see them in tandem going into this. And of course, duos like the Chien-Pao and Dragonite.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that can pump out physical offense. You have Choice Band Dragonite with big damage. You have the King Gambit with black glasses that can threaten so much, and then the Sword of Ruin to help it. But first, before we get there, let's talk about this team from Rushiel. There's a couple differences from Paul's that won a few weeks ago. U-turn instead of the high horsepower, for instance, on the Rillaboom, but mostly similar stuff. Focus energy instead of Swords Dance on Ogerpon's pretty interesting, opens up more opportunities for critical hits, but pretty similar team.
Yeah, and I love that there's a couple of different ways to be setting up if you get that opportunity up against an offensive team, right? The Raging Bolt, the Calm Mind, leftovers. You can get double the healing with the leftovers and the grassy terrain. And of course, another way to slow down a match, the Flutter Mane. We're going away from the Choice Spec, so this one is going to be that bulky deviation.
Joe has some tools that make the normal game plans difficult here, though. You don't want to be moving around with Intimidate or throwing out Icy Winds when you have to worry about a King Gambit on the other side and giving over those Defiant boosts. The Calm Mind defense, special defense boosts aren't going to be very relevant when you're facing down 5 physical attackers on the other side and an Amoonguss. It's just not going to be helpful, and I'm not sure you're going to have the time to play at that pace. A, if you can't use your mitigating things like Intimidate very easily, and B, because that offense from Joe's side is so huge. So maybe you've got to start looking at matching firepower with firepower, and that's something this team can do. Ogerpon looks like it's pretty potent here. Urshifu also really valuable, and then you may need the Flutter Mane to help deal with the Dragonite, because otherwise Extreme Speed looks so good against this team. If you see a Terra Normal Dragonite with Choice Band, Extreme Speed, and Sword of Ruin on the other side, and you have no normal resist before Terastallization, only the 1 immunity from Flutter Mane, it starts to look like a lot of damage.
And I love that you call out the Dragonite and the Chien-Pao and just the sheer amount of damage that Choice Band Extreme Speed can do, because I feel like that's kind of one of the first iterations of this duo we got to see within the Scarlet and Violet era. Then we've kind of gone away. Sometimes they separated. We see them on different teams. But going back to kind of a classic here, and I love this more kind of anti-meta-ish take on Joseph's team when you're calling out that you can't safely do a lot of things, game plans into this because of this King Gambit. Another Pokemon that is a little bit more reminiscent of the Scarlet and Violet of past. This one paired up with the black glasses, and of course you always threaten a priority with that Sucker Punch. A Sucker Punch, black glasses, not the Terra Dark for the extra boost, but still those two alone can pack a punch.
Yeah, no Terra Dark, no Swords Dance, so this is a little bit more flexible of a King Gambit. Can throw out Iron Head, immediately threaten a KO into Flutter Mane if it stays on the field for too long, and can have some defensive backbone. If you're worried about Ivy Cudgel from Ogerpon on the other side, you can become a Dragon type, fight a lot better there, just throw a Kowtow Cleave out in response. I think the Icy Wind, if you can avoid hitting into the Defiant, is pretty useful against a lot of these Pokemon. You'd love to slow down Gouging Fire. The Flutter Mane should be moving before it. You'd love to break the Focus Sash on Chien-Pao and slow it down. So I expect that could be a part of this match.
Especially too, this team doesn't have any iteration of speed control. You do have priority moves, double Sucker Punch, you have the Extreme Speed on the Dragonite, but speed control, this is one of the older Chien-Pao sets that doesn't have that Icy Wind, right? So if there is this opportunity for the Icy Wind to slow things down, that could be big. But there is ways to be protecting the Pokemon. You have the Amoonguss and the Ogerpon, a Rage Powder and a Follow Me. The ways to make sure that your attackers can be doing the most amount of damage.
Right, the Follow Me is pretty helpful for buying the right turn at the right time. Also doing even more to make Thunderclap very difficult to use. Raging Bolt looks like it would have such a hard time in this matchup, so we may just not see it from Rushiel.
I mean, going into this right away, that King Gambit making an appearance out on the field, and when there's an Incineroar on the opposing end with the Intimidate, that's a King Gambit right away with an attack boost.
Yeah, I mean, what a risk. Leading out Incineroar, knowing the King Gambit's on the other side, but some of that might just be respecting how difficult it might be to fight against the Qianpao lead if you don't have early Intimidate against it, but instead, King Gambit already off to the races, and crucially, with Amoonguss to support it, because you might say, hey, I'm okay with giving over that boost because I'll just have Urshifu on the field, and I'll immediately threaten close combat fake out to help with that. But now the Amoonguss can support there. You can use a defensive Trastalization to take one close combat. You can use redirection to take more, and you can really try to push this King Gambit, but it'll cost a lot of resources from Joe if he wants to do it, but it looks like that's the game plan. Dragon Trastalization, immediately King Gambit with that boost going to stay on the field.
I mean, it's a lot of resources, but once again, we are okay committing to try and take momentum early on in this match. No Rage Powder, though. Amoonguss instead is just going to be the target. Ruscio maybe thinking that it was just going to be Amoonguss anyways, maybe just trying to prioritize and get us off the field as soon as possible with a double up. Noticeably, no Fake Out coming out from the Incineroar either. So Flare Blitz, that is the follow-up. Amoonguss doesn't have to go for a Rage Powder because it was always just going to be the intended target, and Amoonguss goes down. Now, King Gambit, you have the attack boost. You've spent the Trastalization. Make sure that you aren't taking a lot of damage on this turn. You have to make the most of it. But Kowtow Cleave into Tapu, Pokemon that resisted. Urshifu takes the hit so well.
Yeah, I really like this game plan from Ruscio, recognizing that a part of the problem of the King Gambit is the support next to it, and so just prioritizing getting rid of it. Using Surging Strikes plus Flare Blitz to do that means you never activate the Citrus Berry, you don't take a defense drop on Urshifu, and you just get rid of it without having to worry about Spore or Redirection in the future. And meanwhile, like you said, you don't take much damage back because you've got 2 Dark Resists sitting on your side of the field. 2 Dark and Steel Resist.
All right, so the King Gambit doesn't do too much. Dragonite on the opposing end definitely can. Of course, with the Choice Band and the Stomping Tantrum is enough to just drop the Incineroar on this turn. And of course, the Urshifu doesn't take any damage, but we're going to even it up a KO apiece.
Quick damage trades coming out. This is just as fast-paced as that last game. 1 KO for both players so far. We do see Raging Bolt in the back alongside Fluttermane, so Fluttermane would be helpful against the extreme speed, but right now that's not what the Dragonite's locked into. It's locked into Stomping Tantrum, which makes it a lot more difficult to bring in that Raging Bolt. You'd immediately be worried about Choice Band super effective Stomping Tantrum, so instead Fluttermane hits the field. It is helpful for Fluttermane that King Gambit's already gone for Dragon Trastalization, so you have 2 choices of Dragon there, and you don't have to worry about defensive Trastalization from Dragonite, so you can get quite a bit of damage out, even with probably a more supportive, fast Fluttermane here. Meanwhile, Urshifu should also get a chance to attack. Should be faster than both of these Pokemon. You don't have to worry about any priority at the moment. You resist the Sucker Punch, and extreme speed isn't an option because of the lock into the Stomping Tantrum.
That's one of the things with that Choice Band Dragonite is, sure, you're dealing so much extra damage, but the Stomping Tantrum that looked so good into the Incineroar kind of falls a little bit flat now in the face of these 2 Pokemon. So Dragonite forced to kind of switch out to be able to lock into something different down the line, and Qianpao to hit the field instead. This is going to bring the Sword of Ruin to defense drop on the opposing Pokemon, and when you do have a King Gambit next to you with a priority move, a way to try and get around it, Fluttermane instantly drops to that, and that is going to be huge. That had so much pressure into this King Gambit. Probably one of the best ways to deal with it. Close combat brings it down to 1/3 of its health, but now Urshifu, it's already taken damage, and it has a defense and special defense drop.
Sometimes the best defense is the best offense. Joe stuck with 3 Fairy Weak Pokemon. No way to get a defensive Trastalization to help with that, but you know what? Just KO the Fluttermane, then you don't have a problem anymore. Sword of Ruin and the +1 attack from that early Intimidate on King Gambit, being enough damage to close that out. Meanwhile, yeah, the close combat does extra damage to King Gambit, but you're okay with this. This is a pretty valuable trade. King Gambit's still going to get to go out on the offensive again, and now you force Raging Bolt on the field, so you know what all the pieces you have to deal with are, and Raging Bolt just doesn't position very well here. It's weak to ice moves from Qianpao, the Ice Spinner, but also to Stomping Tantrum from Dragonite if it wants to do it. And then you have problems with extreme speed as well. The saving grace there might be that even if extreme speed can get to Urshifu, you'll buy time for Dragon Pulse. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. That's several turns away. In the meantime, you've got to first get rid of these 2 Pokemon out on the field, even get that Dragonite back out there.
And Terastallization for Ruscio finally within this match onto the Raging Bolt. Fairy type, so you are going to take a Sucker Punch a lot better as well in the end game. make sure, like, an outrage. So this is just a good one to be spending right about now, as well dropping weakness to ice moves. First hit Qian Pao, that's going to make sure it's broken. And with the priority, nothing comes out from this King Gambit. Ice Spinner as the follow-up. Defensive Terrestrialization is going to be showing up big, brings it down to about half of its damage. Now Dragon Pulse, super effective now with that Terrestrialization, is going to bring Joe down to his final 2 Pokemon.
A really strong turn from Rushiel to both dodge the Sucker Punch, not take any extra damage on that turn, use the defensive Terrestrialization to further mitigate the damage coming in, and then accomplish 2 pretty important goals. You get the Focus Sash broken on the Qian Pao, and you get the KO on the King Gambit. It was a little bit of a sitting duck, right? It was slow and low health, but when it's at +1 and threatening Sucker Punches, it's always still an obstacle to get over. And so successfully navigates that, gets it off the field. But meanwhile, now you have these 2 classic Pokemon together. Qian Pao and Dragonite can threaten so much damage. You immediately have the extreme speed threat from Dragonite into Urshifu. That probably means that Urshifu doesn't ever get to attack again. And then you got to be unsure what to do with Raging Bolt. Really dangerous to Thunderclap here. You probably just won't get a safe target.
And now that, although it pop off from Joe already, so Raging Bolt protects, but I think Joe's more than okay with that extreme speed into the Urshifu instead. As you said, Choice Band with that Sword of Ruin is enough for the KO. Free just momentum for Joe on this turn, 2v1 now, and Raging Bolt all by itself. Joe's 1 Pokemon away from closing this out.
Right, you can see the inputs from Joe. So the Sucker Punch and the Extreme Speed would have meant that Thunderclap couldn't even work. The risk was then the Dragon Pulse comes out. The Raging Bolt doesn't do either. It just protects itself. Joe gets the KO onto Urshifu and should just now have it closed up, because you've got to take an Extreme Speed and a Ice Spinner before you can even get a Dragon Pulse off. It's not a sure thing that Dragon Pulse from this more bulky leftovers Raging Bolt is even a KO into either of these Pokemon.
So yeah, we see it first off, Extreme Speed, Raging Bolt brought down to quite low health, and the follow-up Sucker Punch. Raging Bolt holds on with 3 HP, so we'll get to discover, all right, we'll not get to discover anything actually. Failed Thunderclap. We'll still have to wonder about that Dragon Pulse down the line, and Joe, we just get to go again, but this time secure the game with a KO.
Yeah, you can see the problems for Raging Bolt in this matchup with so much faster priority on the other side. Thunderclap is never a safe button to press. And so then you're in this mind game. It's like, I would still like the value of Thunderclap. Like, if I think it can land, then it's an option, but you can just get failed turns out of it. And meanwhile, Raging Bolt just going to get bullied down here, only ever having accomplished that Dragon Pulse in the King Gambit. Ended up being kind of a weak point for Rushiel here, because you go back, remember that it also is the thing that forced Flutter Mane onto the field. Because Raging Bolt would have been such a sitting duck into the Stomping Tantrum, it kind of forced Flutter Mane to be the bring in, which just let it get 1-hit KO'd by Sucker Punch on the next turn. So ended up being kind of a momentum trap for Rushiel here.
I mean, at this point, taking this opportunity to think about a game 2 with Raging Bolt, it will be a protect, but again, so low health, nothing to do up against this double priority that Joe has. So we can also pose that question about going into a game 2, what we can see, because you kind of posed already the difficulties with this Raging Bolt. So is it going to be a Pokemon adjustment going on forward, something that can maybe deal with the offense from Joe a little bit better?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Pokemon adjustment. Ogerpon obviously looks like it could have been fairly strong in this matchup, especially if you're willing to pair it with Rillaboom to get Grassy Glide priority online as well, so that you can swing out with that. I think the other adjustment to make is to, rethink how willing you are to give away that Defiant boost. At different points in that game, it looked like it was a bad idea or a good idea, right? On turn 1, it looked like it was pretty reasonable. You gave it up, but you didn't take too much damage. You got the KO into Amoonguss. You took an early lead. But then the Sucker Punch being a 1-hit KO into Flutter Mane, a Pokemon that we talked about before the match, can be so impactful here against Joe because he has so many very weak Pokemon, so many Pokemon that don't want to take Icy Wind. And so not being able to keep that Flutter Mane safe for even 1 turn was a high cost to pay because you gave up the Defiant boost on turn 1.
Especially, too, with this Flutter Mane, it is a bit more of that defensive set, but with it being a defensive set, we also see the Terrestrialization being into the Grass type, so it wasn't even like there was the option to tear it into the Fairy type, which would have been able to survive past that turn, right? So it was kind of a little bit of a tough one, so I'd love to see if it is going to be a Pokemon adjustment, bring something other than the Raging Bolt, or even just the leads, because also Incineroar, sure, the 2 Pokemon to start off was enough to take care of the Amoonguss, which you had highlighted of King Gambit next to the Amoonguss is an issue. But again, it wasn't enough to stop the King Gambit from getting away with it later on in the match either.
Part of the reason that early prioritization of being willing to lead the Incineroar to have damage against the Amoonguss and then going after the Amoonguss was so important was because Spore was such a big threat. Now, none of the Pokemon that Rushiel brought were immune to it because both grass types were left back at home. So that's another adjustment you could think about making, like maybe I shift it so that I don't have to prioritize damage into Amoonguss if I'm more willing to give Amoonguss free turns.
I mean, we'll have to see something switch up here going into game number 2 to try and take this to a game number 3 for Rochelle. A switch up from Joe as well. King Gambit led again, no support, but going into it, no switch up from Rochelle. So now Intimidate, that is again a defiant boost going over to this King Gambit. And when it's next to the Dragonite, this Dragonite isn't that multi-scale, it's the inner focus. So this Intimidate's just only helped Joe.
I mean, this is a terrifying situation for Rochelle because you don't even know which Pokemon is this going to swing out on the offense. King Gambit just got that boost, but he doesn't have great targets, and so you have to also be very worried that that's just going to be a switch to Chien-Pao, and Dragonite threatening massive extreme speed that you can't fake out would probably just be a KO into Urshifu, especially if you commit a Terra Normal. We talked about how there are no normal resists on Rochelle's team, only the Flutter Mane to try to take it, and so you can very quickly get into a point where Dragonite is just running you over. But meanwhile, if you don't respect the King Gambit now and let it have free damage, that could also be a problem. But yeah, no switch. Once again, the King Gambit going to keep itself safe from a close combat with the Dragon Terastallization.
Yeah, again, with the fact that it's the Dragon Terastallization instead of that Dark type offensive Terastallization, gives this King Gambit so much more staying power, especially against this duo. So close combat is just going to be a neutral hit. That's the defense lowered now going on forward. And even a follow-up from the Incineroar, it doesn't really have great staying power. Choice Band, that Stomping Tantrum does so much damage. It will get a little bit of recovery with that Citrus Berry, which could be the difference when you're sitting across from this King Gambit. But still, this King Gambit can pack a punch. Knockoff, though, it's going to do a little bit less with the Black Glasses later on with the Sucker Punch, which should be interesting, and even more so now. So combination of hits, not enough to be taking down this Incineroar.
An interesting turn, Joe maybe hoping to pick up the KO on Incineroar, but with the Citrus Berry, the Stomping Tantrum just wasn't enough damage, and so Incineroar stays on the field. Meanwhile, Urshifu did opt to drop its defense this turn, so it would have been a more vulnerable target, but no extreme speed, no targeting from King Gambit into the Urshifu slot. Instead, it gets away with that for free and is now threatening, despite the defensive Terastallization, a close combat KO into King Gambit on this turn. So that's going to force a Sucker Punch out that still does some good damage, but less than 50% to Urshifu.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same amount of damage we saw in game number 1. So King Gambit finally goes down. Notably as well, Dragonite sticks around on the field, not opting to reset. And with a double lowered defense coming out from the Urshifu, maybe Joe trying to make sure that you do enough damage into the Urshifu, you can try and follow it up. So Stomping Tantrum, Urshifu, -2 defense will go down. So trading 1-for-1 on this turn. Now Incineroar, last to act, will be a parting shot. So making sure that the Dragonite does less down the line, but still with the choice locked Dragonite, I don't even think a switch on the next turn is the worst idea.
Switch is not so bad, but this game is playing at such a high pace, so much damage every turn, that a switch is a pretty high cost. And so being able to force one is pretty helpful. You're also much happier to get Incineroar out into the back, knowing that the King Gambit is gone now. If you can get an Intimidate into Chien-Pao in the future, that could be pretty valuable. And in the parting shot, the one way to mitigate Dragonite's offense in this game, because you can't Intimidate it. And so I think a pretty solid turn there. And yeah, Joe could have had a much easier path to KOing the Urshifu with just extreme speeds starting from the first turn, but maybe thought the Urshifu was going to protect or switch and wanted to prioritize damage into Incineroar, and so ends up paying kind of a lot more resources to get the same KO along with some damage into the Incineroar.
So now we do get to see a run back of the Raging Bolt, but with the King Gambit gone and kind of the board state we're sitting down with Dragonite and Amoonguss, how does this switch things up? Because this Raging Bolt, we never got to see how much damage it could threaten into this Dragonite, and at -1, the Stomping Tantrum is still threatening, but not like the same.
It'll be an interesting decision to see whether Joe just sticks with it because it's still a good damage threat, but no, wants to get the boost back to the attack and get away from this Dragon Pulse. And so Chien-Pao is going to come out, but that's going to, not be the favorite thing to take Dragon Pulse either. A pretty high cost for this switch.
Well, at least, yeah, we'll have to see. Fake out Amoonguss, Dragon Pulse. It's not going to be a KO or potential of it into a Dragonite, but it's still a lot of damage. But Chien-Pao does have the speed going on forward.
Yeah, Chien-Pao has the speed, so you'd love to aim a Thunderclap at it, but this is such a risky situation. Both Rage Powder and Sucker Punch prevent Thunderclap. So this is that situation where you know how valuable it'd be if you could land it, but do you dare risk it? Meanwhile, Amoonguss is threatened here. A Dragon Pulse and a Flare Blitz would just pick up that KO if you think you can get away with it for a turn, but Chien-Pao is threatening a lot of offense. Looks like it's going to force a defensive Terastallization onto the Raging Bolt. Onto the Incineroar here, trying to keep it around through the turn.
I mean, big nods coming out from the opposing end, and sure, you might have dropped some typings, but with an Ice Spinner instead, Ghost Terastallization's not going to be helping you there. Incineroar goes down, second Pokemon taken from Rochelle. Have to see how much momentum this Raging Bolt can do on the turn, and Dragon Pulse will be out. So it will be a 1-for-1 trade yet again, and it's going to be ending up with just the Amoonguss Dragonite over on Joe's end.
This is a free turn for Amoonguss. This should just be a Spore. Yeah, so Raging Bolt paying a very high cost for this.
So yeah, the 2v2 going on forward, but it's kind of a 2v1.5 because Raging Bolt, especially too since it's already acted, it's required to sleep on this next turn.
Yeah, at the pace this game is playing, having a sleeping Raging Bolt is such a big cost. Now, Fluttermane, though, is probably the perfect Pokemon to have here because you don't have to worry about extreme speed. Makes it really tricky for Dragonite what to do here. And you can threaten Icy Wind that gets past the Rage Powder, or you can just taunt the Amoonguss to prevent Spore, so I think a pretty useful piece.
As well, it's going to be interesting because with this Dragonite, again, choice item locked, and the two ways to be hitting this Fluttermane are not necessarily the craziest options, right? So Icy Wind, so safe, a good chunk of damage into this Dragonite, and that's going to be the first turn of sleep now for this Raging Bolt, faster than the options on Joe's end. Forced into a Stomping Tantrum, how much damage is going to do? Not quite enough. With the combination, though, still not quite there.
Yeah, Joe must have thought that was enough damage because otherwise you Spore the Fluttermane to make sure it can't attack again, but instead doesn't pick up the KO. Now Icy Wind is going to get to go off again, and this is a situation where the Icy Wind speed drops onto Dragonite are relevant because it's not locked into extreme speed. If you can get Raging Bolt faster, then it can wake into a Dragon Pulse before the Dragonite can move.
And it's going to be a Rage Powder, but again, with this dual hit attack, it's not going to matter. Dragonite is brought down to just a little bit of health. If it doesn't wake up from the Raging Bolt, it will be redirected into the Amoonguss. That's going to be your bit of a saving grace there, but still so much done into the Dragonite. Is it going to be a wake up from the Raging Bolt, though? That's going to be the first question, and no, that's the second turn of sleep. Now Stomping Tantrum, Fluttermane so low, it's going to be down to a 2v1. But again, a Raging Bolt that maybe wakes up next turn.
Right, but wakes up with only single target moves that have to be redirected by Rage Powder, and likely takes 2 moves to KO Dragonite, or to KO Amoonguss rather, which gives Dragonite so much time here. Dragonite has escaped the spread moves, has escaped the Icy Wind with a sliver of health that should be enough to close this out.
And Amoonguss, center of attention. Raging Bolt does wake up, but is forced to target into this Amoonguss. And yeah, without a critical hit, Amoonguss sticks around. Stomping Tantrum now in return. This is full HP, but brought down well below half. One more will be able to pick up the KO.
Yes, it would have taken just 1 extra turn. The Raging Bolt waking up sooner, or maybe critical hitting the Amoonguss in order to get that KO, but now you know what's going to happen. Raging Bolt can only use a single target move that will be redirected by Amoonguss, and that Stomping Tantrum is coming. You would need so many turns of leftovers to get past it. It's just not going to happen. So Dragonite, with its reduced speed, is still going to be able to close this out.
Yep, so Rage Powder yet again. Make sure this Dragonite can safely go through the turn, as yeah, nothing coming out from this Raging Bolt. Stomping Tantrum, the last little bit of damage needed, and with that, Joseph Ugarte 2-0 to take the set and land himself here at top cut at the Seattle Regional Championships.
Oh boy, it was close. It felt like a lot of turns. Joe didn't get exactly what he wanted out of them, but he got just enough out of them. Didn't get the KO into Fluttermane, but was able to take the 2 Icy Winds and close it out with Stomping Tantrum. Get the Dragonite safe from spread damage with Amoonguss still relatively healthy, and find that end game.
I mean, what is that as well? I loved seeing the switch up, and King Gambit that looked so good in that game 1, not necessarily getting to do too much within that game 2. And it was also scary when you're staring down this Fluttermane that then wasn't taken care of. So it heavily changes what the Dragonite can do, right? But not enough was just crucial.
This was a huge turn as well, right? It's basically, if the Incineroar had stayed a fire type, it probably would have taken the Ice Spinner. So Joe, it was a full-on call-out that Incineroar was going to Ghost Terrestrialization on that turn, that the Terrestrialization wouldn't be used to protect Raging Bolt, it'd be used to protect Incineroar. Joe calls it out. Joe uses the Ice Spinner, picks up the KO, and gets that win and into top cut.
And I mean, to make a decision like that too, I mean, Joe's not afraid for going for those hard calls. And sometimes,
if there's one player in the field probably most willing to make that kind of big read, press that button, put it all on the line to say, I know what you're going to do, and I'm going to play not into what's on the field now, but into what I know that you're going to change the field into and make a game-winning play out of it. So impressive, so bold.
I mean, there's a reason why he's no stranger to the top cuts at these events, especially too with teams that are a little bit more unique to the current regulation, but again, are so Joe, right? When you see things like the King Gambit, the Dragon Knight, like, yeah.
Well, what makes it so Joe is that it gives him all of these opportunities to make those plays. So those big double ups, those sucker punches when I know you're going to attack, that extreme speed to get over your thunderclap, to always have the right tool that if he can see what you're going to do, he can outplay you with the tools on paper, and he can put out damage very fast so that if you make the wrong protect and allow a double target, you just lose a Pokemon. We saw that a couple times across that set. It's a very dangerous position to be in across the table from him.
I mean, I know this team is very similar, but not literally the exact same as EUIC, running back similar Pokemon. It was a team there was confidence in there. Maybe not quite the run that he wanted, but making the decision very last second to come here and run it back. It's been working out so far.
Yeah, working out pretty well, I'd say. On to top cut, 10-1 now, so yeah, very well played so far.
And then for Rushield, we still have another round of Swiss, right? So even if this wasn't a win, you're next in one. You can take the last one, Ren.
Yeah, it's not over yet. We still hope to see him in the top cut, got that one last round to make it happen.
I mean, as for right now, though, we have to go over and talk to Joe, who is now in top cut, and get his thoughts on the match.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Len. I'm currently joined in the lounge with a Top Cut member right here, Joe. Joe, how are you feeling?
Really good. Really good, actually. I've been feeling good about my play pretty much generally in all my sets. A lot of my sets this weekend have been 2-0s, like either way. Like my loss was 0-2 as well. So like my sets have been moving pretty quickly, but the team's pretty fast paced. But I'm feeling like really good actually about where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, you're using King Gambit, one of your favorite Pokemon of all time. I mean, you must be so comfortable using King Gambit at this point, right? Going into this matchup though, you know, it seemed like you were very adamant on defensive terrestrializing that King Gambit, making sure that it could survive, get some more damage done, even though, you know, it was kind of like launching not very effective attacks. Can you tell me about that strategy?
Yeah, it's a really good offensive presence, and you saw in like game one, even though it's Terra Dragon, it kind of incentivizes something like Moonblast going into it. So when I Sucker Punch Flutter, obviously it was just such a huge swing in momentum in game one, and then in game two, right, even though I burned the Terra Dragon, I was considering obviously burning the Terra somewhere else, but Terra Dragon to keep King Gambit on the field and keep more offensive pressure there, like especially kowtowing and Insins is like really easy ways to catch switches sometimes. So it's like, yeah, it's just very aggressive, you know what I mean? But it works out a lot of the time.
Yep, and then going into that, you know, game two end game, you kind of had that choice band Dragonite. What was your thought process going into those final turns?
I pretty much knew that. So there was like a weird like potential line that the opponent didn't go for, but it really just came down to like whether they made the call or not. When the Flutter Mane was on red HP, they technically had the option of going for Taunt into a Moongus, which then my correct counterplay into that would be Sludge Bomb the Flutter, Stomping Tantrum the Raging Bolt. But I was like, I'm a game up, and I don't want to like overcomplicate the thought process, because if the opponent doesn't see that, then I'm just gonna like throw away a game that like I can already have locked. Right? So I opted to go for the bit of a safer play there, and it ended up working out like just fine.
Gotcha.
So.
And you know, it ended up paying off, right? You were able to get those final KOs and secure yourself that victory. Joe, any other thoughts on the match that you want to talk about?
Not too much really. There was actually my friend Brady Smith. You know, obviously he's made finals at like regionals and he's won before. He called me yesterday after I went 7-1, and he basically was like, hey man, you like have a really good shot to win this. He's like, don't throw it away, like do your best. He's like, you got this. And like, I think that's really carried over for me into today. Like I'm playing like I'm here to win, and I'm going to win the tournament, right? And like, I haven't felt like this good actually, or like confident since like when I won Portland in 2023. Like I feel really good with my team. So I'm, you know, excited to see where that takes me. Obviously, anything can happen in Pokemon, but I'm feeling really good and like prepared for like everything.
That's super awesome to hear, Joe. Congratulations on your victory. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go relax before your next match. Before I let you go though, do you have any shout outs that you want to make to the viewers at home?
Yeah, shout outs to Mom and Dad. I know you're watching at home. I texted them a stream link right before I got on. All my friends, especially Brady for calling me. You know, it was a really nice call. We're very, very good friends, and he's one of the relationships I'm most grateful to have from the game. Of course, Sierra as well. You know, amazing getting to spend time with you at these events, and like, you know, obviously, yeah, just thank you for being you. And yeah, all my other friends who just watch and support. But I also want to give, this is weird, but I want to give a big thank you to my grandpa as well. He passed away in 21, but I always carry his memory a lot with me, especially when I'm going into like really hard moments or like, you know, really pivotal parts. And I think about him, and he's always on my mind basically, like when I'm in these kind of moments. So, you know, thank you to him as well, and to all my family. So
thank you so much, Joe. It's always an absolute pleasure to get to talk to you backstage here. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Yuki for Yuki's Keys of the Game. Take it away, Yuki.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to Yuki's Keys to the Game. And thank you to Joe for a very heartfelt message. It's so exciting to hear about like how people are, our players are supported by so many people in their lives, both in and out of the game. This matchup was very, very interesting. Both really strong players. Joe definitely not, a surprise to anybody to be on the stream deck here. A regional champion, multiple IC top cuts, very well-respected player. Rushel also not a stranger to the top competitive scene, having made multiple top cuts at regionals. And yeah, we can go right to the teams. Rushel using a team that is a lot more balanced, but as we talked about a little bit on the caster desk, there's a little different flavors of balance. Like, I think yesterday we saw a lot more of the, what we call Greppy flavor, was used by Stefano Greppi to win Birmingham Regionals Championships using Chen Pao and Landorus as the offensive pieces, whereas on what we see on Rushel's team, it's more Fluttermane and Ogerpon, which was first popularized by Justin Karras, getting top 16 at the regionals earlier this season, and later brought to big success by Paul Chua at the UIC. So not too many surprises here. On Fluttermane, I think we've had a lot of folks go for the pain split for longevity over the Taunt or the Thunder Wave, but this one, yeah, opting to have more options into both the fast Pokemon with Thunder Wave and Icy Wind, as well as Taunt for more of the Trick Room setters. And yeah, this Ogerpon is also very interesting, having the Focus Energy, being able to boost its damage output on Ivy Cudgel, guaranteed to have a critical hit after a Focus Energy, even despite any kind of Intimidates coming its way. So very interesting to see how these players adapts. These leftovers on the Raging Bolt, it seems like the consensus was that Booster Energy was stronger on Calm Mind Raging Bolt earlier on in the season, but with Paul Chua winning with the leftovers, again, very interesting to see how the meta has been adapting. Going over onto Joe's team, we see something completely different here, not at all balanced, much more offensive, but not the hyper offense that we see with Tailwind. It's being driven mostly by Qianpao, Dragonite, Gouging Fire, a lot of physical strength here. And the Amoonguss is something I want to call out here, very interesting, having the access to Grass Knot instead of something like Pollen Puff or Protect. I feel like Amoonguss is a Pokemon that has a 5-move syndrome where you want to choose between Sludge Bomb, Pollen Puff, Rage Powder Spore, and Protect. But Joe's saying, actually, I want to go for Grass Knot here. I want to have more offensive pressure with my Amoonguss, which seems to match the rest of his team. So let's go into the game one here. We see the leads come out for Joe being King Gambit and Amoonguss, whereas Rushel leads with the Incineroar and Urshifu. Looks really bad at first. King Gambit getting the Defiant boost immediately, having a lot more offensive pressure. However, the type matchup here is actually pretty favored over on Rushel's end. We see the Terrestrialization come out on the King Gambit, not wanting to take super effective damage from close combat, and Amoonguss not having to feel pressure to get Rage Powdered and go for the Spore instead. However, Rushel saying, okay, I'm going to ignore the King Gambit here. Actually, my Pokemon here have really good type matchups. Both Incineroar and Urshifu resist its Steel and Dark type attacks, so not going to take too much damage, even though it's got its Defiance boost, and finding that Amoonguss a little bit more threatening since both Urshifu and Incineroar are going to be susceptible to that Spore. So successfully getting that KO was big for Rushel, not having any Pokemon being put to sleep here, and having Urshifu go down to about 60% instead. However, the Dragonite comes out here, which is a really, really good matchup into both the Incineroar and Urshifu, resisting a lot of its strong same type attack bonus attacks. We come down to yeah, once the Dragonite wants to leave the field, being threatened by the Fluttermane here with the Qianpao. It was an interesting position before because even though the King Gambit was at +1 and holding the black glasses, a lot of these Fluttermanes are trained to be very, very bulky, sometimes going for the bold nature to raise its defense. So maybe Joe thinking, I don't know if I can get the knockout here with the Sucker Punch, even though I have that boost because it's trained to be very, very physically bulky. And I know that this Fluttermane is very threatening for my team because especially with the Terrestrialization coming out on my King Gambit, all 3 of my remaining Pokemon are very, very weak to my to the Fluttermane over on Rushel's side, and I don't have Amoonguss anymore to redirect its attacks. So Joe making a very heads-up play, saying, okay, I want to bring in my Qianpao to get the Sword of Rune active. My opponent doesn't even know what my 4th Pokemon is, so it's very hard for him to account for the possibility that I have the access to Sword of Ruin. And yeah, they probably don't want to go for like Taunt or Thunder Wave. They want to get as many Moonblasts off as possible. So yeah, Joe being very successful in getting that off here and gets a huge advantage in bringing this down to a 3v2. However, in the end game here, we see an interesting scenario where, let's see, it's going to be Chien-Pao Dragonite versus Raging Bolt, Terrasilize into Fairy, and Urshifu. There's an interesting power dynamic going on here where Joe is definitely favored from an offensive standpoint. Dragonite has access to extreme speed, being able to attack first before Raging Bolt and Urshifu, despite also having priority attacks thanks to extreme speed's priority, and also Chien-Pao threatening big damage onto the Raging Bolt. However, Raging Bolt is very, very bulky, so very likely for it to survive an extreme speed or an Ice Spinner. So Joe has to double it in order to get the knockout. And from Joe's perspective, he really wants to take down the Raging Bolt because the Raging Bolt is threatening the Dragonite with a Dragon Pulse, possibly able to get a one-hit knockout. And Rushal's perspective is to knock out the Dragonite, because once the Dragonite is knocked out, the Urshifu has a very, very good type advantage into the Chien-Pao. So he can force a 1v1 that way, and yeah, be able to claim victory with the Urshifu Chien-Pao 1v1. So it's a bit of a mind game here that's very difficult to make a decision in 45 seconds, where does Joe go for the double up into the Raging Bolt so that, yeah, his Dragonite can have a good matchup into the Urshifu, or does Rushal read that and protect the Raging Bolt and attack with the Urshifu so that, yeah, he can prevent the Raging Bolt from being KO'd by Chien-Pao Dragonite this turn, KO the Chien-Pao with the Surging Strikes, and then be able to face down the Dragonite next turn with the Raging Bolt and Urshifu. So a lot of like power dynamics going on here, but let's see what the players end up deciding here. Yeah, as we know, the Rushal goes for the protect on the Raging Bolt. We see Joe pop off here saying, yeah, I thought that you would want to keep your Raging Bolt healthy so that you can face down my Dragonite. Goes for the extreme speed into the Urshifu. Didn't need to double it down this turn. And that's how he clinches the victory in game 1. We go into game 2 here, and it's a similar scene where we see the Defiant being activated onto the King Gambit thanks to Incineroar, and Rushal leading with the Incin and Urshifu, saying, okay, even though the end game wasn't great there, I still like my lead combination of having 2 Pokemon really good into King Gambit, and I think I can just play a little bit differently in the mid to end game to not have that 50-50 come down. However, Joe is adapting and says, okay, I don't think my Amoonguss actually gave me that much utility in game 1 in the early game. It was facing down the Incineroar, which is not a very good matchup for it, and I don't want to risk getting it KO'd in turn 1. So he brings the Dragonite here, which has a great matchup into both the Incineroar and Urshifu. From a typing perspective, resists both of Urshifu's really strong attacks as well as Incineroar's, and also cannot be intimidated thanks to its inner focus ability. So already off to a completely different start for Joe's end, gain that Defiant boost while still maintaining a pretty good pressure from the lead. Let's see, and play this. Yes, and then we move to this scene here where we have the Chien-Pao and the Amoonguss facing down Raging Bolt and Incineroar. From Joe's perspective, he has an Amoonguss that can definitely get a Spore off if he wants to this turn. In order for Rushal to be able to prevent a Spore, he will have to attack with both the Raging Bolt and the Incineroar to get a KO. But that would mean that the Chien-Pao gets to attack. And if the Chien-Pao gets to attack, it has threatening damage onto the Incineroar. So Rushal has to decide, okay, do I want to get the KO onto the Chien-Pao with the Thunderclap? Because if he Thunderclaps, then the Incineroar is definitely safe to attack this turn, since, yeah, Sucker Punch is going to be resisted by the Incineroar, most likely going to be able to survive. But either way, it seems like Joe is going to be able to get a Spore off this turn. So the question here then becomes, okay, does Joe go for Sacred Sword or Ice Spinner onto the Incineroar? Because if he goes for Sacred Sword and Incineroar Terrasilize into Ghost, it's going to take no damage. Whereas if he goes for Ice Spinner and Incineroar does not Terrasilize, it's also not going to get KO'd, and then the Amoonguss will be able to felled by the Flare Blitz and Dragon Pulse combination. So kind of like game 1, I think both players probably want to avoid this kind of situation, but it's a bit of a 50-50 of what is the Incineroar going to do. So yeah, we see here that the Terrasalization is coming out here onto the Incineroar. We see Joe nodding again. So yeah, Joe very experienced in coming to these in the wire situations, trying to read their opponents and seeing what they want to go for in these 50-50s. So successfully gets a KO onto the Incineroar with the Amoonguss no longer threatened by getting KO this turn, and is able to get a Spore off successfully. But we still have one last pickle that Joe sees himself in, which is that he has a Dragonite that is at about 50, I would want to say 55%. And as we know in Pokemon, there's a lot of damage rolls in attacks. There is a small variety in how much damage a Pokemon can do. So in the turn previous, the Fluttermane went for an Icy Wind, which did about 45%. And this is what Rusho went for, because in case the Amoonguss goes for Rage Powder, the Moonblast would not get redirected towards the Amoonguss. He would still be able to do substantial 4 times effective damage into the Dragonite. And now Joe is thinking, okay, is my Dragonite going to survive? Like maybe I should just go for a Spore if the damage roll is not going to go in my favor. So this is a very crucial turn for Joe. If the Dragonite is able to get through this turn, then the Raging Bull over on Rusho's end will struggle to get through the Amoonguss, since most likely a Dragon Pulse, especially not boosted by anything like a Booster Energy, will be able to survive a Dragon Pulse. So let's see how this turn plays out here. Yeah, we see the Icy Wind come out from the Fluttermane, barely misses the knockout onto the Dragonite. So able to get a Stomping Tantrum off into this Fluttermane. Getting the KO, and with the Raging Bolt still asleep the previous turn, it's going to be 1 turn too late for it to just wake up now. The Dragonite has an opportunity to attack twice with the super effective Choice Banded boosted Stomping Tantrum into the Raging Bolt. And yeah, having to get through the Amoonguss with 2 attacks, it's just 1 turn too late for Rusho. So really well played game by Joe, adapting from game 1. Usually, I feel like when players win their first game, they say, okay, I'm going to make my opponent prove to me that he's able to, get through my lead from game 1 and see how they adapt. And based off of that, I will, adapt game 3, because I already have some margin for error here. But Joe's saying, yeah, I just didn't like how my lead went in game 1. I liked the way it went game 1 in the end because I won, but it was still a 50-50, and I feel like I can impose a little bit more pressure early on by not having the Amoonguss and having the Dragonite instead. So really well adapted by Joe there, and a very exciting match to watch. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be going to the final round of Swiss after a quick break.
Hey everybody, Dewey here on the floor with Gabby and Chalky, competitors 20 years ago in the Journey Across America Tour, a tournament that preceded my time. Gabby, you competed in the Mall Tour. Let's talk about your experience there in the Mall Tour.
Yeah, so basically you had to be one of 64 people to complete an online quiz. First, in order to qualify, it was a very strict qualification system. And then you just showed up day of. They had you line up. You stood in front of a GameCube and you just played Pokemon. It was honestly very nerve-wracking. It was best of 1 single elimination. I faced 2 people who were twice my age. First one I beat, I think it was 3-0. Second guy just exploded twice in my face, and I thought Protect was a bad move.
Can you tell me about the team that you brought to the Mall Tour for Journey Across America?
Well, you see, Protect was a bad move. So I actually ran Groudon Ho-Oh because you could run 2 restricted Pokemon at a time, but then you could bring as many as you want. So I also had a Mewtwo. And then I think the other ones were like a Venusaur for Chlorophyll and Solar Beam. And then I can't remember the other ones, but it was a fun team. I really liked it. I think I got the Ho-Oh from a previous Pokemon event distribution. So it was just like a really fun Sun spam team, which is kind of what I do nowadays. So nothing changes.
That sounds like a better team than Chalky ran in Battle in Seattle, if you ask me. Chalky, you also went to the Mall Tour. You won your Mall Tour, and then you qualified for the National Championships there. Can you tell me about your experience at the National Championships?
Yeah, so do you want to hear my Pokemon as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So I ran Groudon, Mewtwo, Shedinja, Quagsire, Jumpluff, and Snorlax. There was a lot of Kyogre there, so the Water Absorb was really great, and then Jumpluff's always just really fun. So like Gabby said, you would have to come first in one of the regional tournaments in order to qualify for nationals. So I qualified through Cincinnati specifically, and then there were a lot of them because it was multiple states got tournaments, and then there was also a last chance qualifier with 6 more people. So a lot of people that we actually know today, like the Morioka family, for example, also did really well in that. And then I finished, so I finished in the top 16. But much like the other one, it was a lot of fun, and I definitely learned a lot in between 2005 and 2006. We'll say that.
I could definitely tell from my interview with you earlier, we were like, I didn't know what I was doing. This one actually sounds like a built-out team. Gabby, you were also there to spectate the national championships. Can you tell me what it was like to be there, to watch this, 10th anniversary celebration of Pokemon as a spectator?
Yeah, I mean, it was the first time I had seen something like that, honestly. So they took over Bryant Park, which is a smaller park, but like they had the Thanksgiving Day balloon on display in the middle, so you could just like look up and there was Pikachu. They had a big stage where they were doing like stage shows. They had like professional cosplayers there. There was a huge event distribution. They gave away Flying Pikachu for the first time, and the line had to be capped like an hour into the event, and people literally stood in line for 12 hours for a Flying Pikachu. I'm not kidding. I did not. That was a decision I made. But no, it was just the first time I saw that many people who loved Pokemon together, and it was just a really fun day, and I decided I just wanted to keep doing that.
Chalky, what was your experience like, being able to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Pokemon with all these people that also shared your passion for Pokemon as well?
There's just nothing like being in a place where you're just surrounded by people who love Pokemon. And back then, I had a little bit more trouble finding people because it wasn't like you could just go up to a regional and see thousands of people that all love the same thing. So it was really inspiring. And it was just so cool to see all the strategies people came up with. So do you mind if I talk about the finals a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So it was Minba Lee versus Calvin Chan for the finals. And much like what Gabby was alluding to in a regional run, there was a lot of self-destruct was really popular in the meta. And so Calvin Chan was going for Snorlax to do self-destruct to try to get a 2-for-1 on his opponent, but his Clefable and Groudon were trained to live that self-destruct, and then Clefable used the move Counter. Now, for those who don't know, in Generation 3 for Pokemon Emerald, if you knocked out a Pokemon, you were required to switch into a new Pokemon immediately. It wasn't at the end of the turn like it is now. So Minba Lee survived the self-destruct, a Kyogre came in from Calvin Chan's side, and then Counter from the self-destruct went into the Kyogre, and immediately Groudon's biggest threat was just taken off the field right away, and then Minba Lee just ran away with the game. It was really something cool.
What a silly mechanic, and guess what? We can relive that because Fire Red Leaf Green just released on the eShop, right? This is the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. Gabby, I'm going to ask you this right now. What's your favorite memory throughout all of Pokemon history?
It's really tough because I've really found my family through Pokemon, and a lot of those memories kind of float around that. Obviously, I met my husband at a Pokemon event, and that was something really special. So if that's not number one, I don't know what is, but a very close second, honestly, was Bryant Park for JAA because it just felt like I finally found a place I belonged.
Chalky, any new memories?
So, fun fact, we actually met at a Pennsylvania Regional in 2009, but we were both on stage at the same time in 2006 because there was a point where all of the competitors got pulled onto stage at the same time. And then one of the announcers actually pulled Gabby on stage because they just really liked her May cosplay. So even though we wouldn't meet for 3 more years and start dating then, there's actually a photo of the two of us where we're both on stage at the same time that she found in her archives.
Super cute, super cute. Thank you so much for joining me on the floor. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here at the Seattle Regional Championships.
We got a short break for you because we are all ready to go again with our final round of Swiss in day 2 of the Seattle Regional Championships. The final test for our trainers and the final shot to make it into our single elimination top cut bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Scott Glaza, and we are very excited to take you through this next round.
It should be a lot of fun. I enjoyed that little animation we saw coming in here too. LeChonk, normally not a Pokemon we think of at VGC, but we did have an Oinkologne make it today. day 2 of this tournament. So good to see it showing off in its pre-evolved form.
Yeah, we have had some very interesting Pokemon make it into phase 2 of our competition, but we still have some incredible trainers that will be taking those Pokemon even further as we look at where our trainers stand after our 11 rounds of Swiss. Anybody that is at a 10-1 record has locked themselves into our single elimination top cut, and now it's really about focusing in on those trainers that are at 9-2 to see if they can get one more win to secure their spot in our top cut.
Yeah, top cut kind of starts early for these players where they're already in sudden death, and should be a lot of fun, a lot of really good players in this group, some interesting teams. Should be a lot of fun as we see the matchups for this critical round.
We are going to be focusing in on Mohamed Ibrahim versus Justin Tang. But as you take a look through this list, there are a lot of other players that are hoping that they can get this next round win. K-Sun, one of those players that actually had the more interesting teams from our phase 2 with that Bronzong and Okidogi. I think Grimmsnarl is also up there in terms of maybe some more unique Pokemon choices here for Regulation F. But of course, I think a lot of attention for me gets drawn to Emilio Forbes, one of the star players from the original Scarlet and Violet era. And of course, just from even generations of Pokemon GO, now comes back into the fray, and it might be a top cut for him too.
Yeah, just one of those players where it's surprising when he doesn't make it to the top cut. Truly among the elite there, and we'll have to see if some of these other players can start working themselves in that conversation with a big win here in Seattle.
A lot of other trainers that can maybe cement their own mark on Pokemon history if they can continue to get those wins under their belt. But this is the make or break. As we turn our attention back to Mohamed Ibrahim and Justin Tang, I think this is a story of two very different trainers. Mohamed doesn't have as much Pokemon experience, having a couple of showings at the Milwaukee Regional Championships and just coming off of a finish at the Toronto Regional Championships. But Justin Tang, this is a player that has so much history, so much stardom. First season in VGC as of winning 2 regional championships. Gets another one under his belt just a couple years later, and now has had the most explosive start to a VGC season that we have ever seen. 5 top cuts in a row, just falling short at the Europe International Championships, but this is where maybe he can turn it around and finally get another regional championship title.
Yeah, I think the rest of North America would appreciate him picking up that dub and taking himself out of the championship point stands with that direct invite. But as we see, as opponent's team here, it should be a lot of fun. We have a harder Trick Room team here with Torkoal with those choice backs, does so much damage if it gives the opportunity to attack. And indeed, if it's a little bit different than the ones that we sometimes see on the team with Imprison, which could be interesting in this matchup, as you'll see in just a moment. Some other Trick Room options here with the Hatterene and that single strike Urshifu. I was so excited to see yesterday finally showing up on stream. One of the things I was surprised to notice that I think I would have missed if you hadn't pointed out is that Technician on Smeargle rather than Moody, which we certainly appreciate as commentators.
Yes, it's going to be a lot easier to keep track of this Smeargle because sometimes those Moody boosts can get out of control in terms of what is getting boosted and what stat is going to be on the receiving end of a nerf. Now, I think the rest of this team is really interesting that you can see 3 Fire Terras, one of which is going to be on the more offensive side for that Torkoal, with the Indeedee and the Farigiraf taking that as more of a defensive choice. But then you also see the Amoonguss hate on this team. The Urshifu Single Strike and the Smeargle both having the Grass Terras.
Yeah, I mean, one of those Pokemon that's very difficult to play against for this sort of team normally, but both a lot of ways to avoid Spore and just a lot of ways to dish out the damage to it too. Several Pokemon this team Amoonguss is not going to do very well against. And yeah, I think another thing that we almost never see is that Healing Wish on Indeedee, potentially providing a very unconventional means of getting in a shirt switch.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really fun to see whether or not that ends up making an impact in this match. But we also have to talk about Justin Tang's team. This is a team that has caught a lot of people by surprise. Now, when you saw this at first Regulation F go-around, re-go-around, I guess, for Justin, there were more hyper-offensive choices there in terms of the Golden Go also being on this team. But the Regidrago has been a staple, now being alongside something like that Iron Crown and Indeedee that has really taken over Regulation F by storm.
Yeah, it's been so popular since we saw it do so well just a few weeks ago at the Europe International Championships. And, you know, one thing that's really interesting to me about this matchup is I don't think in, you know, better part of 13 years of doing this, I have ever seen an imprisoned Trick Room mirror. I think in this format, it has become a little bit more popular. I think in some past formats, it's been like a little cheesy to do the imprisoned Trick Room thing. It really does work in this format, but yeah, it's still uncommon enough of a decision that I've never seen it matched up like this. Sort of you'd think that would be the advantage of the player who is not reliant on Trick Room. So I think Justin probably having a little simpler of a matchup here should be interesting because you know, he can swing away without the Trick Room, but if he's committing to having to imprison, maybe you just kind of go ham if you're Muhammad and try to pick up a knockout and then activate the Trick Room later if you can survive long enough.
I think it's interesting, though, that there's small interaction here is that because the Ndidi on Muhammad's team does also have Follow Me, if you use Imprison, you actually take away the option for Justin's Ogerpon to use Follow Me, and maybe that opens up another door of opportunity. As we get into game number 1, Justin's going to lead with the Ogerpon Hearthflame alongside that Ndidi, and Muhammad has Hatterene and Ndidi. Oh, both of the Imprison users on the field at the same time.
Yeah, we have 2 Pokemon that know Imprison, 3 Pokemon that know Follow Me, and 3 Pokemon that know Trick Room. So, you know, we do not have a great variety in moves, but this is one of the more fascinating lead combinations I've seen. Both sides gonna have to guess if the other is actually going to use Imprison. Looks like Justin is not. It was all a trick.
Justin is going to use that Ndidi for a bait and switch and bring out the Iron Crown instead. Psychic Terrain being set up so nicely for it by one of the Ndidi that has hit the field. Quark Drive Boost going to give over a special attack boost, and now this Iron Crown is very excited to be out on the field to come and play. The Ogerpon is actually going to take a terrestrialization here into the fire type, and I believe both of our trainers are actually going to let this rip on the first turn.
Hey, you know, if you're afraid of Imprison, that's what you do. Just pick up those knockouts. So it should be a fun start to this one.
And see, there we go. Second terrestrialization getting spent. It's going to be a Fire Terra onto one of these Pokemon, and it is going to be the Ndidi. So doing its best Ogerpon Hearthflame cosplay. Maybe it will allow the Ndidi to actually survive through this turn. As Hatterene for Muhammad goes for the Protect, not going to take any damage, but the Ivy Cudgel from Justin is going to target into the Ndidi instead. To Fire Terra, a nice defensive choice to have, but it still takes about half damage as Imprison now gets used by this Ndidi. No more Follow Me's here from this Ogerpon Hearthflame.
Yeah, you can imagine Justin's still pretty happy with that one there. The terrestrialization able to save Ndidi from what otherwise would have been an early knockout, but kind of got the bait there, right? Where, okay, well, I'm not going to Imprison at all. I'm going to get Iron Crown out for free, and now threatening a lot of damage on the other side of the field. Muhammad does have wave after wave of Trick Room Pokemon he can send in there to try to set Trick Room up. 3 different Pokemon on this team who's able to use Trick Room, but it's going to be tricky to actually do that here. Terrestrialization committed now, which makes things a little bit simpler, and you know, Iron Crown's going to dish out some pretty serious damage here, even if it winds up needing to use a resisted move, although it probably won't.
Well, they say sometimes that the best things come in threes. So maybe there will also be another 3 that we can come together with for trios. But for now, it is going to be a Follow Me from this Ndidi. Wants to redirect away some attention from this Hatterene. Maybe we can actually see a Trick Room go up in this game number 1. But Ndidi is going to have to sacrifice itself in order to give this Hatterene a fighting chance. And Crown still is able to move. Now, this Iron Crown only has access to attacks plus Protect. It's not going to have anything like Calm Mind. As we see this Tachyon Cutter, I mean, this poor Hatterene doesn't stand a chance. Double hit, a 1-hit knockout, or a 1-move knockout, I guess, as that's a 2 Pokemon knockout for Justin.
Yeah, I think as we talked about a little bit in the pregame, this matchup's a little bit difficult to navigate if you're Muhammad, but Justin really did kind of get debated and outsmarted there, where kind of faked the Imprison situation, was able to switch out, get set up, get some free damage off on that first turn. This looks very different if Muhammad had made the read on the first turn just to use the Trick Room, but because Justin got that first turn right, this is unplayable. We're immediately going to see a forfeit.
It's tough because you see the Torkoal come in, set up the Sun, and that's just going to give a boost over to Justin's Hearthflame Ogerpon. No Incineroar on this team or any way to reduce that incoming damage just means that Ogerpon is about to get out of control. So I think the forfeit makes a lot of sense. And game 1 going over to Justin.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked to see Muhammad play that one out. Certainly wasn't going to win the game, but I do think this is one of those situations where there is some value in just spending a few extra minutes figuring out what you want to do here. I think what's really tricky about this matchup is that turn 1 is going to be really important. I think it's likely we see something similar to this in the next game where there's some mind games to start things off because there isn't like a super clear path for Muhammad to definitely get things going. But I think what's scary is the opportunity cost of that, right? You know, if Muhammad gets the first couple of turns wrong, we get what we got in game 1 where it's just over. I don't think think if Justin gets it wrong, he's necessarily all the way out of it. So pressure's really on Mohamed to get it right at the beginning of the game, especially because he's already down 1-0 here in this elimination match.
I don't think I would mind if Mohamed just tried to go for Trick Room on something, even just like follow me Trick Room or follow me attack. I think something will be better than just not really accomplishing much with that Ndidi in the first place. And as we load into the second game, it is going to be a run back of the leads for both trainers.
Yeah, this should be a lot of fun. So, like I said, there's a lot of ways the turn one could have gone last time, so I kind of see why both players have opted to go for this. But, you know, this is very awkward with the double in prison. We also didn't learn which Ndidi was faster because Justin switched immediately, so even if you assume it's staying in, that's a little bit tricky. I kind of wonder if perhaps the Ndidi on Mohamed's side of the field is a little bit quicker for him to have committed to the action that he took in the previous turn. So we'll have to see if both sides opt to do something different or the same. Looks like we've not gone for a switch this time.
We haven't, so this is already going to be different than the beginning of game number 1. We're still seeing the terrestrialization commit, though, onto this Ogerpon, and that's going to give a nice boost over to this Hearth Flames attack stat. Just one stage is going to be plenty to just allow this Ogerpon to start wailing away. The Ndidi is going to also mirror that terrestrialization, taking over the fire type once again. We saw in the game number 1 that this fire terrestrialization allowed Ndidi to actually take 2 Ivy Cudgels, made it a 2-hit knockout while this Hatterene is going to go for the Protect again. It's really now on Justin's Ndidi to see if this is going to be a big difference maker in this game. Ogerpon for now is actually going to miss its mark of damage into the Hatterene. So both Justin and Mohamed actually did kind of expect to see something a little bit different here.
All right, so it is what I was expecting there, where it was all a trick. There was the shockingly speedy Ndidi on this hard Trick Room turn. Really strange combination of events, but you'd think this time Mohamed will get Trick Room up and we'll get a little bit more of a game here. Not going to be able to knock this Ndidi out in one turn with this combination of Pokemon.
But I think this Iron Crown is under very little threat as well. With a nice defensive typing against this Hatterene, it can sit very comfortably on the field, so it makes it a lot easier for Justin to be able to make the decision to remove the Ndidi for now.
And that's an incredible switch for this reason. You're getting the Urshifu in there, keeping that pressure up. Now, assuming a Trick Room is going up in that other slot, but no, it's just a follow me. So things are going to stay a little bit awkward, although, you know, the Imprison still effect for the value that that provides.
The Ogerpon, while it's able to get a nice hit into this Ndidi, I mean, yeah, I kind of have to wonder here, what is Mohamed's game plan?
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled there because things are tricky now, right? Where Iron Crown not in a great position, but going to be able to get an attack off. I think it's fairly unlikely Ndidi is going to be able to survive this turn, and it's still likely to wind up in a situation like last turn where Trick Room doesn't get set up, there's no way to get it set up, and Justin winds up with a big speed advantage.
But he is going to just opt to keep this Iron Crown in. Means that this Urshifu is likely going to be able to get a knockout on this turn. But before that, we are going to see this Ndidi get knocked out, hoping that maybe this is going to be enough time for this Urshifu to do something else in this game. But one knockout secured already is putting Justin into a phenomenal position to try to close this out, making it harder and harder for Mohamed to actually get this Trick Room set up. Tachyon Cutter is going to do enough damage to this Urshifu that any attack coming through from this Ogerpon on the next turn will be enough to knock it out. So I think Justin is happy with this Pokemon trade.
Yeah, I mean, that's a ton of damage going the other way. And then critically, there's still no Trick Room, right? And it's looking harder and harder to actually get that off. Ton of damage going off that Wicked Blow, very easy knockout, but it is Choice Banded, so not going to be able to either protect next turn or switch to that Sucker Punch, which wouldn't work here anyway in the Psychic terrain. Also with Ndidi being knocked out there, that Follow Me is back online, although it's another thing I think it's fairly unlikely we'll see because, yeah, we should burn it down. And this is a very quick set there. We see the forfeit getting locked in, and Justin Tang has made yet another top cut.
Justin Tang, 5 top cuts already this season, falling just short of the Europe International Championships, but able to bring it back. He is still hunting for a regional championship title this season. An IC title would, I think, be even the cherry on top of an already amazing start. But he's been in the lead for these championship point leaderboards ever since we started 2026, and he's not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of wild to think where he just punches Sinkin for a top cut. He hasn't earned any championship points yet. He still has to win another round to have this event count on his best finish limit. That's how good he's been this year.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, he needs a top 4 to knock off a top 8 on the Ace of Top Cut performances. It's been absolutely bonkers. But yeah, this has been a really fast set here. I think Justin just had that critical speed, as you were calling out at the beginning. I think just the that nature of Justin's Pokemon being more on the speedy end of things. And Mohamed didn't get quite the right opportunity to set up Trick Room.
Yeah, and then it became kind of the round 12 any % run where that was about as quick as it goes because it just never became playable for Mohamed. That first game, I think there was just literally nothing he could do after that first turn where Justin just nailed the read. The second game was a little confusing to me, where I thought Mohamed played the beginning of the game pretty well, had the option to Trick Room there out. Maybe that wouldn't have been like an incredible position or anything, but at least I think it would have been interesting. I think going for that Follow Me instead was just game losing, where Trick Room basically gives you Follow Me anyway, because by changing the turn order, you're going to remove the same amount of attacks from your opponent on the previous turn or the subsequent turn. Not like you have to worry about Follow Me in that situation because you would have Trick Room active and Follow Me in prison, so you're still pinning the Iron Crown slot. I just didn't get that move. Maybe kind of the pressure on Mohamed there, kind of realizing, okay, I'm on stage, this is a huge moment, this is a really difficult matchup. Maybe just making a little bit of a mistake there, but still a really excellent tournament run. Nothing to sneeze at, getting to 9-3.
Absolutely. I mean, Mohamed, just taking a look at some of the historic performances, I was able to get top 128 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships back in October of 2025. And then at the Toronto Regional Championships, I mean, I think this is, by far Mohamed's best finish to date. And so I hope that he can still be very happy with what he's been able to accomplish at this tournament. I feel like now is the time. Hard Trick Room, I feel like, has been one of those archetypes which looks a little linear on paper, right? The objective is get Trick Room up, get your attacks off, allow your Trick Room sweepers to have as many turns in Trick Room as possible. But I think the path to get there can be more zigzag or be a little bit more fluid than people may think. It didn't work out in this particular situation because Justin's veterancy as a player, but Mohamed had to do some of that to get here in the first place.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's even Justin's play necessarily. I mean, not taking anything away. Especially that game one was very, very perfect for Justin. But I think specifically it was his preparation before the tournament, where if that Ndidi is not on Justin's team, if this is a more standard version of that whole Reggie Drago Iron Crown thing, I think it looks very different. But having in prison there makes this so much more difficult for Mohamed. If you're playing against a team where there isn't such a clear answer to kind of every means of setup, I think it makes things very different because, if you look at this team, there are 3 different Pokemon that use Trick Room. There's several different Pokemon that use Follow Me. There's a lot of different looks that he can provide to make things difficult to hard counter. If instead you're using a move like Taunt to try to stop Trick Room, that's not going to work very well against this team. There's so many different ways around that, but Prison is kind of just more like, no, I have turned off your things. You have to deal with knocking out this Pokemon. And I think even having the quicker Ndidi was really cool. It's hard to know exactly how quick it was because we know it was faster than another Ndidi. Right. But I think that's really smart there because at least it gives some outs in this matchup, right? At least it was possible. So I do think this is actually very good team building by Mohamed. It just didn't quite work out on stream this time.
Yeah, it's, I think, still going to be a great performance for Mohamed to continue to run with. I hope that means we'll get a chance to see him at further events. Seems like he's doing a bit more travel since, the Toronto Regional Championships now going into Seattle. So I hope we get a chance to do that later. But for now, let's celebrate our winner of this match, Justin Tang, in an interview over in the lounge with Dewey.
Hey everybody, Dewey here in the lounge with the winner of the last Swiss round, Justin. Justin, how are you feeling right now? You secured a spot in the top cut here at the Seattle Regional Championships.
Feeling great, especially after starting 0-1 and then being 2-2 for a while. We managed to climb our way up. I think it's been a while since I had a really awful start in a tournament and managed to climb my way back in a particularly hard schedule. And in fact, most of the matchups I was pulling were not prepared for. I have faced 0 Bolt Bounce, 0 Porygon, but I faced 3 hard Trick Room, more Cresselia than Raging Bolt. It's been a really interesting tournament. That's all I can say. And I'm just happy to be back here.
we had a little quick chat actually out in the hall earlier about how you come out here to the West Coast Regionals and all of a sudden you're facing things that you've never expected to see before. What's sort of been the toughest challenge that you've seen?
Toughest round so far? Or
toughest round, yeah.
Definitely my round 4. I saw the team sheet, I lose aside. I was really upset when I saw it. It was Light Screen Cresselia with Light Clay, Terra Fairy, Rory Moon. It was a Gouging Fire with leftovers, and it was Ogerpon that was faster than my Ogerpon there in this set. And the thing was, I almost was able to clutch my butt too, because that was so bad for me. And the thing is, like, in these matchups, I need everything to go my way. And in the end game of game 3, I double miss weak win. And I'm like, oh, okay, now it's over. And I was really upset. I was like, oh my God, not like this. So, you know, that was really rough. That was really rough.
But you overcame that. You know, you're all the way here, phase 2. You've secured your spot in the top cut. Let's talk about this matchup. You know, going into this, I think one thing that the casters and I were talking about backstage was you got 2 Indidis. It's going to be an Imprison battle. Who's going to face off to be able to get that Imprison off first? Just so you know, this is a throwback to 2006, but that was the format back then where you just try to Imprison with your Dusclops. So these 2 Indidis facing off to Imprison, what was your thought process going into this matchup?
I knew it would be a little rough because this is my third time facing Imprison Indidi this whole weekend. It was my win it in for day 2. It was my first round of day 2, and I guess it's fitting that it was my win it in for top cut. And every single time I was the slower Indidi. So it always came down to this really weird coin flip on if they're leading it with a Protect Mon, already protecting that other slot, and they're clicking Imprison Indidi. As we saw the game 1, it was over in a spot once I got the read right. Game 2, I'm playing another coin flip. Do I make the same play or do I switch it up? I get the play wrong. And the funny part was, like, I honestly should have lost it, but he told me that he forgot Room wasn't up. So I guess he had some stream nerves there, and it was totally understandable. It's a really, like, high stakes game because we're both talking about, it's like, the game, I think, is really decided on turn 1. Like every single turn. It was gonna be really fast set regardless because it's hyper offense versus hyper offense, and if you get trick 'em up with that team, it's really hard to stop. And that's why I had Imprison. Funny enough, I was arguably want to go faster in Imprison Indidi, but I was like, okay, if I go any faster than this, then I'll be outspeeding some Rillabooms, and I'm like, this is not worth it. But for this particular event, I had faced almost 0 Rillaboom, so maybe I should have done faster in DD. But you know, it's just funny to think about. So yeah.
Yeah. Game 1, you made the switch from the Indidi into the Iron Crown in order to get some more offense. That paid off. Going into game 2, though, you actually kept that Indidi in. What was your thought process on keeping that Indidi on the field instead of doing the same switch?
My thought process was he would read me to do the swap again, and instead of clicking Imprison himself, he would attack with the Hatterene and click Trick Room on his Indidi. So, because if he protects with the Hat again, I can just do the same exact play, and there's no drawback, unless he doesn't protect the Hatterene. Because that turn 1 only works at game 1 if he protects the Hats. So it was just a read that he would just not protect this time around. So, like I said, it's literally just flipping coins. That is just a hard trigger matchup. I accepted the fact going to the tournament. I was like, yeah, you know, I'll just put my odds. Hopefully I'm faster in prison. If not, then I'll just try to get every turn right from here. And thankfully I was able to do it for 3 rounds now. So, yeah.
Well, you know, you've made it here. You've secured your spot in the top cut. One thing that I actually haven't had a chance to do with you yet is actually do a bit more of an interview because of the fact that, you know, you were traveling on the day of when I was shooting. You were actually a player to watch.
Yes.
You know, told us about your thoughts going into this tournament and stuff like that. But, you know, how does it feel now that you've secured a spot in the top cut?
It feels great, especially after my UAC performance. By no means was it a bad performance, but I went in that tournament severely underprepared. Like, again, this is a very similar team I used at Toronto, but there's a lot of different pieces. There's a whole 2 new Pokemon. I betrayed my Goldango for Iron Crown, which I don't regret it because I think it's actually better in his current metagame. But I went into UAC with only 2 days of real practice. So I had to come up with a lot of game plans on the fly, and I think some of my losses were definitely shown at UAC because of my lack of experience. Like my first round of day 2, opponent played really well, but I definitely had better ways to play it. And after labbing out the matchup more after the tournament, it's just I had 2 weeks prepared for this. Feeling way better about that now. Obviously for some of the matches I pulled, didn't feel great in that regard, but prep-wise, feels great for it to pull off for the most part. And at least, I mean, I'm glad I left that hard trigger matchup for sure. That was something I was thinking LSC maybe more than 3 times was not my guess on that, but here we are. We did it.
You're here now. I mean, how much comfort would you say you have with this team in comparison to the team that you brought to EUIC as well as Toronto?
Compared to Toronto, I think Toronto's weird. I mean, Toronto, I definitely had more comfort with it because I had about 2 months of prep because they announced the format really early on, and then we didn't have any tournaments, official tournaments for a while. So I had spent a lot of time just practicing nonstop with that. For this tournament, I feel that although I had significantly less practice, a lot of the fundamentals I had the team are still applying. It's the same for Pokemon, Tornadus, Urshifu, Ogerpon, Rich Draco. Despite the different sets, they play very similarly. And now I have an Indidi Iron Crown mode, which, you know, it's not exactly like Goldango and Rillaboom, but it's still a Terrain Mon and a Steel type that's good into Terra Fairy Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
Right? So a lot of same principles there. Plays a tad bit differently, but, you know, I was able to transfer a lot of fundamentals, so it was okay. Yeah.
It's gotten you this far so far. Justin, it's actually the 30th anniversary of Pokemon this weekend. I'm going to hit you with a question right now. What is sort of like your favorite Pokemon memory throughout all of its history?
All of the history? gonna do like a non-competitive one. I'm gonna do one like way back then. Emerald was my first Pokemon game, and I never
Devastating
actually.
for me.
Yeah, I never actually beat the game officially my first try because when I was younger. I didn't know what HM moves really all did, so I had a really over-level Swampert, like level 70 or something. The rest were like level 20, like Gravelers and random stuff in there in the box. And then my Swampert only knew HM moves, and the thing is, like when I learned Surf, I was stuck in the sea for hours. I never actually got to the sea. So I remember I booted the save file one time. I was like, I want to replay the game. Actually, I saw like, oh wait, I never actually beat it when I was younger. So that's a really fond memory of me, the game.
Thank you so much for sharing. Justin, before I let you go relax, prepare for Top Cut, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make to the viewers out there at home?
Yes, I want to shout out for all of the people who helped me prepare with this team. Fede, Campo, and Sanby for the original build. Without them, I wouldn't have actually brought this to EUIC. Siddharth, Tekka, Carson Confer, Nicholas Donnelly, missing one more. Keanu, of course, like, especially Keanu, he spent so many times with prep. Everyone helped me prep with his team. Saddle Surfer couldn't make it, but his prep was really useful for UAC, and he was gonna come here actually, and we did so many lines together, and I'm really glad I was able to top cut with this. Unfortunately, I want the group to go too strong, and I was feeling really bad because I felt like Iron Crown didn't feel that call after how day one went, but after now, it's feeling pretty good, and hopefully we can get crowned that victory for today, so we'll see what happens.
You heard it here first from the backstage. Thank you so much, Justin. It's an absolute pleasure to get to speak to you back here. I love it whenever we get to talk to each other and we run into each other in the hall. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Yuki for Yuki's Keys to the Game.
Thank you so much, Dewey and Justin. Very exciting that we were able to get that Players to Watch interview during this segment, and congratulations to Justin for making it to Top Cut, and also to Mohammed for a very successful run with a very, very strong team. This is an interesting matchup because it was another instance of what felt like a champion versus challenger here. Like we have Justin here, who is a multi-region champion, whereas Mohammed, still trying to make his mark, win those regional titles. But it's also interesting because, Justin also started very recently in the Scarlet and Violet era. So, very exciting to see so many like newer players, relatively speaking, having so much success. And Justin may get another regional title this weekend, depending on how Top Cut goes. We can go ahead and break down the match up here. We see Mohammed using the hard Trick Room team, whereas Justin really leaning on Regidrago. I'm not sure if I've noticed Justin using Regidrago too much in previous regulations, but he's been really pumping that dragon this regulation, really liking that dragon energy, really strong attacks both on the spread and the single targets. So we can go ahead and go into the individual teams here. One thing that I thought was interesting about Mohammed's team is that the slot where the Smeargle is, I've seen a lot of Incineroar and Iron Hands recently as a fake out user, having not only just redirection as the option for getting Trick Room up, but also having a fake out so that you can just stop one Pokemon from attacking altogether rather than redirecting the attacks. Smeargle, very interesting because it can actually do both. It can do Follow Me to do the redirection, but it can also go for that fake out, and also has some threatening attacks like Spore to put some Pokemon to sleep that may be slower than it, and also having the option to do Decorate. So even after the Trick Room goes up, it has options to further boost the attacking power of the rest of the team. Everything else seems relatively standard for our hard Trick Room team. One thing that's interesting on the Indeedee is that it has Healing Wish. Indeedee is a Pokemon where the Follow Me and Trick Room seems to be pretty staple. Imprison, as the casters talked about earlier, is more of a staple in this format now, being able to counter the opposing Indeedees and reduce the options for Follow Me. So the only option, the only opens fourth slot tends to be going to Helping Hand, maybe a attacking move like Dazzling Gleam or Psychic. But Mohammed going for the the Healing Wish, which gives the option to let Indeedee faint so that you have an opportunity to bring in an attacker in the next turn so that you can take even more advantage of your Trick Room turns while letting it heal up. Over on Justin's end, we see, this more hyper, also similarly hyper offensive, but hyper offense using Tailwind. With that trusty Regidrago, interesting for me to see this Regidrago having the Dragon Fang instead of Life Orb, so wanting to give that slot to the Urshifu, saying that it's much more high utility for the close combats to be doing much more damage than my Earth powers, since Dragon Fang can only boost the Dragon type attacks. Everything else, seems to be what we can expect from Tornadus. Tornadus being Terra Dragon is interesting. We've seen a lot of Terra Steel picking up on Tornadus to have more, defenses against things like Ice-type moves and yeah, but Dragon also very good into the elemental type, so maybe Justin wanted to have a better matchup into the yeah, more elemental Pokemon like Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Incineroar. Going into this matchup, I think the one thing that everybody had their eyes on is the Indeedee here. So both of them have Imprison. They can imprison each other and basically lock them out of the game. A little bit higher utility for Justin, since that would mean that Muhammad can't get Trick Room up, whereas Justin doesn't really need to get Trick Room up in order to win. He has many other opportunities to be faster than Muhammad's Pokemon. So it's all going to come down to which Indeedee is faster if they were both to be led, because the Indeedee that's faster is able to set up the Imprison before the other one, so they can imprison the Imprison, which might be, yeah, a little bit of a tongue twister. So let's go ahead and go into game 1 here. We see the leads come out, and we see the Psychic Surge come out from Muhammad's Indeedee over Justin's, so this means that's either a speed tie or the Indeedee on Muhammad's is definitely going to be faster than the Indeedee on Justin's end. So definitely the onus is on Justin to make a call here, because the very safe play that Muhammad has is to protect with the Hatterene and go for Imprison on the Indeedee. Because Indeedee has the Fire Terra, look at that fire, woo, fire. If it has Fire Terra, even if the Ogerpon also goes for Fire Terra, then yes, the attack gets doubled basically through the Terra boost and also the embodiment aspect. From the Ogerpon, it's still not going to be able to KO this Indeedee thanks to the fire typing being resistant. So yeah, basically Muhammad's safe play here is to protect the Indeedee, go for Imprison on the Indeedee on Muhammad's end so that the Imprison on Justin's ends cannot go. So I thought it was very clever when, let me just go here into the next one. When we see that the Iron Crown is switching in for the Indeedee over on Justin and saying, okay, I know you're going to go for the Imprison here, so there's no real point for me to, yeah, basically get stuck and not be able to Imprison after you. So I'm going to switch on to my Iron Crown so that I have a lot of offensive pressure in the following turn. Basically hard calling that, yeah, the Hatterene is going to protect. It's not going to want to go for Trick Room, because then that makes it susceptible to Justin reading and saying, okay, I'm going to attack your Hatterene because I know your Indeedee is going to go for Imprison rather than Trick Room. So this pays off in dividends for Justin, because as we saw, the Terrifier Ivy Cudgel did more than half to Indeedee. So barring any kind of poor damage rolls for Justin the following turn, he has a pretty safe Ivy Cudgel into the Indeedee, and then the Iron Crown into the, attacking with the Tachyon Cutter into the Hatterene. Hatterene no longer having access to the Terra Steel to protect it from Iron Crown's attacks. So yeah, Justin setting himself up very well this turn. So in the following turn, we see that exact play coming out. We see the Follow Me coming out from the Indeedee. Maybe Muhammad thinking, okay, maybe if the Iron Crown can outspeed the Ogerpon, then I'll be able to, yeah, soak up the Tachyon Cutter, survive thanks to the fire typing on my Indeedee, and basically both attacks will go into the Indeedee, and the Hatterene will be able to safely get up a Trick Room this turn. But unfortunately, since the Ogerpon is faster on Justin's end, the Ivy Cudgel gets redirected into the Indeedee, and then the Tachyon Cutter is safely going into the Hatterene. So now there is, yeah, a... oh, sorry, that's next game. So that just leaves 2 Pokemon left over for Muhammad, which cannot set up Trick Room, so now he no longer has access to those Pokemon. So we can go now into the second game, where we see the similar leads coming out from both players, Ogerpon Indeedee on Justin's end and Hatterene Indeedee on Muhammad's end. It's a bit tricky. I'm curious to see the viewers back home if they have any ideas for any alternative plays between what the 2 players are probably thinking about, which is Justin going to go for the same plays, switching out the Indeedee and attacking the Indeedee, reading that the Hatterene would protect? Or is he going to go for the Imprison, saying, yeah, I don't think your Indeedee is going to go for Imprison this turn? And as we see here, Justin mixes it up, saying, okay, I think you're going to not go for Imprison this time. I think you're going to go for a Follow Me Trick Room, and stays in with the Indeedee, wanting to imprison the Indeedee. However, Muhammad goes for the exact same play, protects the Hatterene to be safe from the opposing Ogerpon, goes for his own Imprison, and then imprisons the Imprison. Let's see how many times I can do that Tongue Twister this weekend. So it's looking really, really good for Muhammad, able to go for a Follow Me Trick Room very safely the following turn, since with Imprison, you can still use the moves that you are imprisoning. So Justin Tang, yeah, switching out into the Iron Crown, saying, yeah, because I'm in prison with the Indeedee, I have nothing I can do, so I need to bring out the Iron Crown now so that I can at least pressure the Hatterene and the Indeedee once Trick Room is up, because the type matchup is very, very good. However, yeah, as we heard during the winner's interview, it seems that Mohammed was mistaken into thinking that Trick Room was already set up. Yeah, totally understandable and a very high-stakes situation. It's already very nerve-wracking to be in a win-and-in situation, but to be on stream, it's very easy to yeah, mistake those kind of interactions. So this completely turns the matchup on its head, because now Indeedee is at below half health. Same situation as the first game, where it's being threatened by an attack from the Ogre Pawn, so not going to be able to set up a Trick Room for the rest of this game. And because, yeah, the Trick Room setter is not on the field currently, there's just no way really for Mohammed to be able to redirect attacks and get a Trick Room up for the rest of this game. So that's how the House of Cards seems to fall for him. And especially since the Regidrago's in the back, we see that, yeah, Justin is able to clinch the victory here and go into another regional top cut. So yeah, congratulations again to both players, and exciting to see how far Justin will be able to make it and see if he can be crowned another regional champion. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be streaming the top cut next, just after this break.
Hey everybody, Dewey here on the floor. I am currently joined by Chalky. Chalky has been around in the community for such a long time right now, and we're here to talk about a tournament that not a lot of people know existed, the Battle in Seattle, all the way back in, what was that, 2005?
2005.
Tell me about the process of it, because the sort of like registration process was a little bit different, and also the format was a little bit different too, so let's go through that.
Yeah, so there were 36,000 players total across US and Canada, and they actually had online qualifiers. It wasn't exactly like what we have today, but basically they broke the US and Canada into 7 different regions, one for each of the Battle Frontier regions in Pokemon Emerald. And then the top 8 got past the first round, and then we had top 4 into the next round, and then the top 2 from the final round of preliminaries got to go to Battle Seattle, where we played at the top of the Space Needle in May. What was really fun about it was that we actually got Pokemon Emerald before it was released to the public, and they just sent us a letter saying, you qualified, you have to play on this game that hasn't been released yet. Go make a team, good luck.
So that's pretty awesome. Do you remember what frontier you were representing?
Yes, I represented the Spirits Frontier, which was the Battle Palace.
And this format was a little bit different, right? It wasn't the doubles that we're so used to seeing now in competitive Pokemon. It was actually more of a singles format. Can you walk us through that format?
Yeah, so it was singles. The Pokemon that we would traditionally call restricted Pokemon these days, there was actually no limit. We did have team preview. It was all done on the GameCube. And basically, the meta was basically all the restricted. So nobody ever had 6 restricteds, because usually people had things to synergize. Like, for example, Mike Papagiannis had Groudon with Exeggutor, for example. And then there was a lot of Kyogre, much like what you'd expect. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
What was your team that you ran here at the Battle in Seattle?
It wasn't my best work, I'll tell you that. So I was much younger at that time, and I didn't quite have a full understanding of what the game was capable of. So I actually ran up with a bunch of Pokemon that I just really liked. So I had Blastoise and Crobat and Umbreon and some other stuff. And I did not do very well once I got to that point, but I had a lot of fun. I met some really wonderful people. But yeah, and that meant more time to explore Seattle. And actually back then, right at the bottom of the Space Needle, there was this fairgrounds. So I got to party and go on a bunch of rides and stuff while other people were playing, but it was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I just want to let you know that Crobat's actually on the dream team of Pokemon that I'm forming from all the casters in their picks and stuff like that. So Crobat's a great Pokemon, and I don't see any problem with that. But thank you so much for sharing this like sort of piece of history that not a lot of people might know about. Before I let you go, though, it is Pokemon Day weekend. It is the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. That's why I'm doing a lot of this history stuff. But also for you, do you have a favorite Pokemon memory that you want to share with the viewers out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think people who know me will be probably tired of me talking about this, but EUIC 2022 was definitely one of my favorite tournaments. I mean, placement-wise, I did really well. I got top 16, so that was really exciting. But I also just had a really great time with some friends. I got to spend time with people I normally don't get to spend a lot of time with, and there was just a really warm, welcoming vibe that year, and I really liked it.
Thank you so much, Chalky. It's been an absolute pleasure to get to talk to you and know more about the battle in Seattle. Everybody stay tuned for more action here at the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships.
Gotcha! Quinsley!
Roy's ancient Pokeball resonated with my pendant.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 Seattle VGC Regional Championships. Guess what? We just finished our last round of Swiss of Phase 2, and we are getting ready to move into the top cut here at the Regional Championships. Dewey here in the lounge with Len, Sierra, and Yuki. How are y'all feeling? It's been such an amazing day so far, and it's only been 3 rounds.
I'm excited. 16 players going to be left for the chance to win this tournament after this round. 16 players moving into that single elimination bracket part of the tournament.
Yeah, it seems crazy that we're at this part of the day already. We've been really tailwinding our way through the competition. I mean, even more so on the horizon. It's a good time.
Players tailwinding their way through. There's a lot of Tornadoes and Winds of Cut out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's very interesting because I felt like day one, we saw a lot more slow-paced teams. We saw Team Ludozo, we saw Porygon 2, we saw Balance. That was what I felt like we were majority what we were featuring, but today it was like Tailwind versus Tailwind. Tailwind versus Hard Trick Room, like bam, 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 everything's over in like 3 turns. So like it's very interesting to see the different pacings, even though it's the same turn.
Yeah, even the match we saw with almost no speed control, Joe came on the top in another very fast, very damage trading game. We're seeing a lot of aggressive play, a lot less, part of that, there was no Rillaboom in the top 12 in usage in day 2. Like we're just seeing a lot less of that pivoting, slow-paced style of play.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at the sort of shift that Yuki's talking about right now. Top 12 Pokemon here in Phase 2. Of course, Incineroar takes the crown as the most used Pokemon in this format. Yesterday, it was the Urshifu and the Fluttermane in the top 2 spots, but now Incineroar has taken the top.
Incineroar up at the top, Rillaboom, though, completely out. Tornadus quite a bit up as well at almost a third of the teams.
It seems interesting because I feel like we put so much focus, especially within Regulation F being so balance heavy, right? We put a lot of focus on the pivot pals, right? We've seen so much of this double fake out to be able to set up all your supporting Pokemon. But with the rise of Amoonguss and then a lot more high offensive Pokemon. Rillaboom just being left completely off. I'm actually shocked it didn't even clear the 17.8 to outpace Qian Pao. I feel like that is maybe one of the craziest things to come out of the tournament to me, especially because you're seeing so many other duos here on the sheet. So that, I mean, poor Rillaboom.
But on the other hand, it's really interesting to see that, contrary to Rillaboom not even making it here, like, Incineroar is still king at first place. So clearly the value of Fake Out and the typing and Intimidate is very good for Incineroar. So yeah, maybe like Fake Out in general is less strong, but Incineroar is still being very good.
Such a good, like, core piece of support and like anchor to your team. Even when we saw that Tailwind versus Tailwind mirror earlier in the day, neither of the players ever brought it to that match, but both of them had Incineroar on the roster. Because if you need to be able to deal with teams that have the NDD, that are going to play with Trick Room, they're going to become more balanced, you need an option like Incineroar to fight against that.
And we've seen so much of the Indeedee, Psychic Terrain, etc., just kind of throughout the last couple of events of Regulation F. So another thing for Incineroar, whereas Rillaboom, it's kind of one of those Pokemon where sometimes you talk about Rillaboom being a good answer to Indeedee because you can override that terrain, but then evidently just not strong enough, being left off in favor of more of these offensive options, which is interesting. I want to go back to what you're talking about with so much Tornadus happening here in phase 2 of our competition, especially too when you look at the conversion to top cut. Like, this is a very high offensive tournament we're looking at.
Yeah, there's a lot of offensive firepower represented in that top 12. Not too many Pokemon that are there purely for bulk or support. That's damage on the board. And so teams then are leaning on just a couple of core support pieces. So you see Incineroar and Amoonguss at high usage because they're kind of the best at being the only supportive pieces on a team. Indeedee similarly, like best at being the only supportive piece on a team when you're otherwise going to play really aggressively.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we were shocked about yesterday was Indeedee breaching the top 12, right? But then now, actually going into phase 2, it's actually moved up in the usage as well. So, you know, it's exactly what we're talking about. I mean, we talked to Justin, he said that he faced off against 3 of those sort of imprisoned Indeedee Trick Room teams that have been so prevalent in phase 2 of the field, right? But guess what? That's just phase 2. Now we're moving into the top cut. We already know some of the players that have made it into the top cut, so we'd love to be able to feature them as well as some of their teams. Taryn Birdie, a player that we saw on stream yesterday. Let's go ahead and pull up that graphic right now as we see Taryn's team coming all the way from across the pond and across the country as well. You know, kind of that east to west difference. And here he is securing his spot in the top cut.
I think his team well represents one aspect of all the Tornadus in the field, and not all of them are on those full Tailwind teams like we saw earlier on in the day, like we just saw from Justin. Some of them are on these mixed Tail Room teams that have been really popular in Regulation F that can go fast or relatively slower with the Ursaluna and the Amoonguss that can, you know, play at a different pace to break balance, and that's part of how they've cleared the gap over balance so much in this tournament.
Yeah, I love how you pointed that out because I think Taryn has a different take on the Tailwind Bear kind of teams because there's absence of Porygon 2 here. Usually it's in that Flutter Mane slot, but opting to go for a much faster route and saying, yeah, I don't need to have access to 2 forms of speed control. Tailwind is enough for me. And this makes sense to me because it's just so funny to me to hear after Birmingham, he said, yeah, you know, I didn't do so well. I only had a 5-mon team Landorus, just like Landorus Therian just was not pulling its weight. And you find a different pal in Bear to go for that ground coverage. So a big redemption round for Taryn, so excited to see how far he goes in this tournament.
Especially too, we've talked a lot even early on in the tournament, and I love that you point that out with his last run not going too well replacing a Pokemon. We've seen at this point there's been a lot of people who have just like changed up the teams just a little bit, being able to truly optimize. And for Taryn, coming off of a result that maybe he didn't feel was so fitting for him, that went and won 10 rounds in a row here before finally dropping a set and finding himself in top cut. Like, the run back is real, and it was a trip well worth.
Yeah, and I remember talking to him yesterday. You know, I asked him sort of like, what's the difference between competing over in the European circuit versus competing in the American circuit? And it was really funny because he mentioned, like, you know, over in Europe, he felt like all these regional tournaments are very much business. And then over here, it's way more relaxed. So he's kind of like on holiday right now. And then all of a sudden, he's just holidayed his way all the way to the top cut.
I'd love to holiday myself to a 10-0 record someday. That'd be pretty nice.
I know, right? I mean, if it's been a vacation up until this point, surely the top cut's not going to be, right? Like,
this is when business locks in.
This is where you also got to get serious, Aaron, okay? Come on.
This is sort of when the holiday ends. It's like your pre-holiday trip is sort of like the Swiss phase, and then top cut is like, you know, all right, it's business.
Now I need to log in.
Now it's become the business portion of it, right? Another player to watch in the top cut, we featured him on stream just earlier, Joe Ugarte, piloting that team with the King Gambit, his favorite Pokemon. You know, he's no stranger to top cut either. Joe has been in so many top cuts. He's won regional championships, and you know, he's here. He's here to win.
This team definitely bucks the trend of a lot of what's in this tournament. There's no aggressive speed control in either direction, not a bunch of balance pieces either. This is Joe doing his own thing, a team that's very comfortable for him because there's a lot of familiar pieces, but very much Pokemon that you don't see other players using, like the Choice Band Dragonite.
Yeah, and we get to see a run back because you go back to, yeah, those are familiar pieces for him, and even just this team of 6 is so familiar. So again, coming off of a performance where he didn't feel like it was quite a representation of what this team can do, and I mean, it's working out really well. And even if this team does lack that inherent speed control of an Icy Wind or a Tailwind, there is a lot of priority options on the team, which still make it really difficult to go up against. You look at the double Sucker Punch with the Chien Pao and this King Gambit, as well as the extreme speed with the Choice Band Dragonite. There is still so much offense here, and it's not like you get a free hit at the offense, because then there's the Follow Me on the Ogre Pond and Rage Powder on Amoonguss to support.
Yeah, I love how much you point out how much he loves the priority, because you can see it in like the move choice as well in the Chien Pao knowing Ice Spin instead of Icicle Crash. Usually Chien Pao likes to run Icicle Crash to have the opportunity to flinch, but also crucially not make contact so you don't get hit by Rocky Helmet, you don't get hit by Spiky Shield, keep that Focus Sash intact. But he said, no, I want to keep hitting extreme speed, I want to hit Sucker Punch. You're not going to prevent me with your Indeedee. I'm going to Ice Spin and get rid of it. So I think that choice is very, very smart. But I am surprised he's holding the Dragonite, because I feel like King Gambit is more of his favorite.
I mean, King Gambit definitely is more the favorite, but the Choice Band with next to that Sword of Ruin, that is just so much offensive pressure. And I feel like, too, this team and just Joe in general, something that was highlighted within the match earlier was these 50-50s and not afraid to make these big, bold plays. And in a field that has so much of that high offense, and turns can really, the whole game can be dictated by one turn, I think that's an exceptional skill to have at this point.
I think Joe should be one of our favorites to win, because in a field with this much Tornadus, with this much Tailwind, having the Sword of Ruin, Terra Normal, Choice Band, Extreme Speed is a huge trump card in those matchups. When you can just ignore their speed control and pick your KOs with priority moves, it puts your opponent so much on the back foot. And Joe's the perfect player to find exactly where to put those to make it the most impact.
And Incineroar at 50%. You know what Intimidate hates to see? To find Pokemon on the opposing end, so.
An Inner Focus that doesn't really mind it either.
Yeah, right? So.
Of course, other players that we've seen on stream that have secured their top cut. We obviously, you know, got to interview Justin Tang in the last round. Justin Tang won his win-in to put himself on the, you know, top cut bracket right here. So let's take a quick look at Justin's team as well as accomplishments here. And of course, Justin playing a really hyper offensive team. I mean, that last game, 6 turns.
It felt like it in that match, right? I mean, we didn't get to see that much of the team because it's got to be one of the fastest, most commanding matches that we've ever seen on stream. But definitely a team that can pump out plenty of damage. That is Tornadus with the big attackers around it. We've seen Tornadus with Regidrago a few times today. But yeah, the combination of Hearthflame or Regidrago or the Iron Crunch is so much damage available at any moment.
And I mean, even if we didn't really get to see too much of this team or Justin in that last feature match, Justin has been absolutely no stranger to these top cuts throughout this season. The only top cut that he's missed out of every single event he's attended, which is basically a majority of them, was EUIC, which was still a really good run from him. So for Justin to find himself within another top cut to just kind of continue on with that dominance has just been so impressive, and I think really just shows a mastery of this current regulation.
Absolutely. And something I want to point out is his team choice, because I think what he's been writing the past few months in this format seems a little bit fresh to me from what he likes to pick, because I think of him as like, okay, Assault Vest Kyogre, Grassy Seed Slow, Golden Go, supported by Drum Beating Rillaboom. It's a bit more like pivoty, a little bit more position oriented, a little bit slower paced, but he's been writing Regidrago since day one of this format, pairing it with a lot of other offensive Pokemon. So it's interesting to me to see him like pivot into this much more hyper offense style, which I haven't seen in other regulations.
Yeah. Another player that we got to feature on stream that has made it through to the top cut, Carson St. Dennis. No stranger as well. I mean, I remember when I got to talk to him in Las Vegas, I was like, hey, do you remember me? And he's like, of course I remember you. And then he told me that he's now, you know, basically a grown adult. I was like, wow, I used to commentate you in the seniors division. So Carson St. Dennis, of course, no stranger to winning tournaments and stuff like that. Demonstrated earlier on in the broadcast, you know, what he's taking to this team. So let's talk about that.
in another Prankster Tailwind with Regidrago, some more consistency out of this format. And yeah, another player is also already top 4 to regional this season, so players demonstrating consistent success across the season. I mean, but very different pieces. We saw this when we compared Carson's team to the other Tailwind team he played on stream earlier in the day, but while most players are opting for Tornadus, he's got the Whimsicott, not much Golden Go in this format, but he's got it out there, so some different choices made that kind of give a different look and a different matchup spread for all the opponents. Maybe something they're just not as familiar with playing against.
I mean, there's so much Tornadus that are within the top cut, but there's only one at 11-1, and then the Whimsicott sitting at 11-1. So truly the Tailwind setter of them all. But I love like the core of this team, because something that was highlighted was the Golden Go with this Regidrago. You can force out terrestrializations with the Regidrago to really be able to capitalize with the Golden Go, and even just by themselves just offer so much damage. If you prioritize Regidrago's partner, well then you got a powerful Dragon energy coming your way. So this is a really tough team for people to go up against.
Yeah, and I love how not all Regidrago teams are made equally, because you need that steel type to be able to punish those fairy types that Regidrago really, really struggles into offensively and defensively. We saw that Justin paired with Iron Crown, and over here Carson is going more with Golden Go. So just a lot of flexibility in these hyper offense teams, which I think is interesting. And yeah, I also love how like the difference in achievement. We started in 2016, senior champion, top 16 2 years later. Now I'll take a little bit of a break, and then I'll get top 4 at my regional, and then I'm top cutting again. So it really goes to show that strong players with strong fundamentals, it carries over across formats and across games.
And he had the evolution of your favorite Pokemon in his player photo.
Tangrowth?
The Tangrowth.
Yeah, but it's all about Tangela for me.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
sorry.
Sorry,
of course,
buddy.
those are some of the players that were featured on stream. There are actually some players that we'd like to highlight that were not and have not been featured on stream yet. So let's take a quick look at Ethan Trejo, a player that has qualified for the top cut here, and what team Ethan is bringing to this top cut, and as well as Seattle Regional Championships. You know, it's a team that, let's take a look at it right here. It's the Urshifu, the Fluttermane, the another Indeedee, the Hearthflame Ogerpon, the Tornadus, and the Iron Crown. So very similar to what Justin Tang's bringing.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen these 6 Pokemon before. Definitely a potent set of offense, similar mindset here. I wonder how important it'll be over the rest of this tournament, the teams that have Indeedee and have the priority protection versus the ones that don't. Still a decent amount of priority running around between Fake Out and all the priority offense that we saw from Joe. So a piece that may be pretty important for certain matchups.
And I mean, this is a player on day 1 of the competition, such a strong team, and flawlessly made his way into phase 2 of the competition before dropping a couple, and then fantastic showing here on day 2 to secure himself in top cut. And we get to see kind of like the evolution throughout his time in Pokemon. You get to top 32, you know, top 64. Okay, we're bouncing back with the top 16 very recently at Toronto, and I love to see that evolution and able to capitalize on it once again.
These are back-to-back regionals at top 16, always an impressive thing to do.
Absolutely.
Yep, and of course, another player to watch. No, this player has actually been featured on other streams for other broadcasts at other regional championships. Kean Campbell. You know, this is a player, we've heard this name before, piloting the team of Dragonite, the Incineroar, the Qianpao, the Urshifu, Landorus Incarnate, and the Amoonguss. So there you go, the Incineroar Amoonguss core.
That's our top 16 Milwaukee regional
Lots of top 16 players here, yeah.
I mean, to be able to make a run like this with this team is good. I feel like Kian has normally opted into these teams that have a little bit more of that offensive pressure. Back when we had restricteds, a lot more with the Zacian and stuff. And, you know, high offense will make those big plays, sometimes punished by the team. But getting a little bit more consistency with a team like this, combined with a couple of favorite Pokemon, again, highlighting the Qianpao and just sort of Ruin to really be able to set up and enable things like this Dragonite, like this Urshifu, has been really key.
Yeah, I love seeing this team because it reminds me of a little bit earlier on in this format where Kerry won the regional with this core of Urshifu, Landorus, Amoonguss, and Incineroar. So I felt like a lot of teams were not respecting Amoonguss that much because it was not really that popular in the early parts of the format. And while he went for the Roaring Moon Goldengo route, Keon kind of adapting and saying, okay, I want a little bit more priority here, going for that Qianpao Dragonite, much more offensive core here. So really showing the evolution of the format and adaptability. And of course, I recognize him for the Kyogre, being a really strong Kyogre player in the restricted formats.
Yeah, and you know, the exciting thing is the last round of Swiss has ended, so now we have a bracket. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the bracket right now. Wow, my eyes are so bad. I cannot see that.
This is a full 16. We filled out.
No buys this time. Everyone's going to have to earn their way into the top 8 with one more win to get that, that big cliff in the championship points, that extra step up to top 8.
Ooh, I'm eyeing up player we didn't really get to talk about, Emilio Forbes, who's going to be playing up against Rushil, who we saw earlier on in a match. Ethan, who was highlighted for that day 1, going up against Justin Tang. Super excited about those matchups. Colin Heyer, as well as someone who is definitely no stranger to these runs or these events, making his way to top 16.
Ethan and Justin, it's basically a mirror match there, right? To
Yeah.
move into the top 8. That's got to be a stressful thing to go up against.
I definitely want to shout out Gary Kian here, a local player to Seattle, so definitely exciting to see local players also having success in their tournaments.
And a player who's always got some interesting
Yes,
teams. I don't know what spice he's got this weekend, but it's always something a little bit clever there.
It's no Oinkaloin.
No Oinkaloin?
It's no Regice, but,
I think it's got a Corviknight in it, right?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but I do, Gary was for sure a player that would always come to a tournament, and he's the first player that you look up to see what he's running. I mean, he brought Mewtwo to like a top finish in like 2016 or something like that, which is a nobody used Mewtwo back then.
You mean Mewtwo's not the most powerful Pokemon of all time?
No, and you can't also have 6 Mewtwo on a team, Len. Yeah. Did you know that?
No.
But yeah, this is a very exciting bracket. And Sierra, one thing that you mentioned is that, Colin is no stranger. I mean, he's top cut worlds before. He's always a threat in every single tournament. He's actually the #1 seed here in this bracket too, so he's definitely going to be a player to watch. And I believe that is going to be our first match that we're going to be featuring from this top cut bracket.
I mean, that should be a really fun one to watch, especially too. Some of my earlier event memories. I always remember back to OCIC. Rest in peace, OCIC. But there was an opponent on the other side of the field that just kept boosting their Pokemon over and over, and then I was like, "Are you not scared of this?" After he won the match, he's like, "No, because they just KO it." It goes back to the best defense is more offense, right? There's just the confidence there. Get to see the confidence going on forward, and again, I'm excited to see what he can do in his match.
Yeah, it's really exciting for me to see Colin up there, especially in first seed, because he's a very strong player. He's been playing a really long time, top 4 in Worlds, regional champion, but it's been a few years, I think, since he's won a big tournament like this, and to see him so well positioned right now, maybe going after that crown for this weekend is really exciting to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of players in that list of 16 who've got their eye on the top, who want to add that as the next notch in their story. It's going to be really fun to watch it play out.
Yeah. I think, this is going to be the last time that we're going to get to see each other in the lounge. I've already asked a lot of the other casters for the 30th anniversary, what their favorite Pokemon is to add to our dream team here. We're each picking one. I'm not going to tell you what we picked yet, so I'm going to make sure that we get your favorites. Len, what Pokemon are you going to be adding to our 30th anniversary dream team?
Well, a lot of people might expect it to be Tyranitar, and I think that would be a lot more useful to the dream team. But it's not going to be Tyranitar. It's actually going to be Fungus, who's my favorite Pokemon. Just a cute little mushroom. He's just a sad little mushroom who wants to find friends, but all he can find are inanimate Pokeballs, which is quite sad. And I am going to make sure that he holds an Everstone so that he does not become an Amoonguss.
Okay, all right. To be fair, Fungus did have some use in 2011.
If you ever wanted 2 Amoongusses, but we don't get 2 Amoonguss, we get 1 Fungus, and we get no Eviolite, we get Everstone.
All right.
Amazing.
So, Len, you're going to add Fungus to our dream team. Sierra, who is going to be the last Pokemon to round it out?
The favorite always changes, that's for certain. So I had to think about this one. But the current favorite, and I think a great addition to not just our dream team, but any competitive team out there for people looking to win, I'm going to have to pick up Slitherwing.
Slitherwing.
Yep.
All right. So, just so everybody's aware of the team right now, I picked Tangela. Yuki picked Crobat. Rosemary picked Sylveon. Scott picked Cresselia. Len picked Fungus. And Sierra has selected Slitherwing. So
I think we might be in trouble, team.
I can't believe Slitherwing is just easily the strongest
regional.
on the team. That's awesome. Let's go Slitherwing.
We've got 2 unevolved grass types.
That's true.
I don't think that's a good start.
No, that's not a
the
great start.
Eviolite, fight!
Yeah.
He's taking
No, Everstone.
Okay, no,
Get that Eviolite away.
But yeah, if you have a team that you think will beat our team of 6, Feel free to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Tweet out what you think, what 6 you're going to bring to beat our 6. It probably won't be that hard. It won't be that hard at all.
Do you not know how much first impression can do in the sun with a Slitherwing?
Who's gonna set up the sun?
Tangela, because it gets chlorophyll.
Oh, true.
Cresselia probably learns Sunny Day.
I've never looked. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, Crobat definitely learns Sunny Day. Oh, there we go.
See, we
we're cooking.
have options,
We're cooking.
guys.
Synergy.
We're cooking,
We have
we're
some
cooking, we're
options.
cooking, we're cooking. But that's enough for us here in the lounge. The players are seated. We are getting ready to jump into our top cut matches here at the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships. So take it away, Scott and Rosemary.
They might be cooking, but I do think we are cooked with that lineup of 6 Pokemon that we have put together. Do you want to take anything back?
No, I hate my girl Cresselia can definitely set up the sun for her friends. She also learns Rain Dance. I had to run that at regionals because I got just like absolutely dunked by Wolf at 2012 Worlds because I didn't have manual rain. So I had manual Rain Dance. Manual sun probably just the same, right?
Yeah, I think so. And then Sylveon is also there for the vibes. I think we gotta talk.
Please do some damage, Sylveon. We need your help. Otherwise, I have to put choice specs on Cresselia instead.
Listen, Hyper Beam on Sylveon with Pixie Plate and of course the Pixelate ability can one-shot Iron Hands with Assault Vest. So she can definitely do some damage.
Yeah, she's gonna have to.
Well, you know who else can do some damage? It is going to be these 2 players that you have on our stream. It's Colin Heyer versus Cody Sharp. Colin comes in with such a wealth of experience and knowledge from competitive Pokemon. 2-time regional champion, I believe in the senior division, and also, of course, no stranger on the international stage, getting that top 4 at Worlds in 2014, and the top 8 at OCIC in 2023. Cody, on the other hand, I mean, this is a breakout performance for him. Of course, came in with a top 32 from the North America International Championships in 2024. But before that, hasn't really had too many regional tournaments. And this is going to be by far his best regional to date.
Hey, your first big finish has to be your first, right? So we'll see if he's able to keep going here, making it to the top 16 already, a really good run. Tough opponent here with Colin. Not only a very experienced player who's just so consistently been effective, but also one of my favorite people to listen to talk about the game. I always love when he gets interviewed. Just such a smart, well-spoken fellow.
He is, and he's also really great at being able to actually examine a board state, figure out a path to victory, and give himself those outs in order to actually take it at the end of it. Let's take a look at the team. This is going to be a team of 6 that we saw get a top 8 finish at the Toronto Regional Championships back in our first regional of the calendar year in Regulation F. But this is going to have just a couple of neat tricks to it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty neat development of the format where we'd seen kind of the double bear tail room thing a lot more early in the format. This is a little bit harder on the trick room mode with Amoonguss and Incineroar slowing things down here in Fluttermane to kind of provide some quicker support. Lots of offense available with this team with both Ursaluna and Urshifu dealing huge amounts of physical damage and Fluttermane providing some threat on the special side. And then Cresselia here to kind of glue things together as well as Amoonguss and Incineroar. 2 of the best support Pokemon of all time, and then Cresselia the best support Pokemon of yesteryear.
I love it. I think that Icy Wind just makes this a much more interesting matchup between these 2 teams. You do have that form of speed control that is kind of otherwise missing outside of that trick room. Means that, we might actually see a bit more speed investment into something like the Ursaluna, just so that it has the option to play within both. The Icy Winds can certainly help out there and also do some nice super effective damage to the Tornadus and that Landorus Therian. I think this is a more unique choice. Obviously, we have seen Landorus Therian with the choice band on a couple of different teams in Regulation F, but I think the fact that it comes in with Intimidate and of course has multiple different options for its offense make it a huge threat in this meta.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun to see. I'm certainly enjoying this as an old guy here. I get Choice Band Landorus against Cresselia. Feels like I'm watching a game from a different decade here. I'll be curious to see if we do see an Icy Wind hit that Landorus, how much damage it winds up taking. I know in the old days you kind of had to train the Cresselia pretty aggressively to pick up a knockout on that, even with Ice Beam. So there's a real chance it can actually survive a couple of them. One thing that did not happen in the old days, having to worry about your Cresselia getting one shot basically by anything. 2 Pokemon on this team who can do some really serious serious damage to it in that single strike Urshifu and Flutter Mane. Colin gets to be a little bit more careful with it than maybe he would in the past, but you know, also these days I don't think Cresselia is quite as important on its team as it used to be. Going to be important here from a speed control perspective, but all the Pokemon on both sides of the field actually pretty good at brawlers, some sturdy Pokemon. Should be fun to see the players trading back and forth.
There's a lot of different ways that this could go. With Tailwind available on Cody's side, maybe we see that get negated by something like a Trick Room for Colin. And there are a lot of real big heavy hitters that are going to put in the hurt and really make our trainers think about how to use that terrestrialization. Let's get into game number 1 of our first match in our Masters Top Cut here at the Seattle Regional Championships. Cody going to be leading with Farigiraf and Ogerpon, and Colin has the Flutter Mane next to that Amoonguss.
So Flutter Mane out of the first attacker on Colin's side of the field, potentially going to be threatened by some damage here, but not in an awful spot. Of course, you want to be a little careful trying to, I guess, like Rage Powder maybe attacks away from the Ogerpon and have to terrestrialize first, but even if you did, Amoonguss not wanting to take any fire type attacks. So a little bit of an awkward spot to start out this battle, kind of for both trainers, since, you know, Farigiraf, while relatively safe, probably doesn't want to set up Trick Room in this matchup either.
There's still a way that I think this Flutter Mane can actually get some mileage, right? And that is with this Amoonguss being able to go for Rage Powder. You do have to pay a lot of attention to that Ogerpon, since the grass typing will allow this Ogerpon to bypass a Rage Powder if it comes through. But first up, got a terrestrialization here for the Amoonguss, taking over the Fire Terra. I was gonna say maybe this Farigiraf actually had something to hit it for super effective damage, but it does not have Psychic or Psychic Noise or any move of that nature. Flutter Mane is going to lock itself into Power Gem and actually do a nice chunk of damage to that Ogerpon, and actually survives the Ivy Cudgel as well. That is phenomenal training from that Flutter Mane to be able to do that, as Amoonguss is gonna follow that up with a Spore into the Farigiraf.
Yeah, trade with Trust and Love there, pretty clever there, where Flutter Mane surviving, obviously a big deal. It does tons of damage with those choice backs, and I was in Imprison, perhaps anticipating a situation later in the game where that would be useful, but with Farigiraf sleeping there, the Imprison will stay active, but kind of just a dead spot on the field. Terrestrialization on Colin's side of the field kind of looked like it did nothing, but covered for the option of Ogerpon attacking into the slot. Amoonguss probably important to Colin's plans later in this matchup, so even though it didn't immediately play dividends, it avoided taking an unnecessary risk there that could have put him behind early in this first game of the set.
And you also have a good defensive tear into something like, what if there's a Bleak Wind Storm from the Tornadus, right? I think that's definitely where we are paying attention to the remaining Pokemon that might come into the fray. But for now, Amoonguss is going to retreat, and Ursaluna taking its place. Not really a whole lot, I think, that's going to threaten it too much, except for something like a grass move that could have come out from this Ogerpon, as it does have access to the Horn Leech. But Cody's playing it safe, so I think Colin just having weaving in a really great opportunity to get this Ursaluna in for free and get that Guts activated immediately.
Yeah, you love this position if you're Colin. You know, who needs Trick Room if you can just cycle your Pokemon like this? Flutter Mane continuing to check that Ogerpon spot, and now Ursaluna is able to fire away into that Farigiraf slot. It has 4 non-protect moves, so it's not going to be able to stop this year. It's kind of one of the costs of Imprison. Typically, you want more utility moves in that slot, not able to defend yourself.
But this is not going to be fantastic, great either. You know, while that Ogerpon is going to remain on just a small chunk of health, it's going to be the Landorus that comes in that has to take these attacks. Maybe with a flying type, you're able to get around something like a Headlong Rush, but it's just a facade into the Farigiraf. Farigiraf wakes up, though, finally going to be available to the party, but with the Hyper Voice not connecting onto the Flutter Mane, you're going to do some pretty negligible damage to that Ursaluna as well.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, but Farigiraf not really doing a whole lot here other than helping out, I guess, by tanking the attack for its team. Flutter Mane damage on Landorus there a little bit disappointing. I wonder if this Landorus is perhaps trained to take those a little bit better there, because you know, it's really going to be a 3-hit KO. Flutter Mane could try to knock out the Farigiraf in this turn if it wanted to, though probably going to be trading itself in exchange if it wants to. You know, Taryn mentioned before, the Landorus for him was kind of a dead Pokemon, but actually looking pretty good this matchup. Gets a big Intimidate on that Ursaluna, which causes Farigiraf to survive, and then with the Amoonguss in the back already terrestrialized to fire, potentially gonna have some trouble facing down this Landorus later on.
But I think it's tough because the Landorus, well, this Ursaluna looks so juicy as a target. There is a Pokemon in the back that Colin can bring in that would be immune to those ground type attacks. and it's Cresselia with that levitate ability. Comes in and maybe is able to get the sneaky workaround to this Landorus, as Cody's also going to make a swap. It's going to be the Ogerpon coming in to sacrifice it itself. When that Farigiraf is also so low, it would go down to a Power Gem as well. Fluttermane gets off one attack. I think this is a trade that's pretty worthwhile though, since that Ogerpon is going to be one of the main sources of damage into something like that Ursaluna that cannot terrestrialize anymore in this game. And of course, the Cresselia just to have a little bit. But look at that, Colin's very happy to get this Cresselia in to get around that Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward now too, where Vislandorus is Choice Banded, so going to continue not to be able to damage this Cresselia for the foreseeable future, but with Urshifu entering the other slot, that helps clean things up a little bit. Cresselia not going to want to take a big Wicked Blow and doesn't have the option of terrestrializing away from its weakness because Amoonguss used it on the first turn of the game.
But this Cresselia still might be able to at least play bait, or like, you know, play gatekeeper a little bit, since you want to make sure that your Ursaluna is going to be the sweeper in the back. Farigiraf is already very low. For Colin, your main concern is trying to deal with this Urshifu with that Focus Sash.
Yeah, and I think that Focus Sash is also interesting here, where sort of a fun decision whether or not you try to attack with this Fluttermane. It is somewhat being checked by Sucker Punch, but Urshifu can attack both of these Pokemon, so Colin going to want to try to anticipate what slot Urshifu attacks into and take advantage of it.
Well, it's going to be Ursaluna on the switch-in. It's still going to be pretty vulnerable to something like a close combat from this Urshifu, but it goes for the Wicked Blow instead. Look at how Cresselia is able to take that, even though, of course, that's going to be a critical hit thanks to just how Urshifu's signature moves work. You do get the Icy Wind to get that speed control onto the Urshifu and the Landorus. So how is this Ursaluna trained? Is one Icy Wind actually going to be enough? And can it also withstand the Stomping Tantrum? It cannot. But the good thing here for Colin is while he ends up having to sacrifice this Ursaluna, he gets to bring in either the Amoonguss to try to get something like a redirection, or even just bring in the Fluttermane, and with that Choice Specs gets to lock into something different.
Yeah, it's sort of an awkward situation here. We're now, suddenly we're down to two Pokemon that don't deal a lot of damage in a very low HP Fluttermane. So going to be important for Colin to try to get back into a position where Amoonguss maybe can help protect this Fluttermane later in the game. Stomping Tantrum doing a ton of damage there after whiffing on the Cresselia. Well, that didn't look so good at the time, wound up paying off pretty well for Cody.
And Cody is still going to have terrestrialization ready to go. It's a Water Terra here for the Landorus. Saw how much damage that Icy Wind from the Cresselia ended up doing on the turn prior, and maybe that is going to give us an inclination of where Cody actually wants to utilize this damage. Cresselia is actually going to be faster with that Icy Wind speed drop onto both of these Pokemon, so it's able to get another one onto this Landorus as well as the Urshifu. Terra Water going to keep this Landorus around. Wicked Blow, though, to actually finish off this Cresselia, and I think that Protect ended up being a pretty moot point here for this Amoonguss.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it couldn't have done well, I guess Stomping Tantrum would have been real awful, so maybe not too upset about that one, where Amoonguss now, even with both of the Pokemon on Cody's side of the field at 2 levels of reduced speed, probably still the slowest Pokemon on the field. Fluttermane would have been the fastest anyway, so probably not a whole lot really happening there for the Icy Wind, but does at least allow a situation where you can Rage Powder away a single Sucker Punch, but things are starting to look a little bit bad for Colin here in this first game, especially after Stomping Tantrum fails once again.
We do have the Dazzling Gleam locked in for this Fluttermane. Means you get to do spread damage to both of these Pokemon. Fluttermane is naturally fast. It doesn't really get too much benefit from the fact that we do have 2 Icy Wind speed drops onto Cody's Pokemon. So hopefully this Dazzling Gleam can actually just get a double knockout. Going to be super effective into this Dark-type Urshifu, and the Sucker Punch is going to fail because of the Rage Powder to help protect its friend. Fluttermane, though, with the Dazzling Gleam needs to get a double KO, and it does. So it's just a Farigiraf left, and Colin should lock up this first game.
Yeah, all for nothing there, right? All you had to do is set the situation to avoid that Sucker Punch, and Farigiraf in the back is very weakened, not going to be even close to being able to survive another attack for this Fluttermane. So wound up trading a little bit better there, Cody did, to at least make the margin of victory a little bit smaller, but not able really to get back in a position there after the beginning of the game.
It's gonna be just one more attack from this Fluttermane to finish off the Farigiraf, and then we gotta start thinking about game number 2. Cody isn't even going to watch that last turn play out, as he's gotta prepare for the next game in this best of 3. I feel like Colin just had a really great handle on things, and I love the way that he just said, I don't need to utilize Trick Room. The Cresselia is gonna help me with that. Icy Wind speed drops really paying off dividends. Ursaluna, I bet, just based on how the Cresselia was trained, would have been able to do do a lot with those Icy Wind speed drops as well if it got the chance.
Yeah, I think the strange thing about that game is I think the mistake for Cody was actually knocking out the Cresselia. It should have been a double into the Amoonguss slot because you needed to get in the situation where you could Sucker Punch later. Got a little bit baited there, but otherwise it was a pretty exciting game there where I just think Colin played that one really well. I think this may just be a series where the beginning of the game is very important. Vergraf kind of just like came out and didn't really do anything, got spored, imprisoned, nothing, and it allowed Colin to get set up a little bit too much, get ahead in that damage race.
Yeah, I think the Imprison just didn't really pay off the way that Cody wanted it to. Maybe he was expecting Colin to switch in the Cresselia so that you actually can't go for something like the Trick Room on the subsequent turn. But Colin was also fine to not set up any sort of field effect, just wanted to get out that damage and try to take as many KOs as possible. So as we get into game number 2, it's gonna be Colin Higher leading this match with a 1-0 game win. But Cody already switching it up. It's gonna be double Genies there with a Tornadus in the Landorus. And ooh, Colin's also making an adjustment here.
Yeah, the Genies of healthy meta have returned, although they're looking a little healthier than they used to in the old days where, they're the stars of the modern era out here with Incineroar and Urshifu facing them down. And I Fake Out could potentially go into either of these slots here, although we do see the Covert Cloak from the Tornadus, so it's really the Landorus who's going to have to worry about it. Not able to protect as well, but does get the Intimidate down on both of these Pokemon.
There is Terrestrialization that can help to sort of levy against this Urshifu. You've got the Terra Water on the Landorus, as we saw in that game number 1, which would help give that Landorus a better matchup into the Rapid Strike. But for the Tornadus, it's going to be Terra Steel. Also very helpful, but then you have to worry about the fact that this Urshifu with the Mystic Water can change its attack. It's not choice locked into anything like we see from the Dark Urshifu the Landorus for Cody. He's actually just going to opt to utilize the Terrestrialization immediately. Incineroar, though, stopping it in his tracks for this first turn. So what does this Tornadus do? It just goes ahead and lets the sun shine. That is going to limit the damage output from this Urshifu, but I think this Urshifu is very happy that the Tornadus is not holding a Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, it could be worse, but not a lot worse, where Sunny Day, a really clever way to slow down Urshifu there, where it ignores most means of reducing its damage because it always deals critical hits, but the weather effect will still have the damage of these Surging Strikes, which is not even going to be a 3-hit KO. It is now going to be a 3-hit KO or like a 7 or an 8-hit KO, but it takes 3 Surging Strikes, which is pretty bad. And I like the Terrestrialization of the Landorus as well, even though it didn't do anything there. Not only does it cover for the option of the attack getting hit, but much like we saw with Amoonguss last game for Colin, it just makes it easier to switch it back in there where, if you stay with your original typing, it's really dangerous to switch in anytime Cresselia is on the field. So could help out later, even though it doesn't matter too much yet.
Incineroar is going to take a step back. It sees this Landorus on the other side, and Selphus is not going to save it from a choice band ground, same type attack, bonus attack. So Amoonguss is going to come in instead. Still a bit of under threat though, because if Tornadus uses Bleak Windstorm, for example, that is still going to be a super effective hit. Ball doesn't hit the Urshifu, it also doesn't hit the Amoonguss. Pretty big deal there for this Tornadus to not be able to damage that Pokemon.
Yeah, that's important damage that is missed there, and Colin ends up getting out of that turn completely free. I gotta be pretty happy with that one, where now potentially able to cycle Incineroar back in and further reduce Landorus' damage. It's already kind of not quite what it used to be in the old days, and being intimidated twice would really reduce its impact. However, the Pokemon on Colin's side of the field also not threatening a whole lot of offense here. Spore would be pretty powerful and still something you have to be concerned about, but Urshifu facing down the sun and a Water-type Landorus wants to get out of there.
It's gonna wait for that sun to go away, and then it will really be able to pack the heat part itself. But the Incineroar coming in is going to limit that Landorus' damage output again, and we saw that it wanted to lock into U-turn. So it's gonna be doing even less into either of these Pokemon. In fact, Amoonguss is not going to get knocked out. Gets us a little bit of damage there with the Rocky Helmet, but yeah, Cody just wants to try to make that pivot, and we'll see what Cody decides to bring in instead. Has to think about it though, because I think you gotta imagine, Incineroar coming back out, you have Fake Out as an option. So can you bring something in that will not just get, faked out? But Spore has to happen first, or Tornadus is not going to be able to even set up something like a Tailwind on the next turn.
Yeah, still making some progress there. Not a whole lot of damage going out in Cody's direction, but at least putting the Tornadus to sleep will make things a little bit easier for these Pokemon. Also, avoiding the threat of a Tailwind for now. However, Urshifu getting in for free is never something you like to see, and Amoonguss has been so weakened at this point that potentially, if it ever gets to actually swing, Urshifu could pick it up from here.
I think it's, you gotta just try to get something out of this, but I do feel like it's still a situation where we might end up seeing the Urshifu go for something like like a Protect. So if he does that, then can Colin get out this Amoonguss, or even try to just wait through this turn of Protect and bring something in on the subsequent turn. But I think it's a really hard call because your Tornadus is asleep. Cody doesn't even allow it a turn to just have to get through that first turn of sleep and brings in the Farigiraf instead. It's going to reveal the fourth and final Pokemon as Urshifu goes on the offensive into the Incineroar. That's going to leave it wide open. It didn't go for a Protect at all. So I think this Amoonguss is going to get away with something that's going to put Colin into an even better position. Tornadus is already asleep, and Urshifu is going to be next to follow as the Spore puts it all the way into Nap Zone.
Yeah, well, so Colin trades a Pokemon there, which is probably a little bit unlikely or a little bit non-optimal, but Flutterman getting in for free, and unlike Urshifu, it's going to love this Sun, going to activate the Photosynthesis here to help out and go along with its already powerful attacks from this Choice Spec. So now very quick, very powerful, and looking like nothing is going to be able to immediately oppose it here, potentially allowing Amoonguss to switch out this time or go for another Spore into that final Farigiraf slot and just, put everything to sleep.
Well, it's been a long day of competition, so I think some of these Pokemon definitely deserve a rest. And for Urshifu, it's going to be closer than not. Focus Sash going to help it stick around. Maybe it can go for something like a Sucker Punch on the next turn if it actually ends up waking up. But it's got to take that mandatory turn of sleep on this one. As Farigiraf tries to fight back, it's not going to be able to affect the Fluttermane, and it doesn't get the KO onto the Amoonguss either because it doesn't have that Throat Spray special attack boost yet.
Ooh, that's tough. And now yet another Spore is going to come down. There are 3 sleeping Pokemon on Cody's side of the field. And we kind of see the pitfalls of ignoring Amoonguss a little bit. That knockout on Incineroar previously seemed big, but the exchange for that is Amoonguss got to put 2 more Pokemon to sleep. And now Fluttermane's looking like it might start picking up some knockouts. Going to be the quickest Pokemon remaining. No way to stop that with the Tornadus, who's also asleep. And hey, even the Sun is gone now. Tornadus can't replace it. So once Urshifu comes back into battle, it's going to be more threatening as well.
It's an easy turn here for Colin to just go for Raged Powder in case there is going to be a Sucker Punch from the Urshifu. Or he could play it a little risky and try to go for more damage.
Yeah, you're probably not going to get one shot, but are you in a position where you need to take that risk here, right? The other advantage of switching Amoonguss out is while you would be risking the wake up and some Sucker Punch damage to the Fluttermane, getting the healing from a generator, but would make Amoonguss a little bit more impactful later in the game. So we do see Amoonguss escaping, healing up a little bit, and maybe more importantly, allowing Urshifu to get back on the field to help take advantage of this sleeping Pokemon on the other side of the field.
Well, Terrestrialization is going to come out as well as this Fluttermane means business. The Terra Fairy is going to boost up the damage of this Dazzling Gleam even further, and I think it's actually going to be a knockout into the Farigiraf, since you get that extra boost of damage to your Fury type attacks, and this poor Urshifu is going to be sleeping at the wheel. This is going to be a big Dazzling Gleam for a KO onto the Urshifu and almost a KO onto the Farigiraf. So maybe not quite enough damage for this Terra to push that over the edge. But this Farigiraf has got to wake up and fast, and it cannot do that on this turn.
Yeah, now it's just a wasted slot in the field here where we'll certainly be knocked out by a Dazzling Gleam on the following turn. It does help out by keeping Armor Trail on the field at least. I guess there can't be priority moves on this side of the field, but not too big of a deal. Where we likely would be seeing Surging Strikes here anyway. Landorus re-entering the battlefield, so able to get an Intimidate down, but I just don't know if it's going to matter at this point.
No, because I feel like it's just, I guess you could go for Surging Strikes here, but you could also go for Close Combat into the Landorus, and then the extra damage from the Dazzling Gleam is going to do neutral to both of, both the Landorus and the Farigiraf. Knockout here into the Farigiraf, almost a KO onto the Landorus as well. The bare minimum, this Urshifu should be able to finish the job that this Fluttermane started. As Urshifu lands the Surging Strikes, that's a sigh of relief here for Colin, as he can taste the victory, see it in his sights. It's just that sleeping Tornadus in the back that hasn't taken a mandatory turn of sleep yet, and Colin is going to move on to our top 8 of the Seattle Regional Championships.
A really clean set here where neither of these games were ever that close. Cody was able to take some knockouts, but it was never really able to get in a position where it looked like he could open up the game. Just really well played on Collins and sacrificing the right Pokemon, and yeah, this battle game locked in.
Congratulations to Colin Hire. A huge staple in the international championships and world championships of Pokemon, and coming back with a vengeance in this new era. Really exciting to see him as a part of this top cut, moving on to the next stage. And congratulations and commiserations to Cody. This is still a huge performance and one of the biggest performances for Cody to date after that top 32 at the North America International Championships. I feel like we still have more to see from him. But the way that Colin ended up playing this match, the fact that you've got a Mungus, the Cresselia, you just have so many different options that you have to think about and play around if you're Cody. It was a little too much to handle.
And Colin did a really good job throughout the whole set of just keeping Fluttermane on the field at the right time. Fluttermane was never knocked out at any point in this set. Did a ton of damage to these Dazzling Gleams. And Colin's game plan just seemed to be, okay, I'm going to wear down my opposing Pokemon enough, either by sleep or by dealing damage, that Fluttermane can kind of just come in and close. You know, the first game was a little bit close there, where likely trained to survive that Ivy Cudgel as long as it isn't a critical hit. But otherwise, there was just never any real danger there. And Mungus doing such a good job of protecting it, both by sleeping nearly every Pokemon on Cody's team, as well as using Rage Powder, or at least threatening Rage Powder, to pull Sucker Punch away. Really well played set by Colin.
It really was. And so Colin, get him to move on to the top 8. We still have to figure out which other trainers are going to be joining him there. But this is already a fantastic position to be in, and hopefully this is also going to just be a vote of confidence. I think Cody's team is not easy to play around by any stretch of the means. When you have the ability to go for Trick Room, go for Tailwind, you can play on both ends of that speed spectrum. You got to choose correctly, and I think the way that Colin ended up playing, even just a sort of a more passive game, it left him with a lot of different doors to walk through.
Yeah, I think to me it sort of kind of followed a theme of matches we've seen throughout the weekend, where I think Colin's experience really showed in that he understood how to close the game out. He was prioritizing the Pokemon that were most advantageous for him to prioritize. He got the sleep down on Pokemon that were really threatening. He knew how much damage he needed to put on Pokemon in order to put them in KO range for Fluttermane. I think it just seemed very experienced, like he was very practiced with his team, like he knew it well enough to improvise well. I think conversely for Cody, he had a lot of really cool tools on his team, but it didn't seem like he was always using them optimally at the right time. We saw that in Prison in game 1, that was a little puzzling, where it didn't really do anything. In the second game, he got that big knockout in Incineroar, but it actually was kind of the game-losing move by allowing Amoonguss to get carried away for the remainder of the game. It just didn't seem like Cody was as comfortable in that matchup as Colin was, and I think we've kind of seen that a lot. Trainers have struggled a little bit, where they're just kind of trading a little bit this weekend, but not necessarily trading to get to a point in which they've locked in a 100% win condition. I think Colin had a little more foresight than we've seen from any of the trainers this weekend. I think that's why he's our #1 seed, entering the top cut and moving on to the top 8 here.
Yeah, and also really showing us why Amoonguss is in the top 12 of our usage data for phase 2 of our competition. And it's going to be a Pokemon a lot of people will keep their eyes on. But for now, we are going to be able to hear from Colin Hire about how he's feeling after that match. So Dwee, please take it away.
Thanks, Rosemary. Thanks, Scott. I am currently joined in the lounge with Colin. Moving on to the top 8. Colin, #1 seed, top 8. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing, honestly. Like, getting top 8 is such a huge bump in the points, so it just makes, like, the rest of the season just feel even easier.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about your tournament run so far. I mean, you've made it this far. Your team, it's a little bit of a throwback. I mean, Cresselia is a Pokemon that was so strong, you know, way back in the days, and now you're using it right now. Tell me about this Cresselia.
So, honestly, the last 2 weeks, I used this team at UIC. I went 5-3. It didn't, like, go well for me. But going into it, I tried a bunch of other teams, and I just kept coming back to this one. And I was like, I don't know. I feel like I'm being baited by my love for Cresselia to use this team. And I wanted to make sure that it was the right sound team for me to use as a competitor and not be blinded by my love for Cresselia.
And, you know, you keep coming back to this team. What would you say is your comfort level with this, you know, team that you're using right now?
I feel like it's part of me, man. Like, when I'm playing out there, like, I see lines that, you know, I don't see with other teams. I see ways to win that it just feels so fluid, and so, like, yeah, just a part of me.
Yeah, Len and I were looking backstage with Sierra as well, and we were kind of commenting on how, like, you know, you have this option to just double Icy Wind with the Cresselia, the Fluttermane, and also kind of like just weaken things, and all of a sudden you send in your Pokemon to kind of clean up with the spread moves. Is that sort of like the main strategy with this team, or what other lines are you know, really thinking about here?
Just anything, like merging, whether it's just chipping things down with Fluttermane and then cleaning up with the Cresselia Ursaluna, or the other way around, chipping things down with Cresselia Ursaluna, playing early Trick Room, and then you come in with Urshifu in the late game and just pick stuff off. So it gives me so many tools as a player, and yeah, I just use them well.
That's super awesome to hear. Who would you say is sort of the star of the team right now? Is it Cresselia, or would you say that there's another piece of this team that you would say is the MVP?
I don't know. Like, I think Cresselia has been really good this tournament. There was a ton of Iron Crown plus Indeedee, and Cresselia is very good into them. So, like, for the early part of the tournament, it was definitely the Cresselia show, like, for the first 5 rounds. But I think overall, it's got to be Fluttermane. Fluttermane is a Pokemon that I love, and anytime I get to use it, like, I'm happy.
Let's talk about this matchup that was in your top 16 match. What were your thoughts going in team preview, and then, you know, what was sort of like the overall game plan that you had for your opponent?
It was honestly horrifying. Like, there was a Dark Urshifu. I hate seeing that guy. I hate seeing Imprison. Like, it just kind of clogs up my Trick Room strategy. If I want to do it, I have to play, like, you saw in game 1, I was dancing around. I never even pressed Trick Room, but I was just dancing around, weaving. So I was afraid of a lot of the tools he had, and I just had to be confident that I could just outplay him and play each turn, like, better than he could. And I feel like that was just my strategy, was just to, like, outplay and kind of force him into trying to stop Cresselia. Like, especially you saw in game 1, he led the Farigiraf, and Imprison turn 1, even though Cresselia wasn't there. So I think it was just a lot of, like, just weaving in the ebb and flow of the battle.
Yep, and then, you know, game 1 came down to your Mungus and the Fluttermane versus the rest of your opponent's teams. Can you talk me through that end game?
Yeah, it was just like, I just was trying to set up. I knew Fluttermane, even though it was like 7 HP, it still had enough HP to do damage. So I just needed to make sure I could Rage Powder and keep it alive. And once I got that Icy Wind off on the Urshifu, everything was in Gleam range, and I just knew I needed to eventually position Fluttermane next to Amoonguss, and I would just win.
Well, you're here now. You've made it to the top 8. I'm going to let you relax, but before I let you go, I'm going to ask you, 30th anniversary of Pokemon, do you have a favorite memory that you'd like to share with the viewers out there?
I would say my favorite memory was winning my first regional. Like, it was just so special to, like, put in all this work over, like, 3 years, and then to finally win one. And back then, all we got was a DS and a little trophy, and, I mean, that trophy means the world to me. And so, like, just getting my first win was, like, one of the greatest feelings ever.
2014 Madison, you know, that back then didn't even get you to qualify for Worlds immediately,
yeah.
right? So you had to go compete at the National Championships, and then you went to the World Championships that year and finished in top 4. So, you know, congratulations on that. Thank you so much for sharing that memory. Before I let you go prepare for your next match, any shout outs to the viewers?
Yeah, I got to shout out my girlfriend, Allie. She's been here the whole weekend supporting me. My mom, dad, and sister watching the stream at home. My buddy, Chemo, he's just been keeping me in, like, such high spirits and just, like, propelling me forward each round. And of course, all my other friends, Alex, Ragov, you guys mean the world to me, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Colin. Such a pleasure to get to talk to you. I'm gonna go let you prepare for your next round. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over to Yuki's Keys to the Game to break that down.
Welcome back to Yuki's Keys to the Game. Thank you so much, Colin and Dewey. Yeah, that was a really impressive game from Colin, like really showcasing his experience with Cresselia, and also just so exciting to hear the different like arcs that players have. Like, it reminds me of Joe's story where he said, yeah, you know, UIC didn't go so well for me, but, you know, I just really wanted to play. I felt like I had a lot of faith in this team, so I'm gonna keep it going. And it seems like Colin had the same thing where he said, I'm gonna believe in Cresselia. Cresselia's been there for me since day 1. So yeah, really excited to see that. We can go ahead and jump right into the teams here. So for Colin, yeah, utilizing that Cresselia that he really likes, paired with Ursaluna makes a lot of sense. Offensive and defensive synergy there is very strong. Opting to go with Icy Wind and Trick Room Cresselia. So a lot of players opting to have, for example, Indeedee with Trick Room, and then also Tailwind with Tornadus to have the speed control sort of, yeah, split between 2 Pokemon, but it's all on Cresselia. So there's a lot of pressure on this Cresselia to get the right speed control at the right time for Colin. So it makes a lot of sense that he need to have a lot of experience to use this team. Everything else looks relatively standard for a Cresselia Ursaluna team. We do see Tornadus sometimes over on the Flutter Mane slot, but as Colin talked about, he wants to use Flutter Mane as often as he could, and it makes sense with his choice specs that we saw that it got a lot of damage and ended up sealing the end game for both games. So also clearly having a lot of experience with these offensive Flutter Manes. Over on Cody's end, this is an interesting tail room team where typically that Fergraph is like an Indeedee, but it's a Fergraph, so there's no dependency on terrain to get damage. You see a lot of that coming out from the Flutter Mane, the Urshifu Dark. Urshifu Dark is a very interesting pick. We see a lot of high usage on Urshifu Rapid Strike, having a lot more versatility in offensive prowess since, there's no single type out there that resists both water and fighting, whereas the Fairy type can resist both Dark and fighting. However, there's a lot of fewer Pokemon that has the Fairy typing, so there's a pros and cons to both, and Cody chose to go with the single strike for his team. We also see the Landorus Therian, which did very well at UIC, getting second place, so continue to see it do really well, making top cut here at the Seattle Regional Championships. So I think my eyes here are on the single strike Urshifu. It's the biggest check that Cody has into the Fergraph. Sorry, not the Fergraph, the Cresselia over on Colin's end, on top of the Flutter Mane, although Flutter Mane typically likes to lock into the Fairy moves. So it'll be interesting for me to see how Colin danced around this Urshifu, making sure that its Focus Sash is gone before going for a Flutter Mane sweep. We can go straight into game one here. We see Amoonguss Flutter Mane over from Colin's end versus the Ogerpon Fergraph over on Cody's side. The Amoonguss looks really, really good here with the Fire Terra. It's able to resist both of Ogerpon's really strong attacks, even if it Terras to get a further damage boost. Being really well positioned to get a Spore off. You do have to make a bit of a call of, like, does the Ogerpon go for Follow Me or not? But luckily the Flutter Mane does have a way of punishing Follow Me with access to Power Gems. So we can see how this first turn plays out here. We see that Colin does rip the Terra Fire on the Amoonguss here, and the Power Gem does go into the Ogerpon. So doing a lot of damage, taking the Ivy Cudgel in return, but able to survive thanks to some good training over on the Flutter Mane's end. Amoonguss able to get a Spore off successfully, not taking the bait on a potential Follow Me play on the Ogerpon. And very interesting to see the Fergraph go for an Imprison and preemptively. Like, we don't see the Cresselia on the field, and there's no other move for Imprison to do work against except for the Cresselia. So Cody really, really respecting that Cresselia and saying, yeah, I don't want you to set up Trick Room. I'm not going to let you go crazy with the Ursaluna. But now Cody's in a bit of a pinch because he has a pin with the Flutter Mane outspeeding and being able to KO the Ogerpon, and the Fergraph is guaranteed to sleep this next turn. So I really like this play over from Colin's end here, saying, yeah, I don't think my Amoonguss is going to be able to do that much for the next turn, and I want to get my Flame Orb active on my Ursaluna. So switching in the Ursaluna here, a pretty free turn where it's pretty expected for this Ogerpon to go for this Protect, not wanting to take any damage from this Flutter Mane and stall out one turn of sleep over on the Fergraph's end. But also good for Colin in terms of positioning, because now he's threatening a KO onto the Fergraph with the Throat Spray set, typically not really known to have that much bulk investment. So it's really, really looking good for Colin, and we see some shuffling going in this game, and eventually we see a Urshifu single strike come out over from Cody's end. So let me reverse a little bit. Pause right here. But yeah, so because the single strike Urshifu is out, the Cresselia really needs to make it through this turn to get an Icy Wind off in order to get speed control going, do a lot of damage to the Landorus, while also getting rid of the Focus Sash on the Urshifu. So switching out the Flutter Mane makes sense because it's in a very awkward position. The Power Gem just not going to do that much damage to either of these Pokemon. Cresselia taking this Wicked Blow really, really well. Like, the Urshifu is known to have so much, Oko pressure when it does especially super effective damage, but we see why Cresselia is so strong, has been a staple in VGC for a very long time, able to take that hit very, very well. And yeah, Colin sacrifices Ursaluna, saying, yeah, I don't know if I can get speed control that reliably this game, and I don't know if I need this Ursaluna anymore. So wanting to switch out the Flutter Mane so that it has the ability to, sweep through the rest of Cody's team in the following few turns, because now we see in this turn, Yeah, so in this position, it's very interesting because we have an Amoonguss here
that's being threatened really heavily by the Landorus. The Landorus is already locked into Stomping Tantrums. It's going to do super effective choice banded damage into the Amoonguss, whereas the Cresselia is also being pressured to be KO'd by the Cresselia. So Colin can't just let both of them faint, or else, yeah, the single Flutter Mane will just get KO'd by a Sucker Punch, for example, from the Urshifu. So this was another heads-up play to me from Colin, where here he actually goes for a Protect onto the Amoonguss. Which is very unnatural in front of Urshifu typically because, yeah, they can attack through Protect. But wanting to preserve it, saying, yeah, I know Cody's not going to go after my Amoonguss. He's going to try to KO it with the Landorus. And then staying, letting the Cresselia get KO'd here. I also really like the use of Icy Wind here because he's saying, yeah, I know it's obvious that the Landorus is going to go for a Terra, but I want to force the Terra out now so that when the Flutter Mane comes in, I don't have to worry about any Terras on the rest of Cody's Pokemon, and I can just go for Dazzling Gleam and Rage Powder to go through the rest of his team. So that's exactly what happens. There's no other speed control over on Cody's end, and all his Pokemon are chipped or their Focus Ashes popped when it comes to the Urshifu, and he can just go for Rage Powder, Dazzling Gleam. So very, very well orchestrated endgame from Colin's end here. We move straight into game 2 here, where both players mix it up. So Cody goes for the much more double Genie lead here with the Tornadus, and Landorus having very good synergy, being able to go with Earthquake while also getting speed control with the Tornadus, whereas Colin leads with Instant Urshifu, wanted to slow things down a little bit compared to the first game where he led with the Flutter Mane. It's a very passive lead, and let's see what happens here. This is when, yeah, the Landorus is tearing over on Cody's end in the first turn, not wanting to take, that much damage from the Urshifu in case the Urshifu goes after it, and also going for the Sunny Day so that if there's any damage going into the Tornadus, it's going to be halved, whether it's going to be a close combat or the Surging Strikes in the Sun. So this is very, very heads-up play from Cody, basically getting through this fake-out turn without taking too much damage, and now he actually still maintains a lot of offensive pressure because, now the Incineroar is being threatened by really super effective ground-type attacks, and also the Urshifu is being threatened by the flying-type attacks by the Tornadus. So now Colin has to react a little bit to get out of this position here. As we see... so the Incineroar is going to switch out here, not wanting to take that very strong ground-type damage. It's going to be the Amoonguss here, which is still a little bit scary since Bleak Wind Storm will still do a lot of damage into it. Colin detecting with the Urshifu, not wanting to take a lot of damage from the Bleak Wind Storm. The Tornadus goes for the Bleak Wind Storm here, but unfortunately misses the Amoonguss, which is very important because not only does it not take that very strong flying-type damage, but he also gets to scout out the U-turn here. And now what that means is because the Landorus has been intimidated, Colin can say, okay, I actually don't need to Terrasilize with my Amoonguss anymore because I've trained my, most of the time Amoonguss can survive Bleak Wind Storm with pretty good margins since, Bleak Wind Storm, especially with double damage, doesn't do the craziest amount. And since U-turn is also not a same type attack bonus move from the Landorus's end, he can say, okay, I actually don't need to Terrasilize or switch out. This Amoonguss can probably get off a Spore this turn. So this was a very instrumental turn for Colin, able to get a Spore off this following turn, and then eventually able to get a similar endgame going as he did in game 1, where he has Urshifu that is... has his Focus Sash gone. He has a Pokemon that are slept. So that previous turn felt like the pivotal turn for Colin, where he's able to see that, okay, because the Landorus is not locked into a very strong move, I have a very safe Spore, and I can set up for my Flutter Mane to just sweep the endgame just like it did in game 1. So very well played from Colin. Going for the same endgame in both games, but sort of orchestrating it a little bit differently. Game 1 being a little bit slow going with the Cresselia, whereas game 2 leaning a lot more on the Amoonguss to get the sleep turns going. So, congratulations to Colin for making it into the top 8 here, and also congratulations to Cody for a top cut in a very, very competitive tournament here. So, we'll be wrapping up here in this analysis, but don't go anywhere because we'll be having top 8 right around the corner.
You wanna be the best, just a champ, move a chest, beat the rest. Oh yes, he a champ, she a champ, they a champ, we champ. Stay shine right with the TV. Go, straight fun, everybody let's go. We champions, game is on one. Team ready, now we gonna be number one. Play it up, come up through with me, awesome. We champions, game is off the one. Team ready, now we gonna be It's time to go all in. We the champ.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
There's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So what's your favorite?
My favorite Pokemon has to be Electivire. The reason being is the anime, they had a character named of Paul. It was the antagonist to Ash. And ever since Paul just showed Electivire, I don't know, something just gravitated to me, and I just truly love the Pokemon. My pre-game ritual has to be sleep. I like to sleep a lot before an event, get well rested. Playing Pokemon for like 8 to 9 hours is almost like a day job. So making sure that you're rested is the best way to, I think, to approach a tournament. If I have to pick the best player, it would have to be Wolf Glick. I'm not saying it because it's a friend, but it's just, to me, he's been playing for so long, the longevity of just being good, just the consistency, it's just amazing. What keeps me fueled to want to get better, just seeing him do well. So he's a good friend of mine, and I think that no matter what, he's always going to be my #1 player. So my overall goal playing this game, when I first started, honestly, it was the prizing that got me interested, and I thought that I could be one of the very best. Now it's so much more than just the prizing. I want to be somebody that people of color could look up to that play this game. There's a very few of us that play this game, and just coming out to these events and placing well brings other people of color to gravitate to play this game. So now it's bigger than the prizing. I love this game, so I want other people to see why this game is so fun and important to me. The only special talent or hobby, honestly, is playing this game. I don't know how I got this good. A lot of practice, but this is it for me. Pokemon is everything in terms of like all I do besides like work and other things, but my skills in this game have really transcended over the last couple years, I think. If I could create my own card or Pokemon, I would want it to have the ability that if it gets intimidated, instead of getting an attack boost, it'll get a special attack boost. But let's add on like maybe a speed boost as well. Let's give it a little bit more. So like a competitive speed boost. My favorite Pokemon event to attend was US Nationals 2016. That was my breakout tournament. I'd never been on stream before. My heart was racing. I was playing a regional champion, Patrick Smith, and I still can recall it to this day. I thought that I would lose, but something in me spoke to me, and I said I could make it into day 2. I ended up winning in a very close set, and from there, that's when everything blew up for me in terms of Pokemon. And that moment, no matter how much prizing, no matter how much regional championships, or even worlds, that event alone is the reason why I continued playing this game. My favorite type of music, I would have to say it would have to be hip hop and rap. Sometimes I add a little country in there just to get me in the mood, but hip hop and rap has been my go-to to kind of just get me in the zone for events, solo out all the noise, and just listen to the lyrics and get focused for the next round. I'm Team Charizard. Charizard is just so super iconic. Generation 1 favorite Pokemon right there. But I do like Blastoise, but Charizard is the man for me.
Over 800 competitors made their way out to Seattle for our next road stop in our regional championship journey. Now only 8 remain, one step closer to trying to take it all and become our champion. Welcome back, everyone. Sierra and Len, we are at top 8 already. It seems like we just started the competition.
Oh man, this is when it gets serious though. 8 players left vying for that title. We're gonna get to see all 4 of these top 8 matches, so lots of amazing Pokemon up ahead.
And I mean, top 8, we got to see one match out of the top 16, but a full update across the board. And top 16 was a brutal one. We had highlighted that the competition only gets more and more difficult, and a couple of individuals who we got to see throughout their Swiss run have been knocked out of the competition, notably as well regional champions Justin Tang and Joseph Ugarte. But a couple of others who we've gotten to watch taking their wins. Carson St. Dennis is someone who we've highlighted throughout the day. He's able to take that win. Taryn Birdie as well. He made a long journey to get here and is definitely paying off so far. So with our top 8, we'll get an opportunity to get an eye on all of them. And starting off, it's going to be Emilio Forbes going up against Ethan Trejo. And I love this matchup. Looking at the accomplishments and the players, I love the very different backgrounds here. Ethan, we got to see a breakout performance at the Toronto Regional Championships, making it to top 16, falling then a little bit short there. So now he has one up. He has now had a new record and had time to see if he can advance on that just a little bit more.
Yeah, back-to-back regionals, getting top 16 and then top 8, showing steady improvement, but I'm sure he's hungry for more. But that first obstacle on the way to get more is going to be Emilio on the other side, a very celebrated player, a world's finalist, a multiple-time regional champion, including a regional champion earlier in this generation in 2023 in Fresno. I was in Ethan's shoes in that tournament up against Emilio in the top 8, and he easily took me out and moved on to win that tournament. So very, very strong player who has got to be a little bit intimidating for Ethan to see on the other side.
I mean, to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And looking at this team, this has definitely been something of a stronghouse for Ethan. Going into Toronto, we're going to see a run back of the same team with just a couple of changes, and he had said that he believes in this Iron Crown, bringing it out of a 2-year retirement. It worked out well then, it's working now. But a couple of changes, no attacks on this Indeedee, so if you get into 1v1, this Indeedee's not doing much at all.
Well, Indeedee doesn't have to attack because you got 4 big attackers around next to it, and even Tornadus does sometimes Bleak Wind Storm with it. These are 2 high-octane teams. These are teams that can pump out the damage. We aren't going to expect to see that many turns. Not a lot of pivoting here, just big damage. And so for both players, it's about what damage threats are you most worried about on the other side, and how do you make sure to follow through on your big damage. And Ethan is going to have a little bit of a hard time doing that because there's even more damage on Emilio's side. But when we look at his side, the Flutter Mane, the Urshifu are big damage threats that are going to need to land that impact for him.
And even adding on to that damage, majority of those Terastallizations are offensive, right? We barely see any defensive Terastallization on the team. So we're all about damage here, but not the only one. As you highlighted, 2 high-octane matchups going up against each other, but if you're looking at which one's a little bit more offensive, I think Emilio might have the edge.
This is like a Regulation C throwback. We really do not see much Chi-Yu in this format, but Chi-Yu looks well-positioned in this game. Of course, a Pokemon, it's a classic for how much damage Choice Specs Overheat can do especially when you're in the sun. I don't think we'll see that in this game. I don't think Ethan's going to set it up for Emilio, but it's a big threat to watch out for. And meanwhile, the other Pokemon, the Flutter Mane, the Landorus, the Urshifu can also follow through on the damage. But I think one crucial piece is the not damaging threat. The Amoonguss could be really valuable for Emilio here because otherwise he's frequently got the natural speed advantage in this matchup, but this Choice Scarf Urshifu on the other side could be a big problem if it was moving faster with Surging Strikes, and the Rocky Helmet Amoonguss with Rage Powder could be a really important stopgap against that.
I mean, highlighting the teams that are both so offensive. So going into it, this is one that is going to be crucial. Any sort of misstep against these high offensive teams can be your last step. And I think that's going to be something really pivotal as we look into the leads, getting into our first top 8 here in Seattle. Right away, these teams have the power. They have the speed as well. Tornadus led a piece for both, as well as a big, powerful threat.
Yeah, both players feeling like they cannot afford to be down a Tailwind against their opponent. And so 2 Tornaduses already on the field, along with some big damage threats in Ogerpon and Urshifu. It would be interesting to see the targeting here, whether both players immediately go for the Tailwind. We also wouldn't be surprised to see both players immediately targeting down at the Tornadus on the other side to try to guarantee that it is only one Tailwind here. Both of these Pokemon are strong enough to reach for that damage if they want it, whether that's a Stellar Terra on one side or a Fire Terra on the other side, to really capitalize fully on the damage.
And I mean, going into this, we have speed apiece, and something that was highlighted too was the potential of this sunny day and how devastating it could be if it's set up for Emilio, because a lot of his Pokemon can capitalize off of that. But staring down the Urshifu on the opposing end, right away going for this Terastallization, if they want to try and mitigate the damage, that's a dangerous one. This one, of course, can have offense in a variety of ways with the Stellar Terastallization. Emilio, Tailwind. Emilio wants the speed to go with the power. For Ethan, we are going for the sunny day. So if this is a Surging Strike from the opposing Urshifu, it is going to be less and less damage, and that's going to pay off huge on this very first turn. Surging Strike going into this Ogerpon. A little boost from the Stellar Terastallization, but with the power of that sunlight, is only just bringing it down to about just under half of its damage. Means it's going to be able to stay one more turn around. Ivy Cudgel on the offensive, boosted with the sun as well. Tornadus from Emilio goes down.
Huge first turn for Ethan to take a pretty big lead already in this game. Sunny Day playing a dual role there, both halving the damage from Surging Strikes, so we know it would have been a KO into Ogerpon if it weren't for the Sunny Day, and then amplifying the damage from Ogerpon to get the KO into the Tornadus without having to commit his own Fire Terastallization. Now that also kept Tornadus safe on the field in the last turn, so it didn't have to Tailwind. It can now Tailwind and have offset Tailwinds. But here's the punish. Here's what you pay for using Sunny Day, is that Chi-Yu, with already all that firepower behind it, now has the sun on top of that and can threaten so much damage. And there's not an easy avenue to get it off the field. Ogerpon only has resisted moves into the Chi-Yu. The Tornadus is going to need to Tailwind. You can't afford to be consistently down Tailwind in this set. So the Chi-Yu, the big problem right now.
It's one of those you had to do it for the get through that first turn, but the second turn, this Chi-Yu poses such a threat. But as highlighted, you need to be able to match the speed. Tailwind has to come out first. Ivy Cudgel to follow up into it. Not very effective, but effective enough. Now Heat Wave in return, enough for the double KO coming on out. Choice Specs in the sun, so much damage. Momentum now in Emilio's favor.
That's how fast the script flips. You set the Sunny Day to get a big advantage in turn 1, and you're punished with a massive Heat Wave on turn 2. You can see how much damage potential there is from both of these players, because even that resisted Ivy Cudgel did about 60% to the other side, but then Chi-Yu still follows through and turns Emilio's damage, the Pokemon count in Emilio's favor. Now, there is one turn of Tailwind offset for Ethan. He's going to have it one turn longer than Emilio has it, but are we going to even get there? This game is going by so fast. The key thing in the short term, though, is that Flutter Mane should be the fastest thing on the field. The Choice Scarf Urshifu faster than either thing on Emilio's side as well. So big damage threat with the matched Tailwinds and then the natural speed advantage to try to just, you just took 2 KOs, well, let's see if I can do the same thing right back.
And that's going to be one of the things, especially too, when we highlight how much offense are coming out from these teams and the choice specs on this Chi-Yu. It doesn't have really any staying power. It can't protect. It took so much damage on last turn, and it is going to be outsped. And again, not necessarily too many great pivots. So no pivots out. We're going to play this one exactly how it is. And with an offensive Terastallization, this Flutter Mane means business.
I mean, these Pokemon from Ethan's side are so fast. They have Tailwind, they have Speed Booster, they have Choice Scarf. It's some fast moving and no double detect.
We went for it. We had to try and make our way through, but no double detect on the Urshifu. Only a 1 in 3 chance. That is going to be the Flutter Mane to take the KO on the Chi-Yu and bring the Urshifu down to the Focus Sash. And with the fact that it went for that double detect, it's not going to do anything on the turn, and Ethan still gets a follow-up. Surging Strike, you have to do 1 point of HP, sir. That's enough for the KO. And again, so much momentum. When Emilio gets the double KO, that just leads the way for Ethan to bring in these sweepers to get it done, and Emilio only has 1 Pokemon left.
The dominoes are falling so fast. Being able to match the Tailwind, but then have the extra speed advantage is really making the difference here. Now, this Flutter Mane hits the field, but it is not Speed Booster. It's getting a special attack boost out of this, so it's still slower than both Pokemon on the other side, and it's just a sitting duck. It's going to get hit hard. It's going to be a concession. Emilio knows that too much damage is coming in. So what, we get 3 full turns out of that game? I said 5 might have been about the maximum any game in this match could go. We don't even get that high in this one. Just 3 turns of rapid succession KOs, and Ethan manages to establish a 1-0 lead.
I mean, going back on the match, it's so interesting the back and forth between it because it was so dependent on what Pokemon are kind of in the back for these trainers, right? As soon as the Sunny Day is set and we see Emilio throw out the Chi-Yu, it looks so great, right? We get to see the Heat Wave come on through, the double KO, all seems well. Then Ethan threw out one of his final Pokemon, the Flutter Mane. Again, when you look at the speed, the fact it's matched, and this Flutter Mane has that speed boost, just a Dazzling Gleam will clean it up. So now, where do we get that switch up going on forward?
I think ultimately that Sunny Day from turn 1 was too impactful. Yes, it set the stage for the Flutter Mane, or rather the Chi-Yu to come in and punish, but it did 2 things. One, it got the Tornadus off the field too quickly for Emilio so that it wasn't able to go for an Icy Wind to mitigate extra speed or to add damage of its own with Bleak Wind. And then it set up the speed booster on the Flutter Mane as well, which just meant that you were always going to be behind in speed. So I think you probably can't afford to let Ethan have both the Sunny Day and the Tailwind with his Tornadus if you're in Emilio's shoes.
Maybe something to try and threaten it a little bit more from the get-go, so the adjustment instead Chi-Yu right away. So now, if there is a Sunny Day set, this Chi-Yu can take advantage right from the get-go.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was going to ask for. Players playing so fast, I can't even get all the thoughts out there, but Chi-Yu on the field lets you immediately threaten both of these Pokemon and really dissuades a turn 1 Sunny Day, because if Sunny Day happens, I mean, the Heat Wave will just pick up a couple of KOs and no Tailwind will happen. So this kind of forces your hand to immediately match Tailwind. Now you still have to deal with the speed afterwards, even without the speed boost from the Sun. The Flutter Mane will still be faster than anything Emilio has. The Choice Scarf Urshifu will still be stronger, still be faster than anything Emilio has, but maybe you can also afford to keep Tornadus on the field because without the Sunny Day, Ivy Cudgel won't be a threat for when it KO without a Fire Terastallization used.
Right away in the second match, we'll get to see the Terastallization and the Heartflame Ogerpon. Even if it's not going to have the Sun on this turn to help boost those attacks, well, we can look to that Embody aspect to get this attack boost to make sure that these Ivy Cudgels do as much damage as possible. And of course, we talked about that speed. No surprise to see Emilio setting up the speed here, but it is going to be matched. Ethan, you can't afford to let the Tornadus go down here without matching that speed. So pretty telegraphed coming out from those two. Now Ivy Cudgel, we get the attack boost. This isn't to the Tornadus. It can be so much, and sure enough for the clean 1-hit KO. Now, it's only the Chi-Yu to respawn. Choice Specs, so we can see a lot of damage. The Heat Wave is a lot less threatening when there's no Sun. Tornadus holds on.
Yeah, the Fire Terastallization creating a Fire Resist for the Ogerpon to mitigate that damage, still doing almost half, and Tornadus managing to hang on.
Hitting the field though, Flutter Mane, it's normally a speedy Pokemon, but Booster is going to give a special attack boost instead.
Even with a special attack boost, should probably still be faster than both Tornadus and Ogerpon, so it's threatening a lot of damage in this matched Tailwind. Tornadus, though, because it hung on, is free to Sunny Day or to just chase extra damage for itself with Bleak Wind Storm. But yeah, you can see the big difference in value by having the Chi-Yu on the field immediately. The Ogerpon had to use its Fire Terastallization to pick up that KO on Tornadus instead of just relying on Sunny Day. And so you've gotten the Terastallization out, you've kept matched turns of Tailwind instead of being 1 turn behind, but how do you still avoid just falling prey to what's probably Speed Booster, Flutter Mane, and Urshifu in the back for Ethan? So you have to make sure you have some insurance plan against all that speed.
I mean, for the right here, right now, Chi-Yu is going to be preserved for later down the line, but looking at a little bit more of a defensive tool, Amoonguss to hit the field instead. So if you're looking at a little bit of an insurance going up against the Urshifu down the line, that can help out so much. Dazzling Gleam tech coming out from this Ogerpon. Tornadus on a sliver of health will go down, giving way for something else to hit the field here for Ethan.
Tornadus not opting to use a Prankster boosted move, just goes for Bleak Wind Storm, and so we learn the speed relationship between the Tornadus and the Fluttermane, with Fluttermane moving first and picking up that KO. And exactly right, I asked for an insurance policy against the Urshifu. Well, Amoonguss is the perfect one, but you've got to make it there, because otherwise right now, Amoonguss looks highly threatened by Ogerpon on the other side. Can the Fluttermane from Emilio's side actually get enough damage onto Ogerpon, and can you afford to do that while staring down a Choice Specs Fluttermane on Ethan's side?
Well, Terrestrialization, we've already seen it from Ethan on that Harsh Flame Ogerpon. Emilio going to go ahead and go for the Terrestrialization on his own Fluttermane. So this way, if you are looking at a big fairy type move, this is going to be able to boost the damage. And of course, if you just want to drop any sort of weakness to the Shadow Ball, a great way to be doing that. Takes about half damage, can respawn in full. Shadow Ball not going to be targeting into the Ghost type Pokemon though, instead into the Ogerpon. This is so nice as well, because that could have been a Pokemon to still target off a really powerful Ivy Cudgel into something like the Amoonguss, but now that threat is gone.
Right, this is really crucial because it keeps Amoonguss safe as your insurance policy against Urshifu, but also buys the time for the Spore against Fluttermane. At the pace this game is moving, Fluttermane is basically knocked out by falling asleep after acting. You're not going to get the couple of turns it would take to wake up. Now Urshifu is going to have to fight against Amoonguss. It's going to get Rage Powdered, and meanwhile the Fluttermane then on Emilio's side is going to get a couple of uninterrupted turns to play offense.
And we're not even going to let it play out. Seeing the writing on the wall, that is the forfeit locked in. Emilio to take game 2 in this set. What a difference, again, with the leads, because that just sends the momentum for the rest of the match. That little adjustment, that Chi-Yu and the pressure it put, Ethan had to take a completely different line, and once we got to that end game, it was cooked.
It was the opening and it was the adjustment to have the Amoonguss that meant Urshifu was really just useless once it hit the field, because it was going to be redirected for several turns in a row. So that Pokemon adjustment, on top of not being quite as far behind from the opening, is enough for Emilio to establish an advantage. And yeah, these games are playing fast. We're only getting about 3 turns per game, but you can see the incredibly impactful things that happen within those couple of turns that can swing things radically one way or another.
Yeah, even like the Shadow Ball into this Ogerpon, recognizing what is the biggest threat on the field at any given point was so nice. Now, a decisive game 3, top 8 for these 2 trainers. And with the lead and just these Pokemon being so impactful, I can only guess of what we can see heading into a game 3 here.
Hey, I wonder if Ethan will make some kind of adjustment and not just lead the Ogerpon and the Tornadus again, if we're going to see a run back. For now, though, Emilio is the one with the turn 1 adjustment.
Hey, we're gonna see it a piece though. It's gonna be both trainers with the Tornadus and this Urshifu. So what can we expect here?
This gets a little bit slower paced. You're maybe less likely to see either player take a KO on turn 1. You don't have the huge power of the Ogerpon, and Sunny Day can further weaken any damage coming out. Something like Stellar Terra Close Combat might be a threat to KO the Choice Scarf Urshifu on the other side, depending on how it's trained. And yeah, we get a preview of some big Pokemon changes from Ethan. The Psy Spam mode, the 2 Pokemon that have been left behind so far are there in the back. So this is going to be a game that plays out maybe at a different pace, and definitely a very different opening here with 2 Urshifus already on the field. I think there's also much higher potential Leak Wind instead of Tailwind in the early turns. If you feel comfortable that your Tornadus is unlikely to be KO'd, maybe you just want to start swinging with some damage with Bleak Wind Storm. But for now, a switch. 1 Tornadus out into the back, and instead Indeedee hitting the field.
And now Emilio has a little bit of an idea of the game plan Ethan is trying to go for. With the fact that Indeedee's brought, you can only imagine that potentially the Iron Crown is there as well. And Tornadus being hidden in the way at the back is not going to fall victim to a powerful hit, something like his Surging Strikes into it.
Yeah, this could be really important, whether this is a swing into Rocky Helmet, breaking that Focus Sash or not as well.
Yeah, with the Indeedee hitting the field, Tailwind is up. Emilio will be able to act first with the Urshifu on his turn. Close Combat. Is it going to be in the Urshifu? That's the question, and sure enough, it is. Stellar Terrestrialization, but their survival, 1 HP from the Urshifu. It holds on, and we'll have a chance to respawn. U-turn, that's just going to be breaking the Focus Sash on the opposing end, and a pivot out now for Ethan.
Wow, I asked before the turn whether Stellar Terra Close Combat would be enough to pick up the KO on Urshifu, and it turns out the answer is extremely close, and probably some of the time. But this time, no KO for the Close Combat. And so that means the Urshifu is free to U-turn out, break that Focus Sash, like you mentioned, get Tornadus back on the field so that you can tail in. But this is like the least offensive potential possible for Ethan's team, to have both Indeedee and Tornadus next to each other.
Again, this Indeedee only has supportive moves. At least on this turn, supportive is what you want. Follow me, Tailwind set up. Now we have the stagger Tailwinds. Ethan will have one more turn of it. But since we've already seen the Tailwind set up from Emilio, this Tornadus can just go on the offense. It's gonna be first off that Bleakwind Storm, followed up with the Surging Strikes into the Indeedee, though. You will be taking that Rocky Helmet recoil, and I don't know if Bleakwind isn't even enough to bring it down to a no. It's gonna be all 3 hits of it.
Yeah, so it does at least pick up the KO, uses the Stellar water charge of the Stellar Terror to amplify this damage, get the KO onto Indeedee, but Indeedee doing quite a few useful things there. Keeps Tornadus around for a turn by using Follow Me, gets Chip onto the Urshifu on the other side because of the Rocky Helmet, but really crucially, set Psychic Terrain that would prevent an Aqua Jet, makes that Urshifu much more comfortable if it ever has to end up against the Urshifu on the other side. But for now, Urshifu's not coming back on the field, instead trying to use the Iron Crown to immediately threaten big spread damage with an expanding force. Tornadus can't really do much damage back to Iron Crown. With the speed booster, it should be moving before either Pokemon on the other side. So now it's Emilio on the back foot, but if Chiu's in the back, it's kind of the perfect switch in to this Iron Crown, and there's no defensive Terra available on the Iron Crown to keep it safe from a Chiu. So what these two Pokemon in the back are for Emilio is going to be really important, because it can't be all 3 of Flutter Mane, Chiu, and Amoonguss. Only 2 of those are going to be showing up, or it could be a switch up when we see the Landorus, but finding out for Ethan which of those 3 is missing is going to be really crucial.
And up until this point in the match, only Ethan has had to reveal information, and Emilio not going to reveal anything yet. Instead, these Pokemon are staying out on the field up against this threat of the Iron Crown. A lot of the time as well, we get to see the more defensive terrestrialization, but instead full out offense. Terra Psychic. Detect for the Urshifu, so regardless, you'll be able to make your way on through. Try and prolong this match, but Expanding Force, you have the terrain, you have the terrestrialization now. Tornadus on the opposing end. We still have it at full HP. After this hit, though, it's going to be a Tornadus that just holds on. There is going to be a follow-up, but Icy Wind, that's actually going to be a big one, because that's going to be dropping the speed of both of these Pokemon. Ethan did respond with a Bleakwind Storm. It's going to be, okay, nothing here. This is going to be the one we need to land. Sure enough, it'll take the KO.
Yeah, I think both players may be happy with that Bleakwind hit. I'm sure Emilio wants to get another Pokemon on to replace the Tornadus. The Tornadus on Ethan's side keeps its full speed thanks to the Covert Cloak, meaning that the Icy Wind doesn't drop it, but a really crucial speed drop on the Iron Crown on the other side that should then mean the Flutter Mane on Emilio's side is faster in Match Tailwinds. But we don't actually have much time left in Match Tailwinds. We're a few turns into this game. Ethan set his Tailwind later than Emilio, and Emilio has already lost the Tornadus. So if he can get past that Tailwind from Emilio, then he's got unmatched Tailwind. But for now, he's got to worry that the Flutter Mane is going to be moving first. It's going to be throwing a Shadow Ball at Iron Crown. You've already lost Indeedee, your normal type, to switch in. So how do you deal with the damage threat right now?
That's going to be the question. One more turn of Tailwind over on Emilio's side of the board. And a lot of the times, too, you would see that telegraphed, okay, I'm just going to protect, make my way through. But the Urshifu and the damage threat that it has on the opposing end means that you can't safely go for that.
Right, you can do some kind of mixed thing of like protecting and sunny daying, but no, Urshifu leaving the field anyway, going to be saved for the end. Probably wants to preserve the Aqua Jet threat to clean up an Urshifu at the end of the game. And for now, Amoonguss hitting the field, revealing what that last Pokemon is.
An Iron Crown with the protect. So Urshifu leaving means you're not going to be hit with an attack that you can't protect from, and the Dazzling Gleam from the Flutter Mane. Only going to be one target on the opposing end it can hit, but it is going to be a Tornadus with such low health that it goes down. 2 Pokemon left for Ethan, an Iron Crown, and then this Urshifu that only has 1 HP left. And yeah, that's going to be Tailwind gone, so Ethan does have the speed, but that's going to be a scary prospect skill.
I mean, this is his moment to pounce, though, with the speed advantage and go after a lot of damage. But both Pokemon on the other side for Emilio do have Protect. You can just protect through this. Of course, you're then taking damage from Urshifu on the other side. But yeah, Flutter Mane, the rare circumstance where you just protect anyway, and maybe a Rage Powder alongside that, that's going to keep Flutter Mane safe. You need double. You need the Protect from Expanding Force. You need the Rage Powder from Urshifu, but together they'll keep Flutter Mane through the end of the turn.
I mean, there are so many ways that this Urshifu couldn't quite get hit. You couldn't get hit by his priority when the Urshifu was around. you have the speed, but the thing is with 1 HP left, Urshifu takes itself down, having been forced to target into that Amoonguss. Now it's only 1 Pokemon versus the 3 that Emilio has here. It is still going to be a Pokemon with a lot of fighting power left, but it has so much momentum it has to take. First hit on the Amoonguss, though, is going to bring Emilio down to just 2 more. But still, that is a 1v2, and that was your last turn of Tailwind to have any sort of speed advantage, and last turn of that Psychic Terrain as well.
Yeah, so no spread expanding force. Flutter Mane now faster with the Tailwinds unmatched and the speed booster mitigated by that Icy Wind that Tornadus was able to slip in earlier. It's just going to go for a super effective Shadow Ball and into this game, but we'll get a little bit of Aqua Jet first.
Get a little bit of damage into the Iron Crown to follow up Shadow Ball from this Flutter Mane. Iron Crown goes down, and with that, Emilio Forbes moves on to top 4 here at the Seattle Regional Championships. Emilio, he is no stranger to these top cuts, these tournament runs, and is one step closer to being, you know, something he's also not a stranger to, another regional champion.
Really well played set from Emilio, making the adjustment to bring Amoonguss in Game 2 and Game 3. In both of them, it was the crucial piece to be able to close out that set. Saw what happened in Game 1, where it just got overwhelmed by the speed on Ethan's side, and found the slowest piece on his team to answer all of that speed, with Amoonguss able to come back and do it. And we got a little bit of a longer game in Game 3. We got a little bit more back and forth. We saw both Tailwinds expire for the first time in the set, but Emilio able to land with the right pieces with the win condition in place.
I mean, we had also highlighted the speed on both of these teams, right? But Emilio has the additional layer to all of that, which is that Icy Wind. That one turn where he was able to get that Icy Wind drop on to this Iron Crown. Like, that was pivotal in making sure that he had that longevity when both Tailwinds were gone, too.
Right, it was one of the adjustments we talked about between Game 1 and Game 2, that if you can find a way to get Tornadus to stick around, it can be that extra bit of speed advantage. And in this matchup where Ogerpon wasn't led, that was the chance for the Tornadus to stick around, have even extra impact with that Icy Wind, and really make life so much more difficult for the Iron Crown, because otherwise you'd be playing faster even in match Tailwind, you'd be playing faster outside of the Tailwind, but instead with the Icy Wind down, left only that very narrow window where the Iron Crown was actually faster, that one turn where Tailwind was one-sided for Ethan.
Yeah, I love to see both of these teams really just face off, though. And again, even if the end runs here, big congratulations to Ethan for making it to this point. Again, the fact that we got to see the top 16 at Toronto into a top 8 at our next Regulation F event here in North America is really impressive. And it just speaks to the scaling and the work that he's put in. And you know what? I still believe that you're one of Iron Crown's strongest soldiers out there. You've been putting in work. It's well fought.
Managed to take down one Iron Crown in the top 16 as well, right? So trying to prove the point there, but yeah, really well played, really consistent to be able to go top 16, top 8 in back-to-back tournaments. I guess we'll be looking for top 4 in the next one.
Yeah, you've heard it here now. If you see Ethan top 4, you know where we called it. But again, you're making this run, you get top 8, you go up against Emilio Forbes, and sometimes it is like that. Like, I feel like Emilio is probably one of the most terrifying opponents to go up against. He doesn't go to every event, but like when he shows up big.
Yeah, he's a real threat to win any tournament he's at, to make it very deep. Yeah, certainly an intimidating opponent.
And I'm excited to see how he fares in top 4. As for us, we still have to figure out who else is going to be making it there. Short break on the opposing end. We'll get started with our next top 8 match here in Seattle.
What makes a Pokemon viable in VGC? There are many factors to consider. Flutter Mane has strong offensive pressure. Amoonguss has incredible defensive utility. Rillaboom has valuable support with an ability that boosts its damage. And if you're looking for a Pokemon that can do all of the above, then Incineroar has got you covered. These are the skills trainers look for when building teams. These are also traits lacking from legendary Pokemon Articuno. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For nearly 2 decades, Articuno was better off left in the Seafoam Islands than it was on the battlefield.
It's going to be Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do?
Oh, that's a miss. That's huge.
The other two legendary birds from Kanto had many more accolades than Articuno. In 2019, world champion Paul Ruiz got top 4 at LASC by using Moltres as a Xerneas count.
The way that he builds his team is just phenomenal. You can see that wonderful Moltres.
Zapdos has a fantastic typing, great utility, and a decade's worth of top finishes to its name. The Paldean region introduced terastallization, giving Pokemon the chance to change their typing and potentially change their fate. Scarlet and Violet also changed Hail to Snow, now boosting Ice Pokemon's defense by 1 stage. Terastallization and Snow were the missing pieces needed for Articuno to finally show us what it's got in VGC. 2 brave trainers were up to the challenge, Amir Abdulovsky and Nikhil Reddy. At the Utrecht special event, Nikhil cracked the code on Articuno, and Amir also saw the potential in this diamond in the rough. The most important teammate was Alolan Ninetales, which set up the Snow, giving Articuno accurate blizzards and helping it take less damage thanks to Aurora Veil. Hisuian Arcanine was the other key Pokemon in this core, with Intimidate to lower attacks and Rock Slide or Flare Blitz to threaten the Pokemon that resisted Blizzard.
Rock Slide there, launched out from the Arcanine.
Nikhil and Amir took Utrecht by storm with one of the coolest strategies we've seen in VGC.
There for a particular point in time in a match where you need that one-hit KO. Body Press does connect through. Articuno able to take that really well thanks to the Aurora Veil.
Sheer Cold though does connect. It's connecting onto the Registeel, and the Registeel is down and out. 1-hit KO.
Choice Spec Sheer Cold sent a shiver down the spine of Articuno's opponents.
Wrap-up trainers is getting cold in here.
Sheer Cold!
It connects!
It's going!
Not every day you see an Articuno taking down an Incineroar, but the king of Pokemon video game has been felt. Exactly how Articuno gets it! The Sheer Cold comes through. All of Registeel's efforts are null and void.
Thanks to this high-risk, high-reward team, Articuno finally had a chance to climb the mountain in VGC.
Amir Abdulovsky is here providing sheer entertainment on stream.
Destiny would pit Amir and Nikhil against each other in top 8. These two trainers were completely in sync during this chilling battle, choosing the same Pokemon, clicking the same attacks, and understanding this team like no one else could. We had never seen an Articuno exceed expectations like this, let alone 2 of them.
That's going to wrap up the game for Emir.
Look how much help that hand is doing to the damage count against that opposing Articuno. Critical hit, single target attack.
Often the winner in a mirror match is the one who can use their common information against their opponent and do something unexpected. After losing game 1, on the brink of elimination, Nikhil would leave Articuno on the sidelines to even up the set.
There's the Moonblast guaranteeing that if the Rock Slide connects, it will get the knockout. It does find its mark.
And it is a double knockout for Nikhil, getting Ninetales and Articuno off the board.
This showdown in the snow was starting to heat up, now tied 1 game apiece.
It looked like Emir was on the front foot for the early stages of that game.
I love a game 3.
Nikhil continued to rely on Arcanine in game 3. Knockout after knockout, Arcanine snowballed momentum for Nikhil, closing out the set and securing the title of Utrecht's strongest Articuno.
Let's be honest, the star of the show there, doesn't matter whose team it was on, it was the Hisuian Arcanine.
Articuno's cold front would continue in the finals. Nikhil Reddy proved that all it takes is the right time and place to capitalize on your potential by taking one of the least viable legendary Pokemon in VGC history and turning it into a champion.
And that is going to be Nikhil Reddy, your champion of the Utrecht special event.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hey Pokemon fans, Custard Dimos here with the recap of the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships held in London. This year's EUIC was the largest VGC competition to date, with nearly 1,500 Masters trainers. From regional winners to former international and world champions, the road to Sunday was relentless. However, when the lights shone brightest, only 6 trainers remained. In the junior division, Zachary Thomas, the American contender on the rise, faced Hideo Uezu, the Japan Nationals champion and only remaining non-American trainer in Championship Sunday. With 5 identical Pokemon between them, the set was very board position focused.
Hideo took Game 1 through stronger positioning of the Raging Bolt, and Game 2 was decided by a perfectly timed Icy Wind that flipped the speed order and closed the match. With this huge win, Hideo Uezu added yet another major title to his growing legacy. In the senior division, we had Charlie Kim versus Leland Smith, both regional champions as well as close friends who were running the exact same 6 Pokemon because one gave the team to the other. In a razor-thin mirror, Charlie managed the margins just enough to claim the senior international title and cement his name into history. In the Masters division, legacy met redemption. Zachary Weed arrived searching for payback after a heartbreaking regionals finals loss in Las Vegas earlier this season. Across from him stood 6-time regional champion and 2023 EUIC champion, Paul Chua. Where Zachary pushed aggression with an Iron Crown hyper-offense team, Paul brought refined structure with the meta-popular Bolt Balance archetype. Zachary fought with creativity and courage, but Paul's resilience and patience prevailed, thus reclaiming his throne as the King of Balance and now 2-time Europe International Champion. If you want to throw your hat into the ring and join the pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to get involved in play Pokemon events around the world.
Look at beautiful Seattle, Washington as we cozy up and get ready to go for the rest of our top cut here for the final day of competition. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined once again by Scott Glassa, and we're excited to bring you through this next top 8 match featuring Taryn Birdie and Sebastian Gonzalez.
It should be a lot of fun here. I've seen Taryn on stream yesterday during the Swiss rounds. I believe this is the first time Sebastian's been on the stream today, so should be exciting to see what team they're bringing.
For now, we have seen Emilio Forbes take down Ethan Trejo in a 2-1 series to move on to our top 4. So now it's just about figuring out who is going to join him. We have Dominic Vogel and Carson St. Dennis waiting in the wings in their top 8 match, but we're going to flip things around and go to the top side of our bracket to feature Sebastian and Taryn. Now, I'm really excited about Sebastian because I think this is a player that has a little bit less experience than Taryn, but comes in with a more unique team than what we've seen in our top 8 so far, and I'm really excited to be able to show that off. But before we get there, I also want to give a huge shout out to Taryn coming in as an undefeated player into phase 2 of our Swiss rounds today, and of course coming off some really big international performances over the last couple of years.
Yeah, really impressive finishes. He's been a strong player for a long time. You know, 2 different IC cuts is definitely something you like seeing there, and top 32 at Worlds as well puts him in pretty elite company.
It's really hard to get those achievements at that international level, but Taryn is still chasing another regional championship after being crowned the regional champion in 2023 at the Perth Regionals. He's a world traveler for a long time, and I really love his mentality about traveling to these different cities, really trying to enjoy the local culture and the atmosphere. And so I know for him, he's like, you know, it's kind of a vacation, but it is another day in the office for him as well, trying to get that final placement.
Hey, you know, it's expensive to fly over to the States, right? You know, it feels a little bit better to get some of that prize money.
For sure. All right, well, first up, let's take a look at Sebastian Gonzalez's team. He's going to be a Rain archetype with the Pelipper. Next to that are Chaladon, and then of course the Rapid Strike Urshifu able to take advantage of that weather. Yeah, kind of a combination of Pokemon you expect to see on a Rain team for the most part. We haven't seen a whole lot of this lately. I think it's the first Pelipper of the weekend, so it should be fun to see here. Our Chaladon, always a powerful Pokemon once you see it. Kind of a little bit stronger now, maybe now, but it's a little bit lower on people's radars. We've had some other formats where it's kind of the preeminent threat, so everybody had a really good answer to it. But you know, maybe something people came into this weekend thinking they didn't need too strong of a game plan to. Our Chaladon suffers a little bit in terms of its typing. You know, we do have a lot of Raging Bolts in this format, also a lot of Ursaluna that I think just do make our Chaladon's job a little bit harder. But that's why you also have our Chaladon surrounded by other very strong attackers, like the Fluttermane with the Choice Specs, Qianpao that's going to have that Stellar Terra alongside that Life Orb. Two things that can really help to cover our Chaladon's weaknesses.
Yeah, I think what's fun too is like you're not super reliant on the raid mode. You could easily pick kind of the other 4 Pokemon or just use Pelipper more in a more supportive way. Sometimes in the past we've seen teams like this kind of like very clear modes, but this is still a pretty flexible team.
But you can't underestimate the damage output of that Pelipper either. The fact that you have Weather Ball as well as Hurricane, as long as you can actually set the weather and keep control of that rain, that's something that can usually be a huge benefit, not just, of course, the natural synergies from the Archaladon and the Urshifu, but the fact that Pelipper also has a pretty high special attack stat. On the flip side of things, though, when we take a look at Terran's team, I think we do have to call out that there is no way for Terran to actually shut off the weather. But conversely, I think that rain helps out Terran a lot. Having a Tornadus of his own, being able to utilize Bleak Wind Storms, bypassing the accuracy check when the rain is up, and also a Rapid Strike Urshifu that would love to play in the rain.
Yeah, perhaps another reason why we haven't seen so much rain here is that it's tough for it to be only an advantage for your side of the field. Especially with this Tornadus being another one of the ones that we've seen that are kind of a little bit more aggressively built with that sharp beak to do as much damage as possible. A perfectly accurate Bleak Wind Storm. Going to really appreciate that. You know, we've seen some unfortunate misses from Tornadus over the course of the weekend that won't happen if raid is active.
We've got Tornadus that can help out with a lot of the offense, speed control, of course, with Icy Wind as well as that Tailwind. But there's another mode at play here when you look at the Icy Wind on the Fluttermane as an additional supportive option for this team. As we've seen Terran already make great use of all the Pokemon that are actually at his disposal, I think that's where we really turn our attention to the Ursaluna. Exactly a call-out that would be a natural enemy of that Archaladon, but there are other ways that we can see Sebastian play around that threat.
Yeah, neither of the core Pokemon attackers, they're probably gonna have a great time there where, yeah, Archaladon's gonna have a hard time damaging it, but also, you know, a team full of water-type Pokemon are going to be very effective against Ursaluna as well. Potentially both those Pokemon going to be in a situation where they may need to be Terra Hogs. Also worth noting too, both sides have Fluttermane, but very different Fluttermane in both directions. So if we see those Pokemon, we'll have to keep that in mind.
Uh-oh. Well, it's like looking in a mirror as we get into this game 1 of our top 8 set. Both Rapid Strike Urshifu have hit the field. Terran has the Incineroar, but Sebastian has set up the weather for both of these bears.
Yeah, so the Urshifu going to both be looking very threatening, as will Pelipper itself. Worth noting, the Pelipper does not have the covert cloak item that we've often seen Tornadus have, but it does have a Ghost Terra type to at least threaten the ability to be immune to Fake Out and discourage it a little bit. It would be a pretty significant investment turn 1, game 1, but something Terran's going to have to keep in mind here. Not such a simple play. Instead, perhaps looking at the Fake Out in the other slot with that Choice Scarf Urshifu, don't have to worry about it trying to protect, not that it would be able to against an opposing Urshifu anyway.
Yeah, but you would still hopefully try to stop something like that Fake Out, but I think Sebastian is seeing this is not an amazing spot to be in. This Urshifu would much rather be able to have its own advantage being alone outside of the rain with that Choice Scarf intact, but this Pelipper does not terrestrialize. It's going to get faked out, and it's also going to have to take 3 Surging Strikes. Pretty impressive that this Pelipper can actually hang on through all of that, but it's not going to get to do anything else on this turn.
And nearly getting trolled by its own rain there, but able to barely survive. And, you know, we mentioned Pelipper's high special attack, pretty good at physical defense specifically as well. Hangs out nicely there. And, you know, now there's a situation where if you really want that Tailwind up, you could get it by Rage Powdering with Amoonguss here, but that'd be a pretty hefty cost. So, you know, can you get enough out of a potential Tailwind for that to be worth it here? Because that would basically just cause you to be pretty close to 4-2 without having really done anything other than set a Tailwind.
I feel like in terms of just the natural speed order, the fact that you have that Choice Scarf Urshifu, maybe you don't feel as much necessity to set the Tailwind right now, but you really got to try to even up the Pokemon count. Pelipper's already taken a lot of damage. Terran has used Terrestrialization to change this Incineroar into a Grass type. It's going to make it be able to fare against these Weather Balls a bit better, but it's not going to be able to do that against a Hurricane. Nice thing about this Grass Terra is not just that the defensive capabilities it's going to provide over to this Incineroar, and it does have to take the Hurricane. Assault Vest, though, don't worry, it's going to stick around as long as it doesn't actually get, you know, confused, but it's able to bypass the Rage Powder on this Amoonguss with that double-edged sword, coming back to bite this Pelipper, knocking it out with the U-turn.
Yeah, so you know, advantage and disadvantage of that terrestrialization, but critically gets Pelipper off the field. We do not see a tailwind. We do see some damage going across where it's at least a little bit more even as far as total damage dealt, but now that Rain's going to be on the timer, which while both sides benefit from a little bit, is certainly more important for Sebastian. So a pretty good start here for Terran. I think you're probably pretty happy with that. You know, committing the Terra does make things a little bit easier for Sebastian moving forward, but hey, you might have wanted Incineroar to be that grass type anyway. Will make it much easier to switch into both Amoonguss, as long as it's a Sludge Bomb, and Urshifu throughout the remainder of this battle.
Amoonguss for Terran, as the U-turn is going to make Terran have to switch in a different Pokemon. There's Urshifu now next to the Amoonguss, probably pretty happy that it's going to be able to see that partner.
Yeah, and I think if you see these Pokemon in the back hovered, one important thing to keep in mind here, if you now have Amoonguss and 2 different Pokemon holding choice items, with Sebastian already giving up a knockout, it's going to be very deliberate about what moves he chooses to lock into, because it's going to be a very high cost to switch out of battle and get out of those choice locks. Usually, especially when you have multiple choice items, it's very important to try to keep your Pokemon alive just so you have them as sacrifices, so it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot now.
Urshifu is still pretty healthy in the back for Sebastian, but it's going to be the Fluttermane that comes out to try to keep up with the offense that Terran has already put in place. Urshifu, important for later, also sees the threat of the Fluttermane and wants to get out of dodge. For Terran, it's going to be time for this Incineroar to make an appearance. It's not going to really help out too much in the scenario until and if it's able to actually survive to the end of this turn. But with this Amoonguss being able to tank that Shadow Ball, this Fluttermane gets put to sleep.
Yeah, now things are starting to get a little bit dicey for Sebastian once again. Sleeping Fluttermane already has Pelipper knocked out, and while there isn't like a whole lot of offensive threat from Terran's side of the field, even Sludge Bomb actually would do quite a lot of damage here, so perhaps we'll see Amoonguss go on the offensive, but pretty significant early lead for Terran. Sebastian's gonna have to try to figure things out quick. You know, maybe you try to sneakily get Urshifu in here, but you know, switching that into a Spore would pretty much just be game losing, so very precarious position for Sebastian now.
I feel like Terran can just keep both the Incineroar and the Amoonguss on the field anyway, though. Maybe you want to use this Incineroar, get a knockoff into either the Fluttermane or this Amoonguss. I mean, wow, knockoff already does so much just on its own merit. And with the double up there of the Sludge Bomb, Fluttermane does not get a chance to move. It has to just sleep for the rest of this game.
That's huge, too. We're going to see a pretty big Sludge Bomb the other direction. Amoonguss not quite able to pick up this knockout and not able to pick up the poison either. But with this now being the final Pokemon for Sebastian entering the field, Urshifu is going to have to lock into a single move for the remainder of the game. Still doesn't know one of the Pokemon on Terran's side of the field, so that's going to complicate this decision a little bit. And you've got to be a little wary of the Pokemon on the field now, too. No longer able to shed any potential Intimidates, so Terran has the option of cycling Incineroar if he thinks that will be helpful to him. The Amoonguss also could potentially cycle and look for a Spore here potentially as well. Lots of things to worry about. Terran just dominated this game so far.
Now this Urshifu, even though it does have the Grass Terror for Sebastian, it is very risky to lock into because, as you said, with that 4th and final not being revealed yet, very well could be Tornadus, and a Bleak Wind Storm would spell disaster for the end of this game, even just the Tailwind to be able to confirm that speed control. But it's going to be this Urshifu that moves first. The Choice Scarf going to help this Urshifu be the fastest Pokemon on the field and secure the knockout into this Incineroar. That's 1 Pokemon down, still 3 more that Sebastian is going to have to get through. But the Surging Strikes has got to be the right move to lock into at this point in time. With this Incineroar gone, it's going to be these 2 Amoonguss left to move with a Sludge Bomb now into the Urshifu, chunking it down pretty considerably. But this Amoonguss is still around to fight for another day. The rain has expired, and Terry gets a free switch.
Yeah, critically, the rain expires there, so this Urshifu's damage is going to be reduced a little bit, and Amoonguss is looking pretty good there. Because of the threat of that Grass Terra, not able to go for the Spore in the Urshifu slot, just taking that but safe damage, reliable damage, and now taking some time to think about how he wants to close the game here. But, you know, both sides have an Urshifu and Amoonguss, but Terran also has another Pokemon, so pretty favorable position still, unless this is something in the back that's just going to be really ineffective here, which I think isn't an option. I think all three of the other Pokemon Terran could have in the back potentially going to be big players in the remainder of this battle.
I think it could be any of the Ursaluna, the Fluttermane, or the Tornadus, and I agree with you that this is going to be a game that Terran can lock up. It's the Fluttermane that's going to make an appearance, and with that Photosynthesis boost from the booster energy, it is going to get a boost to its special attack. Makes things a little bit awkward there with the Urshifu.
Yeah, so things are a little bit weird here where, Urshifu, you've got to guess the terrestrialization or not a little bit. Well, potentially have to guess anyway. Urshifu able to potentially drop its weakness to fairy type attacks, which could help out a little bit, but still a tricky spot. Amoonguss as the sole attacker is a pretty tough way to close the game out here. And there's not really a whole lot Sebastian could do to deliberately preserve this Pokemon. You have the option of a Rage Powder, but if you're doing that, then Fluttermane's going to get to attack probably uninhibited, since you'd assume a Rage Powder is coming in for this Amoonguss.
With the Rage Powder, it's going to be able
I guess unless it terrestrializes, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not going to be, at least it's going to be a pivot for now. I mean, we see this Fluttermane actually get to use its booster energy, but it's going to lose it for the rest of this first game, because Urshifu is going to be the Pokemon that comes back in. The problem with this Surging Strikes going into the Amoonguss is that every single hit, it's going to be 3 hits of recoil from the Rocky Helmet that this Urshifu is going to have to tank, since it takes those 3 full Surging Strikes to knock out Terran's Amoonguss. Look at how low and how devastating this Urshifu has just hurt itself.
Yeah, Amoonguss did all of that damage on its own. The Sludge Bomb and those Rocky Helmet hits almost enough to trade 1-for-1 with that Urshifu on top of the other impact that the Amoonguss had. But the Amoonguss on Sebastian's side of the field now going to fire back and put the Urshifu on Terran's side of the field asleep. That's why Fluttermane switched out there, trying to avoid being put to sleep. But not going to be able to stall that any longer. Fluttermane re-entering the battlefield, and we're in a pretty interesting spot here after that big lead that Terran had, now down to just 2-2.
And it's, I think, looking a little better here for Sebastian, but it just depends on whether or not you can actually get some damage off with this Urshifu. The fact that you do have the Choice Scarf means that you are going to get the outspeed onto the Fluttermane, and this Fluttermane is not trained to survive a triple Surging Strikes. 1 move knockout as Terran is brought down to just the Urshifu remaining in this game, and it is an uphill battle. Sebastian still has a lot of HP left on this Amoonguss that Terran's Urshifu is going to have to get through. But it's going to be even harder when this Urshifu is taking a Sludge Bomb and still may not wake up this turn.
Yeah, there's just no way now. What a great comeback from Sebastian. Looks like he's going to pretty comfortably take this game after being down so far. Just trading really effectively there, keeping his Urshifu healthy. Terran sort of with a strange ending to that game with promoting Fluttermane after the knockout and then immediately switching it out. A little unconventional there, and just not able to get that last tiny bit of damage he needed to close this one out.
I think it was always really tough knowing that the Urshifu was going to get the outspeed onto the Fluttermane because of that Choice Scarf. And maybe there was a missed opportunity for Terran to try to go for something like a knockoff earlier on, get speed control that way, even having the Tornadus to make that speed control a little bit easier with something like a Tailwind at its disposal. Maybe that's something that Terran's going to have to consider for this game too.
Yeah, I thought it was a really cool play there. To me, the game-winning play there, but decisive move, was choosing to deliberately target that Amoonguss when it was so low in HP. Even though the recoil looks so devastating there, you only, as long as you have more than 1 hit point, it doesn't really matter, right? Just needed to be active on the field. But by knocking out that Amoonguss, he kind of just avoided Terran's trap. He sent out Fluttermane trying to kind of bait that Urshifu into going for a terrestrialization and attacking into the Fluttermane spot, incorrectly attacking and allowing Amoonguss to finish it off. Instead, just finishes off the Amoonguss, allows Terran to switch for no reason, and then winds up in a position where he's the one with the advantage instead. Could have gone either way, kind of came down to that 1 read, and a really great move by Sebastian to pull back a game that looked very bad for a long time.
Yeah, and I think there was another point too that we were watching through on the highlights where you saw Terran actually go after the Fluttermane. Still needed to take a mandatory turn of sleep, so I felt like maybe it would have been better to target the Amoonguss on that turn instead, trying to get some damage down that way. But the fact that the Amoonguss was full HP at the end of that game number 1 made this game impossible for Terran to win. As we enter into game 2, might see an adjustment here, and in fact we do. It's not going to be 2 bears staring in the mirror. It's going to be the Incineroar and Amoonguss for Terran as a switch up.
Yeah, so a similar approach here. Again, we saw in the previous game Incineroar facing down Pelipper on turn 1, did not go for that terrestrialization. So I don't think we saw a terrestrialization at all, though the threat of it was actually very important throughout the course of the game. So I think maybe if I'm Sebastian, I want to maintain that threat once again. Sometimes the unused terrestrialization is the most dangerous.
Well, Fake Out this time going to go in the Urshifu's direction. Before we saw it into the Pelipper, but that's going to leave this Pelipper free and clear to go for that Hurricane. Not going to hurt nearly as much if it's not going to be a Grass Terra Incineroar, but you still get the confusion at the end of that turn. As Amoonguss now on the offensive here, putting Sebastian's Urshifu to sleep.
Yeah, so, you know, Terran probably perhaps feel like, no, not after that game, no more Urshifu. I'm going to make things a little bit more difficult for you. And other than taking that unfortunate confusion from the Hurricane there, getting the 30% chance, really nice trade there is Amoonguss cheekily spores in front of a Pelipper.
And Pelipper is going to go on the offensive again with the Hurricane into the Amoonguss. It's barely going to miss the knockout as the Amoonguss actually gets confused. And the process, both of Terran's Pokemon have a chance to not move because they are confused. I mean, what is this day and age that we're seeing a Hurricane in Seattle?
Yeah.
Incineroar hurts itself in confusion. Amoonguss next to try to follow that up, but the confusion has just been so strong. Amoonguss breaks through, able to get the Spore into the Pelipper, but not before the damage has already been done.
Truly a chaotic first couple of turns. All 4 Pokemon in the field are afflicted with a status effect. We do not see that often in the Video Game Championships. Sleep normally a little bit more impactful than Confusion, but really difficult for Terran to play this now, where he's taken a lot of damage, he's inflicted that sleep, but now he can't rely on either of his Pokemon being able to move. Do you risk trying to attack through his Confusion? Do you go through a double switch and then waste the sleep turns that you've inflicted? It's a really awkward position.
Either way, it just feels like Terran has lost a lot of ground in this game, despite the fact that you were able to get some things going. But Amoonguss doesn't want to take any chances. It's already so low that hitting itself in confusion would surely knock it out. So this is going to be an opportunity for Terran to switch in the Fluttermane instead and hope that this Urshifu stays asleep for just one more turn. If you're able to get away with that, then maybe the Fluttermane can knock out this Urshifu before it gets a chance to fight back. Pelipper also has to take a mandatory turn of sleep here. So there's not going to be any action here for Sebastian, but Incineroar could still be a little late to the party. Another confusion, but it gets the knockoff, and that Choice Scarf being removed from the Urshifu is critical for this next turn.
Oh, that's a big deal. We saw how important that Choice Scarf was the last game. If Urshifu had been holding any other item, Fluttermane would have been able to finish it off. Now Fluttermane going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and hey, you know, not only that, but these Pokemon are still asleep. They're not guaranteed to wake up in this next turn. Fluttermane going to be able to go on the offense here. One thing to keep in mind, there is no Dazzling Gleam, so not going to be able to be super safe. Aqua Jet doing a decent amount of damage.
It's a good amount with that Rain set up, but it's not enough to bring this Fluttermane into a critical position. Urshifu is going to get knocked out here after being asleep at the wheel for a couple of turns, and Pelipper now not going to be next to follow. It's still going to stay asleep, as Incineroar is going to help try to make this a little bit better here for Terran. Finally landing the U-turn as the Incineroar breaks through his confusion, will break the Focus Sash on the Pelipper and allow Terran to make a switch. Amoonguss can get a lot of healing back thanks to that Regenerator, but that's not going to be the Pokemon that Terran decides to bring out. It's the Urshifu instead.
Yeah, things were a little spooky there, but the battle has started to calm back down, and Incineroar managing to attack through confusion 2 of the 3 times there, helping score a knockout and breaking the Focus Sash on that Pelipper. So winds up not being quite as bad as it looked, but Amoonguss getting in for free because of that knockout, now able to threaten a Rage Powder on these 2 Pokemon. We saw how annoying it can be for Urshifu to have to attack into that Rocky Helmet. Amoonguss the other direction in Game 1. Now it is the Amoonguss on Sebastian's side of the field, daring that Urshifu to attack.
You might just have to go for it, though, because you leave this Amoonguss up to its own devices, and it might just end up running over you at the end of that game.
That Pelipper's so cute with his eyes closed.
How is it that Pelipper can still fly while its eyes are closed? Is it like a shark, you know, when they're sleeping, actually, you know,
there's some law against, like, sleep flying, right? That seems dangerous.
I think so as well. But for now, it's going to be Pelipper doing its best to get through these next couple of turns, as Incineroar makes a reappearance on the field. Does not get an Intimidate drop that's really going to matter, but a critical hit into the Pelipper is going to be enough for the knockout. Oh, poor Pelipper. It doesn't get to open its eyes again in the second game, but the Amoonguss being able to go for the Sludge Bomb here at least does a little bit of damage. Rain is gone for the rest of this second game, though, as Terran's looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him come out ahead early and fail to close the game before, but the position looks a little bit better this time. He has taken a bunch of damage on most of his Pokemon, so a little spooky. Once again, that Amoonguss is looking pretty threatening, but this time Chien Pao, much frailer attacker. Pokemon's going to struggle to deal damage, and especially to that Incineroar. Actually, both these Pokemon are going to struggle to damage Incineroar, so maybe a Pokemon to watch. It's Ice Spinner, Sucker Punch, Ice Shard, and Protect as the 4 moves. And Sebastian's Chien Pao does not have like a Sacred Sword or something to burn down the Incineroar a little bit faster.
Well, it would be nice to be able to go for something like a Sucker Punch, but the fact that Terran's Flutter Mane is a booster energy set and it has Protect to be able to use does not guarantee that this Chien Pao is going to have an attacking move to ensure Sucker Punch getting off. Terran also still has Pokemon that he can use to pivot throughout this game, and it's going to be Incineroar first to retreat. Amoonguss now hitting the field again with that Regenerator is going to have a nice extra chunk of HP to play around with, as Sebastian's going to play it safe on this turn.
Hey, why not, right? And I think both sides probably playing a little safely here. Actually going to be the double for Sebastian, so it'll be a totally free switch for Terran. I think he's probably going to be fairly excited about that. Icy Wind not going to hit anything because of both Pokemon protecting, of course, but now getting Amoonguss into battle, allowing it to defend Flutter Mane for at least one more turn. Potentially still able to score a knockout in the Flutter Mane if you're able to knock out the Amoonguss with Chien Pao and then the Flutter Mane with Amoonguss. But even if you do that, Flutter Mane would get an attack off, kind of critically helping wear down these Pokemon for Incineroar later on.
Yeah, a Shadow Ball into this Amoonguss would be pretty bad. The Moonblast into the Chien Pao, even worse, since it has that Life Orb, does not have the Focus Sash to be able to have it stick around like some of the other Chien Pao we typically see. Rage Powder redirecting away the Ice Spinner is also going to do some recoil here to this Chien Pao, as the Rocky Helmet is going to let this Amoonguss leave this Chien Pao with one last parting gift, but this Flutter Mane gets to move next. Icy Wind going to land into both targets, and I think the speed drops here really valuable to be able to allow Terran's Urshifu to get the jump on this Chien Pao.
Yeah, it could be big soon, but Amoonguss going to attack for free here. Not able to pick, oh, never mind. Doesn't pick up the knockout naturally with Sludge Bomb, but the poison going to tick down Flutter Mane's HP is going to be close, but it does fall. So big knockout for Sebastian, and once again, things looked really poor for him. Still not a great position, but it's looking at least possible.
It's the Incineroar and the Urshifu left for Terran as we find ourselves in a 2v2 in Game 2 of this Masters Top 8 set. But how can Terran get through this? Conversely, Sebastian still has a lot of HP to play around with this Chien Pao. And with both of these Pokemon having Protect, you have a way to stall out the Fake Out.
Well, sort of, right? But it's also an Urshifu. So I kind of wonder if because of the Icy Wind drop on that Chien Pao, if it's slower than Urshifu now, this kind of looks like checkmate, right? You fake out the Amoonguss, you attack the Chien Pao. If it protects, it doesn't matter if you're quicker. So could be a decisive play here to try to move Terran into Game 3. It just depends on how quick these Pokemon are.
I have to imagine that Terran would have gone for the Icy Wind because he thinks this Urshifu will be faster after that Icy Wind drop. Sebastian is going to use Terrestrialization on this next turn. We did not see him use it in that first game, but in Game 2, when you see one game away from being able to make it into the top 4, you've got to give everything for this game win. This Fairy Terrestrialization on the Amoonguss is going to help out if we ended up seeing something like a close combat come out that you could redirect away, but it's the Fake Out from the Incineroar to stop Amoonguss in its tracks. It's going to leave this Chien Pao on its own, as Amoonguss was going to try to go for a Rage Powder here, but Urshifu is faster. The Surging Strikes into the Chien Pao. It's going to only take 2 hits in order to knock it out, and with this Amoonguss by itself, Terran, I think, is going to bring us to a game number 3.
A really well-played game here. This time able to find the right path to get in a position where he's guaranteed to win the game. Amoonguss going to fight out as best as it can here, but having dropped its resistance to that Surging Strikes, even Urshifu probably able to take it down on its own now. Really well-played set by both of these players, doing a great job of seeing their end games in each of the respective games that they won. We're very exciting now as we move toward that third game to see who can solve the puzzle the final time and move on to the top 4.
That first game, Sebastian's Urshifu with a Choice Scarf was just too fast for Terran's Pokemon to deal with. And that's why we saw in this game too, Terran put a lot of emphasis and pressure onto removing the Choice Scarf from the Urshifu and also bringing in the Flutter Mane to really finish the job. And as we think about our game number 3, Terran is going to make a little bit more time for both trainers as we do see the Terrestrialization spent on this Urshifu. You don't want to leave anything up to chance. because you still could see something like a crit, maybe even another Spore to come this way. As the Surging Strikes into the Amoonguss is going to take it down quite low. It's going to be a lot of damage in return here from the Rocky Helmet, but I do believe we still are going to see a cleanup here. Third hit from the Surging Strike should do it, sending Terran and Sebastian into a Game 3 in this top 8.
I'm really glad you mentioned the speed control, too. I think that was what was really cool about this game to me. Terran's team doesn't have great speed control, right? Or it kind of does, actually, but it's mostly from that Pokemon we did not see in Tornadus. Instead, kind of having like a really spunky form of speed control in that game where he had to scratch and claw for it a little bit. Knockoff, not traditionally a speed control move, but became one in this matchup. And that Icy Wind wound up being so critical. I think a lot of people are probably watching that turn like, well, why didn't you just go for the Moonblast? But he didn't need to, right? You know, if he ran that into a Protect, he could have thrown the game. Instead, taking a path where you know, the average outcome was a little bit better for him and kept him in a position where kind of no matter what happened, he could get in a spot for Urshifu to help out and close out that game. Urshifu kind of the MVP of both the games in some ways from a knockout perspective, helping both sides pick up some big KOs, but Fluttermane setting the table in that one.
And Amoonguss also showing that it can still be an MVP of a lot of these games. You know, even just in the highlights, we just saw the Sludge Bomb from Sebastian's Amoonguss activate a poison on Terran's Fluttermane to knock it out at the end of the turn thanks to that residual poison damage. But conversely, I mean, Terran's Amoonguss also put in a lot of work. We saw a lot of spores in that first game, a couple more in the second, and I feel like that's giving us a taste of what to expect in this third and final game.
Yeah, both players of Amoonguss have looked incredible, and I don't think there's too much chance of me seeing either of them left at home. Not just the spores, but yeah, I mean, I think both games, the Amoonguss did nearly a full HP, or Pokemon's HP worth of damage between the Rocky Helmets and Sludge Bomb. I really like that both players have taught their Amoonguss Sludge Bomb. Sometimes we see some other moves, but you really see the power of it in this matchup, where when you're against two teams that both have kind of weaker defensive stats, Amoonguss, despite being a very defensive Pokemon itself, is very threatening on offense, and the poison damage for Sludge Bomb adds up very quickly if it's able to proc that additional effect, and then you kind of have a more positional-based game.
Game number 3 upon us to see whether it will be Terran or Sebastian moving on to the top 4 of the Seattle Regional Championships. And as we enter into this game, whoa, look at that. It's like looking in a mirror again as we run back the leads we saw in Game 1.
So one thing I'm kind of looking to see in this game here is whether Sebastian's willing to use his terrestrialization a little bit earlier. It didn't really have any impact in the previous game. It had a huge impact in the first game, even though we never saw it. But you know, trying to get a little more value from that mechanic could be a big factor here. Both sides in a similar position to what we saw in Game 1, though. So we'll have to see if they choose to make similar decisions or if they're trying to condition their opponents into thinking they're going to do something that they're not.
Well, in Game 1, we saw Terran fake out the Pelipper and also go for a Surging Strikes with his own Urshifu into that Pelipper. Pelipper was able to hang on with just a little bit of HP, but it was rendered pretty ineffective for the rest of the game, while giving over this rain for Terran's Urshifu to play around with. Well, we find ourselves in a similar situation as Sebastian is going to start off this turn in Game 3 the same way by removing his own Urshifu and bringing in the Amoonguss. It's now about what happens next. You see Sebastian crossing his fingers. He gets the fake out into the Amoonguss instead of the Urshifu, and that's going to give a big close combat open to this Amoonguss. Huge turn to go Sebastian's way as this Pelipper gets to actually do something in this third game. It's a really big key decision as the Hurricane is going to probably finish off this Urshifu. That Hockey Helmet recoil was good enough, and the defense drops.
Yeah, that's a huge turn. What a great read by Sebastian. Basically takes negligible damage by getting Amoonguss in. Kind of a great Pokemon to have in the field anyway. And yeah, that Pelipper has really been struggling in this 4 set. It's kind of been getting focused down immediately. This time able to pick up a huge knockout. Terran made a very aggressive read there, thinking that he might see something else, trying to take down the opposing Urshifu for all the problems that it had caused him throughout the course of this set. But Sebastian showed it to him. He took it away, instead picking up the knockout on Terran's Urshifu, and that's a huge advantage to get in the first turn of this decisive set, as both players are trying so hard to win one more game to move on to the top 4.
Top 4 would be big, more championship points, more prize money, and one step closer to being able to make it into a potential finals first shot at a regional championship title.
But Terran's not out of it yet. You still have this Fluttermane that is going to be faster than both the Pelipper and the Amoonguss for Sebastian. And Sebastian's Amoonguss has actually lost quite a bit of HP already. Even more now that the Icy Wind is going to connect onto both the Pelipper and the Amoonguss. With that speed drop, maybe Terran's Incineroar is also going to be faster. The knockoff coming first to remove a Rocky Helmet, get the KO onto this Amoonguss, and just remove a critical piece to Sebastian's game plan. But that means that this Pelipper is still free and clear to go for another attack. And with a Weather Ball into the Incineroar, you gotta hope if you're Terran that this is gonna save you. But the super effective hit in the rain is gonna get another knockout here for Sebastian. And he's one Pokemon closer to moving on to the top 4.
Yeah, things are scary now, and only 2 Pokemon left. Big read now on Sebastian's side of the field, guessing what Terran's last Pokemon is. You'd assume based on the previous game, it's probably that Amoonguss. If it's not the Amoonguss, you could just send with the Urshifu now and kind of end the game. So you're gonna have to make a read now, okay? Is it going to be Amoonguss? It is. Makes things a little bit more complicated, but you know, you can still keep the pressure on here. And you know, Fluttermane's got a lot of targets to prioritize. It becomes a very important read now for Terran, where you know, if Urshifu's just gonna bail, you can go after the Pelipper, but if you ignore it and it just attacks, you can be in trouble there too. So going to have to make the right read here. Still trying to dig out of that hole from turn 1.
Terran is trapped. Terra Grass on this Fluttermane is going to prove some problems for Terran's Fluttermane to actually get through this turn. Similarly, if Amoonguss changes to the Fairy type, that's also not good.
Is this just checkmate? Because it's going to ignore the Rage Powder, it's going to be faster, it's rainy. What is Fluttermane going to do to survive this? It's going to be a ton of damage on the last remaining viable attacker on Terran's team.
I think it's got to be the Fluttermane here. It does take the Terra Grass, but that leaves it vulnerable to a Hurricane follow-up after this Urshifu. So the Urshifu can land some Surging Strikes here. Maybe Fluttermane is able to take this because it does have that Grass Tear now, and it looks like it should be good for the survival. But Fluttermane is going to have to get some mileage out of this turn to give Terran even a fighting chance to make it into this top 4. With the survival here, Fluttermane now has a chance to actually fight back. If it's able to land a knockout into this Urshifu, it's going to be good, but it's going after the Pelipper instead. It secures the knockout, but Urshifu is still going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. Can a Sludge Bomb from this Amoonguss do anything here?
Oh,
it was a Spore instead, and Urshifu is going to have that neutralized by the Terra Grass.
Urshifu may be able to almost close this game on its own now. There's nothing Fluttermane can do. Protecting will be useless. Rage Powder will be useless against the now Grass-type Urshifu. It will pick up the knockout in this Fluttermane, and the Fluttermane on Sebastian's side and the Urshifu will be teaming up against the Amoonguss to try to knock it out and move Sebastian into the final game. Fluttermane going for the Protect, but I'm not so sure if it's going to work out.
Not in front of an Urshifu that has the Unseen Fist ability. It bypasses the Protect, gets one knockout into the Fluttermane, and leaves the Amoonguss by itself. Sebastian, whose best performance was a top 64 at the Sacramento Regional Championships in 2023, is one Pokemon away from being able to move on to the top 4. A Shadow Ball from the Fluttermane into the Amoonguss is going to bring it down really low to lower than half HP. And while this Amoonguss has a chance to actually fight back with this Spore, a triple Surging Strike should do it and send Sebastian into the top 4 of the Seattle Regional Championships.
What an incredible read of that first turn. Sebastian able to get Terran to play into his hands. We see Surging Strike coming down.
Surging Strikes, one is good. Rocky Helmet is going to have to try to fight back a little bit. But as you see the second hit come through, it's going to be quite close whether or not this third one will actually finish off this Amoonguss. It's just barely going to miss the KO, but it's still going to be a tough uphill battle. I don't see a way that Terran gets through this one. We might just be a victory lap here for Sebastian. As the Fluttermane stays asleep, Terran's Amoonguss is next to move, and if this Sludge Bomb is able to pick up the knockout into the Urshifu, things have actually gotten quite interesting.
Yeah, it's not over.
1v1 between this Amoonguss and the Fluttermane.
So it's all down to how quickly this Fluttermane can wake up. At most, Amoonguss is going to have 2 shots here. Can't inflict a poison because it's already asleep, but is 2 Sludge Bombs enough, or do you need a critical hit, or does Fluttermane just wake up and make this whole thing irrelevant?
If Fluttermane wakes up, this is going to send Sebastian into the top 4 of the Seattle Regional Championships. But they're biding our time, making it as suspenseful as possible. And the battle is just going to be canceled. Terran throws it in. Sebastian moves on to the top 4.
What an incredible match there. So exciting the whole way through. It comes down to a big read on the first turn of the game once again in the third game of the set. But both players really showing how clever they are in the games that they won in that set. Both game 1 and game 2 were so close, but both the players able to find a little bit of advantage, and then comes down to that big read in the third game where Sebastian was able to pull ahead. What an incredible set.
That That was so fun to watch. Congratulations to Sebastian Gonzalez, who's able to make it into the top 4 of the Seattle Regional Championships. Let's go back through some of these moments because it really was that Hurricane KO onto the Urshifu that set the course for this ship for the rest of the game.
The revenge of Pelipper, where after those 2 games, they just couldn't get anything going, able to pick up 2 massive knockouts. And we did finally see the Terastallization come into play on Sebastian's side of the field for that checkmate. It's kind of what I think was he was hoping to work toward in the game where he lost, where I just wasn't ever quite able to get things the way they needed to be. This time, the grass type Urshifu able to put him in a situation where there just wasn't much Terran could do. I guess looking back there, maybe that's a Sludge Bomb instead of a Spore makes the end of the game a little bit more interesting, but Sebastian gets everything right.
Some really big reads sometimes because, you know, that just might be how you need to outsmart your opponent. But as you can see here, I mean, Sludge Bomb into a Tear-Grass Urshifu. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe that does make things just a little bit closer at the end of it. But I mean, Terran is still such an amazing player in his own right. A top 4 is certainly going to be one of the best performances for the 2026 season. I'm sure Terran still has multiple events ahead of him as he's looking forward to the World Championships in the running for sure to be at the top of that leaderboard in Europe.
Absolutely, you know, I'm sure not quite the finish he was hoping for once he got this close, but I'm sure if you told him, hey, you know, you're going to get a top 8 finish, he'd be happy. Pillaging our championship points from North America and bringing them back to Europe. Really impressive run by him and very impressive by Sebastian. Going to be the best finish of his career, no matter how this goes from here, but now only 2 sets away from being a regional champion and instantly getting that direct Worlds qualification himself.
Yeah, something that Sebastian would need in order to be in the running to go to the World Championships right now. Doesn't have too many championship points accumulated for the 2026 season, but that's why these direct qualifications are so exciting to see our trainers compete for. We still have a couple more matches to go, though, as we think about what's coming up for the rest of our Top Cut bracket. We need to figure out who Sebastian's opponent is going to be, and similarly, who's going to face Emilio in that top 4. Before we get there, though, let's celebrate this win with Sebastian in the lounge with Dwee.
Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you, Scott. Dwee here in the lounge with Sebastian. And Sebastian, how are you feeling right now? Top 4 in the regional championships. You seem so emotional up on that stage. Can you tell me about what's going through your mind?
Quite a lot, honestly. I wasn't really expecting to get like this far. I played Taron in Swiss, and he beat me pretty bad, so I feel like really good about that set. I was able to take it back in a really important set.
So you played against Terran in the Swiss rounds. He beat you there. What were the adjustments that you made going into this matchup with all of your notes that you had from the Swiss rounds?
Well, I knew the 4 that I bought were the best into his team, and like the order I bought them were the best into his team. Like nothing else would really help me. So I was just hoping to play better the next time around, hopefully to beat him. That's why I kind of like messed up like game 2. I brought Xianpao instead of Fluttermane, which is like quite a big reason why I think I lost game 2, so yeah.
Well, you made the adjustment going back into game 3, right? You brought that Fluttermane. You know, you had Terran in a position that you were sort of in control a lot of the time. Can you tell us about, you know, your thoughts going into game 3?
It was mostly just like go in, do the same thing and hope he tries to read I'm doing something different, which is like what he did in game 3. So I'm really happy about that, yeah.
You terrestrialized your Urshifu at the right time. You know, that grass terrestrialization for that Urshifu blocked that important Spore. I mean, what was your thought process going into that turn?
Well, I'd usually been like avoiding Terra Grass. Like even in Swiss when I played him, I've been avoiding Terra Grass because I don't like getting hit by Sludge Bomb. And I assumed he knew that, so that's why I Terra Grass that time. Like I felt like I needed to as well because I didn't want to get caught by a Rage Powder either. And I thought Fluttermane could win the endgame on its own. So.
This is your first top 4 in the Masters division. You know, you competed years ago in the Seniors division. You got a runner-up there. What does it mean to you right now being in the top 4?
Means quite a bit, honestly. I thought it was like over after Seniors. Haven't played Pokemon in like some time, at least practiced it. Just came here because one of my friends was like, hey, Seattle's coming up, like, let's go. And like, sure, why not, you know?
So all on a whim, you decided to come, and now you're here in the top 4.
Yeah.
Are your friends running the same team as you, or are you guys running different teams?
No. My friend doesn't really like rain, so he chose not to run it. He ran Sun. He did pretty good, I'd say, yeah.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go ahead and let you prepare for your next top 4 match. You know, let you center yourself before your next match. Prepare for it. Before I let you go, though, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make to the viewers at home?
like to first shout out my family. They've been supporting me the whole time, watching me. Second of all, my friends, mainly Rohan, because he's been here the whole time cheering me on. And then my other friends back at home. I know NorCal's watching, you know, those guys, shout out to you. I love you guys. And then my other friends, Josh, Santino, and Isaac. Love those guys too. They've been also cheering me on, texting me after every round.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Yuki's keys to the game for a breakdown on that last match. Take it away, Yuki.
Thank you, Dewey, and thank you, Sebastian. Yes, it certainly is hurricaning and raining in Seattle as Pelipper brings Sebastian into top 4. What an exciting match. It's also very cool to hear that they played in Swiss and that Sebastian, I believe he said he lost, being able to adjust well to Tarn's game plans and make a comeback and propel him into this biggest finish yet. So yeah, let's go ahead and review this match. It's very interesting because we see just the difference in accolades here. Sebastian's best is top 64. Tarn has a lot of different ones, getting top cuts on multiple ICs, also being a regional champion, and also very different kinds of teams. Sebastian having more of this rain mode, having basically abusing as much as possible the access to rain through this Pelipper. So having Urshifu being able to be both very fast and very strong thanks to the rain and the Choice Scarf, and also having Archaludon to get those electric shots going thanks to the rain, although it didn't really come to this matchup. Another interesting thing is this Fluttermane has Taunt, which you typically don't see any kind of status moves on choice-locked Pokemon, since, by definition, they get locked into using that one move, and you rarely want to Taunt twice. So very interesting team choice, but maybe he has some weaknesses to Trick Room teams or some kind of matchup patch that he wants. Over on Tarn's team, we talked about this earlier, but replacing that Landorus Therian that he wasn't very happy with in Birmingham Regionals with the Ursaluna. Very uncommon to see it not pair with Porygon 2, but clearly he's made it work to come out this far. The big point of the first game was this scene here where Tarn goes for the Terra Grass on the Incineroar, even though Sebastian actually calls him out and says, you're clearly going to Terra Grass here, not wanting to get hit with Rage Powder or with the Spore, and goes for the Hurricane and does super effective damage to the Incineroar. This is actually very, very good for Tarn because thanks to the read from the previous turn and doubling into the Pelipper, is now in range of getting U-turn, so he's able to pivot, get rid of the Pelipper, and come back in with the Amoonguss, which is in a very, very good position thanks to, because Pelipper is no longer on the field and in the game, and there's just not much left on Sebastian's end that can do that much damage to Amoonguss. However, over on this turn, we have an interesting scene here where we see the Fluttermane and Amoonguss being paired up. It's a little bit awkward for Tarn's Amoonguss because he wants to go for Spore if he's not going to Terra, because Sebastian has not Terra'd yet. But if he is going to Terra, then he wants to go for a Sludge Bomb. So Tarn just says, okay, I'm just going to read the fact that you're not going to want to attack a Rocky Hell Amoonguss with the Urshifu, so I'm going to switch out my Fluttermane, just let that Urshifu take the damage, and then, get more attacks with my Amoonguss. But because he attacks with that Urshifu into the Amoonguss, he completely flips the game on its head and wins game 1. Game 2, we see some interesting things happen where, the Hurricane gets confusion on both the Amoonguss and the Incineroar. We don't see that too much, and the Incineroar actually ends up hitting itself in confusion. So we're thinking, oh wow, if the Amoonguss also ends up hitting itself in confusion, this is going to be a huge, huge swing for Sebastian, not having its Pelipper going to be spored or have its Focus Sash broken, but the Amoonguss is able to clutch up for Tarn here and get the sleep on, and because both of Sebastian's Pokemon are asleep and he's a little bit unlucky with the turns in which the Pokemon wake up, Tarn's able to win through this game. Game 3, we have a completely different, let me rewind a little bit here. So it's the same leads of game 1 where it's Urshifu Pelipper on Sebastian's end and Tarn is leading Instant Urshifu. And Sebastian basically says, okay, I know you're not going to do the exact same thing as game 1 because it's so easy for me to punish. Like, I could just switch out my Pelipper into Amoonguss. So that would really punish you to fake out and Surging Strikes that slot. So I'm going to do the exact opposite of what you're going to think I'm going to do, which is the exact same thing as game 1, which is like, was very disfavorable for me, and say, there's no way you're going to do the exact same thing. And it pays off dividends for him because, both of the attacks from Tarn targets into the Amoonguss, wanting to basically get a fake out and close combat. Thanks to the Life Orb boost from Tarn's Urshifu, that would surely do a lot, enough damage to KO the Urshifu on Sebastian's end. So really, really good heads-up play for Sebastian to make that hard read in such an important part of this match. And finally here, we see the Terra Grass come out from the Urshifu, which basically helps the checkmate situation happen with this final endgame where, yeah, the Flutter Mane is able to survive this one turn thanks to Terra Grass on its end. But yeah, since the Spore over on Tarn's end is going into the Urshifu instead of a Sludge Bomb, this Urshifu is unscathed for this turn and is able to safely attack the Flutter Mane for 2 more turns and successfully close out the match. So yeah, big congratulations for Sebastian and also to Tarn for such a deep run in a foreign country to him. So yeah, we'll be coming out with the next top 8 match. Don't go anywhere.
Halfway through our top 8 matches here at the Seattle Regional Championships. 2 left to go to figure out the final 2 players here within top 4. Sierra, Len, I've loved our matches so far. Like, this has been, I don't know, this has been a great competition.
They've been really fun. There's been a surprising amount of diversity of teams in the top 8. We really have a bunch of different looks, from high octane Tailwind to more balanced style teams. And I think this next match we're going to see between Colin and Rob really helps highlight that with, a very priority heavy, offense heavy team from Rob, like what we saw from Joe earlier on in the day. And then from Colin, we've already seen his team of the, almost feels like a throwback to generations past with using the Cresselia and the Amoonguss and the Incineroar to really slow things down and find those win conditions. It's going to be a really fun one.
We've really been hitting the nostalgia factor this weekend with the 30th anniversary, and Colin really bringing that to light. I mean, anyone who's been playing for a while, I feel like Cresselia, like, this is just like the Pokemon of old. So I'm sure there's some old heads here that appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate it, I promise.
I'm glad that you were picking up what I was throwing down there. But getting into the match, I mean, Colin, we got to see him earlier, and we got to highlight then his list of accomplishments there, including from way back when he was able to get them, starting with the 2014 Madison. He has been such a strong trainer for so long within the Pokemon VGC scene. Rog McNeely on the opposing end of this definitely has had some performances running back, but this is a little bit more earlier on within, Scarlet and Violet, even just before that, right? So
right, several finishes there right from the tail end of Sword and Shield, so not as much success so far in Scarlet and Violet, just that one top 32 in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so then with getting a couple of those accomplishments within the Sword and Shield, and then looking at like top 32 Pittsburgh, looking to really try and finish the run that is what he's accomplished so far, because yeah, top 8, this has been the breakout performance of a Scarlet Violet career, and looking to like just take it one step further.
Yeah, but with a difficult opponent on the other side, Colin, an expert at finding his win conditions, finding his ways through games, can be really impressive. We saw that in the last game, the last match from Colin, where he navigated the Choice Specs Flutter Mane into a position where it just felt like checkmate. Those Dazzling Gleams were inevitable, and they were too much damage. And his team has several options to do that, between the Flutter Mane, the Ursaluna, if it's in Trick Room, the Urshifu that can be attacking you right through Protect. But it may be going to be a little bit harder in this match, because Rob, with so many priority options, if you want to commit to that Fairy Terastallization on Flutter Mane, you're vulnerable to extreme speed on the other side. If you want to set up Trick Room, you're still going to be vulnerable to all that priority on the other side. So definitely a few problems that are going to make finding those win conditions a little bit more difficult.
I mean, when we had highlighted this team and highlighted Colin and talked about the Cresselia, and I feel like, too, that could be a really interesting Pokemon within this match, just with its inherent typing and the support it could offer to this team.
Yeah, it's so bulky, and there's not huge damage threats from the other side. I think last time we saw the Cresselia, there were things like Choice Spec Shadow Ball and Single Strike Urshifu swinging into Cresselia. In this match, there's a Chin Pow on the other side, but it only has Sucker Punch as a dark move, so kind of hard to land a Sucker Punch into a Cresselia that doesn't want to be hit by it. And so otherwise, you're going to be relying on neutral hits or Incineroar to do damage onto Cresselia, which means it can have a lot of staying power, really keep the team healthy with Lunar Blessing, get speed control with Icy Wind or Trick Room, and also just chip damage across the board. Icy Winds are going to add up into Dragonite if you're not willing to commit a normal Terastallization there. And even something like the Raging Bolt on the other side doesn't have Calm Mind, so it's not going to be able to set up in front of Cresselia. Instead, it's just probably going to be chipped down and not be able to contribute a ton of damage back.
And with this team, we definitely have ways to go out on the offense, but ways to really be able to kind of slow down the game as well. When you highlight that Cresselia, look at things like this Amoonguss, I feel like Colin has a lot of different ways he can try and go ahead and approach this match. On the opposing end for Rob, we get to see a little bit of a different take on a couple of these balancing options that have that new look. You had highlighted the Raging Bolt, that we don't see the setup. Instead, this Assault Vest paired up with something like this Terra Electric to really be able to capitalize on all these electric type moves that you have as well. Dragonite, Chien, Pow. This is like the duo of I would like to deal big damage.
Right, I mean, these are 3 big attackers, all with priority options. Amoonguss and Incineroar are playing a mostly pure support role, though Incineroar can put out some damage when it needs to, and Ogerpon sitting in between the two. But it's off Pokemon that kind of don't necessarily damage trade perfectly. They try to use an action advantage. If I moved before you, I attacked, prevented you from attacking, either with a KO or because you were too scared to move because my Sucker Punches and Thunderclaps were coming in. But when both Pokemon are just swinging into each other, they're a little bit more vulnerable. And so I think that's going to be the obstacle for Rob. He's going to find, probably going to be able to lead pretty aggressive positions in the games, and then it's going to be up to Colin to kind of break that pressure, and then it's going to be whether Rob can ever establish similar aggressive positions afterwards.
Well, getting into the game, it's going to be a spot in top 4 on the line, and you had talked about establishing a powerful board position from the start, but it looks like a little bit more of that power is on Colin's end of the board, paired with that Flutter Mane, whereas Rob, a very more supportive set to start this out.
Yeah, a little bit more passivity from Rob. These two especially could be a good answer into Cresselia if you were thinking it was going to be led, because you can knock off and then you can start threatening Spore. Amoonguss also helps to break up Colin's defense. If you can start putting multiple things to sleep, they're going to be really vulnerable to offense in the future. But like you said, in the meantime, there's really not much offensive pressure here. Meanwhile, Colin already has Choice Specs Flutter Mane on the field, so you can threaten quite a bit of damage, but you've got to worry about Spore in the short term. And so starting to think about Fake Out into Amoonguss, which leads to some recoil. Like, do you actually want Flutter Mane sitting here in this position, or do you just go out into the back and try to find windows in the future?
And that's the thing, it looks like for Colin, even on lead, even though he has a threat, that can try and power, not wanting to really leave it out there just in case. We're gonna see the pivots out. Cresselia in place of what was the Flutter Mane, and Incineroar swap out as well, the double pivot. And instead, it's gonna be Ursaluna to hit the field. So Rob has all the information on how Colin wants to be playing this match. Knockoff though, into the Cresselia is huge. You get a good amount of damage. Safety Goggles is now gone. That's one of the things that Cresselia really wanted, because now that is a Cresselia that is just completely spored and immobilized on the next turn.
Yeah, I mentioned one of the reasons to lead Incineroar and Amoonguss is to go knock off Spore and get a Cresselia put to sleep. It looked like there was no target for that. There was no Cresselia on the field, but it walks right into it, switches into what was targeted at the Flutter Mane. A Flutter Mane that, of course, couldn't protect itself. So from Rob's perspective, a very vulnerable target to start throwing damage and spores into, but instead you get even better. You get the Cresselia coming in, losing the Safety Goggles, which is important if this match takes place over really many turns. Getting rid of the Safety Goggles early is going to help you keep control of it. But now you've got an Ursaluna. It's not going to get put to sleep. It's burnt. It's not under any damage threat at all. It can throw off massive Earthquakes. Your Intimidate is already on the board, so you can't try to mitigate the damage that way. So while Cresselia takes a nap, Ursaluna is going to be the one responsible for trying to get a bunch of damage out. But first, Parting Shot will at least get you -1 attack on this turn.
Yeah, try and at least slow down that bear just a little bit here, and a chance to try and pivot out into something that's maybe a little bit better to take the hit. But there's not really many Pokemon on this team that would really appreciate a Facade coming on out. Ogerpon is going to be the target of choices, hitting the field, Facade right away. That's just a clean one-hit KO despite the Parting Shot and the attack drop.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing else to take it, though. There are no normal resists on the team. Something had to come in and take that Facade.
I mean, at this point, that's a Sludge Bomb into this Cresselia. Cresselia was asleep on this turn, but so much power and focus has been on that supportive Pokemon. And again, Ursaluna, this will be another drop to its attack. There is this option Fake Out on the next turn, but a lot has been thrown at the Cresselia. You got to make sure this Ursaluna doesn't get out of control.
Yeah, the Ursaluna could start putting much damage. You can also just get into the back to get rid of those -2 stages of attack. The Ogerpon already being gone is both your one thing that could resist Earthquake, but it's also one of your best damage threats into the Ursaluna. You don't necessarily need speed control if your opponent just can't put much damage into it. And the Incineroar and the Amoonguss together aren't going to be that big threat. So Ursaluna, yeah, it feels very dangerous that it could just get out of control and kind of however badly things are going for the other Pokemon on the team, the Ursaluna is getting its job done.
I mean, even at this point, so a pivot out makes a lot of sense because then you can get that attack back. Sitting here and just dealing as much damage as possible, even if you maybe miss a couple of KOs, and then let your super speedy Flutter Mane come in the back to then clean up the match, is also then just a realm of possibilities. So going on into this turn, trying to see how Rob can slow down a little bit of this damage. Terastallization is going to be one of those keys Cresselia second turn of sleep. Knockoff into the Ursaluna is just going to be good for a little bit of damage, but going to see on the contrary, Earthquake comes on out. At least this is going to do as much into the Centaur because of the terrestrialization. Ledge Bomb, not enough to either for a KO.
That knockoff actually can be valuable utility in the long term. If Cresselia ever wakes into a Lunar Blessing to heal Ursaluna, it won't reburn without a Flame Orb, and so you lose Guts. And so kind of mitigates the value of the Lunar Blessing in the long term. And yeah, the Earthquake at -2 attack just doesn't really capitalize damage perfectly here. But for now, Cresselia is going to wake up after 2 turns, going to get some damage of its own with Psychic into Amoonguss.
Yeah, just eyeing up these Pokemon on the opposing end. Their health bar is getting real low and trying to contribute to that. At least Cresselia was able to do something before it inevitably gets KO'd, and Incineroar just making its mark. Earthquake now on the opposing end. We saw how little it did last time, but thanks to that and the critical hit, Amoonguss does go down. Rob down to just 2 Pokemon left.
Colin is just keeping it so simple here, not overthinking it with speed control and with a ton of pivoting around. Just put Ursaluna on the field, started dealing damage. Cresselia wakes, it gets in on the action, deals some damage, and has established a 3-2 lead that is a huge threat. Now he's got the full health Incineroar, the Terrestrialization already burnt on Rob's side, a really valuable Intimidate here, an Intimidate that will stick onto both the Incineroar and the Chien-Pao on the other side, and Intimidate that you can also just recycle. It's going to be pretty easy to get Incineroar into the back if you want it again, or you can just continue to keep it simple and keep dealing damage because you're up a lot. I think this is a great example of sometimes don't overthink it, just find the targets for the damage. Let your opponent be the one constantly giving up like action advantage by having to pivot.
And at this point, too, Incineroar just hitting the field. As you said, there was that Intimidate. There is just this option of a Fake Out. And if you want to be heads up about it, can just go on the offensive as well. As said, there is a significant lead within this match. No Fake Out, though, will be Ursaluna to just take a hit. But again, it was just Intimidate that did so much. The follow-up, though, isn't going to free help. So now we're going to be trying to settle the score just a little bit. But what we can see here is as Incineroar from Colin goes out on the offensive, U-turn, does a good chunk of damage, and even if Colin is going to be down to 2 Pokemon, it can be a Flutter Mane to hit the field.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like just the perfect position. You have full health Flutter Mane next to full health Incineroar, -2 Incineroar, and -2 Chien-Pao on the other side. Fake out up for Colin, like it just, you couldn't ask for anything better to close out a game here. Maybe you still have to worry a little bit about like Chien-Pao protecting and then critting a Sucker Punch into Flutter Mane or something, but the odds are so heavily in Colin's favor at this point. Like, once again, just really established a great win condition, found the right damage into the right places to set up this Flutter Mane for the end game.
And Colin hasn't even used Terrestrialization up to this point, so even when you look at a win count of maybe a critical hit Sucker Punch that's allowed to go, well, we have the Terra Fairy to just make sure that that's not going to really happen, right? So we get to see that. It's great for offense as well, but again, the Pokemon on Rob's end not necessarily looking too healthy.
And you can see the resignation in Rob's face, just realizing how lost things are with the position that Colin has established here.
Yeah, not even an opportunity for the Chien-Pao to even fish for any sort of Sucker Punch shenanigans. Dazzling Gleam, double target into these 2 low health Pokemon is more than enough to claim the KO and get Colin the first game of the set.
So far, we've seen 3 games from Colin on stream. All of them have ended with a Flutter Mane just Dazzling Gleaming its way to an easy win. Just so good at recognizing where the damage needs to be, what holes need to be opened up, and what he can't afford to give away. That turn 1 looked pretty rough. Colin, that game started with Colin double switching on turn 1, getting his safety goggles knocked off, and getting his Cresselia put to sleep. But he didn't panic, just kept dealing damage, and so quickly established a lead.
I mean, when you really want to get that knockoff safety goggles spore into the Cresselia, thing was, again, so much attention onto this Cresselia. If that had maybe even been into the Ursaluna, that could have been nice to try and have that moment to slow it down, because the thing is Ursaluna, I mean, even after the parting shot, was still able to take a clean one-hit KO onto this Ogre Pond. There wasn't those resists on Rob's end of the field, and that allowed this Ursaluna just too much damage.
Right, because I think partly Rob's team was playing out of character there, right? This is not a team that wants to play super slow with the Amoonguss and Incineroar. This is a team with a lot of damage behind it, and when you try to like flex a team kind of out of its comfort zone, then you set this up, you get the Incineroar on the field, you get the parting shot, but then your team isn't bulky enough to stand up after that. You don't have the damage with only Chien-Pao to offer offense next to Amoonguss and Incineroar to close things out. So while it made the opening look a little bit better for Rob, he just never had the damage to break the Ursaluna. Ursaluna, right? It just took too many attacks into it. The position was too difficult. So I'd be interested to see a pivot from Rob to see if, you know, if this didn't work, do you think maybe I can force this to work at this slow pace in future games, or do you make a bigger adjustment to really lean on more of the offensive potential of his team?
Going into it, it's going to be a run back of the lead from the first one. So again, the lead that really tries to slow things down, but we're going to get a little bit of a mirror here to be kicking things off with Amoonguss and Incineroar also led for Colin.
Well, there are some formats where it feels like Incineroar Amoonguss versus Incineroar Amoonguss is what we see every single round. This mostly hasn't been one, but here in the top 8, we've got them up against each other. Only safety goggles on Rob's side means Colin's a little bit weaker of a position here. His Incineroar is actually vulnerable to Spore. The knockoff, though, from the Amoonguss on Colin's side could also open up Spore into the Incineroar on that side. It'll be really interesting to see what players prioritize here. These are the kind of mirrored situations where having a long-term game plan of knowing what you really care about. Do you care about damage into Amoonguss with Flare Blitz? Do you care about trying to restrict Incineroar by trying to get it put to sleep? Do you care about just getting a parting shot and finding some other offense to prey on these two Pokemon? We're going to learn a lot about what these players think is important in this next turn.
And taking a long time to deliberate what is important, going right down into the timer, trying to target down into this Incineroar, but it's an Incineroar that's just parting shots out. So Rob looking to prioritize a little bit of a pivot here and bring something else in. And if this is something like the Ogre Pawn, a knockoff Spore isn't going to do anything because of just its grass typing. And that is something we did get to see within the game 1, that it was brought. Instead though, Chien-Pao is right out onto the field, and with action still to be had on Colin's end, that could be a little bit scary. Knock off Chien-Pao, that is going to be just getting rid of and breaking essentially the Focus Sash, but the follow up, Amoonguss gets the Spore, Chien-Pao gets put to sleep.
Chien-Pao walks right into a Spore, and meanwhile all Rob accomplishes is a tiny Sludge Bomb into Amoonguss, really not much damage.
And you had called out too on the very first turn with the safety goggles on one end, Colin susceptible. There was the Trastalization, but not called, so Colin gets to get away with his Terra, and his Incineroar stays away.
Yeah, it stays there totally vulnerable and isn't punished for it. Meanwhile, we do learn about what players value. Colin wanted to get that Incineroar put to sleep. He didn't get Incineroar put to sleep, but he got the Chien-Pao put to sleep, which is probably a bigger reward.
That is just a huge trade, and now you get something to sleep. This Chien-Pao that would have loved to threaten this Ursaluna, and Rob kind of forced to, again, try and slow down this damage potential from Colin. Incineroar comes in, Intimidate gets dropped. Chien-Pao brought down right low, right away with the critical hit, and Colin, yet again, it gets to pivot. It seems like he's kind of just driving this match right now.
Yeah, Colin gets to pivot here. The Ursaluna already being at -1 attack, and now being threatened by Intimidate as well, could burn through those turns of sleep, but I think the critical hit is actually really impactful there because Chien-Pao should be low enough that if it swings into Amoonguss's Rocky Helmet, it will just be KO'd. So Colin has the opportunity to just Rage Powder, kind of force the Chien-Pao into that targeting instead of the Ursaluna targeting, and I'm not sure that's a trade Rob can afford to give up. And of course, before we ever even got there, the Chien-Pao would have to wake up. Right now, it's a Chien-Pao snoozing on the other side, while the Ursaluna is a little bit uncontested to go out on the offense.
At this point, though, when you are staring down the fact that the Ursaluna has had an attack drop, is this just the opportunity to try and switch it out? And for Rob, what can you kind of do to try and get ahead within this? Because a big piece of this damage from your team, on a team that is so offensive, is on its last legs. Colin with the switch in, Intimidate gets dropped, and two healthy Pokemon to stare down this shattered board state of Rob. And Amoonguss isn't going to be taking damage anytime soon. Protect to survive past this. Chien-Pao does wake up. Ice Spinner, though, this isn't the damage you would necessarily want out on the board. The Intimidate and just the resistance from the Incineroar. A pivot, though, from Rob does make sure the Incineroar doesn't too much, and it'll be an opportunity to see if it's Amoonguss brought back in or that fourth Pokemon from Rob.
Well, it's good news for Rob. The Chien-Pao only took that one turn of sleep, is already awake. Yeah, with Amoonguss and Incineroar brought, once again, not necessarily very much offensive potential. You're down to basically two Pokemon for the offense, the Chien-Pao and the Dragonite. If you're going to pick two Pokemon, pretty good options, but very important to keep Chien-Pao around in the short term. But Incineroar did come in on the last turn, got to Intimidate, and now has Fake Out pressure again. Of course, you can't Fake Out the Dragonite because of Inner Focus, but Chien-Pao is also low enough that Fake Out would probably just be a KO there, so you're kind of forced into a Protect or a Switch in that slot. Dragonite though, is where you're really leaning on. You're expecting that you might be able to get a lot of damage out of it. It does have Aerial Ace, so it can threaten a bunch of damage into Amoonguss that way, and you can't mitigate that damage very easily. So for Rob, I think the next couple turns is going to be critical to see how much damage Dragonite can get in this one aggressive position, and whether Colin can once again kind of calm things down and mitigate Dragonite's potential.
And have to see what the lock-in is for as well with this Dragonite, considering that this Fluttermane on the opposing end, well, is immune to 2 of them, right? Terastallization might get a little indication of what's to come, though. With this Terra Normal, a lot of the times we see the Dragonite in the Qianpao combo, and you can expect some powerful extreme speeds. Qianpao, as you said, kind of forced into this Protect since it is on its last legs. Rage Powder, Amoonguss redirect anything towards it, meaning this Dragonite is targeting down this little mushroom. Terra comes out, but instead it will be an Outrage and targeted into the Amoonguss. Amoonguss just goes down.
No, Amoonguss, don't Rage Powder. You don't want that one to hit you. You'd love to let that one go into your teammate. Rage Powder guarantees it lands in on Amoonguss and picks up that KO. Yeah, the Qianpao has to protect through that turn because the risk of Fake Out was too high, but it's not going to be able to protect through this turn. Just used that on the last turn, which means that Incineroar is probably forcing a switch there, and if you really are confident you're forcing a switch there, you can, just go after the Dragonite instead. Meanwhile, that Outrage, that's going to be a big coin flip from turn to turn. Nothing's going to immediately take it off the field, so where does Outrage land?
Especially too, so you have to take just the 50-50 at this point. Qianpao, as you said, still on his last legs, kind of a little bit of a force of a switch out, but I don't think Incineroar hitting the field is the worst thing. You get the Intimidate down, as well have Fake Out pressure in on this next turn. And as well, it will take the Dazzling Gleam quite well. Critical hit on the Dragonite, a lot of damage done, and that's actually going to be enough with this double up to just take it down.
Fast Incineroar, slow Dragonite, that catches us by surprise. Incineroar moving first there and just able to finish that KO. Dragonite doesn't get to try another Outrage. The coin already flipped for the last time. It was weighted into Amoonguss the first time. It doesn't go off this time. Incineroar closes out that KO. And now we're very quickly like, what stops the Dazzling Gleam? Game after game, it feels like Colin establishes the position where this Fluttermane is running away with the game, and it feels like it's happening once again. Right now, we're once again in a position where Qianpao is offering some damage threat. This is Rob's moment of aggression. If Colin can calm it down again, it's probably calmed down for the last time where Fluttermane will be able to sweep through. But if right now, with no Fake Out available from Colin's side, Fake Out available from Rob's side, if you can make it work, then maybe this is the one position.
This is your last opportunity if you're Rob. Okay, maybe second last, try and get something done, because Qianpao is just going to try, and again, to stay preserved on this turn. So that big momentum swing isn't going to come from that Pokemon. Instead, Preservation. It has to be next turn, though. Critical hit on the Incineroar, and 2 Pokemon left for Rob. Colin, these Pokemon are coming up huge with the top 4 spot on the line. U-turn into the Amoonguss. Another critical hit. I don't think that one will matter, but just a little extra salt in the wound. A pivot out, and again, Colin just in the driver's seat. Ursaluna hitting the field. It still has full health. All these Pokemon on Colin's end are so healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I think this really wraps it up. I do think last turn was basically Rob's last opportunity. You can maybe see the idea there. If Dazzling Gleam doesn't critical hit the Incineroar and fails to KO the Incineroar, then maybe Incineroar can swing into the Fluttermane and be that follow-through of some offensive pressure. But when that doesn't happen and you instead lose Incineroar, it means these 2 Pokemon are trapped on the field. At the moment, it's easy to pivot or just follow through with damage. There's just not enough left in the tank for Rob. Incineroar is also going to just come out of the back at some point and be a big problem for both of these Pokemon.
There's just too much for these Pokemon on Rob's end of the field to try and accomplish. Again, with the Qianpao that just has a little bit of health left versus the full HP bars on Colin's end. He is 2 Pokemon away from taking this 2-0 to secure a spot in top 4. It's so close to getting this done.
Right, if Dazzling Gleam lands into Qianpao, it is just over, and the Ice Spinner doesn't even try to stop it. Ice Spinner into Ursaluna. That's a lot of damage, but it's not a KO.
It is not even enough, so Dazzling Gleam now, the only real deal of damage from Rob's end is down. And Amoonguss, we've definitely seen it go on the offensive before, but an impossible task ahead of it. This 1v3, an opportunity it won't even get. Facade is that last little bit of damage, and with that, Colin Higher 2-0 within the set to move on into top 4. Such an accomplished trainer throughout these years, so experienced. and truly coming to light within that match. Just a couple of away now from trying to find himself another regional title. But what a strong set. I know that maybe a couple critical hits, but I think regardless of those critical hits, the way that he played it out, I feel like he was just so strong. I think maybe that just sped up a couple of turns.
Yeah, Colin just feels unstoppable right now. His macro play and setting up these situations, knowing how to close out these in-games with Fluttermane. I mean, I think we got a rare circumstance where Fluttermane didn't deal the last bit of damage in that last game, but really still was the checkmate in this situation. We got a little bit of surprise there with the fast Incineroar, but yeah, Colin just feels so strong and so confident at the moment.
Again, going back to something you had highlighted with Rob's team was that this was a very offensive team that kind of more so had to play defensive up against Colin's team, and I felt like that was a way that he really quickly lost steam. We had to see Qian Pao pivot into the field, instantly just getting spored. A Dragonite that didn't really get to do too much because it's locked into a non-priority move and being a little slower than maybe expected, and Colin being able to handle it. And it was just kind of an uncomfortable situation, it kind of seemed, for Rob's team going up against Colin.
Yeah, I mean, he had bulky pieces, right? You have the Incineroar, the Amoonguss, the Assault Vest, Raging Bolt, but I'm sure a team that would rather be leaning on the Qian Pao, the Dragonite, and things like the Thunderclap from the Raging Bolt. But Colin's team just makes that so difficult because it has so many kind of bulky, supportive pieces that can take control of the field and not let you follow through and all that offense. And it never felt like Rob could establish and then follow through. It's always like a two-step process in one of these more drawn-out games. You have to create the position where you are threatening big damage, and then you have to actually get that damage to land. And even that first step felt like it was very difficult for Rob throughout that match.
And with that, I mean, I do want to say congratulations, Rob, because again, we had highlighted that throughout the Scarlet and Violet era, like, this is the breakthrough. And top 8, I mean, that is still such an incredible accomplishment. And for Colin to be able to see him once more just making his way on through, I think it's really nice. This team, it's definitely a little bit of a different take than we've seen from a couple of these other regulation, like, F teams, but I'm here for it. And the way he was piloting it, like, real shot to take it all.
Yeah, I think a lot of smart plays there. The way that in game 1, just traded damage, recognized that if he got the right damage in the right places, he could close it out. And, you know, in game 2, keeping the offensive pressure down, like not overreacting to the Dragonite, managing to withstand that initial pressure is all just really smart.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, to be going through this bracket 2-0 as well, I feel like Colin just has to feel so confident. I feel like, too, we can hear the crowd from over here. The crowd was popping off. Like, I feel like this should be really, this already has been a really exciting top 8, and I'm really excited for our top 4. We only have one more top 8 match to figure out our complete top 4 of this event.
Yeah, 3 players have earned their spot into that top 4, 1 match left to play. Colin came in as the #1 seed, has looked dominant so far, but let's see who else can get in that top 4, how confident they look making it into those final 2 matches, those final semi-final matches to get into our final today.
I do want to say as well, for Regulation F, the team, like the format that has been so balancy based and so slow, almost all the matches we've had have just been like so high octane, right? Like, I love to see that. I feel like this has been really refreshing and just a really fun way to watch this all shake out.
Yeah, sometimes the answer to all of the balance is just to have too much offense and be able to blow through it. You know, Colin's team isn't all that, but also it has big offensive threats in there. The Ursaluna and the Choice Specs Fluttermane, obviously huge threats, and when they can find their spots, they can make it happen pretty quickly.
They definitely can. So we're just waiting to hear if we're getting right into our final top 8 match. But I hope you've really been enjoying what we've had so far at Seattle. I mean, at this point, we are only a couple of matches away from finding out who our next regional champion is and who's securing their direct invitation to Worlds.
Yeah, that direct invitation. Don't have to worry about the points. Don't have to be checking the leaderboard all the time. Such a valuable thing. I'm sure it'll be like a relaxing moment for any of the players. I think you heard Colin in an interview earlier today even mention just the point threshold of getting into top 8 where you earn so many more points already felt like a weight off for the rest of the season. So you can imagine how much more it is to just have that direct invitation.
Just not even have to worry about it. Just go to whatever events are close by. It could be like how we were talking about with Taryn, how he's like, oh, this NA event feels like a vacation. If you have your direct invitation to Worlds, like at this point,
every event's a vacation.
Exactly. You could play whatever Pokemon you want.
Slip in a Slitherwing for one or 2 tournaments.
I am rooting for whoever was most willing to play Slitherwing at Houston has my vote on who should win this regional championships. No pressure or anything, just throwing that out there.
In case you're trying to like incentivize people in the audience to go play Slitherwing in Houston.
Just a little extra luck on your side. I don't know if I have that luck to give, but you know, I can try.
Do you think that luck balances having to use Slitherwing, a high quality Pokemon?
Have you ever had your Pokemon blown up by a first impression in the sun Slitherwing before?
Have you ever clicked Protect on the first turn and blocked the first impression?
Encore Pokemon as a partner.
Okay, all right.
Checkmate.
You're building it out. You're cooking.
We're cooking, right? Hashtag play Pokemon if you have any Fire Slitherwing ideas for me to use. I have a regional coming up. I could really use your help, but yeah, you guys, you don't want to hear from me and my Slitherwing. We want to hear from someone who can actually get some wins out here. Colin is standing by now for our post-match interview and how he feels about making it to top 4.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I am currently on the floor right now with Colin. Colin, first things first, congratulations. Top 4 with Cresselia. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. Like, that matchup was really, really scary, like on paper. And I knew I needed to just lock in and play how I've been playing all weekend. And I did that, and I navigated it well.
I mean, honestly, watching the player cam, it seemed like you were vibing for most of it. Can you tell me, like, you know, what were you really thinking during that entire time? Yeah, you were nervous going into the matchup, but, like, you know, were you ever very scared during that match, or were you pretty much, like, pretty calm and collected?
I think after the turn 1, once, like, Cresselia obviously went to sleep, which sucked, but once Ursaluna was burned, I knew that I could just, as long as I leveraged Ursaluna, I didn't need Trick Room, I don't need redirection, Ursaluna can just sweep. So once I was burned, I was like, I don't care that Cresselia is sleeping, like, we're just gonna keep the foot on the gas and just win. And then in game 2, I just made that really risky play of, like, I knew he wouldn't Spore my Incineroar, I greeted that Terra, and I knew from then on, like, I was clutching it up.
I mean, now you're in the top 4 with Cresselia, a Pokemon that we know from way back in the day. What would it mean for you to, you know, kind of win a championship with this Cresselia right now?
I think Cresselia and Ursaluna, like, Ursaluna has been something that I really struggled with in the past. And then last year I got my first top cut with it. And from then on, I've just been in love with Ursaluna. I use it at every tournament. It's all my CP is with Ursaluna. So to win with Ursaluna, one of my new favorites, and then Cresselia, my old favorite, would just mean the world. I had one goal this weekend to be the best Ursaluna player in the tournament, and I did that, so.
Congratulations on meeting your goal, but of course there's still more to go. I don't want to take too much of your time. Again, one last time though, do you want to give any last shout outs to the viewers at home before I let you go prepare for your top 4 match?
I got to give a shout out to my girlfriend once again for just supporting me the whole weekend. My friends, Raghav, Chemo, Alex, and my whole family watching at home.
Thank you so much, Colin. Good luck in your top 4 match. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Yuki for Yuki's Keys to the Game.
Thank you, Dwayne, Colin, and congratulations, Colin, to progressing further into the tournament, as well as to Rob for updating his personal record in terms of tournaments, having previously doing the best finish of top 16. So very exciting result for both players. We can go right into the matchup here. Yeah, it's very cool to see, as we talked a lot about how much Colin loves Cresselia and seeing him make it work in the year of 2026. Rob, on the other hand, a very interesting composition where he has the Chien-Pao Dragonite that's very aggressive, but also has a very fun, solid core in Incineroar, Amoonguss, Ogerpon, Water, and Raging Bolt. We've seen some combinations where the Ogerpon was a Landorus and a Raging Bolt was a Fluttermane, but yeah, it seems like a lot of folks have found different ways to abuse the Chien-Pao Dragonite combination, so still lots of innovation left in this format. Let's jump ahead right into the game. This first turn was interesting from Colin's end, where he opted to double switch, so switching out the Fluttermane into the Cresselia, and then in the other slot into the Ursaluna. And Rob goes for a knockoff and to a Spore into the same slot, thinking, okay, I think you're going to switch in Safety Goggles Incineroar, or Safety Goggles Cresselia into one of those slots. I'm going to punish that by doubling into it and making sure that I get the Spore off. Interestingly, even though it looks bad on paper, I think Colin's actually pretty happy about how it didn't go into the Ursaluna, because even if it means the Cresselia is going to be awake and the Ursaluna is knocked off and slept, you actually prefer this, because if there's no burn on Ursaluna with the Flame Orb being knocked off, even if you try to heal it back up with the Lunar Blessing next turn, it's not going to be any helpful, because the Ursaluna is really relying on that Guts to activate thanks to the Flame Orb, and with the item being knocked off, it will never reactivate. So very interesting to see how it kind of looks bad on paper, but as you can see, yeah, this Ursaluna just continues to get knockout here, and then a knockout in this next one with an Earthquake, and then finally the Fluttermane picks up a double knockout at the very end with a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam. So yeah, Colin showing mastery over the 2 burst Pokemon that he has on his team. In the second game, we see another good instance of excellent positioning from Colin's end, where he switches out this Amoonguss that stayed in the previous turn, and Rob had Sludge Bombed into it, thinking, okay, he's not going to let me spore the other slot. He's going to switch out the Amoonguss, so I want to get some damage into there. And Colin's thinking, okay, you're going to assume I'm going to stay in with the Amoonguss, so I don't think you're going to target that slot again. So switching out the Ursaluna for the Amoonguss, letting the Flame Orb activate that turn. As we see, Rob didn't stay in with the Amoonguss. Shenpao continues to stay asleep for the guaranteed turn of sleep, and then now pivots the Incineroar out and to another great position while letting the Ursaluna activate its Flame Orb. So yeah, great positioning again from Colin on turn 1. Turn 2, I guess, on this one. This one is an interesting scenario where it's Shenpao Dragonite, looks a little bit scary. The Dragonite had just KO'd the Amoonguss with Outrage backed by Sword of Ruin and Choice Span. However, it's actually a really good position now for Colin, thanks to the Shenpao also having just protected that previous turn, so able to get rid of the Sword of Ruin, whether it's to force Rob to switch out the Shenpao or to KO with the Dazzling Gleam. And I was thinking, okay, without the Sword of Ruin, then I think even if the Outrage targets into the Incineroar, it'll be able to survive the attack and be able to knock out the Dragonite in return. But based on how Colin is training his Pokemon, we see this sort of actually outspeed the Dragonite, known to be usually pretty fast than Incineroar. So yeah, very, very interesting to see Colin use a very, very fast Incineroar like that, which saves him a ton of damage potentially. And yeah, that lets him progress to the end game here, having a huge Pokemon advantage. The Shenpao goes for an Ice Spinner into the Ursaluna, doesn't pick up the KO thanks to Ursaluna's incredible bulk, and Colin continues to wrap up the game here with a Dazzling Gleam plus a Facade combo. So yeah, Colin continuing to show like really, really good end games with both the Fluttermane and the Ursaluna, regardless of how the positioning goes. And yeah, really just excellent early game as well to make sure that gets set up. So we'll have the last game of Top 8 coming out for you just soon, so don't go anywhere yet.
We actually have that final top 8 match for you now, as Scott and I are back on the desk to bring you through this next one and find out which of our remaining trainers will join the Elite 3 that are already up there waiting for the final competitor to enter the fray. Colin, Sebastian, and Amelia have already locked in their spots in the semifinals. Now it's up to Dominic Vogel and Carson St. Dennis to see who will join them.
Should be a lot of fun here. Some great matches so far in the top 8. It's been really exciting, and I'm sure this one's going to be just as much fun.
I'm hearing cheering, and I can't tell if it's for both of our trainers or if it's for another game that's in the hall right now, but hopefully y'all are making some noise for the final top 8 match that we have here. Dominic Vogel and Carson St. Dennis, both incredible trainers in their own right, but both of them already making a huge stride towards the achievements. Dominic Vogel outdoing himself at this event, being able to get the top 8 already at the Seattle Regional Championships, and for Carson, he's hoping to repeat and make better that top 4 at Vegas earlier this season.
Yeah, quite a great run, you know, a big gap in between there, but really showing he still has it. Dominant performance so far and looking like one of North America's best players all of a sudden.
Two teams, though, I think that will be pretty familiar to a lot of people watching the stream. Only big difference here is really going to be that Ogerpon Cornerstone. Maybe one of those Pokemon that's a little bit more outlandish when you think about the Ogerpon forms that we typically see on the stream. But before we get to that, let's deep dive a bit into Dominic Vogel's team, who we have yet to see. There's going to be more of a balance-oriented team. You do have the Tornadus that's going to have those 2 forms of speed control with the Tailwind and Icy Wind, but a lot of these other Pokemon are well-known threats.
Yeah, I think it's fun, or at least we, it's balanced. It's a little bit different. The substitute on Fluttermane definitely stands out to me as the thing that is most different from the way we typically see these Pokemon built. Even the Pokemon that are more frequently taught substitute have kind of forgotten it over the course of the weekend, such as Landorus. So interesting to see that here. And then also the Assault Vest Raging Bolt, a little bit different than how we've seen Raging Bolt built lately. Going to be more defensively oriented and help control the battlefield with both Snarl and Electro Web.
Electro Web, another nice form of speed control for this team to have. Sometimes we see that shored up by the Flutter Mane, also packing an Icy Wind. But since the Flutter Mane does have that substitute choice as you called out, I love that the Raging Bolt can also provide that additional form of utility. Alongside that, you know, kind of some usual suspects here. Urshifu Rapid Strike, not going to be anything unusual there with the Mystic Water to help boost up those water type attacks. Incineroar is going to have a very classic move set alongside that Grass Terra to help have a little bit of Amoonguss hate on this team. And then for the actual Amoonguss, it's going to be very similar to a lot of the Amoonguss we've seen be successful this weekend. Sludge Bomb as a primary source of damage can still stack up in ways that you may not expect.
And that Rocky Helmet as well. Hey, you know, Amoonguss has been a shockingly impactful offensive Pokemon despite being so support-oriented. But speaking of offensive Pokemon, I think you'll see on Carson's side of the field, there's quite a few dangerous threats to be concerned about.
Golden Go, Regidrago, both Pokemon that have proven themselves on a lot of other hyper-offensive teams. But I think this team actually gets rounded out in a very unique way with that Whimsicott. Didn't get a chance to see too much action from it earlier on when we saw Carson on stream, but this thing has Encore, Light Screen, Tailwind as you would expect a Prankster Pokemon to have, but I think it's really that Encore that I feel like might be a pivotal portion of this battle.
Yeah, I really like it. You know, just as something that people don't normally think about having to worry about anymore. There are a number of Pokemon that could be a problem for, right? Even Raging Bolt, an offensive Pokemon, typically not what you think of as like being an Encore target, but you know, having to Electro Web or Snarl forever will really limit its offensive impact. So the support Pokemon like Amoonguss and Incineroar are maybe going to like it even less. I also think in general, this team just has some fun offensive options where I think Carson's probably going to get to be the player that dictates play a little bit here. You know, both Golden Go and Regidrago maybe threatening to snowball a little bit, but also that Ogerpon is actually pretty scary here. There aren't a whole lot of Pokemon on Dominic's side of the field that deal with it super well. I think it's a lot of fun on more offensively oriented teams where they're naturally kind of getting the bonus focus sash on top of dealing a bunch of damage itself is really impactful.
Let's get into game number 1 of this final top 8 set between Carson and Dominic. Carson's going to lead with that Golden Go next to the Whimsicott, and another Prankster user on the field with this Tornadus for Dominic alongside that Flutter Mane.
Yeah, I should have let Rose talk a little bit about her predictions for the first turn here because she's got a star next to Tornadus and Flutter Mane in our notes. I think these Pokemon are going to be really important in this matchup. Kind of just keeping control of the speed against Carson's going to be very important for Dominic here. I think if Carson gets a couple of turns where he's quicker, he could get the game snowballing very quickly, but neither training choosing to initiate with Tailwind.
It's going to be Light Screen first for Carson, and this Tornadus not going to move just yet. But the Shadow Ball into the Golden Go is good to bring it down very low and also drop that special defense, meaning that this Light Screen isn't going to be nearly as impactful, and especially because, wow, the Bleak Wind Sword comes through, but it critically misses the Golden Go, which would have been knocked out. It gets to fire off a massive Gold Brain in response. Flutter Mane getting knocked out in the process. What an explosive first turn.
Oh, what a tough first turn for Dominic there. Really nice read where you'd assume, especially with the special defense drop, but maybe even without it, if that Bleak Wind Storm had connected, it's a knockout. Instead, an entire Pokemon lost for Dominic, and Tornadus sent down to pretty critical HP as well. Still potentially has a chance at least of getting the Tailwind up, but that's a huge swing in this battle. Without that miss, we'd be looking at a very different game state. Instead, Carson looking like he's going to get to dictate play, and like we mentioned before, I think that's a really tough spot to be in this matchup, even ignoring the Pokemon deficit here.
It's a huge trade. That Flutter Mane that could be very important to have been able to deal good damage into something like an Urshifu Rapid Strike or that Regidrago if it is in the back. So a key piece of offense removed from Dominic immediately in this first game. For Dominic, you do get to bring in your Urshifu. You have your Tornadus here that can set up something like that Tailwind for this Urshifu to be a bit faster. And the Urshifu is also packing an Aqua Jet. So that's another way that you could bypass the opposing Tailwind getting set up here from Carson's Whimsicott. Let's see, the speed get matched. Nope, it's not. It's gonna be an Aqua Jet for a good knockout into the Golden Go. And this Tornadus from Dominic can go back on the offensive. It wants to finish the job that it started on that first turn, knocking out this Whimsicott and 2 Pokemon down here for Carson.
Yeah, I really like that choice, too. I think it'd be tempting. Oh, you know, my Tornadus is in danger. I need to use Tailwind right now, but that would have been a trap. Would have caused you to be in a situation where the Whimsicott, I can just Encore that Tailwind and kind of force the Tornadus out, waste the Tailwind turns. Instead, getting the knockout there, eliminating the threat of that Encore. And now if Dominic wants that Tailwind, potentially go for it, although Carson has adjusted well on his own side of the field now with the Urshifu out there, potentially punishing any potential protects and threatening to knock out Tornadus before it's able to do anything more.
The Ogerpon Cornerstone is a little bit awkward here. You see great target in the Tornadus, but even on the Urshifu Rapid Strike across the way, you're going to be able to do neutral damage or, at best, even super effective with something like that close combat. For now, the turn is going to start with Dominic preserving the Tornadus. Raging Bolt very happy to sit in front of either of these Pokemon thanks to the types that it has. But Terrestrialization to kick off yet will be another very offensive turn. Terra Steel now onto the Urshifu. It's going to be really nice to be able to keep it safe from something like a Surging Strikes, but you're still making yourself pretty vulnerable if it's going to be a close combat. IV Cudgel into the Raging Bolt, bring the below half. Carson actually gets the close combat into the Urshifu that Dominic had just terrestrialized to the Steel type. What a big knockout to take on this turn.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Oh, kind of a troll astralization there, where the terrestrialization kind of working counter effectively. Urshifu getting knocked down immediately, and hey, that was a tough position there with the switch after the knockouts, putting Dominic in a difficult position, but really making things rough here, where now Tornadus has been highly weakened, Raging Bolt's been highly weakened, there's no tailwind on this side of the field, so really going to make things tough here, looking tough for Dominic in game one.
And it's not easy to try to get the knockout onto the Urshifu either. There's still terrestrialization available for Carson. You have your Ogerpon as well that can redirect away an attack and make something like a Thunderclap useless. Carson's going to try to lock up this game one securely by terrestrializing his own Urshifu over to the Steel type, just to give yourself a better matchup into the Raging Bolt as well as a Tornadus that can deal super effective damage with those Bleakwind Storms. But you're only a couple of knockouts away. Tornadus, the first to fall with the Aqua Jet, being able to get that priority KO. And now this Ogerpon has a free clear win condition with this IV Cudgel into the Raging Bolt. Dealing over half the first time around and the second half to follow. Carson St. Dennis wins game 1 of top 8.
Well, that was a crazy game. I'll have to give you a chance to catch your breath there. I feel like we saw that match hole play out about 4 turns there, where we've seen some really slow grinding matches in this format, but this was something completely different. Both sides playing very aggressive there, right from that first turn, which was itself really explosive. I think that also makes adjusting to this game too a little bit tricky, because as we see the after effects of the miss of that Bleakwind Storm once again, Golden Go just going to absolutely go crazy here and pick up a knockout and a half because of that dodge. Really changes the way this first game would have played out. So now as we move into game 2, it makes things a little bit confusing. How do you adjust, right? Well, we saw a game play out in a way that kind of like wasn't its natural path. So do you change it up? Do you feel good about doing the same thing? Maybe if you're the losing player instead of the winning one, knowing that it should have worked out for you. Really strange one to adjust here.
There's not really a great way to slow it down unless you want to bring in something like your Amoonguss if you're Dominic. But even then, it's so slow. You have a lot of different Pokemon that are going to be immune to something like a Spore on Carson's team, that it feels like a very tough Pokemon to actually bring into this matchup. So you're right, maybe you are just comfortable and set to try to bring the same Pokemon, but maybe change it up a little bit, or just hope that, yeah, that Bleakwind Storm actually hits and puts yourself in a better position.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind here too, I think this is what the sort of set where it's really important to be up 1-0. I think it's like that we're going to see 1 or 2 more games where the pace keeps going very quickly and one mistake can easily throw the game. I think it makes it that much more important to be up 1-0. It's harder just to kind of like lock in and choke out a game like this where it's so dynamic. So I think the early lead matters a lot here. So should be interesting to see what happens here. Both sides have a lot of interesting options. We'll have to see what happens first.
Carson and Dominic both hoping that they can add a regional championship accomplishment to their list, but they gotta get through each other first. Carson leads the series 1-0. Win this game 2, bringing in the Urshifu and the Whimsicott, but Dominic has taken a different approach, bringing out his Urshifu next to Incineroar.
Incineroar kind of a uniquely interesting Pokemon to threaten on the board here. Normally going for a fake out in front of a Whimsicott would be fraught with danger, but because it has that prankster ability which no longer affects dark type Pokemon, Incineroar can do that safely because of its Encore immunity. So both sides kind of threatening some things either direction.
But there's still terrestrialization at play. Maybe something you consider, knowing that this Rapid Strike Urshifu would deal critical damage to your Incineroar. This is a Pokemon that can be very valuable later on, and despite the Citrus Berry, still might take some crucial damage and maybe even a knockout if it gets hit. So only time will tell as we enter into this first turn of game number 2. We're gonna start to see those terrestrializations.
Yeah, it could be big here. Both sides in a very precarious position where we see how quickly things can turn the wrong direction. Incineroar going to be the Pokemon that terrestrializes. As you mentioned, too important to let go here as Dominic tries to slow this game down a little bit.
Well, I think Carson wants to pick up the pace. Tailwind set by Whimsicott is going to let his own Urshifu get the outspeed. As Surging Strikes hits into the Urshifu across the way, you're just going to be doing a little bit of damage here and there and hoping that the damage is going to add up over time. But what this leaves is Dominic's own Urshifu to strike back. 3 single strikes is not going to take Dominic's Urshifu to below half, but it's going to try to dish out that same damage across the way into the Whimsicott.
It's strange to see these Urshifu kind of just chipping away a little bit here, but still could be important damage.
Those are not high kicks. They're just, you know, a couple low kicks there. Try to trip these Pokemon at their feet. As Incineroar goes out on the offense, the Flare Blitz taking out the Whimsicott. This didn't go down without being able to do something. That Tailwind is going to be great for whatever comes out next.
Yeah, big knockout there, going to remove the threat of Tailwind for the remainder of this game. But hey, sometimes with a hyper-offensive team like this, you're not too upset to have a knockout in the first turn, especially when your Tailwind setter gets this Regidrago in for free, and now it can go on the offense trying to use all of the turns of Tailwind in order to maximize its impact to its fullest.
There is not a great way for Dominic to deal with the damage output of this Regidrago immediately. You've got this option to kind of switch out the Incineroar, pivot it out with something like that Parting Shot, and you can protect this Urshifu. But on the flip side of things, you can't really go on the offense to limit its HP output.
Yeah, as you see the back Pokemon there, there's some, so yeah, again, those Pokemon we identified so important in the matchup could still be an impact here, and that's something that Carson's got to be considering too. You know, likely to see Flutter Mane in this matchup, so there is some energy or some danger in just, you know, clicking the Dragon Energy button. You have to kind of guess the slot here a little bit. We really have to catch that on a switch with an attack from this Urshifu if you can.
Passive turn for Dominic incoming. Incineroar going to retreat for now as Flutter Mane takes its spot in front of this Regidrago, hoping that it's going to have the type matchup necessary to be able to take on both of these foes that would take super effective damage from it. With the special attack heightened, Flutter Mane is set up for success on the next turn, but you gotta get through this first one. Dominic's Urshifu goes on the defense, but as Carson lets this Dragon Energy rip, it's going to fail into the protect of the Urshifu and then very typing of this Flutter Mane. But what does this Urshifu do next? It's just a Surging Strike to the Flutter Mane that switches in, and 3 hits will knock it out.
Not an ideal pivot. They're able to dodge the Dragon Energy, but does a great job of target selection there. And Flutter Mane's going to go down before it can do anything, making this Regidrago that much more difficult to deal with for the remainder of this game.
Incineroar gets to come back out, and that's going to pressure a Fake Out into the Regidrago. But the problem with that is that Regidrago with the Life Orb still has access to Protect, a way that you can get around that and leave some room for your Urshifu to just get through this Incineroar.
Yeah, and yeah, you can just afford to trade that way too, where we see the Pokemon in the back here as Dominic tries to plan out the remainder of the game, but you know, his tournament life is on the line. He's down 1-0 in this elimination set. Very important to make the right choice here. It's not Incineroar, but the Tornadus that's going to come out here, probably aiming to match Tailwinds here, get that Urshifu quick enough that it can start trading with these Pokemon.
But it's tough. Carson still has 2 more turns of Tailwind to play around with, and you don't have enough Protects to actually get yourself through the rest of those turns and then have the speed advantage entirely for yourself. So Dominic's gonna have to hedge his bets. Maybe match the Tailwind now, try to stagger it for the remainder of this game, and still hope that your Urshifu can weave in an attack.
Yeah, I mean, scary too, because of course the Urshifu can't protect from one another, right? They have to be careful about the impact of these unseen blows. So we're not gonna see any Protects here. Tailwind's going up. What will the attacking Pokemon do?
Who's gonna move first? It's gonna be the Urshifu. Goes for the close combat into the Regidrago, and it brings it down pretty low. So any additional Dragon Energies that come out will be pretty moot. But it's not the Dragon Energy, it's a Draco Meteor. It connects into the Urshifu, getting a knockout and bringing Dominic down to his final 2 Pokemon. Carson still has yet to move with this Urshifu of his own. And with the fact that this Tornadus is all in its lonesome, you can just go for these Surging Strikes, and another knockout is incoming. Carson is 1 Pokemon away from moving into the top 4 again.
What an incredible game so far. It's going so quickly. That's just too much damage. That final Pokemon is the Incineroar. Not going to want to face down these 2 Pokemon or the mystery final Pokemon. And this is going so quickly. Blink and you'll miss it. But this hyper-offensive game has dragged Carson to a second top 4 so far in this season.
Top 4 in Vegas is already going to get matched. And Carson is hoping to get even more than that. The last bastion of hope here for Dominic, I think, but I think I'd also throw in the towel here. Fakes out a mystery target next to this partner Incineroar, and the Draco Meteor is good to bring this Incineroar down low enough that Urshifu should be able to close it out for Carson. What a phenomenal showing so far, as Carson took a pretty big break ahead of the 2026 season, comes back and feels like he's absolutely dominating. 2 top 4s already in the 2026 season, and it's gonna be maybe even further than that.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit more animations play out here as Incineroar hangs on sort of fruitlessly here. But what an incredible match by both players, where the first game, again, was so volatile. It could have gone either way. And Carson playing so well in the second set, just was so far ahead. He never really had a chance to lose this one. Great set by him, and moving on to the top 4 in impressive fashion.
What a quick series that we had on our hands. Carson is going to win out this top 8 set 2-0 to move on to face off against Emilio Forbes in the top 4. What a formidable opponent waiting Carson in the wings. Well, I feel like we have kind of a similar story on both sides of our bracket. Somebody hoping to add a regional championship title to their list of accomplishments, and somebody standing in front of them that has already been able to achieve that goal and is hoping to collect another one.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible showdown between these players. In this match, we kind of see the other side of what this format can be, right? We've seen so many slow, grinding sets. This is absolutely the opposite of that, where it seemed like the game was pretty much over on turn 3 of both of the games that we saw. Game 1, a little bit, dice roll oriented. This one less so, where it's more positioning based, and that's why kind of going into this matchup we felt like it might be a little easier to play Carson's side of the matchup, where it just took so little for things to go snowballing the wrong way for Dominic there, and you can kind of see how demoralized he looked in the player cam after that Bleak Windstorm miss. It's such a tough matchup, and he kind of found his in that first game, and it just slipped away from him, and made that set so hard to play. Your heart has to go out for him a little bit, where there just wasn't too much he could do after that first turn. But props to Carson as well, where I think a lot of players are probably used to playing those slower games, right? Especially if players are tuning into the Europe International Championship and kind of watching the stream there. There was a lot of more methodical games, and maybe if they're preparing for a game at a little bit different pace than this one, Carson's strategies could have caught them off guard.
Absolutely. I mean, Carson just said, I gotta hit the gas, I gotta make it to this top 4 and hope that I can improve upon that result. And he's able to do that in such an electrifying fashion. But yes, absolutely commiserations to Dominic. Any top 64 at the Vegas Regional Championships and Milwaukee already in the season does put Dominic in a pretty good position to be able to accumulate enough championship points to make it to the World Championships. But of course, it really is about just winning the regional at the end of the day. As we consider what is ahead of us for the top 4s that we have, we're gonna have Carson going up against Emilio Forbes, and we do have Colin Heyer versus Sebastian Gonzalez waiting on the other side. And that really is the tale of the Titans. Can they play gatekeeper to the new young guns that want to get that regional championship title for the first time?
Yeah, it should be really interesting, right? Where we've seen an awful lot of tournaments over the course of the Scarlet and Violet era, where newer players have come up and really made a name for themselves by winning tournaments. There's a lot of big names in this bracket now, so it'll be exciting to see kind of which side wins out, but it should be really fun. And we have a lot of variety in teams as well, right? Where I think I was wondering if maybe we just see a lot of balance as we got toward the end of the tournament here, but whatever we just saw, it was certainly not a balanced team. Definitely as offensive as anything we've seen make it to this point in the tournament so far. So should be a lot of fun. Excited to see so many different strategies as we move forward here.
And let's hear from Carson about how he's feeling getting yet another top 4 for the 2026 season.
Thank you so much. I am currently in the lounge with Carson. Carson, congratulations on yet another top 4 at the regional championships. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling quite good. I mean, I think that was a so-so matchup, but I think I had a very strong line, and I was able to, I think, adapt with the options I had. So, I mean, I'm feeling quite good about that and my play today.
So I remember when we talked in the Las Vegas Regional Championships during one of the winners interviews, you were very much so like, I'm going to, hyper offensive. You were very much about, I'm going to knock out your Pokemon as fast as possible. The strategy seems pretty similar here. I mean, it looks like your foot was always on the gas, always trying to put pressure on the opponent, keeping them on the back foot. Can you tell me more about the strategy here?
I think a lot of the strategy here, I mean, I've obviously adapted this from the people who had it first with the Goldango and Regidrago. But I think my strategy with the Regidrago essentially, or hyper offense in general, is to kind of put that into their head that they are going to, because obviously Regidrago is such an imposing choice that to knock out, say, Amoonguss and Landorus, all these balance options, and put that in their head, and then maybe like bluff up a little bit on them, like I did the first game. Like I pushed Goldengo mostly, and then maybe when they're forgetting about it, just let them know that Regidrago or another strong offensive option is the right choice.
So in this case, Regidrago is kind of like supplementing the special attack from Goldengo. How do you feel about Regidrago over Goldengo?
So, I mean, I think Regidrago, I feel like it's more basic, if that makes sense. It's a lot less bulky, but it's more of like I think both run on trades in general, but Goldengo runs more on like spread trades. And I personally see Regidrago, obviously, Dragon Energy is a great move, but I also see it as more of against, say, in the balance matchup, a option where you trade Draco Meteor special attack and probably needing to switch for a very strong move that just completely isolates another option. So I think generally they're definitely distinct pieces, but not the same.
What was sort of your game plan going into this matchup once you saw Dominic's team? It seemed like your strategy in game 2 was like, once you got a Tailwind, your foot was just on the gas pedal. You're gonna start picking up knockouts left and right and really keeping your opponent on the back foot. So what was your overall strategy going into this matchup?
So my Whimsicott is extremely bulky. So what I wanted to do in the first game is really show my opponent that I would be able to trade and outlast his Tornadus. And I kind of did that, right? So I obviously got lucky with the Bleakwind Mist, but I don't think Bleakwind gets it if there wasn't the special defense drop. So, I mean, I don't know, but I think I wanted to show him that I was down to like trade, get into positions where I would be,
You finished top 4 at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Now you're in the top 4 again here. What would it mean for you to be able to, go past the top 4, make it to the finals, as well as possibly win the regional championships here?
I don't know how much. I mean, I kind of got what I came for. I opened the packs with my girlfriend. I've already maxed out on those. But I mean, obviously, I don't know if it would mean much because like Emilio's obviously a great player, obviously, and Colin and Sebastian all are. So I think it would be excellent, but I don't want to expect it, right? Because they're obviously great players in their own right.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you prepare for your next top 4 match. It's a pleasure to get to talk to you back here. Of course. Before I let you go, though, any shout-outs to the viewers at home, viewers out there?
Yeah, I forgot some people in my first shout-outs, but I'm going to
get them here.
Shout out my girlfriend again. So shout-outs Maddie, I'm sorry. Shout-outs Ryan Powney. Ryan gave me his Regidrago, and he said to give it the finish it deserves. So I'm going to do that. Shout out to Team Ireland in general supporting me and all that, yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much, Carson. Again, I'm gonna go let you prepare for your next top 4 match. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over to Yuki's Keys to the Game.
Thank you, Dewey and Carson. Welcome back to Yuki's Keys to the Game, where I deliver the keys to the games. Very exciting to see Carson make another top 4 finish and add it to his resume, but also to Dominic, who I think just updated his best finish at a tournament previously. I believe it was top 16. So very, very exciting for both players. Let's go take a look at both of these teams. I do want to dive a little bit deeper since I don't think we definitely haven't featured Dominic yet. It's very interesting because they're both Tailwind teams, but they're built very, very differently, in my opinion. If you look at Dominic's team, at first, there's no burst damage, and what I mean by that is that there's no additional modifiers beyond just Fluttermane's booster. So there's no Terra Fairy on the Fluttermane, there's no Terra Water on the Urshifu, there's no choice items. So it's a very defensive team despite having a Tornadus on it, which usually signals that it's very, very offensive. So if there's something that can be as close to balance as possible for a Tailwind team, I think it would be this one because, it looks like there's a lot of Pokemon that are very, very bulky, especially with that Raging Bolt, which the casters have commented is something we don't see as often these days. We see a lot more booster energy or leftovers, but Assault Vest really makes its longevity much better and also gives additional options for speed control in that Electro Web. Over on Carson's side, though, this is something that we're a little bit more used to. We see the very offensive pieces in the Regidrago and the Goldengo complementing each other very, very well from a typing perspective and rounding it out with the defensive core in Ogerpon and Incineroar. So yeah, very interesting to see the two different players' takes on the Tailwind. And it's basically going to be a question to me of, is Dominic going to be able to fend off the very highly offensive nature of Carson's team and be able to win with the good speed control? So jumping straight into the game here, turn 1, we see the light screen come out from Whimsicott, so I'm thinking, okay, even if the Shadow Ball goes into the Golden Go and the Bleak Wind misses, it's probably not a big deal because it's backed by a light screen. It's probably not going to be able to KO. But with the special defense drop, everything changes. This Bleak Wind Storm is much likely going to be able to get the KO since, yeah, the light screen will become negligible. Because there's the miss, the Make It Rain is able to get a huge knockout onto the Flutter Mane while also getting rid of the Focus Sash on Dominic's end. So it looks really bad for Dominic at first. However, there's a really good turn next where the Whimsicott gets a Tailwind off, but immediately after that, yeah, the Aqua Jet KOs the Golden Go, and we see the Bleak Wind Storm KO the Whimsicott here. So it soon's kind of back into Dominic's favor where he still hasn't set up Tailwind yet, so he has the opportunity to stagger it by at least 2 turns, or sorry, at least 1 turn. And still having the advantage from a Pokemon count perspective. However, in the next turn, we see a really good read over on Carson's end where we see the Tornadus switching out, saying, okay, I want to further stagger the Tailwinds, I want to preserve my Tornadus a little bit later, and going for the Terra Steel on the Urshifu, not wanting to get one hit knocked out by the opponent's Ogerpon. But Carson's nodding here saying, yeah, I read you correctly. I went for the Ivy Cudgel into the Tornadus and the Close Combat into the Urshifu. So just so many swings back and forth. It looked really good for Carson turn 1. Then it looked really good for Dominic turn 2. And then turn 3 swings right back into Carson's favor. And yeah, with all this damage and still having the speed control on Carson's end, yeah, he's able to close out the match here. Over into game 2 here. Let's see here. We get the early KO onto the Whimsicott on Carson's end, so it looks good for Dominic, but then Carson is really able to abuse the Tailwind turns and the momentum very quickly by bringing that Regidrago and Urshifu, both Pokemon that are very, very impressive, and we see the switch out from the Incineroar wanting to preserve it for later, having a more defensive backbone in the end game, but Dominic is able to call the position of the Flutter switching in well, saying, yeah, I know the Flutter Mane is definitely coming in because it's going to want to take the Regidrago attacks, and the Surging Strike goes right into it. And yeah, with the offensive Flutter Mane just not being able to have the bulk to survive these Surging Strikes, gets taken out. And then finally, we see the Tornadus set up a Tailwind and yeah, get a huge double knockout. Dominic is able to get the Tailwind up, but is a little bit too late as, yeah, the Urshifu is just not positioned well, not able to get a knockout on either of those Pokemon, and Carson fires back with a double knockout here, also killing the Tornadus on top of the Urshifu. So, yeah, very well played from both players, but it seems that the offensive nature of Carson's team was a little bit much for Dominic, and, yeah, he advances over into the top 4. So, don't go anywhere. We're going to be going into top 4 right after.
How about a top 4 right now? We've been raring to go with this next portion of our competition. We have been racing through this entire bracket, through this competition, and I cannot wait for even more matches. This has been such a good competition.
Yeah, 4 players left. A couple of them have had tons of success in the past, been in this position at the World Championship, and a couple of them trying to do it for the first time here. Sebastian, who we're going to see in the next round, has 28 championship points right now. You get more than that for one tournament, local tournament win. And so really breaking out here with a top 4 finish and trying to keep it going. But big opposition on the other side. Colin, one of the most successful players of all time, standing in his way.
And then later on, we'll get the opportunity to see Emilio going up against Carson. But starting off with this match, 2 very different histories for these 2 players. I mean, I always love when we get to add the most recent accomplishment, aka right now, to somebody's list, but a testament to how well Sebastian has been playing throughout this tournament. Now having to face down and stare down a 2-time regional champion and someone who is definitely not a stranger to these top cuts in Colin.
Yeah, he doesn't seem intimidated though. We saw his confidence in the match against Terran earlier on. The reaction when he caught the Spore from the Amoonguss on the other side with the Grass Terrestrialization on Urshifu, just playing like he knows what he wants. And looks like he's well positioned to play pretty aggressively in this matchup. The combination of the offense of the Chien-Pao, the Pelipper, and the Urshifu looks so powerful into Colin's team. So it's really going to be a challenge for Colin to figure out how to kind of dissipate that, manage it, because otherwise it feels like that could be huge threats.
And a big story throughout this weekend and through our top cut has been a couple of these more unique teams that we get to see that are well posed into this current metagame. Now coming to a head within this top 4 match, we kind of get to see how they're going to face off against each other. Cresselia, as called out for Colin, kind of an ode to the old days of VGC, but been well posed within this tournament.
Yeah, you said Cresselia is a call out to the old days. I definitely played plenty of Cresselia versus Rain matchups. I feel like I'm back in black and white here. Definitely very different look, though. Lots of different Pokemon. I promise there were no Urshifus back then, and a couple of Urshifus on each side now. But yeah, we've seen different ways this team has been played from Colin. Very much emphasis in the stream match so far on the Flutter main win condition, but I think it might have to be a different one this time. The Choice Scarf Urshifu on the other side. We saw Colin manage that with his knockoff earlier on, but I wonder if Trick Room might be the play this time. So we might see different looks from it. Colin's team, we haven't seen much of the Trick Room, but with Amoonguss and Ursaluna and Cresselia, that mode is there and can be a big threat with really fast Pokemon like the Qianpao and this Choice Scarf Urshifu and the Choice Specs Flutter main on the other side from Sebastian.
I love how you call it that mode is there, but it's not a team that is you need to do it or else, you know, the game plan is doomed, right? We've really gotten to see a couple of different looks from Colin throughout this tournament and how this team can be piloted.
That's part of what makes it feel like such a throwback team, the kind of team Colin would have had success with in past generations is because that Trick Room feels like an optional piece. It's just, you know, in a given moment, do I need control? This is not a hard Trick Room team, and this is not even like the Tail Room team where you know you're going for some speed control, you just don't know which. This is a team that only uses speed control when it's really necessary, and otherwise is perfectly content to just play a very positional game with Flutter main and Urshifu.
I mean, positioning is going to be so important going up against Sebastian's team. Another one of these more unique teams that we get to see with a little bit of a nod to the more recent past with this Pelipper and Archaludon, but a lot of really big damage options, and of course, offense that can go out right away that can really make Colin kind of second guess, have to be really careful in how he plays this.
It's interesting how infrequently we see this style of team, given how popular, how many players were playing this in Regulation H. This feels like the updated version of it. It's like, okay, I still have my Pelipper and my Archaludon, but what if I could fit an Urshifu and a Flutter main and a Qianpao? The all-stars of these higher power formats put onto this Rain team mean that there's so much offensive potential. When it's raining and there's sort of Ruin on the field and then Choice Scarf Surging Strikes is coming after you, that is so much damage. Not even Cresselia wants to be taking those unopposed. And so that's going to be the big damage threat for Colin to mitigate. Now, Amoonguss can be a really key piece for that. While Amoonguss is on the field, much harder to find damage with Surging Strikes, but to keep Amoonguss on the field, you've got to worry about Qianpao already sitting there next to Urshifu.
No Amoonguss to start things out, though. Instead, it's the Qianpao and this Urshifu for Sebastian. Cresselia and Incineroar right away for Colin. And Cresselia, this can be an interesting one because a little bit more supportive, but you want to try Twitch mentions or go out on the offense?
Yeah, I think either way, Cresselia feels fairly comfortable here, has Fake Out support next to it, no Dark, only Sucker Punch on the Qianpao, so probably no real Dark threat into Cresselia, and with it Intimidate on top of that, Cresselia probably feels fairly safe. There's no way on this turn to have both Sword of Ruin and Rain as well, so you know that those Surging Strikes aren't going to be like a crazy amount of damage, and you can Fake Out the Urshifu if you really want to prevent that. So Cresselia here can then get a choice. Does it want to Icy Wind to lower speed? Does it want to Trick Room to switch the speed advantage? And yeah, Qianpao doesn't like that Intimidate, doesn't want to be on the field against these Pokemon, so instead a switch out for Amoonguss instead.
And if you think it is going to be a little bit more of a telegraphed play, you have the Incineroar for the Fake Out, you have the Cresselia for the Trick Room, trying to like pose to be a little bit better within those slower dimensions, you bring the Amoonguss out. Of course, the Urshifu, we do get to see it go on the offensive, but this Urshifu, with it being the Choice Scarf set and no Rain, it's not necessarily that same amount of damage you would anticipate coming out from the Urshifu. Cresselia takes the hit so comfortably, and this is where we can see the Trick Room go up, but where do you go from here?
Yeah, Trick Room is up, but now Amoonguss is on the field, threatening a Spore into the Incineroar slot. We've seen Colin play pretty loose with this Grass Terrestrialization Incineroar, threatening it but not using it. In the last match, we saw that prevent a Spore into that slot. This time, Urshifu chooses to Surging Strikes into Cresselia, not into Incineroar, which might have been a KO there. You're once again threatening it, but you'd really like to get Ursaluna on the field, but Ursaluna is not yet burnt. So switching into either spot risks switching it into a Spore, which is, you know, not what you want to get out of the situation. I wonder if Cresselia now also just starts to go out on the offense. So that's two pretty juicy Psychic targets on the other side, no threat of Sucker Punch, not threatened by Spore itself because of safety goggles. So one way to make use of the Trick Room is to let Cresselia go on the offense. Cresselia also, though, weakened. If you know this is going to be a longer game, you might want to make sure and keep Cresselia's health up.
Well, if you're not necessarily too scared about the damage that Urshifu is doing, and you have this grass terrestrialization to mitigate any potential of a Spore from the Amoonguss, you can maybe afford to play a little bit slower on these next couple of turns. And you had called out that Colin has played, you know, kind of like with the temptation of this grass terrestrialization, but we finally get to see it spent. Nothing from the Amoonguss, though, instead just opting to protect on this turn. So, yeah, terrestrialization spent. No real threat from the Amoonguss, and a pivot out.
This is a way to navigate the Spore, right? Because the Amoonguss would have moved first, then you can U-turn after to remove the threat of Spore. But it doesn't remove the threat of his Surging Strikes. It's going to be really key to see where this Urshifu is targeting this turn.
That's going to be the thing, because if it's into the Cresselia, we saw how little damage it kind of did, right? Not even bringing it down to half. But if this is into the other slot, well, that's going to be a world of difference. Ursaluna hits the field, and Surging Strike's headed its way. 1, 2, 3 hits. Ursaluna is out of here.
The hard part with Ursaluna is step 2. Because step 1 with Ursaluna is set up your Trick Room. Step 2 is get Ursaluna on the field, and that is often the stumbling point for many players. This time, Colin very focused on navigating the threat of the Spore, uses the grass terrestrialization with the U-turn to not worry about that. But then there's still an Urshifu on the other side. Searching Strikes just KOs Ursaluna and establishes a massive lead for Sebastian. Also, that Trick Room, already 2 turns of it gone past. Amoonguss still comfortably on the other side, and not a ton of damage threat in this position. You can like Psychic and Flare Blitz after the Amoonguss if you want, but you're just burning through turns, and you're probably going to take quite a bit of damage back because Amoonguss will move first with Sludge Bomb. You also don't know if Amoonguss is staying on the field. So Colin's by no means out of it, but this is a rough opening for him. He's going to have to figure out where that damage is coming from now that it's not coming from the Ursaluna that went down on the switch in.
And it looked better when it was, you know, we talked about these being juicy targets for the Cresselia with the Psychic, but now that you're down a Pokemon and these turns of Trick Room are dwindling away, it looks a little bit less tempting than it was earlier on, right? Now with this kind of being one of the only damage, like you're losing damage options, right? And if it was targeted into something like that Urshifu, well, Chien Pao, that's just going to be immune. So that's going to be something that even could waste the potential of a turn. But getting ahead of ourselves here. Instead, we have to see the terrestrialization come on out. And with the Amoonguss staring down, you know, Isidore on the opposing end into the fairy-type terrestrialization makes so much sense. Make sure you survive through this and get your own hits off. And Sonora down to less than half already. Poison as well for a little bit of extra damage on the line. Now, knockoff, at least you will be able to break the sash on the Chien Pao for further down the line. But again, with this Cresselia, a Psychic targeted into it doesn't do anything.
Psychic fails into the Chien Pao, the knockoff. We saw Colin take advantage of knocking off the Choice Scarf in an earlier match, but now Sebastian able to navigate the Urshifu out in the back with only a couple turns of Trick Room remaining. You know that you're eventually going to have to fight that Urshifu outside of Trick Room. You're not closing up this game in those last 2 turns of Trick Room. Meanwhile, Incineroar took a lot of damage on that last turn. Yes, Grass Terrestrialization prevents Spore, but it makes you weak to Sludge Bomb, and when that Sludge Bomb poisons on top, it means a lot of damage. And so yeah, at risk of just being KO'd by another Sludge Bomb, going to go out into the back, show us the Flutter Mane that's going to try to sweep outside of this Trick Room, but first going to have to take an Ice Shard, us to be worried about Choice Scarf Urshifu. Eventually, it's going to be very much an uphill battle.
At least it's not the double up. That was so much damage from the Ice Shard into this Flutter Mane. A double up could have been scary, but splitting the decks does mean that both of these Pokemon make it through, and with the Lunar Blessing, almost back to full.
So a key thing here, you would normally worry about Amoonguss threatening the Flutter Mane with Spore, but the sequence here is going to be Spore, then Lunar Blessing, then Flutter Mane attack, means you would wake it up in the meantime. So you don't have to worry about that, but you would have to worry about damage. But no, it is Ice Shard and then Spore, so that sequence is going to work out for Colin.
Yeah, Flutter Mane, it falls asleep, but only for a moment. Lunar Blessing coming on out. So yeah, again, that damage that Chien Pao did, gonna get lessened, and that work that Amoonguss put in, I mean, Flutter Mane wakes right up, and now Flutter Mane, being the slowest in this current board position, moves last. Chien Pao just gets knocked out with the Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, managing to use Flutter Mane in his own Trick Room. You can see Sebastian's reaction on the player cam to that Lunar Blessing coming out, just not a facet of that turn that he was thinking all the way through. It means that Flutter Mane is able to attack instead. And that Ice Shard got Flutter Mane pretty low. I wonder if Sludge Bomb would have been just enough damage to close this out. But one bad turn does not mean the end of the game. Sebastian still has that trump card in the Urshifu that's going to feel very difficult to deal with. But even if it beats the Flutter Mane, if you don't have an avenue for enough damage into the Cresselia, that throughout all these Lunar Blessings that have been more focused on healing the teammates have also healed the Cresselia all the way back up, you're going to have a problem because, 2 Psychics will just KO that Urshifu. You don't have the Chien-Pao that's immune to it anymore. So what that last Pokemon is and how much it can threaten Cresselia is probably a key piece of how this game is going to close out.
I'd be really interested to see what that Pokemon is. If it's going to be something that's a little bit more of an attacking option, or if it's something to try and set up the Urshifu to do even more. If it is something like that Pelipper that we praise this team for, to set up that rain and make sure the Surging Strikes can do even more damage. On this turn though, Fluttermane preserved, swap out Incineroar to hit the field once again. So if we see something other than a Surging Strikes from this Urshifu, well, that damage is going to be lowered thanks to this Intimidate as well. Incineroar could be soaking up a hit depending on how this plays out. And sure enough, we'll be taking this one. Surging Strikes going into this Incineroar with the Grass Terastallization. Certainly not as much damage, but with the poison will go down at the end of the turn. Going to be eyeing up what this Amoonguss is going to be doing, because now on this turn, an Icy Wind trying to get a little bit of speed for Colin's end going on forward. Amoonguss is going to be the last act, but
so many options for speed control from Colin. The Trick Room wasn't enough. The knockoff didn't land into Urshifu to get rid of the Choice Scarf, but the Icy Wind will undo the speed advantage from the Choice Scarf. It means that, yes, Incineroar is paying the cost for this, going to switch in and immediately go down. But when Fluttermane returns to the field, it's going to return to the field in which it is the fastest Pokemon. The problem for Colin is that there are 3 Pokemon left on Sebastian's side. That means it's as easy as bringing Urshifu out to the back to undo the speed drop onto Urshifu, and when it comes back out, you won't have that play anymore. There's nothing to switch Fluttermane back out to. So things seem like they're simplifying. We were so used to seeing them simplify in Colin's favor, where eventually the damage just feels inevitable. This time, it feels like it's going the other way. But there are still ideas. You can see Colin hovering the Trick Room here. If you can catch a switch out from the Urshifu with a Trick Room, that means when it comes back in, you have the speed advantage. After all, maybe that's the play, but no switches. The Amoonguss just protecting itself.
Yeah, Amoonguss stays safe through this turn. Dazzling Gleam coming out from this Fluttermane. Amoonguss is going to avoid all of that damage. Urshifu not quite as fortunate. So Urshifu doesn't swap out, goes down, and it's going to be this Cresselia that's free to act on this turn. Not often you see it go to slow down the opponents and then go into this Trick Room, but try to set up for this later part of the game. Now we'll get the opportunity to see the 4th Pokemon for Sebastian, and with the Fluttermane hitting the field, well, it's going to be an interesting Fluttermane versus Fluttermane face-off.
The good news for Sebastian is that his Choice Specs Fluttermane has not had to choose an attack yet. Collins has already had to choose Dazzling Gleam, which means it's not threatening a KO into Fluttermane on the other side. And the Trick Room means that this Amoonguss does move first, gets some Sludge Bomb damage back, but Lunar Blessing going to help keep both Pokemon on Collins' side pretty healthy.
Yeah, Lunar Blessing, you instantly just get that health back, and Fluttermane almost back up to full. Dazzling Gleam, enough to take care of the Amoonguss, but as said, that's what you're locked into, and that's not nearly as much damage done on the opposing end. Sebastian still gets the opportunity to respond with his own, and something like this Shadow Ball is going to be so much more damage into the opposing end. Fluttermane goes down, we're down to a 1v1.
We knew it had to be a pretty valuable Pokemon for Sebastian. We opted to let the Urshifu go down to Dazzling Gleam to preserve that last Pokemon in the back, and a valuable Pokemon indeed. A Fluttermane able to lock into Shadow Ball and threaten so much damage against these final Pokemon for Colin.
The Psychic does so little, and in return, Shadow Ball does so much. Not enough for the KO, though. Psychic by itself not going to be enough, but the potential of a critical hit, if it can come through when Colin needs it the most, could be enough to be closing out this set. Hit comes through, not there. Fluttermane, just a little bit of health left, and now can return with a Shadow Ball. This limits the margins, but it's going to be enough to get Sebastian the first game in this set.
Wow, what a close finish. It felt like there were little missteps along the way for each player, neither one able to establish a commanding position. You had things like the Fairy Terastallization on the Amoonguss, worried about Incineroar offense that never came and ended up making the Amoonguss much easier to take down with Dazzling Gleam. But ultimately, Sebastian had the right bits of speed control, forced one turn of passivity from Colin to switch the Fluttermane out and sacrifice the Fluttermane, the Incineroar rather, because of the threat of the Urshifu. And then when it came back in, was willing to give away that Urshifu because he knew he had the trump card, that Fluttermane, the last Pokemon able to close out the game. Colin has been the one closing out games with Choice Specs Fluttermane up till this point, but he faces a little bit of his own medicine with the checkmate of those Shadow Balls coming back from Sebastian.
I mean, we've gotten to see Fluttermane close out games for Colin, but we've also gotten to see an Ursaluna more so in this early game that's been able to put in a lot more work and really absent from this game. As you called out, there was a couple of steps that Colin needed to take to get this Trick Room and this Ursaluna online. You got the Trick Room, that was the easy part, but Ursaluna switched in, instantly got KO'd, and Colin, right from the get-go in this match, was playing a 3v4 with a big key that was missing. So curious then, going on forward, do you still go into it?
Yeah, in retrospect, right, it's impressive that Colin even got it as close as he did after losing Urshifu so easily on turn 2. He's right back to it in this turn, and then you sort of think the easiest way to make the Trick Room and the Ursaluna happen is to both Trick Room and Parting Shot on this, or U-turn in this case, on the same turn, because then you've just solved it all at once. Just hit the home run. The risk of doing that is that you don't have any fake out support, you don't have any way to like help Cresselia stay around, because we saw how much Choice Specs, Shadow Ball, and Fluttermane can do into Cresselia on the last turn. That plus a Surging Strikes probably just is a KO into Cresselia, so you can't be confident that you even get that Trick Room unless maybe you're willing to spend a Terastallization on Cresselia. That's not one that we've seen yet, and it doesn't even create any resistances for you, but it might be a way to make it happen. But yeah, this is a scary situation. If you're willing, though, to let Incineroar spin to fake out, then you know you can take a Shadow Ball, but you're back to the same problem. How do you get Ursaluna on the field?
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. The first turn will be stopping this Urshifu. Fake out comes on through. Shadow Ball, so much damage into the Cresselia. But since it's only the one hit, we get that Trick Room up. But now we go back to your question. How do you get in this Ursaluna? Or do you just try and play out this board state as it is and see how much damage this Cresselia can do?
Yeah, if you're willing to let Cresselia go down, right, it's probably going to happen pretty quickly. You know Shadow Ball is coming in. There's no Amoonguss threatening Spore into your teammate this time that complicates things. So maybe you just fight from this situation. Say, I will take what you give me until you take a KO and let me bring Ursaluna on the field.
And I mean, when there is still this damage threat on Colin's side of the board, Sebastian, you can't afford to just play this too passively and let them do this damage. And going into this turn as well, this Incineroar, we can see it go more so on the offensive, starting off with the Flare Blitz. Urshifu on the other end, covering for the Terastallization in case it does want to go for the grass or just go for a swap. And the follow-up, get as much possible damage. Psychic, the follow-up, enough to take this Urshifu down.
Gets rid of Urshifu. We talked before the match that that was one of the most valuable pieces for Sebastian, and it's gone in Trick Room using the offense of these more supportive Pokemon.
And now follow-up Shadow Ball into Cresselia. That's been so low. Cresselia put in so much work in that game 1, but in game 2, Trick Room and going down might just be enough because now Ursaluna gets to hit the field freely and safely.
Did it put that much work in game 1? It certainly spent a lot of time on the field, but what did it do? I'm not sure it's bad for Colin that this time, instead of occupying his board without doing much for so long, it instead gets a KO with Psychic, more work than it did in game 1, and then gets out of the way to let Ursaluna onto the field with still 3 turns left of this Trick Room. Now, you probably do have to spend the first of those turns of Trick Room just protecting the Ursaluna because you're not yet burnt. You didn't get that full dream Trick Room and U-turn situation that results in a burned Ursaluna for the next turn, and you're under threat from Spore from the Amoonguss on the other side. But one turn of Protect, if you still have a couple turns of Trick Room left, that might be all you need. And meanwhile, Incineroar, already a grass type, knows it isn't worried about Spore, can go out on the offense against either of these Pokemon. Last time, this forced a Fairy Terastallization out of Amoonguss because Sebastian was worried about Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. We're just going to see how much he's still worried about, how much he values it. But for now, just a Protect from Ursaluna. Got to get through this first turn and get burnt.
Yeah, apparently not valuing it enough this time around, but it will still be a Mushroom on the offense. Sludge Bomb again, spurt the poison into this Incineroar. Now Incineroar will go on the offensive Flare Blitz, but it was never the target into the Amoonguss, instead into the Fluttermane to bring it down to such low health. Shadow Ball once again though, Ursaluna never the target, double up, but Incineroar, even if it is a survival, I hear the gasps out in the crowd, it's still gonna go down from the poison, don't worry.
You do kind of hate to see that for Colin. 2 games in a row, Incineroar is just bulky enough to hang on, except that Sludge Bomb had already burnt and will finish, or rather poisoned, and will finish that KO. The good news is, though, that Ursaluna is now burnt and is a big damage threat. The Fluttermane hits the field fully healthy. You should be able to get quite a bit of damage out of the end of this. It is a little bit uncomfortable to have your Choice Specs Flutter on the field in Trick Room. Depending on what Sebastian's last Pokemon is, that can be a problem. But if they're, if the Fluttermane on the other side for Sebastian is faster, then maybe it's not the end of the world. You don't have to worry about Spore as well. It's going to be the first thing to move. Fluttermane can't protect itself, going to just have to take that.
I mean, even if it is a Flutter main that gets spored, I think that Ursaluna is going to be just so much damage potential on this turn and really kind of has its pick of targets. You could target down the Amoonguss or just take care of the Flutter main. Headlong Rush. Now you don't have to worry about your Flutter main who's now asleep going down from that Shadow Ball. You get rid of it. There's only 2 options left for Sebastian. That Amoonguss and 1 4th final Pokemon we haven't gotten to see quite yet.
I think a lot of players would be tempted to Facade there to see what's the biggest offense they can get. I don't want a little bit of red health on the Flutter main with my Ursaluna. I want the big target. But that's some defense through offense there. Because you prioritize getting the KO on the Flutter main, you know that you already were going to take that spore, but nothing else happens on that turn. Now Chien Pao out onto the field. If you can get through that, well, maybe you're free and clear, but Chien Pao, without a Focus Ash, can go down to a single target. You've got to worry about Rage Powder in this situation. I think a very delicate endgame that probably also involves how long Flutter main spends asleep. Already spent 1 turn. If you can get a quick wake, if it wakes this turn and contributes to the fight, well then Colin's in a really good position.
Well, Terastallization, a lot of the times we see it more on the defensive on the Chien Pao, but Stellar Terastallization instead. See if you can try and fish out for some of this offense and Amoonguss to redirect a hit from the only damage potential you have still going on within this match. Sucker Punch with the boost of the Stellar Terastallization, targeting into the Flutter main is enough to take it down and bring Colin to only 1 Pokemon left. But again, this Ursaluna can deal so much damage and it's forced to target into this Ursaluna. At least with the Facade though, we'll get the full Brood of the attack for the 1-hit KO.
I think that's the last turn of the Trick Room, which just leads Ursaluna all on its own up against a Chien Pao that is ready to use the ice charge of its Stellar Terror. I mean, this is just over. The Terastallization has been used. There is nothing that's going to stop this Ice Spinner and a -1 defense Ursaluna from closing out this match.
The Ursaluna could have been such a threat, but waiting till the perfect time to strike, Ice Spinner from the Chien Pao takes it down, and with that, Sebastian Gonzalez 2-0 to move on within the finals at the Seattle Regional Championships. We had highlighted the experience of these trainers, this being a new peak, and yet again, he has shattered through to make it on to this next point, and so close to becoming a regional champion. What a set as well.
Certainly more than 28 championship points now. He's made it into the finals. Such an impressive run. For Colin, it just never felt like he could land the position that he wanted. He's been a master of the position throughout the tournament so far, but opted for the Trick Room mode this time and just struggled to get Ursaluna into the Trick Room position. In Game 1, it was knocked out on the switch, and in Game 2, Sebastian was able to take KOs into both Cresselia and Incineroar before the Ursaluna even attacked for the first time. By the time that Ursaluna did damage in this second game, or even in this match entirely, Colin was down Incineroar, down Cresselia, and had a sleeping Flutter main. Sebastian had just done too much work too early, and Ursaluna could not make that uphill climb.
Yeah, and even at the end, I mean, the sleeping Flutter main, we get to see the Chien Pao just target that down instead, making sure there was no opportunity for that Flutter main to ever wake up.
Yeah, really smart play, because even if you know there's only a 1 in 3 chance that it wakes up on that turn, if it wakes into a Dazzling Gleam, then it just KOs Chien Pao, and you're left with an Amoonguss that's never going to deal with an Ursaluna. You're going to be in trouble. So really smart to recognize that even though it's asleep, the big threat is the Flutter main. I can close the game against the Ursaluna and pick up that quick KO with Stellar Terra, Life Orb, Sucker Punch into that Flutter main.
I mean, to take down Colin as well is such a feat. And for Colin to make it to this point in the tournament, really, really well done. Had highlighted that this team with Blast from the Past was really well constructed, played so well, but yeah, just so difficult up against Sebastian's team.
Yeah, the combination of offense from the Chien Pao and the Urshifu were such a big threat. We saw Sebastian identify that, lead them out, really threaten all of that damage, kind of forced Colin to go for the Trick Room mode that never could establish itself, and really made it so difficult. Just those couple of fast Pokemon and the offense behind them were a little bit too much.
I mean, with such a fantastic match, I want to hear a little bit more about it, but not from us. We have Yuki's Keys to the Game coming up to break that down a little bit more.
Thank you, Len, and thank you, Sierra. Yeah, congratulations to Sebastian making it to the finals, and congratulations to Colin for a really strong finish with his favorite Pokemon. I know there's one character who has always told me that you winning with your favorites is definitely the best, so Colin really embodying that. So really, really exciting. Let's go ahead and take a look at this matchup here. 2 very different kinds of teams. One is more Trick Room oriented with the Ursaluna. and Sebastian leaning more towards the Rain. So these are two teams that I think, especially on Colin's end, the Ursa Cress is a team that has been on the radar, but I think Rain has certainly fallen off for Regulation F, despite being really successful in Regulation H. So maybe Sebastian taking that surprise factor into effect on top of his mastery of this archetype. Going into these teams, I think we reviewed both of these teams pretty well, so I think I'll breeze through these for now. I want to first talk through this scene here where we have the Trick Room already set up for Incineroar. Actually, let me pause right here. We have Amoonguss Urshifu versus Incineroar Cresselia in Trick Room. So there's a bit of pressure on Sebastian's ends to be able to get a Spore out onto the slot for Incineroar. Incineroar not having the safety goggles, so definitely susceptible to the Spore here. Even if Colin wants to switch out a Pokemon, that Pokemon will get Spored. And yeah, even though Cresselia has the ability to do Lunar Blessing, here is a Moon, that Pokemon will still not be able to attack for that turn. So there's going to be a lot of momentum lost for Colin's end if he cannot yeah, get an attack off and position this turn for taking best advantage of the rest of Trick Room. In order to circumvent that, Colin goes for a great play here, going for a Terra Grass with the Incineroar, so going to be immune to Spore both on the Cresselia and the Incineroar, have the ability to pivot out with the Incineroar thanks to the U-turn here, get some a little bit of chip damage off, and go back and get that Ursaluna set up so that it can use the best remaining turns of Trick Room. However, Sebastian sees through this and says, I'm not going to let you get a free Ursaluna off, even though your Terra Grass is obvious. I'm going to punish it by saying that, yeah, I think you're going to U-turn in that slot and try to position Ursaluna. So the Surging Strikes here are very devastating for Colin. This is main attacker under Trick Room, so Cresselia just not as effective if you're not supporting that Ursaluna. So this is a big turn for Sebastian. Great call, attacking into that slot rather than the Cresselia, knowing that, yeah, Colin wants to position the Cresselia right next to the Ursaluna. Over in this endgame here, we have Colin's positioning Trick Room again. Happy to do that in front of Amoonguss because Amoonguss will then in Trick Room Spore first. Cresselia will then go for the Lunar Blessing, and then the partner Pokemon will still be able to attack since its Sleep Status will be cured. However, it still is a little bit awkward for Sebastian since Colin's Flutter was seen to be able to attack first in Trick Room. So able to get that KO onto Amoonguss first before the Flutter on Sebastian's end KOs the Flutter on Colin's end. So yeah, especially since Cresselia is able to take the Shadow Ball, it was looking a little bit dicey of whether Sebastian will be able to win the damage race. But as we can see in this scene here, we see the Psychic come out into the Flutter main, being able to hang on just by a sliver. You can see Sebastian, yeah, be a little bit relaxed after seeing that worked out for him, and Sebastian takes game one. Going into game two here, we see the position is play this, and then yeah, we see the position here in Trick Room where Colin, unlike the first game, is a lot more conservative in bringing out the Ursaluna manually and then protecting to make sure that he's not going to get caught with a surprise, you know, Surging Strikes again or get Spored into that slot, just guaranteeing that the Flame Orb definitely goes off. So that's why we see the Protect here from the Ursaluna, still doesn't have the Flame Orb activated. However, Sebastian reads into this again and says, okay, I know you're not going to let me get a free Spore onto your Ursaluna. You know how bad it was when I took it out in one turn last game. You're not going to let me slow it down with Spore. So calling that and going for the Sludge Bomb into the Incineroar, getting that poison. Flare Blitz going to the Flutter main, but barely surviving, so good training on Sebastian's end. Shadow Ball also going into the Incineroar. And yeah, hanging on with 2 HP, but the poison being crucial here to pick up that KO that turn. You can see that Colin is not happy about that at all. And then we saw that the Terrestrialization was used earlier by Colin on the Incineroar, thinking, okay, maybe the Psychic plus Flare Blitz combination won't KO this Urshifu. You know, even though Urshifu doesn't have a very high special defense, Cresselia is also not very known to have a high special attack. So maybe because of that, I won't be able to KO the Urshifu. And just in case I don't want to lose my Incineroar, so I'm going to Terra Grass here, making sure that Urshifu can't KO me back. That ends up not being needed, and also comes to bite Colin back because now he has this Flutter main that, yeah, is asleep, has a chance to wake up this turn. However, it doesn't even get the chance to find out since this terrestrialized Life Orb Qianpao is able to KO it in one shot with this Sucker Punch, something that could have been avoided if Colin was able to preserve that Terra for this Flutter Mane into the Fairy type, which will resist this Dark type attack. But yeah, because the Terra was used up, this Flutter Mane gets knocked out in one hit, and in the following turn, Sebastian is able to, get a Rage Powder and Ice Spinner combination to KO the Ursaluna. So we've seen so much mastery on Colin's end to position the Ursaluna well, punishing opponents for being passive. But we see that Sebastian really thought through this and made some pretty hard reads to make sure that Colin just does not get that Ursaluna in safe, or if they are bringing it in safe, then making it a passive turn for him and punishing the partner. So really excellently played from both trainers. And we see Sebastian making it to finals. We're about to find out who's going to be facing him off in finals, but casters, back to you.
One finalist here determined in Seattle. One more match to see who is going to be joining him. I cannot wait. Carson St. Dennis going up against Emilio Forbes, two trainers with a wealth of experience in this game. Both would be such worthy champions, but only one could advance on forward.
Yeah, we saw the underdog win in the last semifinal to make it into the finals. Neither of these players can be accurately called the underdog. Both very established players with a lot of success in the past. Should be a very exciting match. And it's more Tailwind mirrors. I feel like we've seen a bunch of them this weekend. We've actually already seen both of these players win a Tailwind mirror on stream, and now we get another one.
We pressed Tailwind at the very beginning of the day, and we still have a couple turns remaining of it. But hey, it's made for some really high energy matches that I cannot get enough of. So I'm excited to see how this one pans out, especially too, I love the skill expression we get to see within these matches, because again, something that's been highlighted is if you lead wrong or do one turn wrong, well, that could be your entire game plan just completely shattered. So you got to navigate these so carefully.
Yeah, it's like its own little four-person bracket of who can win these Tailwind mirrors to get into the finals and represent the Tailwind there up against that Rain team Sebastian has.
And going into this too, we highlight that it is Tailwinds apiece, but a little bit of differences within the teams, especially with this Tailwind setter. And I love to see how these teams are built out and kind of what they prioritize, especially too, we get to see a lot of offense out from both. But Emilio, who we saw earlier, we kind of highlighted as one of these so offensive teams. I feel like one of the more offensive versions of these Tailwind teams that we get to see. So I'm curious to see how Carson wants to navigate that.
Yeah, he's got it dialed up to the max with a choice specs Chi-Yu and a special attack boosting Flutter Mane. Meanwhile, with Carson, we saw in his Tailwind mirror, he's got a lot of pretty unusual pieces. His Whimsicott, when almost the rest of the field has Tornadus, can really change things up. In that match, Regidrago was really key for him. It's going to be interesting to see if he can manage the same value out of it in this match.
Before we dive into the teams yet again, though, neither of these can be the underdog within the series. So much experience. It's like two Goliaths facing off against each other. Of course, Emilio within the Masters division, so many accomplishes to his name. Carson St. Dennis, I mean, a throwback. We've gotten to see this kid way back, senior champion, 2016 Columbus. 10 years later competing, obviously the skill is just so high still. Even earlier on in the season, top 4 at Vegas, a top opportunity to one up that.
Yeah, I mean, already the second top 4 at a regional this season. Very few players managed to accomplish that over the course of the season. So an impressive run, no doubt. So many championship points for either player, probably going to see them at the World Championship. But that's all way out in the future. Right now, they've got a semifinal up against each other.
And we had highlighted these are both Tailwind teams, but kind of different variations of them. So having seen both of these teams previously on broadcast, what are you eyeing up with Carson's team to try and take this win?
Well, you have to be certain, basically, that both players are going to bring their Prankster Tailwind Pokemon. So that occupies one of the 4 spots. It feels like Ogerpon is quite valuable here as well. Can put out pretty good damage into a range of Pokemon, especially, if into the Chi-Yu, for example, if it was brought. Meanwhile, like Golden Go seems like it has a much more difficult time. Chi-Yu, Landorus, Flutter Mane on the other side. These are not the Pokemon that Golden Go wants to fight against. And we've seen a lot of these Tailwind mirrors boil down to, well, if we're both going to have Tailwind, then who's faster afterwards? And Golden Go quite bad at that, probably the slowest of the Pokemon. Regidrago also has some difficulty with that, but it has a much, both these Pokemon can have big capitalizations, but if Regidrago can get Dragon Energies off, they can pick up so much damage. And I think the Ogerpon is also valuable for that reason, because it can use Follow Me to buy that one turn. We haven't seen in these Tailwind mirrors players opt to actually bring their Incineroars yet, but I wonder if this could be the chance to slow things down a little bit against Emilio's team.
Something you highlighted was for these Tailwind teams that once you set up the Tailwind, then what with like sort of like that speed, right? And that's going to be where we see a little bit of a difference with the Whimsicott in comparison to the Tornadus. Because Emilio, you want speed, you want a little extra more Tailwind, Icy Wind, you have some options. And well, just inherent speed with a couple of these Pokemon.
Right, has some fast Pokemon out there, though, of course, that is. We saw earlier a booster special attack Fluttermane, so not getting extra speed there. But we did see in Emilio's Tailwind Mirror on stream, it was the Icy Wind in Game 3 that gave him the extra bit of speed advantage to close that out. And like the Incineroar on the other side, he's got the Amoonguss to play at a different pace and buy some space. We did see that consistently in the Tailwind Mirror previously, but that was because there was a Choice Scarf Urshifu on the other side that was a problem. No Choice Scarf Urshifu this time, just Mystic Water Urshifu, so a little bit less of a threat to things like the Fluttermane and the Chiyu. But Chiyu may have a pretty difficult time, doesn't like fighting against Urshifu and Ogerpon on the other side.
What about the Amoonguss? Because that's for something where Emilio going up against another Tailwind team slowed it down in the game 2 with the Amoonguss, and that offered so much pressure. Is that something we can see within this match?
Right, so without the Choice Scarf on the Urshifu on the other side and just the Mystic Water instead, I think it has a little bit less of a risk that the Urshifu runs you over, so it's not as crucial a piece, would still definitely be impactful. The other problem is that with Ogerpon over there, it's not certain redirection, because if you're having to redirect an Ogerpon, well, that's not going to work with Rage Powder.
Okay, instead we're going to get double Genies coming out from Emilio to start things out and opposing other end. A lot of pressure. We get an Incineroar that offer a little bit of fake out on one of these Pokemon, but that Cornerstone Ogerpon, I mean, the Rock type has been the talk of the weekend.
Right, can threaten a bunch of damage into the Tornadus on the other side. And this is one of the dynamics we saw in earlier Tailwind mirrors. Only one player opting to immediately have Tailwind accessible to them. So Emilio has Tornadus for Prankster Tailwind, but do you risk getting a Tailwind now that might have an Ivy Cudgel and maybe like an Ivy Cudgel Flare Blitz double up back that could risk you just losing Tornadus no matter what? Because if you're not certain that you can withstand, like, Carson's delayed Tailwind, then that could be a big problem. Otherwise, also Fake Out can just stymie the Landorus for a turn, make sure the Earth Power, which is quite a big damage threat into either of these Pokemon, isn't immediately available for Emilio.
Well, Cornerstone Ogerpon not going to go on the offensive at all. Sure, there is the threat, but it's going to be replaced with Carson's own Tailwind setter of this Whimsicott. Terastallization on the very first turn, though. There was the threat of a powerful attack from the Ogerpon and enough of it present to force the Terastallization out early on Emilio's end with the Steel typing on that Tornadus. Preservation was key and really eyeing that up. But it's not going to be the only Terastallization. Carson as well, the Water type on the Incineroar.
So many Terastallizations used early, you've got to be worried about the early pressure. So it's an Ivy Cudgel from Carson's side forcing a Steel Terastallization on Tornadus, and it's an Earth Power from Emilio's side forcing a Water Terastallization on Incineroar.
No Tailwind yet, instead going for the other way of getting that speed with this Icy Wind to drop the speed over on the Incineroar. Sandseer Storm to target down both. Whimsicott's down to just under half, but Incineroar Terastallization comes up huge, and it was never the Ogerpon going on the offensive. Terastallization's forced out, and Flare Blitz, super effective, picks up the one-hit KO.
Yeah, I mentioned pairing the Ivy Cudgel with the Flare Blitz to create a pen and force a KO. Well, sometimes you don't need to create a pen. Just call your opponents out. Say that you are going to Terastallize. You know, it still would have been pretty reasonable damage into a Tornadus that stayed Flying type, but so much more impactful when it's Terastallization spent from Tornadus and no Tailwind used yet either, right? So this is going to be one-sided Tailwind in this match. It was just Icy Wind on that last turn, Icy Wind into one, a Covert Cloak, so no speed mitigation, and into an Incineroar that really doesn't care about it. But he did spend the Water Terastallization on Incineroar to make sure that the Flare Blitz could actually come through. Otherwise, it would have been a bigger risk with the Landorus on the other side.
So much dedicated to trying to keep this Tornadus around. No Tailwind spent, opting for that other speed control, and now all of it's gone awry. But with this Urshifu hitting the field, can try and target use that to get great momentum.
Right, the downside to this for Carson is a pretty weak position. You don't really want your Whimsicott next to your Incineroar. Those are two non-threatening Pokemon, and so while you've taken the first KO and created the potential for future advantage from Tailwind, at the moment you don't have much going for you. So you're kind of hoping to get this Tailwind up and then lose some Pokemon to create the situation to actually capitalize on it.
I mean, it looks like you are going to lose some Pokemon because Whimsicott, you get the Tailwind and you instantly get taken out with the Sludge Bomb. So Emilio to take a KO on this turn, looking for a follow-up as well. Close combat into the Incineroar. Sure, Terra's there, but so low health. It will be a double, but Carson, you have the speed on your own side.
Yeah, we've seen these games play out this way before, where someone gets the early KO but creates such a weak position for themselves that they give up 2 KOs. But if you give up 2 KOs to get 2 new Pokemon in with a fresh and unanswered, unmatchable Tailwind, then maybe that's all you need. You're going to have Ogerpon and Urshifu in this unmatched Tailwind ready to go out on the offense. Defensive Terrestrialization already used from Emilio, so it looks like it's as easy as Urshifu, Surging Strikes at Landorus, Ogerpon, Grass move into the Urshifu on the other side, but there's a Focus Sash on that Urshifu over there that is one last obstacle for Carson to clear, and an obstacle when you're down to 2 Pokemon can be a lot.
There's the Focus Sash. There is also a 4th Pokemon that we haven't seen from Emilio's end. Depending on what that is, that can shift the dynamic of the match a lot. If it's something offensive, that could hurt. But if it is the Amoonguss, could be good. No pivot, though. So instead, we're playing this out how it is. The first hit into the Urshifu doesn't do too much. Landorus going to be KO'd by the end of this turn. Surging Strikes, it stands no chance since Emilio already used that Terrestrialization. And now we get to find out the 4th Pokemon and if it has any sort of staying power within this match.
Before the 4th Pokemon, though, this Urshifu's going to get to swing out with close combat, take Ogerpon down to 1 HP. So Carson is down to 1 HP and 1 Pokemon. And you can see Carson, maybe confidence, maybe a little bit unwillingness to click the Power Whip there, maybe predicting a switch or just not wanting to get the miss. And so instead, Ivy Cudgel swings into that Urshifu, but it is an Urshifu with an Aqua Jet that can now just swing out and take that KO. No speed advantage is going to save you from that. No Spiky Shield is going to save you from that. Now, the answer then is Urshifu with its own Aqua Jet from Carson's side. You can just try to swing out first, but because you didn't actually get it down to Focus Sash with the Power Whip on the previous turn and just Ivy Cudgel, that option's not there, so you just have to give up this Aqua Jet.
Yeah, and that means giving up your Ogerpon as well, only on 1 HP. Now, Carson just 1 Pokemon on this turn. 1 Pokemon that will be able to equalize the score quite quickly, though. Fluttermane hits the field, and again, just instantly taken out. We are going down to an Urshifu versus Urshifu endgame. But again, difference with how much damage has been done on to these Pokemon.
Yeah, the Urshifu on Emilio's side already weakened, should be in range for close combat. Carson's most likely bulky enough and also has the speed advantage, so it should be Carson's game now. The Fluttermane unable to get an attack off, so yeah, Emilio just concedes this game, sees the writing on the wall with an incoming close combat from Carson's Urshifu. Another rapid fire game, just a handful of turns to close that one out.
And I mean, we started that match off with a big turn and big shift of momentum coming out from Carson's end. We had highlighted the importance of the Tailwind Pokemon and, I mean, from Emilio, that preservation, but Carson did such a good job in baiting out that Terrestrialization, instantly taking the KO. And Emilio, from the get-go, was playing from behind.
Right, and it is that unmatched Tailwind that was the big problem. If Emilio's Fluttermane had hit the field in matched Tailwind, well, you're not so worried about Surging Strikes on the other side. You're just going to throw a Moonblast or a Dazzling Gleam out at the Urshifu and be quite happy with this situation. Your Landorus would be moving before the Urshifu, not going down to the Surging Strikes, but getting big damage off. But because Emilio just got an Icy Wind out of that first turn and then immediately lost his Tornadus, that was, you know, the flaw that led to so many problems for Fluttermane and Landorus down the way.
So then this is where we can talk adjustments going into this next game, because yeah, that was a tough lead, because even as you called out the combination of the Ivy Cudgel and the Flare Blitz, well then either way, Terra or not, that's Tornadus isn't having a good time. So then where do you adjust for Emilio?
Well, you have to be really thoughtful about when you're playing these kinds of high octane mirrors, you have to be really thoughtful about the risk you take when you don't click Tailwind. If you don't click Tailwind and the damage comes in and KOs your Tailwind setter so that you never get to click Tailwind, then that's devastating. These games, though, can be so short that even the risk of offset Tailwinds might not be a big problem. I'm not sure that Emilio's Tailwind would have ever expired if he clicked it on turn 1 of that last game. So I think you've got to be very careful. I think in that position, he thought he was probably safe enough, wasn't going to go down to an Ivy Cudgel, didn't factor in how likely Carson was to go for a Flare Blitz and how much of an uphill battle it'd be afterwards. He might be a little bit more conservative this time, still with those 2 Genies on the other side, and still with the Incineroar on Carson's side, but now Urshifu changing it up a little bit, offering some damage threat into Landorus instead. This gives it kind of a different look. This is once again Tailwind versus no Tailwind, but what you're offering is, are you going to take a Tailwind while I just fake out and Surging Strikes Landorus and threaten a KO there? Or are you going to immediately play more defensively or try to swing out an offense with Tornadus, but then once again risk not getting that match Tailwind? A very tricky position that Carson has offered Emilio here.
and it is going to be fake out. So yeah, Landorus not going to do much. Tornadus left alone though. A lot of damage in that Urshifu. Now,
a lot of damage in Urshifu, but where is the Urshifu targeting?
That's going to be the big question. No terrestrialization, surging strikes into that Tornadus. Eye this up. It looks like it's going to be enough, which does mean, yet again, Tornadus has gone down without setting up a tailwind.
So once again, Emilio sees that risk, but is willing to take it. Doesn't tailwind on the first turn, sees the fake out go into Landorus, gets some good damage back, but that damage is not going to be worth the unmatched tailwind. You have to presume that Whimsicott is one of those two unrevealed Pokemon for Carson, and so at some point, there's going to be tailwind advantage. But like the last game, before that happens, you have this moment of like negative position for Carson. The Incineroar and the Urshifu are in a terrible position here. You can try to like get an Aqua Jet into Landorus or something, but you're immediately under so much threat of just Earth Power into Urshifu, surging strikes into Incineroar. You've got to recover from it somehow. And unlike the last game, I don't think you can recover from it by just allowing 2 KOs, because you don't want Whimsicott to be one of your final 2 Pokemon. You can recover from it with 2 KOs if that's after the Whimsicott gets a tailwind up.
I mean, we're going to see the switch from Carson. As said, not as much staying power with those 2 Pokemon. It's not going to be Whimsicott onto the field, though. Instead, this Regidrago to join the fray. Terrestrialization on the second turn of this match. Going on into it, it will be into this Landorus, scared of the potential of something like a Surging Strikes from the Urshifu that's no longer here. So again, Terrestrialization forced out from Emilio. A Terrestrialization that's going to be matched though. Incineroar, it sticks around, and knowing that there is the threat of a Surging Strikes or a close combat from the opposing end, trying to mitigate that damage as much as possible.
Earth Power, Close Combat, Surging Strikes, you've mitigated all of them with a Water Terrestrialization, so it makes a lot of sense, but for now it's just Sandsear Storm and Incineroar dodges, and Regidrago dodges.
It's a double miss! You needed to get as much damage as possible, and that miss is going to be the difference between Incineroar sticking around or not. Incineroar stays around, U-turn, gets to pivot out, and already what wasn't a great board state from Emilio just gets worse. Now, you talked about not wanting a free hit switch into the Whimsicott, but U-turn is going to allow Carson to get in this Whimsicott and still keep all his Pokemon.
This is the dream. Carson couldn't ask for more. It was in that negative position, and it manages to navigate to Whimsicott, threatening Tailwind next to Regidrago, threatening a ton of damage. A KO into either Landorus or the Urshifu, most likely, with Earth Power going into Landorus or just Dragon offense into the Urshifu. And gets to it with almost no cost because of that double Sandsear Storm dodge. If those hit instead, then Regidrago is relatively low. Incineroar is knocked out. Maybe you're still okay with it because Incineroar gets knocked out, you replace it with Whimsicott, you can still threaten Tailwind and Earth Power, but you pay so much higher of a cost. After those 2 misses, though, this looks much more comfortable for Carson, but still not over because you can't threaten both KOs at once. Because you need to get Tailwind, you know, you can threaten like a Moonblast into the Urshifu, but that just would mean Landorus gets to go out unguarded. But for now, Landorus is protecting. Emilio trying to make a call of where Carson will target this turn.
Just trying to have a little bit of survivability, take it down, do as much damage as possible with this Urshifu. Earth Power is going to call that out, so Regidrago does nothing. Single target force into the Landorus for Protect. Now, trying to take as much momentum as possible. Close combat brings Regidrago down real low, but notably too, now your special defense is going to suffer for that, making you much more susceptible in this next turn.
Yeah, now you are just threatened by Moonblast plus Earth Power. So Emilio takes a big risk there to try to mitigate any offense from Carson on that turn. He could have guaranteed 1 attack, but instead risks it and still gets the 1 attack without taking damage in, but it doesn't perfectly improve the position because now you're just threatened by 2 KOs. Landorus forced to switch, knowing that that Earth Power is coming. We're going to find out what Emilio's last Pokemon is, what can take that Earth Power. Amoonguss, pretty good option to take it, but you start to wonder where the damage is coming. For now, Detect is going to keep Urshifu safe on this turn.
Yeah, at this point, we know there's only 2 damage dealers left on Emilio's team, and you got to preserve them as much as possible. Protect with the Urshifu, Earth Power into the Amoonguss, but as said, isn't going to be too much damage out on this turn. Notably, too, Regidrago is on a timer with the amount of damage that's already taken. It looks like 3 Life Orbs?
2 Life Orbs,
2 Life Orbs.
We can see the number Emilio can't, so we can know confidently that that is 2 more attacks that will KO Regidrago. Meanwhile, Whimsicott is still threatening Moonblast into the Urshifu. Rage Powder is not going to protect you from Grass type Whimsicott going out on the offense. But what can protect you is just a further switch into Landorus.
Yeah.
So now a Steel type would take that pretty comfortably. Regidrago, you can't Dragon Energy at this point. You're way too low in health, so you don't have spread offense. You've got to make some call with where that damage is going. So you can throw a big Draco Meteor at Amoonguss, but that can just protect. You could end up with 3 turns in a row of like your main offense just going into a protect. It's not really forward progress from Emilio. You're just cycling through the Pokemon, but so far Carson hasn't been able to capitalize on these positions.
And is called out Detect on the last turn. Urshifu so susceptible to a hit. Landorus comes on in. And of course, if you're worried about the Moonblast, it's going to be fun. But we got to see it was a double up into it. Amoonguss goes for the Protect, trying to call out Carson, targeting down that Pokemon. Whimsicott instead trying to lock down a Pokemon, but Earth Power does target into the freshly swapped in Landorus. Landorus holds on though with just a sliver of health. So it's barely holding on, but it's still there.
I really like that play from Carson to recognize that he was getting trapped in this constant cycle. The Moonblast was so telegraphed, the Landorus switch was so telegraphed, and so calls it out with Earth Power, but it's not actually enough damage. Landorus just barely able to hang on, and unlike Regidrago, which is going to KO itself with its next Life Orb recoil, Sheer Force is going to protect that Landorus. It's going to stay around and attack as long as it wants, but the problem is still the speed. Moonblast is a threatened KO still there. Even as a Steel type, you're way too low. Rage Powder still can't save you. Whimsicott is still moving first, so you're once again just having to protect. Emilio not able to really find opportunities to swing out because he's constantly under pressure because of that unmatched Tailwind. So yeah, Amoonguss just does a switch, does not want to take a Draco Meteor on this turn, maybe hoping to get the drop under Regidrago and take Draco Meteors in the future, but it's too much. It's going too slowly for Emilio.
I mean, these last few turns from Emilio have been just not losing out on this match, trying to prolong this as much as possible. Looks like a little bit of prolong here as, of course, Moonblast into the protecting Pokemon, but Draco Meteor into the other slot, which was an Amoonguss, instead is an Urshifu that goes down. So Emilio, 1 Pokemon saved, another sacrificed, only 2 left.
Only 2 left, but can Amoonguss beat these 2 Pokemon? Whimsicott and Urshifu are terrible at dealing with Amoonguss. An Amoonguss that's now at full health, an Amoonguss that has Sludge Bomb to go after the Whimsicott. Like, Amoonguss might be all you need. The Incineroar at such low health, it maybe depends on how fast it is. If you can get any, if you avoid a Flare Blitz into Amoonguss, this is just definitely Emilio's game. This has gotten much more close than I would have expected.
Thing with the Incineroar hitting the field, though, that makes this awkward is, of course, you do get that priority with the Fake Out in a Landorus that is just on a sliver of health. Or you can just go for the big play, double protect. So Emilio goes for it, but it looks like Carson's covering for it. 1 and 3 that the Landorus would stay safe past that turn, but Encore never targeting down. Instead, Incineroar on the offense, eyes up this Amoonguss and brings it down to just Landorus against the world. Great call coming out from Carson. That could have been a double protect to save Emilio the match, but instead, it is the final nail in the coffin as Carson is 1 HP away from wrapping up this match and finding himself in the finals.
So many close damage rolls, but that one, whether it was close or not, it was enough. It gets the KO onto Amoonguss, solves that problem in 1 fell swing. Flare Blitz gets the KO.
And with that, only 1 HP on Landorus. The match is done. Carson St. Denis 2-0, and 1 more match to try and become your champion. Someone with a wealth of experience in the game, going up against such an accomplished trainer in Emilio. But what a set coming on out, and such a strong set as well. It's got to feel so confident after that one.
It's a set that featured, the second game ended up being quite a few turns, but it's a set that feels like it was decided twice on turn 1, because twice Emilio risked the Tornadus on the turn 1 and didn't click Tailwind and lost Tornadus in the process. And then it is such an uphill battle. If you've given away your Tailwind setter and your opponent still has theirs, then things start to fall apart. And of course, Emilio both times left Carson in this negative position where you feel like you're going to get something out of it. But remember that devastating double Sandseer Storm miss in game 2 that really meant Carson had all he wanted. So Emilio fought, he clawed, he kept Pokemon around, kept cycling through, but never made any forward progress, just slowed down how fast he was losing.
And every out that he could try and take within the match, he went for. Even that double protect at the end of the game, players will click that, and that can be their saving grace, right? But Carson not even trying to go after that Landorus, instead eyeing up, knowing that, hey, if he goes for this and he gets it, things could shift, but instead targets down the Amoonguss from the get-go. Double Protect does nothing, and yeah, so great. And even just the coverage as well. I mean, we got to see the Encore, so Emilio gets the Double Protect, but Whimsicott Encoring it to just lock it anyways. Like, I feel like Carson just played that so cleanly.
Yeah, Carson just kept control of Emilio, made sure that there were no risks in any of those turns. Emilio was able to stay around, continue presenting new turns, new problems for Carson, but Carson did a good job of like suppressing any real danger from them every turn, threatening damage in the right place, you know, Encore and fake out different ways to stop the damage from coming in. I think the only real moment of risk, I don't know if you remember, there was one turn where Amoonguss protected itself because it was worried about a Draco Meteor, but that was Earth Power on the Landorus coming in. That was Amoonguss's free turn. Amoonguss's turn to do whatever it wanted. It could have been a Sludge Bomb into a Whimsicott, a Spore into the Regidrago, or Sludge Bomb into the Regidrago, but it was Amoonguss a little bit too scared on that turn protecting itself. That was maybe the one glimmer in there for Emilio that wasn't found, and so Carson able to close out that set.
I mean, we had talked about the wealth experience for both of these trainers, but Carson as well. I mean, someone who has been competing for so long, and I feel like with how he was able to navigate that matchup, just felt so confident. Like it felt like watching him play, it was someone who has had all of these years, right? Like he always just kind of seemed one step ahead and could see so many different outcomes and play to the best one.
He knew his game plan as well, right? Like both times did not lead his Tailwind setter, and instead prioritized damage into the Tornadus on the other side and had that damage come through. In that game one, it was the really bold read to just call the Steel Terrestrialization, Flare Blitz, pick up the KO. Game two, it was ignoring the Landorus, the really juicy, easy Surging Strikes target, and just going for the Tornadus, knowing it was going to be the difference maker if you can get that Surging Strikes, and it was going to KO. You know, many Tornadus are trained to be bulky enough to take it, but with the Mystic Water on Carson's Urshifu amplifying the damage, and knowing that many Tornaduses right now are being trained a little bit more offensively, because in this format, Bleak Windstorm can provide so much damage that Surging Strikes was enough to just pick up that KO.
Another super fast match to match the super fast date that we've had. Our top four is done. We have such a worthy finals up ahead, one we're about to get to. For myself and Len, that's it for us. Thank you so much. But before we crown our Masters Division champion, we got an opportunity to catch up with the other divisions as well to crown our other champions.
Hey everybody, Dwee here on the floor. I am currently joined by the Juniors Division champion right now, Charlie. Charlie, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It was an exciting match, so I'm just glad it's over.
Can you tell me about the team that you brought into this tournament and how did the finals play out?
So I brought Zachary Weed's second place EOIC Spam Tailwind team. And so the tournament, it was good. The person I played in finals, I actually lost to in Swiss. And so the team's really good, and I made a few adjustments that came really clutch in the tournament.
Since you face off against your opponent in the Swiss rounds, what were the adjustments that you made going into the finals?
So I brought Iron Crown, which I didn't like to bring when I played him in Swiss, and Iron Crown was very useful.
This is your third regional championship this season, right? And then also you have 3 more championships from the last season, 6 total regional championships. What number are you shooting for right now?
I mean, as many as I can get.
I think you're on track to get a lot more than that. I guess, you know, being able to be here and compete using Zachary Weed's team, like, do you feel like that was obviously you won the championship, but do you feel like that was the correct choice? You know, did you feel very comfortable with the team?
Yeah, I practiced a lot, and I saw that it had good matchups into like every team, so I really liked it. Yeah.
All right, Charlie. What's next for you? What other tournaments are you going to be going to? Obviously, you've wrapped up your Worlds Invite. Any other regional championships or NAIC even?
Yeah, I'll be going to NAIC. I also think I'm going to Houston and Orlando. I don't know them all, but yeah.
Gotcha. Well, you're definitely going to be a player to watch in all those events that you're going to be attending. In honor of the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, do you have a favorite memory that you want to share? Could be any time point, any competitive moment, whatever you want to share.
I think it's in the finals. I had Tornadus and Landorus under Tailwinds, and he had a Shenpao. And so I landed my Rock Slide, thankfully, but I missed the Bleak Windstorm, but then Shenpao flinched, so that felt really good.
And then now you're the regional champion, right? So that's contributing to this memory. Before I let you go and celebrate, any shout outs that you want to make to the viewers at home?
Yeah, I want to have a shout out to my parents who are very supportive. Also my sister who she always thought I could do it. And then all the Arizona players who were very supportive, and then also my coach.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charlie. Congratulations on this regional victory. Stay tuned for more action here at the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships. Hey everybody, Dewey here on the floor of the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships, and we've got the Seniors Division Finals going on behind me right now. It is actually a rematch of the EUIC Finals that happened just a few weeks ago between Leland Smith and Charlie Kim. I got to talk to Leland a little bit before the match. Leland said that he was running a Regulation D Manual Sun team with Chi Yu as one of his favorites. When I asked him about how he was feeling going into this matchup, he said that he was a little nervous because he did not practice this matchup yet. Leland currently stands at 3 Worlds invites with 2 International Championships invites, as well as a invite based on championship points. Winning this would be his first regional championship in the seniors division. For the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, I asked him what his favorite memory was, and he told me that at first he wasn't interested in Pokemon, but then realized how much fun it was. His first game was Sword and Shield, and he felt a little nostalgic the other day when he heard music from Sword and Shield. On the other side of the table, Leland's opponent is Charlie Kim. Charlie's currently running a Rain team and is going to be bringing his favorite Pokemon, Rapid Strike Urshifu. When I asked Charlie about how he feels about going into this matchup, Charlie said that he felt very nervous. Leland actually beat him in Swiss, but Charlie, in preparation for this finals, says that he's been practicing different lines and doesn't expect Leland to expect them coming. Charlie currently has 4 Worlds invites fresh off his EUIC win. For the 30th anniversary, when I asked Charlie what his favorite memory was, he said that he was very bored during the pandemic, and then he discovered competitive Pokemon. He was itching for a challenge, and he felt that competitive Pokemon scratched that itch for him. This is an exciting matchup, Rain versus Sun, a rematch of the EUIC Finals. Let's go ahead and see who takes it. Hey everybody, Dwee here with the winner of the Seniors Division Finals, Charlie Kim. Charlie, congratulations on this win. What's going through your mind right now?
I'm really happy. I was okay with getting second too, but I'm happy that I was able to push myself to win.
This was actually a rematch of the EUIC Finals a couple weeks ago. Leland brought a completely different team. He actually beat you in Swiss. Can you tell me about what was your strategy going into this finals?
During Swiss, I made a plan before the match ended, which was to use Chenpao and Pelipper on lead to beat the Tornadus with Ice Beam or Weather Ball to pin it no matter what. And then from there, as long as I could stall the Tailwind or use my priority moves, I felt like I could win due to his team being relatively frail.
When I talked to Leland a little bit before the match, he was running sort of a manual Sun team versus your Rain team. Was there a lot of struggle to get your weather up, or do you feel like you were in control a lot of the time?
I kind of just had to sacrifice my weather and just accept that I was never going to get it up in the ideal position. So instead, I decided to use Pelipper as like a more support piece where it offers Tailwind and Wide Guard to help shut down Leland's team as opposed to enabling my own weather strategy.
Can I ask you what the score was at the end? Was it 2-0, 2-1?
It was 2-0, but he played really well, and I really had to go out of my comfort zone to win.
You two are, very good friends and stuff like that. Do you get to actually build together, or do you kind of like come to the teams separately?
We build with each other, like we help each other with ideas on how to build and like spreads and stuff, but sometimes like we don't agree on teams, so we still work together, but we might not bring the same team every time.
You've won EUIC now, you've won multiple regional championships. What's next for you?
I really want to win Worlds. That's the only thing I want to win now. But I wouldn't be upset if I won anything more or got any more high placements.
Are you going to any other regional championships or NAIC even?
I'm going to NAIC in Houston. Houston will be nice. It'll be a little stale since it's my last regional Scarlet and Violet. But NAIC will be interesting since it should be my first event of Champions.
Sounds great. Congratulations again. Before I let you go, though, do you have any shout outs that you want to make to the viewers out there?
First, I'd like to shout out my mom. She's the only reason I can travel and do the things I can do. Then I'd like to shout out my coaches, Justin, Keanu, and Chris. They helped me a lot prepare. Then I'd like to shout out my friends who also helped me prepare and were just nice people I'd like to be around, like Kevin. Before the event, I was really struggling to find a team, and he was just someone who I could talk to like ask him questions. And then I'd like to thank Sam for just being the main person I go to ask for help. And then Collier and Issa as well for helping me get some last-minute prep in.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Congratulations again on this regional championship. Stay tuned for more action here at the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships.
Congratulations to Charlie and Charlie for winning the junior and senior division respectively here at the Seattle Regional Championships. Now it's time to move on to the Masters division. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Scott Glaza, and we have two incredibly deserving trainers waiting to see who will actually take this regional championship title.
Yeah, we got two great trainers here. Unfortunately, neither of them named Charlie, but it should still be a lot of fun to watch how they do. They both had very impressive runs to get to this point, defeating some really impressive opponents. So going to have a very deserving regional champion regardless of who it is.
Sebastian taking on Taryn Birdie from the United Kingdom in that top 8 match, winning to move on to facing off against Colin Heyer, a 2-time regional champion. And now Sebastian finds himself waiting across the way from Carson St. Dennis, who also had a pretty similar trajectory throughout this top cut bracket. It's funny, and actually, Carson and Sebastian both lost to Taryn Birdie in the Swiss rounds that we had for the Seattle Regional Championships. Yet, while that was the one commonality, they have not faced each other yet. So very excited to see how both of them decide to approach this matchup. Both Carson and Sebastian have not yet won a regional championship in the Masters division, but have both claimed their own glory in the seniors division when they played.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch this one, where I think they've both been very impressive at this point. I think they're throughout the top cut. If we just look at the names in the bracket, maybe you would have expected both of them to lose some of the matches they've had so far, and they looked very good in those matches. So I think this is a real big breakout moment for both of these trainers, and I'm excited to see who finishes the job.
Last time we saw Carson was in the 2018 season until it came back to 2026 with full force. After getting a top 4 at Las Vegas, he's been able to repeat that result and then some, making it to the finals of the Seattle Regional Championships. On the flip side of things, Sebastian came into Seattle on a whim. As we got a chance to hear from him in one of his winter interviews, he wasn't sure he was going to make it out to Seattle, but was eventually persuaded by some of his friends. And now he, I think, will be happy with his decision to come out here this weekend.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by him, where Carson was so successful in the senior division that this seems kind of just only natural he's done well, but Sebastian's played so well to this point. He's really maneuvered well against some excellent players, and with a team that kind of isn't kind of maybe what you have in mind when you think of kind of positional play, where Rain tends to be very offensively oriented here with the Pelipper and the Urshifu, and I think despite that, he's really done a great job of maneuvering in innovative ways within his games.
And possibly an archetype that a lot of people weren't expecting. When you think about weather that has been successful in Regulation F so far, all eyes have been on sun. But the forecast has called for some rain this weekend in Seattle. I think fitting the bill for where we are in the Pacific Northwest, but it really has thrown a wrench into a lot of players' game plans, not expecting to pace up against our Chalodon. I think the Pelipper as well. Just the fact that it has Tailwind and Wide Guard makes it a huge threat in this meta.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun looking at the items on this team as well. Life Orb, Choice Scarf, Choice Specs. I think we've seen a lot of really slow, methodical matches in this format, but both these trainers using really aggressive teams compared to what we've seen in some of the finals of other tournaments this year. Should be a very quick one here, at least a very explosive one.
I mean, Carson has definitely set some records already at the Seattle Regional Championships. So some of the matches we have seen in our top cut, Carson also playing a very hyper offensive team that can dish out damage just as fast as it can receive it. Let's take a look back on what Carson has been running for this tournament. I think that big standouts have really been the Golden Go and the Reggie Drago as the two main sources of damage for this team, but that doesn't mean you can scoff at anything else that Carson has.
No, I think all those Pokemon have looked great on stream so far. I love the Ogerpon in particular. It's not a form that we see quite as frequently as either the water or fire type Ogerpon forms, but very good on kind of these more offensive teams, able to both support the team defensively as well as deal a bunch of damage. And I love seeing Golden Go and Reggie Drago. I think they're both Pokemon that most trainers would say are strong, but not necessarily ones they expected to see a lot of, and we're really getting to see the true potential of these Pokemon in Carson's hands.
Makes it hard to guess, though, what Carson is going to lock into for this match. We've seen all of these Pokemon make an appearance now, but what is he going to use to face up against this Rain team? Very unique here from Sebastian. On Sebastian's side of things, we haven't seen the Archaludon yet. That's been a Pokemon that really has been waiting in the wings. But will it be a Pokemon that can also stand tall to a lot of the Pokemon that Carson has? Only one way to find out, and that's to get into the grand finals of the Seattle Regional Championships. This best of 3 is going to determine a new regional champion in the Masters Division. So let's kick it off. It's going to be the Regidrago and the Urshifu for Carson, and the Archaludon does make an appearance alongside that Pelipper.
4 Pokemon who can really dish out some damage here, so both trainers are going to have to be on their guard right from turn 1. A lot of fun interactions here. One thing to keep in mind, of course, is that Regidrago very famous for that Dragon Energy move. This Pelipper does know Wide Guard as well as Tailwind, so some interesting options here that are available. A lot of different things that could really change what this game state is by turn 2. So we're going to have to see how these trainers choose to take this matchup. If they want to play a little bit more slowly, probably not, given what we've seen from them so far. I wouldn't be shocked if we see some aggressive offense right on this first turn.
And I think this terrestrialization for the Archaludon proves to be the perfect defensive type against this Urshifu and the Regidrago. But it's not going to be Archaludon to be the first to Terra. It's the Urshifu instead for Carson that's going to take on that Steel Terra type, and this Archaludon is going to leave itself to have to take a Dragon Energy because Pelipper didn't use Wide Guard. Pelipper gets brought down to its Focus Sash, and the Assault Vest for this Archaludon is going to be able to keep it safe for now, but it's at so low HP that what does this Urshifu decide to do? It just goes for close combat. No Terra is going to save this Pokemon.
Oh, I thought it might use Wide Guard, but instead it left its partner wide open. We see the first knockout of the match.
Knockout for Carson, Archaludon down, but Pelipper still yet to move. Pelipper uses the Tailwind, so Archaludon may not be effective for this match. It might just have opened up an opportunity for a partner.
Yeah, it's going to be really critical now that Sebastian try to play carefully here. That's a lot of offense lost. We're going to see if the Pokemon in the back, as much as perhaps that final Pokemon has surprised us with his offensive prowess throughout this tournament, it really is going to be this Fluttermane that's going to need to deal a lot of damage. Pelipper down to a single hit point does need to be careful here. That Urshifu on the opposing side of the field has Aqua Jet and the Mystic Water item, not a Choice Band or something, so it is threatening damage even though the Tailwind is up and the natural speed of Sebastian's Pokemon will be quicker than the Pokemon on Carson's side of the field.
There's no protect for this Pelipper and also no mercy in the face of something like that Urshifu. Regidrago is also feeling the pressure as this Fluttermane across the way is going to threaten a knockout. Golden Go, though, may be a different story, and the Urshifu can also play defense going for a Detect. But is this Golden Go safe? Dazzling Gleam gets locked into by the choice specs here from Sebastian's Fluttermane. It's going to do a nice little bit of damage here to the Golden Go, but it's really about this Pelipper to get some mileage. With the Weather Ball attacking into the Urshifu's Detect, that's going to be a knockout miss and an opportunity missed here for Sebastian.
Yeah, and I love this position for Carson. You know, not only do you get rid of a turn of Tailwind, but this really improves the positioning on the board. Still threatening that Aqua Jet knockout into the Pelipper slot, then has Golden Go matched up with the Fluttermane. Create some interesting situations where you can try and bait that Fluttermane maybe into going into a Shadow Ball into that slot. But if it doesn't, if it tries to make a read that perhaps Carson's going to do something different, you could punish it too. Really important for Sebastian to get this turn right, because even if he does, it's going to be hard not to go down to 2 Pokemon.
Wide Guard can still neutralize something like a Make It Rain from the Golden Go, but this Pelipper is still in danger of getting knocked out to a single Aqua Jet from the Urshifu. For now, the Fluttermane retreats and knows that it's going to need to keep itself safe to deal with a Regidrago in the future. But Amoonguss may be the savior of the day. We've seen some really impressive things from Amoonguss so far, but the Wide Guard, kind of an interesting choice, maybe expecting Carson to go for the Make It Rain, but the Pelipper is only going to be able to accomplish that as it gets Aqua Jet KO'd and is down for the count. 2 Pokemon left here for Sebastian as this Amoonguss is left by itself, and Golden Go doesn't take the bait. It just goes for the Shadow Ball into this Amoonguss, which would have been a really good amount of damage into that Fluttermane and a safe, nice amount of damage into that Amoonguss switching.
Now the Fluttermane re-enters the battlefield, but there's just 2 Pokemon remaining on Sebastian's side of the field. You know, the upside of all these choice items, you can deal a lot of damage, but Fluttermane's gonna have to commit to a single move for the remainder of this match, and Carson hasn't lost a single Pokemon yet. The defensive typing is very different with these Pokemon. You need a different move to knock out Regidrago than you do with Golden Go, and Golden Go is just gonna use Protect here to try to scout out what move it is.
Easy Protect for the Golden Go and a secondary Detect for this Urshifu just to scout out that choice specs lock. Amoonguss goes for the Rage Powder. It's not going to help out on this next turn, but it may prove critical for the remainder. Fluttermane Blocking into the Shadow Ball is definitely going to threaten a KO onto the Golden Go. A nice, good damage into that Urshifu. But another side of the coin. Carson has stalled out this Tailwind from Sebastian.
Yeah, it's critical here. Likely, Flutterman's still going to be the quickest Pokemon, but that's just one more thing not to worry about. And Carson still has that unrevealed Pokemon. Shadow Ball does have good neutral coverage here, where it could do well against all three Pokemon we've seen, but really critical situation, and Golden Go wants nothing to do with being hit with that Shadow Ball.
I don't think a lot of these Pokemon would, and this Regidrago certainly doesn't either. There's no way to actually change away from any of these types left, because you see that Carson has already invested that Terra into the Urshifu. So Shadow Ball from Fluttermane is good. It's going to attack into the Regidrago, bring it down quite low, and the Surging Strikes from this Urshifu. Attacking into the Amoonguss is also going to see some residual damage right back from the Rocky Helmet. A third Surging Strike is going to bring this Amoonguss down quite low, but will not be quite enough to actually knock out the Amoonguss from here.
Yeah, so with this Fluttermane also only able to use single target attacks here, we're not going to see the Dazzling Gleam that we've sometimes seen because of the choice lock. So this matters a lot. Even though one of these two Pokemon will probably get knocked out this turn, the other one can pick up the knockout in Amoonguss and lead the team into a situation where it's a 1v3 against a Pokemon that can only use single target attacks. Looking really good for Carson in this first game.
Still going to try his best. Sebastian locks in the Protect. Gonna keep it safe from the Regidrago single target attacks as Fluttermane is able to pick up this Urshifu. Going to bring Carson down one Pokemon, but still with three remaining. It's an uphill battle for Sebastian.
This is the one path that potentially lets Sebastian get out of his turn with two Pokemon. We'll have to see what Regidrago opted to target.
Regidrago's gonna go for the Earth Power, and it was after the Amoonguss. A lot of our players have noticed that Amoonguss, when left unattended, can really start to get out of hand, especially with the protection that it provides with the Rage Powders. But that's not going to help against this Whimsicott.
Oh, and this looks great now, where the knockout would have been nicer, but now in a situation where Tailwind can allow Golden Go later to become the fastest Pokemon in the field, perhaps Regidrago to knock out this Amoonguss before Fluttermane can move. Tailwind going up, no Protect from the Amoonguss. It looks like Carson could take this one just a couple more turns.
Regidrago gets to move next with the Earth Power. It's a knockout into the Amoonguss, but that means this Fluttermane is going to have to pick up a lot of work. There are three Pokemon left, but Fluttermane can deal with just one of them. As you see the Shadow Ball get unleashed into the Regidrago, that's going to be good for the knockout, but this Golden Go gets to come back in with that Tailwind active.
Yeah, it matters so much. These two Ghost-type Pokemon are going to do so much damage to one another, although it'll probably actually be that Make It Rain from Golden Go to close out this first game. Carson took an early lead and just such a great job of getting to this point. Really good job of making sure he didn't make any unnecessary mistakes to cough up that lead.
Moonblast from the Whimsicott into the Fluttermane brings it down low enough with that critical hit as Salt in the Wound. As Golden Go makes it rain, Carson wins game one of this finals.
Exciting first game there. This is going so quick compared to some of the matches in this set, but both trainers able to keep up the tempo. A very exciting first game. Carson kind of got the early advantage there and just able to push it all the way through. He made a great read early in the game to put himself ahead and just did the right thing. He saw the way through this game. I think it's very difficult to read these games sometimes with these offensive teams where if you make one mistake, it can really change things. But just a very clean game. Correctly calling this first turn that there would be no wide guard, picking up the knockout on Jaladain and almost knocking out Pelipper as well.
No terrestrialization also spelled disaster, as this Shaladon might have stood a chance against that double target. But it is a 50-50 coin flip. You really have to predict correctly against these hyper-offensive teams what they're going to lead and also what they're going to do on that first turn.
Yeah, I think the fun of these matchups, like sometimes the more defensive teams, the game feels like a puzzle, right? Okay, what do I do so I can get my opponent 7 turns from now to do what I want them to do? With these teams matching up against one another, it's a little different. What is my opponent going to do this one turn? And if I don't get it right, I might not be able to pull my way back in. I do think it's still really impressive that Carson did such a good job of holding on to the lead. That second turn was almost as impressive as the first to me, where getting rid of that first turn of Tailwind while also improving his board state was just so big. And at that point, it was just insurmountable advantage.
Especially when a lot of your damage ends up being safe into whatever ends up switching in. I like that the puzzle sometimes just becomes, can you get the triangle into the circle hole? And sometimes that is good enough. For now, in this best of 3, Carson is going to lead the game series 1-0. But Sebastian has played quite a few 3-game sets across this top cut, so he is not out of it yet. Let's see what adjustments await us as we get ready to go for game 2 of the Masters Finals here at the Seattle Regional Regional Championships. Our Chaladon was not as impressive as we might have expected to see here from this Rain team. And as we load into game 2, it's going to be Urshifu next to the Whimsicott, and Sebastian has made a pretty big adjustment to bring in Qianpao next to Amoonguss.
Yeah, huge changes for both sides here. Worth noting, we've seen this Urshifu terrestrialize a few times. That is the steel type on Carson's Urshifu, not the grass that we had seen some other players, which would make this situation a little bit more dangerous for Sebastian. Amoonguss potentially going to do a pretty good job of controlling the field here. Carson does have the option of tailwinding here, but kind of not much point because Amoonguss is the one that is kind of controlling the field, and we're going to see Urshifu leave battle here, realizing it can't get too much done. Instead, the Golden Go coming in, that MVP of the previous game.
Golden Go was great for those Make It Rains to solidify the lock-in for Carson. But the Golden Go is going to serve a dual purpose. If you were worried about the Amoonguss going for Spore into the Urshifu slot, good as gold will keep it safe. Carson lets loose a Tailwind with the Whimsicott, and that's going to be all it accomplishes in this game 2 as it gets knocked out and returned by the Ice Spinner from this Qianpao.
Well, that creates a really interesting situation. I think it's a big knockout where attacking the Golden Go slot would have been a huge mistake. I think if they still have a passive board state, it would have been easy for Golden Go just to go for a nasty plot there. The Qianpao has 2 Ice type attacks it would resist, and then Sucker Punch, which only works if it's attacking. Instead, because Whimsicott is knocked out and gets that Tailwind active, Carson's kind of got to go, which sort of encourages him to attack here. You got 2 powerful spread move options with the Make It Rain and the Dragon Energy, which are very likely to 2-hit KO almost every Pokemon on Sebastian's team. So potentially needing to decide who to sacrifice, who to use Protect on, how to start weakening these Pokemon, because there's going to be an onslaught throughout this Tailwind.
There's one good Spore target on Carson's team, and that is going to be the Regidrago. Now, the problem here is that you are not in a comfortable spot if you're Sebastian. That's why we're going to see the Amoonguss think better of going for a Spore and just opt to wait for later on in this game. Can Urshifu now pick up the pace for Sebastian as a switch in or a sacrifice? As we now see a terrestrialization spent on Carson's side. The Terror Dragon gonna be quite nice here. In case you saw a Sucker Punch come that way, that would be the only way that the Qianpao can bypass the speed advantage that Carson has right now. But Qianpao goes for Protect. Needs to be a passive turn because Sebastian has to get through this onslaught of attacks. Draco Meteor first into the Urshifu is just a one-hit knockout. Regidrago has to drop its special attack by 2 stages in the process, but getting at least 1 Pokemon KO to even up the count may be good enough while you still have another that can switch into its place to shed those special attack drops. As a Make It Rain and not hitting a target will also keep this Golden Go from having to drop its own special attack stat.
That leaves us in a very interesting situation now. Pelipper going to get out into the battlefield. I don't think it's going to make the same decision it did that previous game by not using Wide Guard. Eventually able to check the Golden Go very nicely here. Regidrago has reduced its special attack, and Golden Go, if it tries not to use Make It Rain, would then be stuck using Shadow Ball against these Pokemon. Could do a lot to that Pelipper, but Qianpao resists that. Not the most defensively apt Pokemon in the format, but able to take that and respond in kind. Also, both these Pokemon are now pure Dragon-type Pokemon, not going to want to take those Ice-type attacks from Qianpao. So things look real bad for Sebastian there, but he's done a good job of pulling this back without really giving too much up. And hey, this time there's only 2 turns of Carson's Tailwind left.
2 more turns to get through, and a couple Protects might be able to help you out here. Also, what's going to be nice about this is that the Ice Shard is another priority attack that this Qianpao has access to. So if you didn't want to just wait through it with the Protects, you do have those priority options to weave past that. Qianpao is ready to go. The Stellar Terra is going to boost up the damage of both a Sucker Punch or one of the Ice-type attacks, even for just a little bit, as Pelipper is going to use that Wide Guard. You do not want to face down a Dragon Energy or a Make It Rain, as Qianpao is going to move first with the Ice Shard. Priority Ice Shard to the Regidrago is going to be good for the knockout, and that's another threat down. Carson is down to just 2 Pokemon remaining, but this Golden Go could still get some work done. Because it's holding the Metal Coat, it can select a different move, and it does go for the Shadow Ball into the Pelipper instead.
Poor Pelipper just can't seem to get that read, but that's still a good turn for Sebastian there. Getting rid of a single turn of the Tailwind, as well as picking up that knockout. That terrestrialization really was stellar. That's a ton of damage from such a low base power move, and now only having 1 more turn of this to go. Urshifu entering the battle, though, making it a little bit harder to stall that out, right? Pelipper can't protect anyway, does not know that move, and Wide Guard not going to help it against any potential Aqua Jets. But hey, if we see that, that would again leave this Qianpao available to try to do something. So a situation for Sebastian to make a read. Which of these 2 Pokemon is Urshifu going to try to burn down with this last turn of Tailwind, because whichever one is getting it isn't going to be able to protect because of that Unseen Fist anyway.
Pao using the Stellar Terrestrialization to boost up the Ice Shard means that it doesn't have that Stellar Terra boost to boost it up again. That same trick may not work twice to get the knockout onto the Golden Go. So for now, Pao is going to say goodbye and allow Amoonguss to take its spot. The Shadow Ball is going to get redirected into that slot, and Amoonguss does not take that as comfortably as you might think. As the Surging Strikes finishes off the Pelipper instead, great targeting by Carson to not let his own Urshifu get that Rocky Helmet recoil.
Yeah, get some nice damage on the board, and Tailwind is gone, but Sebastian now not going to be able to match that Tailwind with his own Tailwind setter being defeated, and Pao re-entering the battlefield. As you noted, already spent the ice type half of that Stellar Terrestrialization, can still get a damage boost on a dark type Sucker Punch if it wants to go for it, but there's some mind games there too. Again, it's Metal Coat, not a choice item or something, so Golden Go could try to bait out a Sucker Punch using Nasty Plot. That Urshifu is already going to resist any attacks from this Pao as a water and fighting type Pokemon.
The Golden Go goes for the Protect. Ice Spinner would still do a lot of damage without that Stellar Terra boost, as Amoonguss is going to draw attention away from this Pao and hopefully keep it safe from another attack. But Pao isn't able to land any damage onto Carson's Pokemon. The Protect was good to keep this Golden Go around for the next turn, as the Surging Strikes has to start whittling away at this Amoonguss one way or another. So that's going to be 1, 2, oh, the third one looks like it's going to be quite close, as Carson's Urshifu does get Rocky Helmet recoil. The third one is enough for the knockout, and that opens up a huge window for Carson to take this game and take this set.
Oh, that was such a big knockout. It was so close to surviving that, but because it doesn't, it can't redirect any attacks to the next turn. Pao only has single target attacks. Is going to have to pick one of these two Pokemon to try to defeat, and I think the other one might have this regional championships in the bag.
Pao goes for Ice Spinner, the first to move, gets chance to knock out the Golden Go, but the Urshifu can attack, and I think Carson knows that this regional championship is about to be his. This has been a long time coming. Carson got top 4 at the Vegas Regional Championships, gets to repeat that and then some now. Congratulations to Carson, your Seattle Regional Champion!
What an incredible match. That pace was just absolutely blistering the whole way through. Neither side could afford to make any errors there with how quick that went. And Carson just won such an impressive series of matches here. Not just this finals, but his whole top cut run. I feel like the whole thing may only have lasted about 15 turns, where his opponents just couldn't handle the offense from his team. What a great team choice, and what a great job of piloting this team. Just no one seemed to have an answer for what he brought to this tournament. A very deserving regional champion.
It's been amazing to watch Carson's 2026 season unfold before our eyes. After his performance at Las Vegas, it felt like it was only going to be a matter of time before he was able to really cement his mark and legacy in the Masters division for the Pokemon video game. As we walk back through some of the match highlights, I feel like it was just explosive from start to finish. What a great KO onto the Urshifu with this Regidrago. And Carson just got so many turns correct in this game.
Yeah, it's so important with this sort of team, right? It's what makes it so difficult to pilot. You can afford to make a lot of mistakes, or at least a few mistakes, if you have a more defensively oriented team, right? You might lose half of Pokemon's HP. You might weaken your board positioning. Any mistakes with a team like this, you're going to lose a Pokemon and potentially leave yourself in a state where the game has become unwinnable. And Carson just never seems to make that sort of mistake. Making great calls in these turns, protecting at the right time, not taking unnecessary risks, taking necessary risks, and they're paying off. That poor Pelipper, just every time it just seemed like couldn't quite make the right read, but Carson was just a step ahead. Excellent play by him. And mixing things up too, you know, play a little differently in game 2 than in game 1, but every plan he picked seemed to be the right one throughout this tournament.
It was so amazing to watch, and you know, you gotta still give it out to Sebastian. A second place at a regional championship is absolutely tremendous. And that was after, you know, we saw Sebastian finish off his career in the senior division with a second place at the San Diego Regional Championships back in 2023. On a whim to get second place at a regional championship, I think is just so cool. And with an amazingly unique team. We've not seen Rain quite at this level before.
Yeah, I was really impressed by his play throughout this tournament as well. Couldn't quite keep up with the tempo in the finals there, where his offensively oriented team kind of just wilted a little bit under the even greater offensive power of Carson's team. But I think the way he maneuvered was really impressive. You know, there's not like a lot of great defensive type diversity on a Rain team. You're sort of forced to use Pokemon with similar typing to take advantage of that weather effect. But despite that, he did a really good job of maneuvering against some opponents who I thought had teams that were a little bit more flexible and a little more able to maneuver over than his. I think it was a very strong performance. It's indicative that he's probably going to be showing up in stream a few more times in the near future.
I do hope so, because I feel like it really is this new wave of trainers that has really started to take a full form in our Scarlet and Violet era, and hopefully that will continue to be the evolution we see as we get prepared to move into Champions in some future month. But for the rest of this top cut, I feel like they've also got to kind of stand up and take a bow. Colin Hire, Emilio Forbes getting top 4 at this event after having multiple regional championship wins and just also such a legacy for over a decade in VGC. And then the rest of this top 8, I feel like we've also not seen the last of them yet.
Absolutely. I think I'm impressed by the way all of them approach the format as well. We've been playing this format for a while, and I think everyone has kind of developed their own strategies that they enjoy the most in this format that fits who they are as players. It was really cool to see Chi-Yu, a Pokemon that we saw a lot of in previous formats but haven't seen so much in this format. Again, Rain, which we'd seen a lot more in formats that prior to this one, but had kind of been crowded out in this format by some of the other really powerful Pokemon. The Golden Go Regidrago thing, which everyone's aware of but never really caught at a high usage level. These are not the Pokemon, and I guess Cresselia especially, which as old timers I think are very happy to see do so well again. These Pokemon are not always the ones that are really high on the usage chart, but it does show that even though those Pokemon do wind up on 30-40% of teams, you don't have to only use Pokemon like that to be successful.
And you look at this top 8, and I think you also, I don't know about you, but I also get kind of excited about what the rest of our Regulation F events are going to hold, because it isn't just the same top 12 Pokemon. You call out the Chi-Yu, but I think as well, even though we saw Indeedee at such high numbers in phase 1 and 2 of this tournament, there's only one in this top 8, and that was Ethan Trejo that was able to actually bring that Indeedee into a top 8 finish. But for the rest of this, I think you gotta keep your eyes out for Amoonguss. How is Ursaluna going to do? Even though Raging Bolt has also been sort of public enemy #1 for Regulation F, there's also only 2 in this top 8. So maybe is a bit more wide open than people think.
Yeah, I think to me, the way I might describe it too is it seems like almost all of these teams have aces that are kind of not from those top 12 usage Pokemon, and then those folks kind of fill out the teams by kind of providing the defensive backbones of those teams. And I think it was really fun to watch. And I think one thing else that we kind of noticed throughout the weekend too is when players put more unusual combinations of Pokemon together that were maybe a little bit different than what people practice against, it really paid dividends. I think the players who were able to make their opponents uncomfortable tended to be the ones that did the best. And I think that's something you can, a lesson you can apply to any format, right? Where it mix things up enough that you're forcing your opponent to improvise a new game plan, and you might have some good results as you're kind of going to force more errors than putting them in a position where they're comfortable.
Different tech choices, different Terra types that you might have expected, even different training that is going to vary between the different Pokemon that you use. I do feel like there were a lot of examples within our broadcasted matches where you could see that level of discomfort in terms of maybe what these trainers had expected coming into this event. But at the end of it all, it is Carson St. Dennis that is going to take the Seattle Regional Championships, and Sebastian Gonzalez will get the runner-up position. And this is just so cool. 11 completely unique Pokemon across these 12.
Yeah, it was a really impressive run between them. I guess fitting. Urshifu has always had a great weekend. Seems like he did pretty well in the junior and senior divisions as well. But the rest of his teams, very different styles, and fun to see how effective they were. Also, I think just the tempo being so different. I think we were expecting to see a lot of balance, especially coming out of EUIC, where a lot of defensively oriented teams seem to come out on top, and also that team with Iron Crown. Where here, it was a little bit more the aggressive teams that made it the furthest in the tournament, with these last few rounds going very quickly.
I feel like that also kind of happened in Toronto, and maybe that's just a North American flavor that we've come to expect from Regulation F. I don't know about you, but sometimes it feels like a long slog to get through a full day of playing a balanced team that maybe everyone was just saying it might be more fun to try to hit the hyper offense button and click some more buttons.
I mean, I think that's a great thing too, right? If this is a game that we should all be playing to enjoy. Obviously, our time on these Scarlet and Violet games, they're winding down a little bit. And hey, if you've got a team that you really enjoy, if you have a team that you always kind of wondered if it would work in a real competition, why not go for it, right? I think that it was really fun to kind of watch players use teams that they identified with a little bit more here. And, I think on some level, the players who are having the most fun also tend to do the best. I think I kind of saw the other end of it too. There are so many people who it seemed like they prepared really hard to play balanced teams all day, and they're posting on social media like, oh, you know, like I only played balanced twice, and I kind of really had a negative effect on the turns because they weren't so good against these other matchups. So I think it was kind of a nice, just like meta choice where, well, you know, if everyone else is preparing for one thing, I should play something else.
Who would have thought that in phase 2 of our tournament, we could say that we saw an Oinkologne, a Regice, and a Murkrow all make it to this secondary phase of our Swiss rounds. Maybe that will inspire you all at home to either come out here, play a regional, go to your locals, just get your hands on a Switch and actually play this game, because I am very excited about now going back to the drawing board and see if I can make, I don't know, I'm thinking like I got inspired by Chi-Yu from Emilio, so maybe I want to do like a little bit of a Sun team too. I think that might match up pretty well against Rain.
Yeah, it always seems to, right? I certainly on the wrong side of it enough times as a one-time Rain one trick.
Well, Rain or shine, we have had such a great time here in Seattle, and we are excited to look forward to our next event in the North America circuit happening in Houston, Texas. That's going to be taking place March 20th to 22nd, and I believe that there may still be some tickets available. So if you want to go check that out, make sure that you head to the arcane9.gg website and you check out how you can get involved in either Houston or the next event that we have coming up in the European region, and that's going to be the Sevilla Special Championships. What a beautiful city for the special to take place in.
I was thinking the same thing. The architecture here is so beautiful. The sunset in the previous shot was really nice too. You know, as a Seattle native, you know, I'm not used to seeing beyond the clouds very frequently, so it's nice to imagine what that must be like.
Although in some of our scenics, we actually did get a nice view of Mount Rainier here in Washington, so that was very fun.
Yeah, good to remember it's still out there beyond the clouds somewhere.
I definitely haven't seen it all weekend, but hey, you know what? We've got some two fantastic locations coming up for our next events that will be taking place in March. And then looking forward even further than that, we have the North America International Championships that will be taking place in New Orleans, and that is going to be coming up very shortly. It's going to be here before we know it. So make sure you scan the QR code, try to grab a hotel before we do see the registration go live in a little bit.
Yeah, definitely act fast on that. You know, last year in New Orleans, we certainly saw both the rain and the shine, and especially in the rain half, you know, it pays to have a nearby hotel.
Yes, absolutely. And hopefully we will get a chance to see you at one of these future events. Thank you all so much for tuning in with us for this grand finals. It's now time to celebrate the finals that we had here at the Seattle Regional Championships. So please, Dwee, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rosemary and Scott. I am here on the stage. It's been an exciting 2 days. Over 800 VGC Masters have vied for the title of regional champion, down to our final 2 right now. We are ready for the trophy ceremony. So everybody, please put your hands together for your finalist, Sebastian Gonzalez. Sebastian, congratulations on your run. You finished here as a finalist. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go celebrate with your friends and family right now. Go ahead. Once again, everybody, give it up for your finalist, Sebastian Gonzalez. And now, time to give it up for your Seattle VGC Regional Champion, Carson St. Dennis. Carson, congratulations. You are the Seattle Regional Champion. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?
I feel amazing. I feel bad for Victor Medina right now, because we have a little group chat, and he was like, before I started the season, if you take a 7-year break and you win a regional before me, I was like, don't worry, I won't win a regional. And then I did. So that's mostly what I'm thinking about. But I think I just feel excellent. I'm really proud of how I played, and yeah.
Carson, you took a 7-year break, as you just mentioned. You got top 4 in the Las Vegas Regional Championships. What does this championship today mean to you?
It means a lot, because I put so much work into my mentality, not getting tilted after losses, not having extenuating factors, misses, other things mess up my game. I've worked on the cart, time management, all that since Toronto, and I'm just so glad I'm able to see it pay off.
You've won the national championships in your seniors division. You've you've won regional championships in the senior division as well, right? How does this Masters Division regional champion feel compared to those other championships that you've won?
I feel like there's always been this asterisk with my seniors results. I think I was definitely an excellent team builder during that time, and I think I was a great player. But I think there always was that sort of asterisk of, oh, you're not winning against Masters, such and so. But I'm just really glad that I'm able to go out there and show that I'm able to do it.
Carson, congratulations on this championship. I'm going to go ahead and let you go celebrate with your friends and family. Before I let you go, though, any last shout-outs that you want to make to the viewers out there?
I would like to shout out Ryan Powney's Reggie Drago. Missed one Draco Meteor all weekend. Shout out you, Ryan. You're pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much, Carson. I'll go ahead and let you celebrate with your friends and family. Congratulations again. Everybody give it up for Carson St. Dennis. Unfortunately, that is it for us here at the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships. Of course, follow the channels. You can follow along right here. Of course, twitch.tv/Pokemon and youtube.com/Pokemon. And, you know, if you want to follow along for all the broadcasts at these regional championships, there's not just Pokemon VGC, but there's also Pokemon GO and Pokemon TCG. Go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. But for now, that's it for us here in Seattle. We'll see you next time in Houston. Have a great one, everybody.